3 years ago, Su-Mo traversed into a realm where beast taming reigned supreme, becoming a fresh recruit on the battleground of the border beast tide. In light of the looming beast tide crisis, a nationwide conscription was initiated. In a bid to shield their younger son from hardship, Su-Mo's parents compelled him to enlist in place of his brother. 3 years later, Su-Mo slayed countless beasts at the frontier, earning remarkable military accolades. Upon his triumphant return, adorned with honors, Su-Mo's parents insisted that he relinquish all his achievements. The rationale was that his brother possessed superior beast taming potential. Utilizing the merits to exchange for high-grade beast resources would elevate the Su family to unprecedented heights. It was at this moment that Su-Mo comprehended that he was merely a tool in the eyes of his parents, one meant to assist his brother. 3 years prior, he had taken his brother's place in the army. 3 years later, he would not repeat that mistake. Moreover, could his brother truly bear the weight of the accolades Su-Mo earned on the northern battlefield? During the awakening ceremony for beast taming talents, his brother manifested an S-grade beast taming talent, Frenzy, receiving accolades from the crowd. In contrast, Su-Mo awakened a rare, hidden SSS grade talent, only to be met with derision from the onlookers. This was because Su-Mo had acquired the cursed talent that beast tamers dread the most, blood rebirth. Beast tamers utilize blood as a medium, merging it into blood arrays to nurture their beasts. Su-Mo smiled. From the moment he traversed into this world, he had awakened the gift of immortality. Immortality, undying and imperishable, capable of instantaneous revival with even a drop of blood remaining, enhanced by 2 stacked buffs. First, with each revival, the host's vitality and mental attributes would experience random increments. Second, immunity to all forms of pain, dizziness, and abnormal states. It is said that cursed talents cost lives. Yet what connection could that have with my immortality? Chapter 1. Seizing my merits to grant him fortune. In Linen City, within a villa, Su-Mo stood before his father, a colonel of the demon suppression army clad in military attire, and his mother, an elegant and affluent merchant, alongside his younger brother, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Su-Mo's lips. A century ago, a cataclysmic event altered the world, causing biological mutations that enabled rampant evolution and the indiscriminate slaughter of humanity. Consequently, humanity ushered in an era where beast taming was revered, all in a bid to defend their territory. 3 years ago, the border of Huaxia faced an unprecedented beast tide, compelling every family to send one member to the front lines. The Su family, with a father serving as a major general in the Linen War Zone of the Demon Suppression Army, submitted Su-Mo's name for enlistment. Su-Mo initially believed this to be a test set forth by his father. Little did he know, upon the army's victorious return, he would learn the truth just an hour after arriving home. It turned out that his brother's exceptional beast-taming aptitude held promise of greatness among tamers, and their father, unwilling to see his younger son harmed, had compelled Su-Mo, the twin brother, to take his place at the front. Even when Su-Mo returned home adorned with honors, his father forcibly seized all of Su-Mo's achievements, transferring them to his twin brother. In this world, merits transcended mere currency, unlocking boundless resources. Su-Mo, having survived numerous life-threatening ordeals at the borders, returned only to find himself stripped of all honors. As he gazed upon the merit book that should rightfully belong to him, he discovered that the name inscribed upon it was, astonishingly, Su-Fong. Well, Su-Mo finally comprehended the situation. So for all these years, my sacrifices have been nothing but a jest in your eyes. For 3 years, I have served in the military on his behalf, and now I must also pave the way for his future. Su-Mo cast a scornful glance at his brother Su-Fong. His mother, Dong Fangya, furrowed her brow in discontent. As the CEO of a beast gene company in Linen City, her wealth amounted to billions. Yet, in this world, possessing wealth does not guarantee one can obtain everything. However, possessing merit certainly can. She looked at Su-Mo with a displeased expression and coldly remarked, Su-Mo, do you not possess the demeanor befitting an elder brother? Are you not aware that your brother possesses extraordinary talent in beast mastery? Throughout his life, he has consumed countless gene potions, and upon awakening tomorrow, he is certain to attain at least an S-level talent. Currently, our parents merely aim to utilize your merit points to secure resources for him. Once he ascends to greatness, you, as his elder brother, will also bask in his glory. Are you unable to fulfill even this small act of generosity? Brother Su Feng also expressed his discontent, saying, "Brother, do you even see me as your sibling? I only desire your merit, not your life." Their father, Su Sangxing, spoke with displeasure. "Humph. It seems you have grown wings. Let me remind you, the name inscribed on that merit book is Su Feng's. Even if you're dissatisfied, it is a done deal." Sumo's brows knitted tightly. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly. "Ah, what a hypocritical Major Su. What a heartless trio you are. I see it clearly now. I, Sumo, am merely a tool for you to support that undeserving Su Feng, am I not? 3 years ago, I served in the military on behalf of my brother, and I have repaid the debt of gratitude I owe you. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Su family." "Preposterous!" Su Sangxing slammed the table and bellowed. "Sumo, you are my son, and you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Leave, go back to your room, and reflect on your behavior." "Return my room? Reflect? Absurd." Amidst the astonished gazes of all, Su Mo furiously packed his still unopened luggage and departed from home. Upon checking into a hotel, Su Mo's brow remained furrowed. He was acutely aware that, given Su Sangxing's status as a major, altering the merit book would be child's play. Moreover, Su Feng bore a striking resemblance to him, and the name on the book was indeed his own from 3 years prior. However, in the 3 years that Su Mo had amassed his merits on the northern battlefield, could his brother Su Feng truly rise to the occasion? He would reclaim the merits sooner or later. The most pressing matter now was to awaken his extraordinary talent during tomorrow's Beast Mastery Awakening ceremony. In this world, every individual could awaken their Beast Mastery talent upon reaching 18. Awakening an S level or above Beast Mastery talent is exceedingly rare, while achieving an SS level talent is even more extraordinary. Those who attain such heights become the backbone of national defense and the light of humanity. The beast summoned can unleash a cataclysmic force, capable of traversing through waves of beasts. As for other talents, they either lead a life of mediocrity or depend on their physical prowess to earn merits on the battlefield and enjoy their remaining days. 3 years ago, upon joining the military, Su Mo inadvertently uncovered the secret of his own body. He possessed an immortal form, indestructible and unyielding. He could resurrect instantly even from a single drop of blood. Moreover, after 3 years of exploration, he discovered that this immortal form came with 2 passive buffs. First, each resurrection would enhance his vitality and mental attributes. Second, he would be immune to all pain, dizziness, and other abnormal states. This was his greatest secret, his trump card for survival. It was also the reason he had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. Su Mo firmly believed that, with his unique constitution, he would undoubtedly awaken an extraordinary talent during the awakening ceremony tomorrow. Buzz! Sumo's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a message from Su Feng. Brother, have you run away from home in a fit of anger? You are now nothing but an ordinary person with nothing. How do you plan to survive out there? You aren't thinking of soaring to greatness after tomorrow's awakening, are you? How amusing. I, Su Feng, have consumed gene potions for many years. My future is destined to place me atop the world. Our parents have said that if you return now, they will forgive you. In the future, once I become a high-level beast master, perhaps I can ensure you live a good life, as long as you obediently serve as my underling. Fool! Su Mo coldly replied with 2 words. Since all of you believe that Su Feng will awaken a remarkable talent and overshadow me, I shall make you all regret it. All students participating in the awakening ceremony, please line up according to the arrangements. The school playground, which had been absent for 3 years, was alive with energy. The principal, Tang Weigua, shouted robustly from the awakening platform, with a squirrel perched on his shoulder, chattering as it surveyed the surroundings. Su Mo concealed himself among the crowd, scanning his surroundings. Today is his opportunity to change his fate. "Oh, brother, did you not sleep well last night? You look so haggard." At a younger brother, "I feel quite concerned." Behind Su Mo, the mocking intentions of Su Feng were unmistakably apparent. He turned to face his counterpart, yet Su Feng remained utterly unconcerned, quipping, "What's the matter, brother? Have you missed your younger sibling so dearly while he fought on the front lines these past few years that it pains you?" A crowd of onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Look over there, that is Su Feng. I've heard that he enlisted at the border 3 years ago and has now amassed a plethora of military achievements." Indeed, Su Feng has become the god of war among ordinary folks at the border, having slain thousands of juvenile ferocious beasts. Thousands of juvenile ferocious beasts. Such astounding accomplishments must have earned him a veritable bounty of merit points. Need I even mention it? Moreover, I've heard that once Su Feng awakens his innate talent today, he will head to the Military Affairs Pavilion to exchange for high-grade beast taming abilities. He's bound to soar high then. Alas, as for Su Mo, he has taken a 3-year sick leave from school. Today's appearance is likely just a formality. What do you think would have happened if Su Mo had chosen the path of enlistment 3 years ago? What outcome? Would you send a frail, sickly person to participate? That would merely be serving as fodder for the ferocious beasts. Ha ha! The laughter was unbearably grating, each word piercing deep into Su Mo's heart. It turned out, for these 3 years, Su Feng had been impersonating him while concocting a pretext of being gravely ill. It appears that 3 years prior, when Su Mo enlisted in place of his brother, their parents were orchestrating this entire scheme, all to enable Su Feng to ascend to great heights. Unfortunately, this plan shall undoubtedly not unfold as they desire. Brother Su Mo, you truly have come. At that moment, a sweet voice called out beside Su Mo. Chapter 2. The Genius Beneath the Medicine Jar. Upon hearing the sound, Su Mo's body momentarily froze. He swiftly turned around, only to find a young maiden standing beside him. The girl, adorned in white stilettos, showcased her long, slender legs clad in a deep gray pleated skirt and a white shirt that accentuated her alluring figure. Beneath her lustrous black hair lay delicate features, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and bright, expressive eyes. Jiangya, what brings you here? Su Mo inquired, his curiosity piqued. In his memories, Jiangya had always been his childhood shadow, a little crybaby. In the past, he and his brother would play with her daily. However, after graduating from middle school, Jiangya's parents relocated due to work, and he hadn't seen her since. Jiangya smiled gently, fidgeting with her hands as she spoke softly. My parents said that fallen leaves return to their roots, so I came back to Linen City. They even opened a beast taming supplies store. And I just transferred back 3 days ago. Is that so? That's wonderful, Su Mo replied, nodding. By the way, Su Mo Gij, Jiangya raised her head. I heard that you've been ill at home for the past 3 years and haven't attended school. How is your health now? Her eyes were filled with concern. Su Mo felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. I'm fine now. My health is quite good. Yet, he failed to notice that behind him, Su Feng, observing their cheerful conversation, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Only he understood that throughout their childhood, he had always been the one Jiangya found unappealing. Time and again, he had tried to showcase himself, only to witness Jiangya's repeated closeness to Su Mo. He harbored feelings for Jiangya. Jiangya, why did you come back? Why do you have to be so close to Su Mo? He thought vehemently. Just watch, soon I shall demonstrate that I, Su Feng, am the most gifted one in the Su family. The one you admire is nothing but a worthless fool. Next, students whose names are called. Please step onto the stage to awaken your talents. First up, Zhang San. At last, the awakening ceremony commenced. This ceremony marked the first step for countless adults into the realm of beast taming. Zhang San. F-grade talent, land affinity. Agricultural talent. Next. Li Si. F-grade talent, beast grooming. Beast cleaning talent. Next. Wang Ermatzi. One after another, students ascended the stage to awaken their abilities, as Principal Tang Wei was side beside them. Alas, this year's students have rather poor talents. The director of education beside him awkwardly smiled. However, Principal, among this year's students, there are indeed 2 worth noting. One is the newly transferred student, Jiangya, who is said to be the most gifted student in the neighboring city. Unfortunately, she returned here with her parents and ended up at our school. The other, of course, is young Master Su Feng from the Su family, who has returned after 3 years of training and is heralded as the mortal war god. Perhaps today, they shall surprise us. Oh, is that so? Tang Wei was scanned the audience below. Soon, his gaze landed on the 2, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. Hee. If either of them awakens an A-grade talent, our school's funding for next year will be abundant. An S-grade would be even better. Next, Jiangya. Su Mo Gij, I'll go first. Finally, it was Jiangya's turn. After greeting Su Mo, she timidly approached the stage and placed her hand upon the awakening stone. Whispers filled the air as all eyes turned towards her. This is Jiangya, the genius girl renowned in the neighboring city. Who would have thought she came to our school? The principal must be overjoyed. Isn't she beautiful? She truly embodies the image of my goddess. Mom, I think I'm in love. But who was that person beside Jiangya earlier? I've never seen him before. Su Mo. He has been on sick leave for 3 years and hasn't attended school, so it's normal not to recognize him. Huh. How could Jiangya know such a sickly person? What a shame. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted into the sky. All gazes turned upward, witnessing Jiangya enveloped in flames, the intense heat forcing the students to step back. Had it not been for a defensive beast tamer stepping in to shield everyone, they might have been scorched. After a moment, Jiangya descended from the air, and a teacher announced, Jiangya, SS grade talent, Crimson Flame, Sacred Light. It can enhance her fire attribute beast attacks by 300. What? SS grade? Heavens, it has been 5 years since Linen City has seen an S-grade awakener, and today, we witness an SS grade. The genius girl is indeed terrifying. Crimson Flame, Sacred Light? This is the most suitable talent for fire attribute beast tamers. Who would have thought Jiangya, seemingly gentle, possesses such a fiery awakening? Tang Weigua nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. An SS grade talent. It seems our school shall gain fame again this year. Haha. Congratulations, Jiangya. Jiangya shyly nodded and quickly left the stage. Suemo Gij. I awakened an SS grade talent. Suemo smiled slightly. Congratulations. He instinctively reached out to pat her head. This unconscious gesture caused Su Feng, standing behind, to momentarily freeze. Next, Su Feng. Su Feng stepped forward but paused when he reached Su Mo's side. Humph. Useless brother, I advise you to keep your distance from Jiangya. She is a talent you are unworthy to associate with. Oh. Suemo turned to Su Feng, narrowing his eyes. What? You, who only knows how to seize and plunder. Think you are worthy? You. Su Feng hesitated before stepping onto the awakening platform. As everyone discussed Su Feng's accomplishments over the past 3 years, a scarlet aura emanated from him, soaring into the sky. Wow, another one? Could it be that our school is to witness 2 prodigies today? Observing the extraordinary phenomenon, Suemo narrowed his eyes. This brother, raised in a medicinal jar, had unexpectedly also become a genius? Chapter 3, a once-in-a-century talentless individual. The blood-red aura from Su Feng surged skyward, gradually fading. As he descended amidst the astonished and envious gazes of his classmates, he opened his eyes, and a dazzling brilliance radiated outward, causing the surrounding fabric to flutter as if stirred by a breeze, exuding an extraordinary presence. All the students cast curious glances, awaiting the teacher's announcement. Finally, Su Feng, S-grade talent, Frenzy, consumes mental energy and a small amount of vitality, enhancing all attributes of contracted beasts by 50. Duration, half an hour. Wow, is it Frenzy? Goodness, it's actually Frenzy. This Frenzy can enhance the abilities of all contracted beasts. Indeed, even though the enhancement is merely 50 for all attributes, firstly, it does not discriminate by attribute. If used on defensive beasts, it could turn them into an impenetrable fortress. Secondly, with a duration of half an hour and relatively low consumption for the beast tamer, it is truly the king of long-term combat. Exactly. Among the top 10 masters in Huaxia, there is one who possesses the Frenzy talent, revered as the beast-taming war god, Wang Tai. Su Feng is surely on the path to follow in his footsteps. Not only that, but how did Wang Tai rise to fame years ago? At present, Su Feng's household is graced by the presence of Major General Su, and with 3 years of outstanding achievements, his future prospects are undoubtedly boundless. I concur, after all. Is it not true that Su Feng is to venture into the military affairs hall to exchange for a high-ranking beast? Should he manage to procure a beast of legendary caliber or above, he would surpass the esteemed Elder Wang. It appears that this year, our Linen City is poised to produce 2 prodigies, both of whom will be admitted to the 4 prestigious academies. They may even emerge as national paragons. As the discussions among the crowd intensified, they were captivated by the prodigious talents of Jiangya and Su Feng. Meanwhile, Suemo furrowed his brow. Just as his mother had foretold, Su Feng had been consuming genetic elixirs since childhood, which had culminated today in the awakening of his S-rank talent. The populace buzzed about Linen No. 2 High School gaining notoriety, with the emergence of dual prodigies, a rarity in past years, perhaps even a once-in-a-century occurrence. Everyone was envious of Su Feng's genius, a future titan, capable of leveraging his merits to acquire even more high-tier beasts, thereby soaring to greatness and renown. However, everything taken through deceit must eventually be repaid. Next up, Suemo. Upon hearing his name announced, Su Mo's gaze sharpened. Go, Suemo. You can do it. Cheered Jiangya, her encouragement prompting a faint smile from him as he stepped forward. In contemplation, Suemo placed his hand upon the awakening stone. Boom. In an instant, Suemo felt an unnamed force erupt within him, as black smoke billowed forth, rising skyward. What? The audience was left in astonishment. The black hue signified a hidden talent, one that transcended the SSS rank. Could it be? In the past century, aside from the Kaitian squad, no one in Huaxia had ever possessed a hidden talent. Was Suemo truly a once-in-a-century genius? Yet, how could this be? Given that he had been bedridden for 3 years due to illness? Su Feng's brow similarly furrowed, fists clenched in frustration. How could Su Mo awaken a hidden talent? This was absolutely impossible. I, Su Feng, am the true prodigy. As the black aura dissipated, Su Mo's brow remained furrowed as he descended to the ground. At that moment, the teacher beside him hesitated for a while before letting out a sigh. Ah, Su Mo, you possess the cursed hidden talent of SSS rank. Blood rebirth. A beast master uses blood as a medium, merging with the blood array to nurture beasts. Depending on the amount of blood infused, it enhances the beast's rank. Silence followed, soon replaced by a fervor. What? A cursed talent? The very one derided as a useless gift, one that no one wished to awaken? What incredible misfortune had befallen Su Mo? Among the recorded hidden talents, he had encountered the only cursed one? Ha! This is utterly hilarious. I thought Su Mo was formidable, only to find out he possesses a cursed talent. I wager Su Mo's lifespan will not exceed 20 years. Within 2 years, he will surely perish from blood depletion. On the awakening platform, Principal Tang Weigua's initial excitement shifted to fervor, ultimately transforming into palpable regret. Alas, a cursed talent. Why does fate mock our linen no? To high school so? Among all hidden talents, the only one ridiculed has come to our school. Truly absurd. The cursed talent is undoubtedly the most unwelcome gift for any beast master, for it comes with a curse. Although Su Mo's awakening appears formidable, capable of accelerating the enhancement of beasts, it harbors a significant flaw, the sacrifice of blood. As a beast master, blood is finite. Excessive sacrifices will harm the very foundation, leading to a severe depletion of vital energy and, ultimately, a drastically shortened lifespan. Moreover, the blood rebirth bears an additional hidden limitation. The contracted beast will lose the abilities gained through combat and training. It can only upgrade by absorbing the blood within the array. This means that when the beast master eventually succumbs to blood depletion, the beast will perish alongside them. Thus, while beasts may initially upgrade rapidly under blood rebirth, they will stagnate later due to the beast master's waning lifespan. Beast masters with blood rebirth are referred to as the most short-lived beings in the world, bar none. Su Feng's eyes narrowed, and a smile crept upon his face. Huh, brother, I thought you had awakened a truly astonishing talent. But it turns out to be a cursed gift of short lifespan. How delightful. Now, you must either sacrifice your life or watch as I claim all that is yours and ascend to the pinnacle of Huaxia. But even if you choose to sacrifice your life, how long can you sustain it? Ha ha ha. Everyone erupted in laughter at Su Mo's expense, casting doubt upon his future. Only Su Mo kept his head down, nearly stifling a laugh. A cursed talent that costs life? How does that concern my immortal body? Chapter 4. Useless Beast? Level up by 3. Ah, Su Mo, fret not. Blood rebirth, if utilized wisely, combined with genetic elixirs to extend lifespan and enhance blood vitality, could still hold promise for the future. Hearing the principal's words of consolation, Su Mo stifled his amusement and feigned sorrow, nodding solemnly. As he made his way down, the surrounding students continued to mock him. Su Mo quickly returned to Jiang Ye's side. Yet before she could speak, Su Feng interjected. TSK, brother. What have you been doing at home these past 3 years? You have truly disappointed me. I have risked my life at the border for the glory of the Su family, and what of you? You've merely been a sickly wretch. And now you've awakened a cursed talent? If Dad finds out, he will surely be infuriated. I feel ashamed for our parents. Su Mo remained silent. Jiang Ye puffed up her cheeks in indignation. You, Su Feng, how can you speak to him like that? He is your own brother. Seeing Jiang Ye defend Su Mo, Su Feng's displeasure grew, but out of respect for their bond, he refrained from retorting, merely huffing before striding away. The awakening ceremony concluded with Su Mo's cursed talent, leaving a bittersweet aftertaste. Brother Su Mo, my parents have come to pick me up. May I accompany you home? Faced with Jiang Ye's invitation, Su Mo hesitated before shaking his head. No, I have some matters to attend to. You go ahead. Oh, all right, Jiang Ye replied, not pressing further, and departed. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Mo left the school. Initially, he had believed he would awaken a remarkable talent, only to discover it was a derided cursed gift. The sole hidden curse. No one held high hopes for him, but at this moment, Su Mo understood the true potential of his hidden ability and how extraordinarily advantageous it could be. However, he could not disclose his secret. Moreover, he needed to find a beast that resonated with his abilities. Only by hastening his growth could he regain the right to interact with the high echelons of the Huaxia Demon Suppression Army. At that time, he would reclaim everything. Beasts. Newly hatched. A rare-grade beast for merely 50,000 Huaxia coins. Young lady, we have a one-of-a-kind legendary beast in all of Linen City. The finest beneath the Military Affairs Hall. It's a bargain at 300,000 Huaxia coins. Heh. 2 coins. Beast feed is on sale for just 2 coins each. You are using a scale that is biased. I shall report you to the Beast Management Bureau. Ah, dear lady. Let us converse amicably. How about this? I shall gift you another one, free of charge. Surely that would suffice? The beast market, the most bustling area of every city, teems with all manner of beings and peculiarities. Here, anything related to beasts can be procured, provided one possesses sufficient wealth. However, for items of a higher caliber, one must venture to the official organization, the military pavilion. But therein lies a caveat. Without merit points, entry is unattainable. Merit points can only be acquired through task completion, battlefield victories, or undertaking various missions within academies and organizations. Suemo meandered through the throng, absorbing the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. He scanned the surroundings, seeking a beast that resonated with him. Alas, another hatching failure. Despite being a high-grade beast egg in a blind box, it yielded nothing but a mundane creature. Before a shop, a crowd had gathered, their murmurs of disappointment echoing as they witnessed the hatching of a low-tier beast. Yet Suemo halted, captivated by what lay before him. A freshly born puppy, no larger than an adult's palm, boasted a coat of gray fur adorned with yellow lightning insignias. A thunder dog? Sumo's eyes narrowed. In this world, beasts, whether tamed or ferocious, are inherently categorized by rank. The hierarchy ranges from ordinary, common, rare, legendary, epic, sovereign, mythical, ancient, to primal, with inherent bloodline suppressions between tiers. Though the thunder dog was classified as an ordinary beast, its unique characteristics rendered it gradually obsolete through evolutionary theory. It was known that its upgrading efficiency would diminish by 50 under conventional methods. However, when nourished by vitality, its upgrading efficiency would increase by 30. What ordinary beast master would willingly use their vitality to nurture a beast? Suemo chuckled. Was this not a fortuitous encounter? He approached the thunder dog, which had just entered the world, its large, innocent eyes surveying its surroundings. Sensing the disdain from the onlookers, a flicker of sorrow crossed its gaze. Upon noticing Sumo's presence, it mustered the strength to rise, nuzzling against his ankle. With a gentle smile, Suemo reached down to pat its head. Little one, would you care to accompany me? Woo-woo. The little creature yipped in response. Suemo promptly scooped it up and entered the shop. Good sir, what is the price for this thunder dog? Oh, you wish to purchase this thunder dog? It is a financial liability. A dreadful specimen. The shopkeeper's face was one of astonishment. Suemo chuckled lightly. No matter. Please, quote your price. The shopkeeper shook his head in resignation. This blood-sucking refuse cannot sell in our shop. Just give me the cost price, 300 coins. Suemo reached into his pocket, retrieving the coins without hesitation. Then, he raised his left hand, revealing a bracelet. This was standard equipment for all beast masters, containing information only visible to the wearer. Suemo level 1 beast master. Mental power, 159. Vitality, 188. Beast, none. Talent, vitality rebirth. The beast master uses blood as a medium, merging with the blood array to nourish the beast. Depending on the amount of vitality infused, the beast's level increases. Such was the information displayed on the beast master bracelet. Suemo silently recited the contract incantation. A golden light flickered in his palm, swiftly merging into the thunder dog's brow. Looking at the bracelet, the beast section now displayed new information. Thunder dog, ordinary rank. Childhood stage 1. Skill, basic claw attack level 1. Characteristic, upgrading efficiency under normal methods 50. Under vitality, nourishment 30. From this day forth, you shall be named Lightning. I hope you will not disappoint me in the future. Woo-woo. Suemo grinned and turned to leave. Brother Suemo, what brings you here? A voice called from behind, causing Suemo to furrow his brow slightly. He turned to see Jianya descending the stairs. Is this not your family's beast shop? Jianya, hands behind her back, swayed as she smiled. Indeed. This is my parents' establishment, named Elegant Pavilion. Brother Suemo, you. The young girl noticed the thunder dog in Sumo's arms and was taken aback. How did you contract a thunder dog? You must know that a beast master can only contract one beast every 10 levels. By contracting it, doesn't that mean? Oh, right. Brother Suemo, your talent. Jianya fell silent. Suemo chuckled. Yes, it is perfectly aligned with my talent. It could not be more suitable. However, Jianya's brow furrowed. Brother Suemo, wait for me. Before long, Jianya returned, holding a vial of potion. Brother Suemo, this is a vitality potion that can replenish a beast master's vitality. Please take it. Thank you. Suemo accepted graciously. Well aware that the potion's market value exceeded 10,000 coins, yet he did not wish to offend her kindness. After exchanging a few comforting words, Suemo finally departed. Brother Suemo, good luck. Although you have awakened a cursed talent, I believe that with the current advancements in technology, your future will undoubtedly not disappoint. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion, one among many beast pavilions in Linen City, caters specifically to beast masters. Within its confines are various holographic training devices capable of enhancing a beast's level through continuous practice. Sumo reserved the most affordable private room for an entire week. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the training ground, he observed the thunder dog, Lightning, who had just eaten and was now wagging its tail. Sumo smiled. Lightning, starting today, I shall use vitality to elevate your level. In 7 days, during the National University Recruitment Day, do not bring me shame. Woo-woo. Lightning barked joyfully. Sumo's expression turned serious as he silently recited the incantation, causing a tempest to surge around him, a torrent of vitality swirling forth. Before him, a blood-red hexagram array materialized, inscribed with obscure runes. At the center of the array, Lightning sat, its demeanor shifting from playful to solemn, with blood as the guide. Go. In an instant, countless streams of vitality erupted from Sumo's being, flowing like rivulets into the Thunderdog's brow. Lightning soared into the air, its form expanding under the nourishment of vitality. In mere seconds, Sumo felt his body sway and crash to the ground. He had expended all his vitality. Yet Sumo paid no heed. In the blink of an eye, he opened his eyes once more. He had revived. Mental power, 170. Vitality, 193. Gazing at the bracelet, Sumo noted the increase in both his mental power and vitality, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Immortal and indestructible, each revival strengthened him further. He mused. Who in this world could impede his path to divinity? Looking ahead, Lightning had landed gracefully, its tail wagging as it approached. Following their contract, a telepathic bond had formed between them, and Sumo sensed that it had leveled up. It had now reached childhood stage 2, on the cusp of stage 3. The fusion of the blood rebirth technique with the naturally blood-feeding Thunderdog proved to be a match made in heaven. Once more, leveraging his indestructible nature, Sumo continued to wield the blood array, nourishing the Thunderdog. For the second time, the Thunderdog ascended once more. Childhood stage, level 3. For the third time, the Thunderdog's entire being surged with vitality, its blood essence overflowing. Childhood stage, level 4. And what of Sumo? Level, second tier Beastmaster. Mental power, 203. Blood value, 210. Indeed, in this symbiotic relationship, Sumo successfully advanced to a second tier Beastmaster, signifying an enhancement in his mental prowess. Simultaneously, he possessed a blood value that was exceptionally rare among Beastmasters, reaching an astonishing double that of an ordinary practitioner. Lightning, let us go again. The Thunderdog opened its mouth, releasing a plume of blood mist, gazing lazily at Sumo. Its demeanor suggested it was communicating that it simply could not consume anymore. Sumo scratched his head. Bushijman, you can't eat anymore? Aren't dogs aware of their limits? Thunderdog, do I look like I care? JPG. Buzz. At this moment, Sumo's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered a message from someone named Sujejia. My dear brother, I've heard you've awakened your hidden talent. I'm at the Rising Sun Bar. Come join me for a drink. Chapter 5. Enemies are not gathered without reason. Giggle. My dear brother, you've finally arrived. At the Rising Sun Bar, a tall woman appeared before Sumo, her lustrous black hair cascading down, her crimson lips accentuating her enchanting features. She swayed her hips gracefully, approached Sumo, and seized his wrist, guiding him to a secluded booth. Noticing the little dog, Lightning, perched on Sumo's shoulder, the woman hesitated for a moment. Her name was Sujejia, the daughter of Sumo's uncle, whom he affectionately referred to as his cousin. In his father's family, she was the second child, while his uncle was named Su Yunsheng. Observing Sujejia, Sumo chuckled. Sister, why have you been so idle recently? Isn't the national recruitment just around the corner? As a recruitment mentor for Fuyao Academy, isn't it a bit unseemly for you to be drinking out in public? So what? I'm a person too, you know? Sujejia ordered 2 drinks, which arrived swiftly. After pushing one towards Sumo, she took a sip and smiled. My dear brother, what on earth is going on? How did you awaken a cursed talent and bond with a Thunderdog? While it is true that the Thunderdog aligns well with your cursed talent, do you realize the cost of blood rebirth? Sumo chuckled lightly. Of course I understand. Rest assured, I am well aware. He refrained from disclosing the secret of his indestructibility. Sujejia's brows furrowed slightly. And what about the past 3 years? I've heard you've taken sick leave, staying home, and your health has deteriorated. I often brought gifts to visit, but your parents consistently turned me away, forbidding me to see you. And now, seeing you like this, you hardly seem ill. Haha. Sumo suddenly laughed. Shaking his wine glass, he reminisced about every moment he had endured. With a sudden crack, the glass was crushed in his grip, yet not a scratch marred his palm. Such was the formidable transformation brought about by the enhancement of his blood value. Sujejia was taken aback. She hastily fetched a cloth, only to discover that Sumo's palm remained unscathed. Your hand? Suemo called for another drink, raising his gaze to his cousin. Throughout his life, if anyone had treated Suemo with the utmost kindness, it was this slightly older sister. In their childhood, whenever Suemo desired something his family refused to buy, it was always Sujejia who fulfilled his wishes. Whenever he faced injustice, she would rush to defend him, even once suffering a broken arm in the process, without a care for her own well-being. Suemo had naturally grown to consider her a confidant. Later, Sujejia, with her S-rank talent, the Thunderstorm Calamity, entered the prestigious Fuyao Academy. Though Suemo spent the past 3 years battling on the frontiers, he was aware that last year, Sujejia became a mentor in the admissions office. Sujejia quickly noticed something amiss in her brother's eyes and instinctively asked, "What is going on? There must be some hidden truth to this, right?" Suemo nodded, yearning to share the burdens that weighed upon his heart. Thus, he recounted the trials he had faced over the past few years. After a long pause, "What?" Bang! Crack! In her fury, Sujejia slammed her palm down, shattering the coffee table before her, drawing numerous disapproving gazes from the surrounding patrons. "Hey, what is going on? This is a bar, not a place for you to cause a scene. Hey pretty girl, looking all elegant, why act like such a little hoodlum? Do you need a big brother like me to help you vent?" Ha! Sujejia's gaze hardened. "If anyone dares to continue blabbering, I'll blow your precious treasures to smithereens." Zzz. In an instant, a bird of prey, radiating terrifying blue and purple lightning, soared from behind Sujejia, flapping its wings with a fierce cry. Thunder Falcon, epic tier beast. No one dared utter a word thereafter. Sujejia settled the bill for the shattered table and led Suemo to another spot. This time, she managed to temper her temper, though her expression remained displeased. "I never imagined that Uncle Su Sanxing would engage in such hypocritical actions behind the scenes. Brother, we must go. Today, I will seek justice for you." Hey! Suemo hurriedly grasped his sister, shaking his head with a wry smile. Sujejia had always treated him as her own brother, always the first to stand up for him, no matter the circumstances. Yet this time, Suemo held her back. "Sister, I know you want to defend me, but first, you are merely a 32nd tier beast master and a teacher at Fuyao Academy. My father is a 51st tier major general of the Lin and Demon Army. The disparity in strength and status is evident. You won't gain any advantage, and it might even provoke Uncle S. ire. That would only lead to more trouble for you, wouldn't it? It would tarnish your reputation." Taking a sip of his drink, Suemo smiled bitterly. "I don't care about my parents' reputation. They've already made it clear that they see me as a mere tool. I don't mind tearing the facade. But sister, your reputation is something I truly value." Sujejia felt a warmth in her heart, yet her dissatisfaction persisted. "So, you intend to let them act with impunity?" "Of course not." Suemo chuckled. "I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. It's just not the right time yet. Moreover, Su Feng taking all my merits? He better be prepared for the consequences. Rest assured, in due time, I shall ensure that they all pay the price. Don't you agree, Lightning?" The thunder dog on Sumo's shoulder barked in agreement. Sujejia hesitated and asked, "You're not planning to unleash this thunder dog to wreak havoc, are you?" "Suemo, have you lost your mind? Don't you realize that the thunder dog feeds on blood essence, consuming your lifespan?" Suemo nodded. "Don't worry, I have it all under control." "You?" Sujejia found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she sipped half of her drink and sighed deeply. "This time, the Fuyao Academy has come to our Linen City for enrollment, and as an advisor from the admissions office, I specifically requested to visit here, with the intention of seeing you. I had thought I finally received news of you. Although you awakened a cursed talent, I firmly believe that you will undoubtedly carve out a path distinct from everyone else in the future. Oh, by the way," Sujejia said as she took out a nested ring from her storage ring. "Here, this is a gift from me to you. And inside are several vials of vitality-enhancing genetic potions." Gazing at the storage ring, which itself was worth 300,000, Suemo remained silent, not making any move. "What? Are you disdainful of the value of my gift?" Sujejia retorted. Suemo hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's just that, sister, this is too precious." "So what? You are my favorite younger brother," Sujejia said nonchalantly. "Suemo, do you know why I have always favored you and not Su Feng?" Seeing Suemo shake his head, Sujejia chuckled. "Because throughout our lives, you have been the most honest, unlike Su Feng, who is glib-tongued and harbors ulterior motives. I had thought that as Su Feng grew older, he might amend his temperament, but unexpectedly, he has only become more brazen. Moreover, there is something you might not know." Suemo was slightly puzzled. Sujejia continued. "You know, Fuyao Academy, the foremost among the 4 major academies in the country, has always recruited only the elite of the elite, with an annual enrollment of less than 100 students. This year, Fuyao Academy has only 2 new student slots in Linen City, and coincidentally, only 2 have enrolled. Your little girlfriend Jiangya and your biological brother, Su Feng. Sumo's lips twitched. Sister, Jiangya, and I are merely friends. How could she be considered my little girlfriend? Is that the focal point? Su Jejia playfully slapped Sumo's forehead. In this world, apart from you, Su Mo, who could fail to see the affection Jiangya has for you? Moreover, the crux of my statement is about Su Feng, okay? Su Mo instantly grasped the situation. Su Feng had actually enrolled in Fuyo Academy? This revelation took him by surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given Su Feng's S-class talent, coupled with the merits acquired through unscrupulous means, if he were to obtain a formidable beast, he would undoubtedly excel in the admissions examination and secure a place in Fuyo Academy. However, sister, I also intend to apply to Fuyo Academy. Should I follow the procedure? Or will you assist me with my application? Are you out of your mind? Su Jejia hissed in a low voice. Sumo, do you realize that Fuyo Academy has stringent requirements? The combat score in the Mystery Tower must not be below 50,000 points. That means you must at least pass the 5th level. Do you comprehend what that entails? Of course. Su Mo replied confidently with a smile. I believe in lightning. It will surely lead me into Fuyo Academy. Su Jejia was rendered speechless with anger. At that moment, a voice boomed from the entrance of the bar. Where's the boss? Boss, clear the place. Today, the war god of the southern frontier, the owner of S-class talent, I, Su Feng, have reserved the entire venue. Hearing the commotion at the bar entrance, both Su Mo and Su Jejia turned their heads. Their brows furrowed. At the bar's entrance stood a group of people. Leading the pack was none other than Su Mo's younger brother, Su Feng. At this moment, Su Feng wore a smug smile, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the ambience and the entourage of sycophants boasting of his status. Nearby patrons, overhearing the exchanges, began to murmur. Look, that's Su Feng, the second son of the Magic Army's Major General Su Tsangxing. Indeed, Su Feng exudes an extraordinary aura. Look at that towering brown bear beside him. It must be his contracted beast. My goodness, I've heard of this brown bear. It's an epic tier beast exclusive to the military cabinet, known as the ironclad brown bear, possessing both physical strength and defensive attributes. This beast is immensely powerful, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Yes, rumor has it that when this ironclad brown bear reaches a higher level, it can even grow to several meters tall. Its might is truly exceptional. Let's hurry and leave. Didn't you hear young Master Su say he's reserved the entire venue? Staying here would only invite trouble. Let's go. In just a few minutes, the bar was cleared, leaving only Su Jejia and Su Mo seated at their booth. Su Jejia took a sip of her drink and scoffed. Humph, Su Feng? He truly has an inflated ego and an outrageous demeanor. If our uncle Su Tsangxing were to witness Su Feng's arrogance now, he would likely be infuriated to the point of being bedridden. Su Mo coldly remarked, Bedridden? You're overthinking it. Do you genuinely expect those hypocrites to take any meaningful action? Su Jejia chose not to respond. After paying for the reservation, Su Feng approached with the ironclad brown bear. Suddenly, he halted upon noticing Su Mo nearby. Instantly, Su Feng frowned and sneered. Oh, I thought who it was, someone so blind, knowing that I, the war god of the southern frontier, have reserved the sunrise bar, yet remains here, utterly oblivious. It turns out to be my worthless brother, who has been pretending to be ill at home for 3 years. Have I mentioned? My twin brother, throughout high school, never attended a single class, spending every day at home feigning illness, only to awaken a hidden talent in the end. I had thought that this hidden talent would elevate him to greatness, but who would have thought it turned out to be a cursed talent of blood reincarnation? Ha! A group of Su Feng's sycophants erupted into laughter. Indeed, young master is right. Who would have expected that his brother awakened a hidden talent, only to find it a cursed one? Blood reincarnation? That's the ability to use one's own vitality to nourish a beast, isn't it? Young master, it seems that before long, you will become the sole heir of the family. Young master, do take care of yourself when that time comes. Su Feng chuckled coldly. My worthless brother is merely a waste of resources in this world. It would be better if he perished early. In a century, there has only been one beast master with blood reincarnation. After acquiring the talent, within half a year, he perished due to depleted vitality. Su Mo, you must not lag behind. Otherwise, you might meet your end in 3 months. It would be a record-breaking feat, wouldn't it? The taunts were relentless. Su Jejia, listening in fury, stood up, ready to confront Su Feng. However, Su Mo suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Su Jejia, puzzled, asked, Su Mo, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Su Mo shook his head, giving her a look. He did not wish for Su Jejia to escalate matters too much. Or perhaps he felt that the time had not yet come. His father, Su Tsangxing, was a level 51 beastmaster and a major general of the Magic Army. Currently, Su Jejia's status and her level as a beastmaster were insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, The moment to reveal his strength had not yet arrived. Suemo thought to himself, if he were to expose the family scandal, while it might grant him an advantage, it could also provoke a cornered beast, and a desperate rabbit can bite. If Su Songxing were to go all out, then all plans would be in vain. However, this did not deter Suemo from contemplating his next actions. He rose abruptly and approached Su Feng, glancing at the armored brown bear beside him. With a cold tone, he remarked, I wondered who it was. Turns out to be my brother. Is this the armored bear you exchanged all your merits for? Su Feng responded with a chilling smile. What business is it of yours? My dear brother, I see you have also contracted your own beast. A low-tier thunderhound, no less. Truly a fitting match for your life-risking talent. Brother, do be careful not to perish before your thunderhound has even matured. Before Su Feng could finish his sentence, Suemo swiftly raised his hand and slapped Su Feng across the face. Momentarily stunned, Su Feng cradled his stinging cheek, staring incredulously at Suemo. You dare strike me? Suemo, head bowed and eyes burning with fury, exuded a murderous aura that made the surrounding air feel several degrees colder. Just a glance from that gaze felt like a plunge into the abyss for Su Feng. Suemo coldly stated, Su Feng, did your mother not teach you to show respect to your elder brother? Since she failed to do so, allow me to educate you. With another resounding slap, Suemo struck him again, causing both of Su Feng's cheeks to swell instantly. Sumo's expression darkened as he continued. Don't think that you can act so arrogantly just because you have taken everything from me. Can you truly bear the weight of all these merits I have transferred to you? Furrowing his brow, Su Feng retorted coldly. Are you not afraid of our parents disciplining you? Suemo laughed heartily before muttering, discipline me? I have not returned home in ages, and given the turmoil between us, do you think I fear them? Su Feng, if you possessed even a modicum of wisdom, I would advise you to keep a low profile. One day, you shall pay dearly for your actions today. Oh, by the way, is Su Xiao treating us to a private gathering? Does that mean all our expenses here today will be covered by you? Suemo turned to Su Jiejia and said, Sister, someone is treating us. Let us make our exit. With that, Suemo strode away. Su Jiejia cast a cold, derisive glance at Su Feng, her eyes brimming with scorn before she followed Suemo out of the bar. Listening to the furious shouts echoing from within the bar, Suemo shrugged nonchalantly. Su Jiejia spoke up. You know, I never realized you could be so resolute. Today, you truly showed no regard for your brother. Is this the change that 3 years in the south has brought you? Suemo nodded. Perhaps, for without a decisive hand in battle, I might have long become fodder for those magical beasts. All right, let me treat you to a meal. Afterward, I must return to rest. Su Jiejia said nothing, and the pair had a casual meal nearby. Over the past few years, Suemo had accomplished numerous feats, amassing wealth and honor that ensured his comfortable living in Linen City for at least a decade. After satisfying their hunger and listening to Su Jiejia's few words of comfort, Suemo ultimately decided to apply to Fuyao Academy. Su Jiejia, unable to persuade him further, sighed and departed. Returning to the Beast Masteress Guild, Suemo found himself back at the Su family villa. Upon seeing his son with swollen cheeks, Su Songxing gritted his teeth in anger. What happened? Speak at once. Su Feng trembled, feeling compelled to reveal everything without reservation. After a lengthy pause, Su Songxing raised his hand as if to strike Su Feng, but was stopped by his mother, Dongfangya. Fuming, Su Songxing exclaimed, How many times have I told you? The merits of your brother Suemo were not meant for you to squander freely. Do you understand what it means to attract attention? Thankfully, not many know of this today. If this were to come to light, our family would be forever tainted with disgrace. Do you comprehend that? Su Feng hurriedly replied. I know I was wrong, but Suemo should not have struck me in front of my friends. You must stand up for me. Su Songxing, exasperated, retorted. Do you still have the audacity to speak to me like this? Go to your room at once. For the next 6 days, you will stay in your room and cultivate diligently, without stepping outside. As for Suemo's matter, I will handle it myself. Dongfangya chimed in, supporting Su Songxing. And after offering some consolation, Su Feng stormed off, taking the armored brown bear with him to his bedroom. Su Songxing picked up his phone and dialed a number urgently. Immediately, find out Sumo's whereabouts. Chapter 7, The Elegant Lady? Jiang Hainie. With the sound of applause echoing, Suemo opened his eyes. To this day, he had been living here for 5 days. By now, he had broken through to become a level 6 beast master. His mental strength had reached 633, while his vitality was at 485. Simultaneously, his thunderhound, Lightning, had progressed to the 8th stage of the youth realm, almost reaching the 9th stage. He had also comprehended a second skill, Thunder Dash, which greatly enhances his own speed while imbuing Lightning's ordinary claw attacks with electrical properties. The basic claw attack had successfully advanced to level 3, significantly boosting Lightning's combat capabilities. Just 10 minutes ago, Lightning had feasted for the third time today due to Su Mo's use of blood rebirth, and Su Mo felt a twinge of helplessness. He gradually understood that although lightning fed on his vitality, there seemed to be a fixed amount it consumed daily. As its level increased, its appetite grew. Yet Su Mo's vitality was also on the rise. Under this proportional relationship, resurrecting 3 times was likely its limit. Su Mo estimated that with 2 days remaining, there was a possibility lightning could reach the young realm by then, which bolstered his confidence about entering Fuyao Academy. However, at that moment, the applause continued, prompting him to lift his gaze sharply. Standing at the doorway was a woman clad in a red qipao, her alluring curves accentuated perfectly. Su Mo instinctively reacted to her presence. He stood up, and lightning swiftly approached her. Notably, over the past 5 days, lightning had grown considerably, nearly matching the size of an adult dog, thus no longer able to perch upon Su Mo's shoulder. Observing the woman before him, Su Mo furrowed his brow, a sense of caution flashing through his mind as he instinctively asked, "Who are you?" The woman smiled gently. "Hello, little brother, my name is Jiang Haining, the owner of the Tiandao Pavilion. I apologize for the unintentional intrusion. I have 2 matters to discuss with you." Su Mo searched his mind. Jiang Haining was indeed the proprietress of Tiandao Pavilion. It was rumored that she had established this Beast Master Guild in Linen City 10 years ago. Her husband had been a renowned Beast Master, who tragically perished in battle against magical beasts. Since then, she had remained a widow. Yet, Su Mo was puzzled. External rumors claimed Jiang Haining lacked any real power or background. What means had she employed to maintain her foothold in Linen City for so many years? Years of combat experience told Su Mo that this woman was certainly not simple. As the woman approached, the thunder dog beside Su Mo emitted a low, mournful growl. Su Mo raised his hand to stroke its head, soothing it into calmness. Jiang Haining giggled, remarking, "Hee, little brother, looking at you. One would hardly believe you have spent 3 years bedridden in the Su family, so naive and unworldly. It appears that your experiences in the southern border have indeed brought about a remarkable transformation in you." "What?" A sudden shock coursed through Su Mo's heart as he instinctively inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Haining replied with a smile, "Do not be alarmed, little brother. I harbor no malice towards you. As for my identity, you shall come to know it in due time. Now let us discuss important matters. First, the Xiantai Heavy Sword. The Underworld King, which you had sent back from the southern border, has just arrived." As she spoke, Jiang Haining, with a flicker of her thoughts, summoned a heavy sword adorned with intricate patterns from her storage ring, presenting it in her hand. Subsequently, she tossed the heavy sword towards Su Mo. Upon catching it, he felt the familiar weight of the sword. The Xiantai Heavy Sword. The Underworld King. It had accompanied him through 2 years of relentless battles against magical beasts in the southern border. Su Mo drew the sword, and in an instant, a wave of bloodlust surged forth. Quickly, he returned it to his storage ring. Observing Jiang Haining before him, Su Mo could not help but furrow his brow. He pondered how this seemingly delicate woman could wield a sword weighing over 100 pounds. Soon, Jiang Haining glanced down with a smile and commented, "Little brother, this thunderdog is indeed impressive. Within just 5 days, it has advanced from the initial stage of its youth to the 9th stage. Such rapid progress is likely tied to your innate bloodline rebirth talent, is it not?" "Ah, do not misunderstand me. I can see your astonishment. To be frank, my talent lies in beast mastery perception. While I may lack combat prowess, I possess the ability to sense all information regarding Beast Tamers. Moreover, I must inform you that I have detected an unusual aura from your Thunderdog's bloodline, which I believe will surprise you in the future." After this, Jiang Haining added, "Oh, by the way, there is another matter. Your parents have arrived and are currently waiting for you at the front desk of the Tiandao Pavilion. Do you plan to meet them?" Su Mo frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding and stepping outside. Finally, he arrived at the front desk of the Tiandao Pavilion, where he saw his parents seated on a nearby sofa, with a staff member serving them tea. Upon seeing Su Mo approach with the Thunderdog, Su Sangxing slammed the table in front of him, his voice filled with fury. "Su Mo, it seems you have grown wings. After raising you for so many years, how dare you run away from home? What is this? Have I been too lenient with you? Come back with me at once. Furthermore, I have already enrolled you in a college in Linen City, and you are to take the entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Although you have gained the bloodline rebirth talent, it is merely a cursed ability compared to your brother. However, I have already paved a way for you, and with a little guidance, you will surely gain admission. Once you graduate from the college, you can work at your mother's gene corporation." Dongfang nodded in agreement. "Son, your father and I are doing this for your own good. This bloodline rebirth will ultimately lead to your demise. But if you graduate from the college and work as a security guard at my company, you will at least have a secure life." Watching his parents banter back and forth, Su Mo coldly chuckled. "I never imagined that the 2 of you would come here today to plot my future." Should I thank you both or feel sorrow? A security guard? What a noble profession. Impudent. Su Songxing growled. You insolent brat. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your father. Su Mo smiled mockingly. You are my father? Have you ever treated me as your son? Reflect on the things you have done. Do not speak of returning me. That is out of the question. You want me to abandon my chance at a better college? I have heard that Su Feng has applied to the Fuyo Academy, correct? In 2 days, I too shall apply to the Fuyo Academy. And I will show you who is stronger between Su Feng and myself. He is merely a genius born from a medicinal cauldron, far inferior to me. You. How can you possibly compare to Su Feng? Do you have any idea how he was cultivated from a young age? Do you truly believe that your meager abilities can surpass his? Su Songxing's brow furrowed, yet he suddenly noticed the fierce confidence in Su Mo's eyes. In that moment, an unsettling feeling surged within him. Su Songxing thought, could it be that Su Mo truly has something to rely on? A sense of foreboding rose in Su Songxing's heart. Yet he still said, very well, I will arrange for you to attend a prestigious academy. I will spend some money to pull some strings to get you in. After that, I will have you placed in a military clerical position, ensuring a worry-free future for you. How does that sound? Su Mo turned to leave, leaving behind a mocking laugh. Spare me your sanctimonious words. Instead of wasting time here, you should prepare Su Feng mentally, lest he ends up in front of me, crying and speechless. Chapter 8. A fool's errand to apply to Fuyo? 2 days later. Linen City. Before the Mystery Tower. The Mystery Tower is a structure found in every city around the world, designed to test and record the capabilities of every beast master. This tower consists of 100 floors, each guarded by different magical beasts, all constructed using holographic imagery and futuristic technology. Every year, on the day of the National College admissions across China, entrance assessments are conducted in front of the Mystery Tower. All beast masters enter the Mystery Tower for a climbing test, and based on their performance, they are awarded different combat scores, which determine their eligibility for various colleges. At this moment, before the Mystery Tower, the 4 major academies, Fuyo Academy, Taishu Academy, Tianqing Academy, and Pixiao Academy, stood with their enrollment offices rather deserted, with only a few individuals lingering around. In stark contrast, the entrances of other higher and even lower-tier colleges were bustling with crowds. Before long, someone shouted. And from the outskirts of the crowd, Su Feng appeared, accompanied by his ironclad brown bear, which had now reached the second stage of its youth, striding forward with confidence. Upon reaching the enrollment office of Fuyo Academy, he greeted his cousin Su Jiejia with a grin. Sister, I have come to take the exam. Is it really necessary? My ironclad brown bear has already reached the second stage. Breezing through the first 5 floors will be a piece of cake. Why don't you just pass me today? After all, this is a foregone conclusion, and I am eager to return home to play video games. Su Jiejia huffed. Stop calling me sister, Su Feng. This is the new student assessment. We must follow the rules. Here is your pass to enter the Mystery Tower. Go ahead, and I await your good news. Emphasizing the words good news, Su Jiejia's tone was particularly pointed. Su Feng, however, remained unfazed, bursting into laughter. Very well. Today I shall show you how I, Su Feng, dominate the Mystery Tower. As Su Feng's words echoed, a chorus of voices rose around him, praising his prowess and expressing excitement for his forthcoming performance. Su Feng felt a sudden glow on his face and hurriedly made his way toward the entrance of the Xuanji Tower. However, a voice rang out behind him. Hello. I wish to apply to Fuyo Academy. Su Feng abruptly turned around to see Su Mo confidently smiling, accompanied by his thunder dog, in front of Su Jiejia. Everyone was taken aback, not just Su Feng. Goodness, could it be that I misheard? Su Mo is actually applying to Fuyo Academy. My heavens. Fuyo Academy is the most difficult of the 4 prestigious academies in Huaxia. One must achieve a battle score of at least 50,000 within the Xuanji Tower, which means they must reach at least the 6th level. Su Mo has lost his mind. Although he possesses the cursed talent of blood rebirth, the beast he has contracted is merely an ordinary lineage, isn't it? What qualifies him to apply to Fuyo Academy? Indeed, even with 7 days to cultivate the Thunder Dog, it would barely reach the 3rd stage of the juvenile realm. He would have to exhaust his vitality to the brink of death. I truly cannot comprehend what qualifies him to survive in the Xuanji Tower. He is truly unaware of his own limitations. Su Mo's brother has become a war god in the borderlands over 3 years, earning the ironclad brown bear through unparalleled merit. So it is only natural for him to enter Fuyo Academy. What qualifications does Su Mo possess? Indeed, this year, it seems that only Su Feng and the genius girl Jiang Yu will enter Fuyo Academy. Su Mo? Perhaps he is merely here to make up the numbers. Ha ha ha. If he fails the assessment, he will lose his chance to enter any other academy, and then we shall see what he does. With the surrounding crowd's incessant mockery, Su Feng turned back, rushing towards Su Mo. Meanwhile, at the Fuyo Academy side, Su Jiejia stood up. Her brow furrowed as she addressed her cousin. Suemo, how many times must I tell you? Fuyao Academy is not so easily entered. 50,000. Do you even comprehend what that means for you? Suemo chuckled softly, extending his left hand to touch the bracelet on Su Jiejia's wrist. In an instant, Su Jiejia's pupils constricted in shock. How did you do that? Suemo shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate, and calmly inquired. May I proceed to apply for Fuyao Academy? Upon recalling the information she had just sensed, a tempest surged within Su Jiejia's heart. After a moment, she sighed. You are truly insane. 3 years in the borderlands, and this is all it has taught you? Suemo remained silent. With another sigh, Su Jiejia registered Suemo's information but withheld his level and attributes, fully aware of the dangers of exposing everything too soon. Little did she know, Suemo was radiating confidence. Over the past 7 days, he had successfully enhanced his mental strength and vitality through repeated revivals, becoming a level 7 Beastmaster. His mental strength reached 785 points, and his vitality soared to 550 points. In terms of attributes alone, Suemo had become the strongest among all newcomers, even standing at the pinnacle. Meanwhile, his thunder dog, Lightning, despite being of an ordinary lineage, had already reached the first stage of the Young Realm. Its basic attack skill, Claw Strike, had advanced to level 4, now imbued with lightning attributes. Lightning's flash had also received greater reinforcement due to its level increase. Su Jiejia rolled her eyes at him. Here is your pass. Take it. Be cautious and don't overexert yourself, understood? A warmth surged in Su Mo's heart as he accepted the pass. At that moment, Su Feng arrived with the ironclad brown bear, exclaiming, Oh, who do we have here? My underachieving brother. What is the matter? Awakened a cursed talent and feeling uneasy? You haven't been home for 7 days. Today, do you plan to make a grand impression? Brother, do you even know what kind of achievements are required to apply to Fuyao Academy? Do you genuinely believe that with your pathetic thunder dog, you can make a mark? Chapter 9, Dominating the Scene. Top rank. The crowd buzzed with excitement, astonished by Suemo's absence from home for 7 days, and many began speculating about what he had experienced. Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in from a distance. Ah, Brother Suemo, are you applying to Fuyao Academy too? What a coincidence. Could it be that we will enter Fuyao Academy together? Everyone turned to see Jiangya, the talented girl from the Jiang family, bouncing toward them, a small, adorable eagle with bright red feathers soaring above her head. Jiangya approached Suemo, grinning. Brother Suemo, is this your contracted beast? Suemo nodded. Jiangya continued. This is my contracted beast, a rare grade fire hawk. I named it Xiaohong. Isn't it cute? The fire hawk flew closer to Suemo, and he reached out to stroke its smooth feathers, prompting a delighted chirp from the bird. Nearby, Su Feng scoffed at the scene, feeling displeased by the closeness between Jiangya and Suemo. Suemo, you are truly oblivious to your own limitations, thinking you can apply to Fuyao Academy. Do you realize that this year, in Linen City, there are only 2 fixed admission spots? If you fail the assessment, no other academy will accept you. Unless our father intervenes to arrange a spot for you in a lower-tier academy, you will never progress further in your life. You truly lack sense. Suemo laughed. My dear brother, have you considered what will happen if you are eliminated? How will you beg father to arrange a spot for you in another academy? Su Feng was momentarily stunned. Are you suggesting I could be eliminated? Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Brother, that is the greatest joke I have ever heard. I, Su Feng, will be eliminated? Surely you must have lost your mind. Anyone who has attended school for 3 years wouldn't utter such nonsense. Suemo retorted. Very well, since you believe so. I shall demonstrate just how vast the gap between us truly is. Bring it on. I await your slap in the face. With that, Su Feng, accompanied by the ironclad brown bear, dashed toward the teleportation passage at the entrance of the Xuanji Tower once again. Jiangya, witnessing this, furrowed her brow and instinctively asked, Brother Suemo, Su Feng. Suemo shook his head. Do not concern yourself with him. Those who do wrong shall ultimately reap what they sow. Just watch. It won't be long before he pays the price. Xiaoya, during today's assessment in the Xuanji Tower, you must give it your all and surpass Su Feng. Though Jiangya was unaware of Suemo's reasoning, she nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Suemo. My Xiaohong has now reached the 3rd stage of the Young Realm. I believe passing the first 5 layers will be no issue. As they spoke, Jiangya received the pass from Su Jiejia, and the two, accompanied by their contracted beasts, hurried toward the Xuanji Tower. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, they nodded to each other and stepped into the tower, one after the other. At the teleportation entrance, some beastmasters still observing began to discuss. Inside the Xuanji Tower, it was divided into 100 layers. The 1st to the 5th layers contained the Blood Moon Wolves of the Juvenile Realm, stages 1 to 5. Their skills were limited, relying solely on the Blood Moon Bite, which could inflict bleeding status on the beasts, gradually depleting their vitality until they perished. From the 6th to the 10th floor, there exists a solitary creature on each level, a blood-sucking bee of the 6th to 10th tier of the juvenile realm, characterized by its agility and the venomous skill of its stinger, inherently imbued with poison attributes. It is noteworthy that all magical beasts from the 1st to the 10th floor are of an ordinary rank, subjected to the suppression of their bloodlines. Consequently, many harbor high hopes for the rare-ranked fire eagle and the epic-ranked ironclad brown bear to achieve remarkable results. Ascending to the 11th floor, one encounters 3 juvenile stage 10th tier dragon scale pythons, followed by 5 of the same on the 12th floor, equipped with the formidable skill of constriction and boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. As for the 13th floor, there resides a juvenile stage 1st tier fire phoenix, wielding the skill of scorching flames. However, as the surrounding individuals recounted these developments, the conversation came to a halt. Every Beastmaster is acutely aware of an unbroken record set within the annual freshman examination, a record established a century ago by the foremost of the 10 Grandmasters of Huaxia. Long Songhai. He valiantly fought through the challenges to reach the 13th floor, ultimately inflicting severe injury upon the Fire Phoenix and achieving a score of 129,000. This record has remained unchallenged for 100 years, unmatched by any novice Beastmaster. As discussions unfolded, a colossal screen materialized before the mysterious tower, revealing a real-time leaderboard. It displayed that Su Feng had successfully cleared 5 floors, ascending to the 6th level of the tower. At this juncture, Su Feng had garnered a battle score of 50,000, the minimum requirement for admission to the Fuyao Academy. Consequently, all present had concluded that Su Feng now held the ticket to the academy. Shortly thereafter, the second contender appeared. Jiangya, possessing an SS-level talent, had also cleared the 5th floor, her score rising rapidly. Despite her magical beast being 2 tiers lower than Su Feng's, her SS talent and the superior performance of the Fire Eagle propelled her to the 6th floor as well. 10 minutes elapsed, and Su Feng was teleported out of the mysterious tower, breathless and drenched in sweat. He cast a glance at the leaderboard, where his score had settled at 56,000 for the 6th floor. Observing this result, Su Feng smirked coldly. Though it falls slightly short of my expectations, it is more than sufficient for admission to Fuyao Academy. However, Jiangya, you truly are formidable. No wonder you are the woman I admire. The leaderboard indicated that Jiangya had surpassed Su Feng, claiming the top position with a final score of 60,000. She too emerged from the tower, her delicate skin glistening with perspiration, yet she disregarded it. Hastily glancing at the leaderboard, many recognized what Jiangya was searching for, Su Mo. Yet, as of now, the leaderboard displayed a stark gap, with Su Feng and Jiangya far ahead of the others. The third place barely reached a score of 20,000, marking them as a genius among ordinary Beastmasters. However, Su Mo's name had yet to appear. Standing beside Jiangya, Su Feng chuckled coldly. Oh Jiangya, are you still holding out hope that your brother Su Mo will achieve a commendable score? Don't be delusional. With his mediocre talent, what remarkable score could he possibly attain? I truly cannot fathom why he even chose to apply to Fuyao Academy. It's a matter of life and death for him. Jiangya frowned deeply. Su Feng, Su Mo is your own brother. Not only do you show indifference, but you also mock him? Su Feng snorted dismissively, choosing not to respond. Surrounding Beastmasters engaged in continuous discussions. Sigh, it seems Su Mo hasn't even begun to tackle the 1st floor. With his ordinary bloodline and that thunder dog, how could he possibly contend against the Blood Moon Wolf on the 1st level? Indeed, Su Mo appears unlikely to gain entry into Fuyao Academy. If he scores even 10,000 points today, I'll wash my hair upside down. What does he possess? With that cursed talent, he dares to think about entering Fuyao Academy? It's truly laughable. Exactly. He pales in comparison to his brother Su Feng, who has fought valiantly for 3 years in the borderlands, becoming a war god among ordinary folk and earning the epic-ranked ironclad brown bear through unparalleled merit. Although his score today is slightly lower than Jiangya's, one must recognize the disparity in talent. I believe that in the future, Su Feng will undoubtedly surpass one of the 10 Grandmasters, Wang Tai. Who would have thought the Su family's twin stars could differ so greatly? It's truly lamentable. What? Look over there. Suddenly, the entire venue erupted in excitement. At that very moment, amidst the ongoing discussions, a name shot to the top of the leaderboard. A staggering score of 100,000 points. Yes, it was Su Mo. Chapter 10, Unworthy Son. A waste. Shock, unprecedented shock. Silence. A silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, before the mysterious tower, all Beastmasters stood agape, unable to utter a word. Akin to the calm before a storm. Mere seconds later, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. How could this be? 100,000? Could it truly be a battle score of 100,000? My goodness, it has been years since anyone in Linen has achieved such a score in the freshman examination. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? A selection score of 100,000 from the Academy? The last time we witnessed this was ages ago. Who exactly is Suemo? Perhaps you are unaware? Suemo is a student from Linen No. 2 High School. Since the beginning of his first year, he has taken a 3-year leave of absence from school, only appearing during the awakening ceremony a week ago. Who would have thought that this frail individual could achieve such remarkable results? Suemo? Is he the same Suemo from Linen No. 2 High School who awakened the cursed bloodline talent of blood rebirth? Indeed, that is him. At that time, he faced ridicule from many upon awakening that cursed talent. Little did we expect to be so astonished today. Goodness. Could it be that Suemo expended his life force to enhance his magical beast S level, thus achieving this score? Is he risking his life? Regardless of whether he is or not, the score displayed on the mysterious tower is undeniable. In my recollection, over the past 2 or 3 decades, no one nationwide has achieved a battle score of 100,000 in the mysterious tower. However, how did Su Feng fall behind today? Amidst the discussions, all eyes turned towards Su Feng, many of whom were well acquainted with his exploits. Su Feng, renowned among the graduating students of the senior year, had garnered significant fame. Whispers circulated, expressing various opinions. Have you seen? That is Su Feng, known as the war god of the southern frontier. It said he has slain countless juvenile magical beasts, returning home laden with honors, even trading his merits for an ironclad brown bear. Yet today, why does his score fall so short compared to his brother? Who knows? Could it be that Su Feng intentionally gave his brother a chance? Surely not. Su Feng is applying to Fuyao Academy, and now his brother is also applying. With such a vast difference in scores, isn't Su Feng at risk of losing his admission? Even among the students who apply to the Fuyao Academy, those who fail to gain admission lose their eligibility to enter other institutions. Su Feng surely comprehends all of this. Listening to the discussions of the graduating beastmasters around him, he clenched his teeth in frustration, his fists tightly balled. He felt as if he could shatter his own teeth or vanish into the cracks of the earth. Why? With his eyes reddened and bloodshot, he gazed at the list projected on the screen before the Xianyuan Tower, his heart aflame with indignation and resentment. Why? What on earth is the reason? Who can enlighten me? How could Suemo attain a score of 100,000, surpassing me? It is clear that I have been the one everyone has placed their hopes upon since childhood, a prodigy nurtured with countless genetic potions. The top position on that list should undoubtedly belong to me. Su Feng found it impossible to accept. He believed he should be the rightful first place. Yet now, Jiangya, the girl he admired, overshadowed him, and even his brother, whom he regarded as worthless, had outperformed him, claiming the top spot. It was inconceivable. At last, Su Feng could no longer contain himself, shouting, Suemo must have cheated. He must have. For the past 3 years, he had been a frail invalid, never having engaged in any training. How could he possibly achieve such a rank? Poor Su Feng. Even now, he failed to recognize that it was he who had usurped Sumo's merit. Nor did he consider the incredible growth Suemo had undergone over the past 3 years on the frontier. He must be mad. Indeed, he must have been exhausting the majority of his lifespan, leveraging his cursed talent to attain such results. Su Feng turned to his sister Su Jiejia, exclaiming, Sister, are you really going to allow someone like Suemo, who has so little time left, to enter your Fuyao Academy? Even if you manage to cultivate him into a genius, he has at most a few years of life remaining. You should seriously reconsider. Abandon Suemo and let him go. I am the one who deserves to enter Fuyao Academy. Su Jiejia regarded him coldly. Then, her gaze drifted to Sumo's name on the screen, her eyes distant, lost in thought. Within the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, prompting everyone to turn. Look, isn't that Su Feng and General Su, their father? How did he get here? Moreover, it seems he is accompanied by the commanders of our Linen War Zone's Demon Suppression Army. At the end of the street, a group of middle-aged men clad in the uniforms of the Demon Suppression Army approached, chatting and laughing. It appeared they had come to witness the glory of Suemo and Su Feng today, but glory? It seemed anything but. As discussions swirled among the onlookers, Su Tsangxing walked at the forefront, a group of officers chuckling beside him. Haha, Major Su, today marks a momentous occasion for the Su family. Indeed, indeed. General Su, your second son Su Feng has returned from the frontier with remarkable achievements. Not only has he awakened an S-rank talent, but he has also acquired an epic tier beast. He is sure to achieve outstanding results in today's Xianyuan Tower assessment. Oh, by the way, may I ask which academy your young master has applied to? Listening to the flattery surrounding him, Su Tsangxing laughed heartily. My son, though modest, has applied to Fuyao Academy. That said, whether he gains admission is another matter. You mustn't flatter me too much here. If my son fails to enter Fuyo Academy, I would be embarrassed, and you would all feel uncomfortable then, wouldn't you? Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. General Su, you are too humble. Given your son's accomplishments and strength, having slain thousands of juvenile magic beasts with sheer physical prowess, what could a mere Xianyuan tower possibly pose as a challenge? Yes. General Su, your young master is destined for boundless glory. If in the future you rise even higher, don't forget about us, your loyal subordinates. Su Zongxing beamed with pride, hastily waving his hands in assurance. All right. Your recognition means a lot to me. I shall not forget you all. Now, let us hurry along. I reckon my youngest son has already achieved excellent results. The crowd chuckled. By the way, Major Su, how is your eldest son Su Mo faring these days? Su Zongxing let out a sigh. Alas, since awakening the cursed talent, Su Mo has been in low spirits, having not returned home in quite some time. As a father, it pains me. Yet I assure him that regardless of his cursed talent, his mother and I will not abandon his future. At the very least, he shall live without want. Thankfully, his younger brother will be able to support him in the future. The crowd nodded, continuing to praise him. Indeed, the second son of the Su family, caring for the common people, slaying demons on the frontier, yet still prioritizing his elder brother upon returning home. Su Zongxing laughed heartily. Thus, the group approached the Xianyuan Tower, where he responded with a smile to the greetings of the multitude. However, when he lifted his gaze to the leaderboard before him, he was struck dumb. What? Su Mo is first. How is that possible? Chapter 11. Never before witnessed such turbulence. Su Zongxing had always had a catchphrase, a life in the military after decades. What great tempests have I not encountered? Yet this time, he truly had never seen anything like it. Stunned, Su Zongxing had anticipated that his son would indeed be among the top ranks. With the epic tier beast obtained through countless meritorious deeds, securing the first position on this year's new student leaderboard at the Xianyuan Tower should have been a certainty. Even at the very least, he should have claimed the second spot. Little did he expect that the first place would be Su Mo, followed by Jiangya, with his second son, the much-admired Su Feng, relegated to third place. How could this be? In his memory, although Su Mo possessed an SSS-level hidden talent, it was a cursed talent that consumed vitality and longevity. How could Su Mo, even if he could command powerful beasts, possibly create such a great storm? After all, it takes time for one's vitality to recover. How could the beast cultivated with genetic potions possibly be weaker? Furthermore, Su Feng even had the Berserk talent. Yet now, Su Mo had surged ahead, firmly surpassing Su Feng's results and claiming the top position, leaving Su Zongxing incredulous. Beside him, the other officers frowned, instinctively voicing their confusion. What is the meaning of this? How has the eldest son of the Su family become first, while the second son Su Feng has fallen to third? Indeed, does not the cursed talent consume vitality for rebirth? It has only been 7 days since awakening. Even if young Master Su Mo has utilized vitality rebirth twice, his body must require time to recover. How could he possibly enhance his beast to such a level and achieve such a high combat score? Moreover, does this not imply that young Master Su Feng has been eliminated by Fuyo Academy? Heavens! General Su, is there no communication between your two children? Yes. According to the screen, young Master Su Mo has also applied to Fuyo Academy. With his current score, has he not effectively pushed his own brother out? Su Zongxing's face turned an ashen hue, resembling the color of liver, overwhelmed with discomfort. As a throng of people approached, Su Feng rushed forward with an almost frenzied urgency. He gazed at his father, exclaiming loudly, "Father, what is happening? Did you not already speak to Su Mo? You must not let him usurp my place in the Fuyao Academy. Why? Why is Su Mo now at the pinnacle? And does his blood reincarnation not require a period of recovery? No matter how formidable he may be, even if he can utilize blood reincarnation thrice, he is merely a common beast master of ordinary caliber, barely capable of reaching the 4th stage of the juvenile realm. How does he possess the right to ascend to the 10th floor? Did you assist him in cheating?" Silence, Su Zongxing bellowed, raising his hand to strike Su Feng across the face. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am your father. Do you truly believe I would conspire against you to aid Su Mo?" Su Zongxing muttered under his breath. The slap jolted Su Feng back to reality. Throughout his life, he had been regarded as a prodigy by his parents, nurtured and cherished, even when he was meant to answer the nation's call and fight on the frontiers. His parents had intervened, secretly arranging for Su Mo to enlist in his stead, earning myriad accolades, which were later attributed to Su Feng. Having received unending care throughout his life, how could Su Feng fathom being betrayed by his own father? Yet, tears welled in Su Feng's eyes as he choked out. But why? Why can Su Mo, a mere waste, a bearer of cursed talent, ascend to the 10th floor? Su Zongxing's brow furrowed. "Who are you questioning?" "Su Feng. You better behave today. All your uncles are present. Do not disgrace me." Su Feng trembled, standing obediently with clenched fists, fixated on the leaderboard ahead. Look! Sumo's battle score has risen again. Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to notice that Sumo's combat rating had indeed increased once more. Inside the Xuanji Tower, which comprised 100 levels, each tier was guarded by magical beasts of varying ranks and numbers. From the first stage of the juvenile realm to those representing the apex of the universe, showcasing the finest magical creatures of this world. These were products of the formidable future technology that the Xuanji Tower was built upon. Every beast master could enter, relying on their strength to vanquish monsters step by step to ascend higher. Each level represented a score of 10,000 points, with the battle rating reflecting the performance of the beast masters who entered. Upon entering the Xuanji Tower, Suemo found himself in a realm of his own. At the center of the first floor lay a juvenile Stage 1 Blood Moon Wolf. Without a second thought, he swiftly dashed towards the staircase with his companion. The Thunder Dog, Lightning, the Blood Moon Wolf, noticing their arrival, sprang to its feet and charged towards them. Suemo ascended to the second floor with rapid strides, where two juvenile Stage 2 Blood Moon Wolves awaited. He continued this pattern, climbing step by step. Soon, he reached the sixth floor, where a total of 15 Blood Moon Wolves of varying stages pursued him. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught of the wolves, and the crimson aura of their roars resonated in Sumo's senses. However, a smirk crept across Sumo's lips. He had entered after Su Feng, and his concern that Su Feng might achieve a higher score spurred him to expedite his progress. He had heard of prodigies who gathered numerous beasts from earlier levels and united to slay them at higher tiers, and he intended to do the same. With that determination, Suemo pressed onward, finally arriving at the 10th floor. There he faced 15 Blood Moon Wolves, ranging from juvenile stages 1 to 5, along with 5 agile blood-sucking bees from stages 6 to 10. Standing at the center of the arena, Suemo grinned and turned to Lightning, saying, "Lightning, shall you take care of these beasts?" Barking affirmatively, Lightning's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Suemo chuckled, "Very well, if you're so confident, go ahead and eliminate these 20 beasts." Despite the daunting presence of 20 magical creatures, the disparity between juvenile and young realms was akin to that between heaven and earth. Thus, Lightning dispatched the beasts with ease, enveloped in flickering azure-purple light. In an instant, Lightning vanished from sight. When Suemo glanced up, he witnessed the 20 beasts engulfed in a dazzling display of blue-purple lightning. And within mere moments, they exploded into clouds of black smoke, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from Sumo's view. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, Beastmaster Suemo. You have cleared the 10th level of the Xuanji Tower. Current battle score, 100,000 points. Current ranking on the Academy Admission Assessment. First place. Please select to complete the assessment or continue to the next level." Chapter 12. Breaking a century-old record? Upon hearing the mechanical voice within the Xuanji Tower, Suemo paused momentarily, scratching his head. A projection materialized before him, displaying information presented to every beast master who entered the tower. Looking at the scores of Su Feng and Jianya, he noted the special annotation indicating that they had completed their assessments. Suemo smirked, "Is that so? My dear brother, you are rather weak, aren't you? I had thought you might at least reach the 10th or 11th floor, which is why I pushed myself so fervently to advance. Yet, you couldn't even conquer the 6th floor before exiting? TSK. Suemo snorted derisively. "Is this truly the brother my father has nurtured as a genius? I must say, I am quite disappointed." This line of thought had fueled his frantic efforts over the past 7 days to elevate Lightning's rank. He understood that, in terms of tier, Lightning could not match the ironclad brown bear. Thus, he hoped to overwhelm the opponent by sheer level, aiming for a stalemate at the very least. Yet, he had not anticipated Su Feng's utter lack of prowess, not even surpassing Jianya. Is this truly the case? Suemo could hardly comprehend the confidence his father possessed in stripping him of all his achievements and transferring them to Su Feng. Was this not a disservice to a budding talent? With a dismissive curl of his lip, Suemo turned his gaze forward. However, one aspect provided him with some solace. The absence of a live broadcast within the Xuanji Tower ensured that those outside could only see the battle scores without any other context. Then, Sumo's gaze shifted to the staircase leading to the 11th level of the Xuanji Tower, his expression sharpening as he contemplated whether to continue his ascent. Now, Suemo has successfully gained entry into the Fuyao Academy, yet he feels it is insufficient. There remains another ambition he must pursue, to establish his own reputation. He must showcase his formidable prowess to a wider audience. Although Suemo understands the adage that a tall tree attracts the wind, he also realizes that if he does not adopt a more ostentatious approach to draw attention to himself, he will continue to suffer under the oppression of his parents, who have unjustly transferred all accolades to his younger brother. Ultimately, no one will rise to his defense. Even if Su Mo were to reach out to the former leaders of South Jiang, the records etched in black and white, with his brother Su Feng's name inscribed, would render any protests from him futile. Furthermore, this is not South Jiang, but rather Linen City, where his father, Su Songxing, serves as a major general in the Demon Suppression Army, thereby wielding considerable influence. Su Mo is unlikely to derive any significant benefits from this situation. Thus, he resolves to continue his high-profile approach, reflecting on the history of the Xuanji Tower over the past century. He recalls that the record established during the new student assessments was set by the foremost master of Huaxia, Long Songhai. A century ago, Long Songhai, after ascending 13 levels within the Xuanji Tower, exhausted his mental energy and achieved a staggering combat score of 130,000, a record that remains unbroken to this day. Possessing the SSS level talent of all things of spirit, the record he established has yet to be surpassed. Su Mo's eyes narrowed with determination as he mused. If I were to break this record, surely it would garner considerable attention. Lowering his head, he affectionately patted the head of his thunder dog, declaring with a grin, "Lightning. Let us continue. Our goal today is to surpass the 13th level and exceed the combat score of 130,000. Let the entire nation and the world witness the new record that belongs to me, Su Mo." Woof woof. The thunder dog barked excitedly, its eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Su Mo chuckled and, with the thunder dog in tow, swiftly made his way towards the staircase ahead. After half a minute of ascending the stairs, the duo finally arrived on the 11th floor. Hiss hiss hiss. Upon stepping onto the 11th level, the sound of several pythons flicking their tongues reached his ears. Su Mo squinted, spotting 3 pythons, each approximately 10 meters in length, their thick scales shimmering with a bluish-purple glow. Dragon scale python, possessing scales akin to dragon scales. Renowned for their formidable defense, their skill is dragon python strangulation. Under this skill, all enemies will be ensnared by the dragon scale python's powerful body, subjected to a relentless squeeze, rendering their beasts unable to escape and gradually sapping their life force. However, Su Mo chuckled, "Lightning, what do you think? 3 juvenile 10th-tier dragon scale pythons should be a walk in the park, right?" Lightning barked twice, erupting with a bluish-purple light, and vanished from sight. In an instant, the 3 dragon scale pythons moved rapidly, searching for Lightning's whereabouts, attempting to ensnare it within their coils. Yet, Lightning's speed was astonishing, complemented by a formidable 4th-level physical attack. Claw strikes infused with lightning attributes. Meanwhile, Su Mo continually channeled his mental energy, issuing commands to Lightning. This exemplifies the synergy between a Beastmaster and their contracted beast, albeit at the cost of the Beastmaster's mental energy. With each successive attack, Lightning targeted the vital points of the dragon scale pythons. Within mere minutes, one of the pythons, battered and bruised, was sent flying out of the 11th level, disappearing from sight. On the display before Su Mo, the combat score surged by another 333 points. He was relentlessly setting new records that belonged solely to him. Simultaneously, he was challenging the unattainable record set by the legendary Long Songhai, the foremost master of Huaxia. 1, 2, 3. All the juvenile 10th-tier dragon scale pythons on the 11th level were vanquished. Su Mo patted Lightning's head and retrieved a piece of meat from his storage ring. Despite the thunder dog primarily feeding on vitality, it also relished various delicacies favored by many beasts, particularly meat. As the piece of meat soared through the air, the thunder dog leapt up, catching it in its mouth, chewing briefly before swallowing, even wagging its tail and rubbing against Su Mo's leg. Su Mo chuckled, all right. No more rubbing. We must hurry along. If we break the record today, I shall treat you to a feast, letting you indulge to your heart's content." Woof woof woof. The thunder dog joyfully barked thrice, and together, they dashed towards the 12th level. Outside the Xuanji Tower, the atmosphere had already turned electric. Goodness. Su Mo is still breaking records. He has already amassed an impressive score of 110,000, as he has yet to emerge. Does this imply he is still pushing forward? Could he possibly be on the verge of breaking the century-old record established by General Long? Is he attempting to ascend from the 13th to the 14th level? How could this be possible? General Long possesses the SSS level talent. All things have spirit, enabling him to command all creatures and amplify the strength of his contracted beasts by 300. The cycle of life and strengthening is unending. While Su Mo may also be SSS level, his cursed talent cannot possibly allow him to break the record. Just wait and see. I declare here and now that Su Mo will not surpass this record. Oh, you seem quite confident in Su Mo. I too shall make a proclamation. If Su Mo breaks the record, I will perform a handstand and wash my hair right here. Over the past century, how many prodigies have emerged? Which of them is not superior to Sumo? How could this sickly boy possibly surpass General Long's record? Surrounded by numerous beastmasters engaged in fervent discussions, opinions were divided. Some believed in Sumo's potential, while others remained skeptical. Each person held steadfast to their convictions. And amidst this discourse, Su Feng felt an acute sense of embarrassment. To him, he believed he alone deserved such accolades and the admiration of others. Yet, unexpectedly, Sumo had stolen all the limelight. Chapter 13. The blunt sword cuts through the earth fire. Su Feng could no longer contain himself. Abruptly turning to his father with a face full of resentment. Dad, what should we do? Sumo has already claimed the top spot. And he too has applied to Fuyao Academy. Does this mean I will be supplanted by him? Does this mean I will be unable to enter the academy and pursue greater growth? Didn't you and Mom promise that you would pave the way for my future? Is this the path you are laying out for me now? Listening to his son's accusatory words, Su Zongxing's expression darkened. He raised his hand, on the verge of striking Su Feng once more, but ultimately restrained himself. With a furrowed brow, he retorted, "Silence. Su Feng, I hope you refrain from uttering such words from now on. Do you think I am oblivious to the situation? Do you believe I am not astounded by Sumo's achievement of the top spot? Just wait. When Sumo emerges, I will certainly demand an explanation on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Su Feng felt a slight sense of reassurance and ceased his complaints. Yet, the dissatisfaction simmering within him remained unabated. Meanwhile, at a distance, Jiang Ye stood alongside Su Jejia and Jiang Hanying. Her hands intertwined continuously before her chest, her expression fraught with tension. Jiang Ye fervently prayed in her heart. "Brother Sumo, you must persevere. Perhaps you can indeed shatter the century-old record. Perhaps you can truly prove to the world that the so-called cursed talent, once ridiculed and mocked, will ultimately astonish everyone." Meanwhile, Jiang Hanying chuckled. "I never expected Sumo's younger brother to be this formidable. He certainly hasn't disappointed me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's expression faltered, a flicker of emotion crossing her mind. She regarded Jiang Hanying with a hint of wariness in her eyes. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, for Jiang Hanying soon noticed Jiang Ye's subtle expression. With a playful laugh, she said, "Little sister, you seem quite fond of brother Sumo, don't you?" "Aye." Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Jiang Hanying continued to giggle, reassuringly adding, "Don't worry, dear sister. I have no intentions towards this little brother of yours. However, he is indeed quite important to me. There are many matters he can assist me with. But fret not, it won't affect your feelings for him. Why are you even telling me this? I have no misunderstandings about you." Jiang Ye retorted, her cheeks flushed as she pouted. Jiang Hanying laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. Nearby, Su Jejia observed the conversation between the two women, her eyes narrowing as she pondered something inscrutable. Meanwhile, within the mystery tower, Sumo had finally arrived at the 12th floor, accompanied by his thunder hound. As he stepped into the chamber, he was greeted by 5 juvenile stage dragon-scale pythons. The serpents writhed, swiftly advancing towards him and his canine companion. "Thunder go!" Sumo shouted. Thunder nodded vigorously, barking before unleashing its ability, Thunder Flash. Its form vanished from sight, entangling itself with the 5 juvenile dragon-scale pythons. Although the Thunder Hound's level surpassed theirs, the sheer number of opponents made the battle last a full 3 minutes. Sumo noted the numerous wounds adorning Thunder's body, a pang of sympathy swelling within him. As Thunder approached, Sumo hurriedly reached out, gently stroking its head. "Thunder, you've worked hard." Despite the creatures within the mystery tower being projections of future technology, their attacks could inflict real neurological damage upon Beast Tamers and their contracted beasts. Feeling the pain, Thunder whimpered softly. Sumo focused his mind, conjuring a blood rebirth formation before him. He infused his vitality into the array, which then transformed and flowed to Thunder's forehead. Sumo later discovered that his blood rebirth talent could nourish his beasts, not only enhancing their levels, but also healing their injuries, albeit limited to those he had contracted. Within half a minute, Thunder's injuries had fully healed, and it was soon bounding joyfully at Sumo's side, nuzzling against his leg. With a smile, Sumo said, "All right. Now I suppose the 13th floor will host beasts of the youth stage. Let us face them together." Thunder nodded, and the duo charged towards the 13th floor. Upon reaching the 13th floor, they beheld a firebird, adorned with bright crimson feathers, flapping its wings gracefully in the center of the arena. It was a youth stage beast with the skill, Inferno. This was the first youth stage creature they had encountered since entering the tower, and it was of ordinary rank. One could say the battle between the Firebird and Thunder would be a balanced contest. Sumo chuckled, summoning the Xian Iron Heavy Sword, Ming Wang, that had accompanied him for 2.5 years. This sword, forged from celestial iron, appeared blunt, yet possessed tremendous destructive power. It was with this very sword that Su-Mo had vanquished countless beasts at the borders, earning him the title of immortal god of war in the hearts of many warriors. With a flourish, he drew the sword, its bloodthirsty aura instantly permeating the tower, causing the surrounding air to chill. Su-Mo felt the sword tremble, as if eager for battle. "Long time no see, old friend," he mused, caressing the blade. "I'm sure you're yearning for this fight. Let us face this youth-stage beast together for the first time." As he spoke, Su-Mo glanced at Thunder. With a series of barks, Thunder enveloped itself in blue-violet lightning, vanishing from sight. Su-Mo steadied himself, his vitality having risen to 562 points due to the recent revival. His physical prowess now far exceeded that of an ordinary human. In an instant, he too disappeared from view. Sensing the approach of both the human and hound, the firebird let out a shriek and ascended. Flames erupted from beneath its wings, cascading towards the ground. In a flash, Thunder reappeared, leaping into the air, its claws crackling with blue-violet lightning as they struck the firebird's wings, severing 2 feathers and causing the creature to cry out in distress, destabilizing its flight. Su-Mo followed suit, thrusting his heavy sword upwards, striking the firebird in the abdomen, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. The intense agony provoked a surge of fury within the firebird. Beasts, whether tamed or wild, possess their own dignity. Being struck by an adversary inevitably incites wrath. Su-Mo observed as flames erupted from beneath the firebird's wings, a tempest of fire descending upon the ground. In mere moments, the entire 13th floor was engulfed in flames, leaving only a small patch beneath his feet untouched. With a deafening cry, the firebird expressed its indignation towards Su-Mo and Thunder. Su-Mo chuckled, "Oh, you're already furious after just a brief encounter? But..." He glanced at Thunder and added, "Thunder, let us end this swiftly." With a final bark, Thunder vanished once more. Su-Mo's voice rang out, commanding as he lifted his heavy sword again, though the sword bore no edge. Its tremendous weight and force conjured a fierce gale, parting the sea of flames before him, creating a clear path. "Today, your demise is certain. I, Su-Mo, have no reason to lose. Prepare yourself." Chapter 14. Jealousy transforms the countenance. A wall of fire was swiftly dispersed by Su-Mo's forceful breath. Before him, a path free from burns began to emerge. As he gazed at the soaring firebird above, a smirk crept across his lips. With a powerful leap, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball. Some may believe Su-Mo to be merely a frail figure who had taken a 3-year leave. The Su family has never acknowledged the merits attained by Su-Mo. They have consistently held the view that his accomplishments are merely collective honors won alongside the military. Unbeknownst to anyone that Su-Mo is the god of war of the southern border, a formidable force among mortals. The vast distance between the southern border and Linen City, compounded by Su-Mo's father, Su Tsongxing, who has gradually retreated from the limelight over the years while serving as a major general in the demon-subduing army of Linen, has led to a dwindling interest in military affairs. Consequently, he remains oblivious to Su-Mo's remarkable achievements. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly be astonished and would never have committed the grave error of undermining Su-Mo and transferring the accolades to his second son, Su-Feng. Yet, it is precisely this ignorance that has rendered every action taken by Su-Mo utterly astonishing to them all. With determination, Su-Mo wielded the heavy sword, the king of hell, striking forcefully from above, merging with his steed as he delivered a powerful blow to the flaming bird's wings. The immense impact caused feathers to shatter and rain down upon the ground. At that moment, the flaming bird wavered, unable to maintain its flight, and plummeted rapidly downwards. In the air, the thunder dog materialized instantaneously, its claws crackling with blue-violet lightning, and with a fierce thrust, it pierced the body of the flaming bird. In mere breaths, the flaming bird was completely obliterated within the 13th level of the mysterious tower. The surrounding flames dissipated, allowing Su-Mo to feel the temperature return to a serene state. He chuckled, raising a hand to affectionately pat the thunderdog's head, exclaiming, "Well done, Lightning. Your combat experience is growing richer by the day. Together, we shall carve out our own legacy." The thunderdog barked twice, wagging its tail, its expression brimming with pride, as if to convey to Su-Mo that it performed admirably and deserved a reward. Su-Mo would never deprive it of such recognition. The thunderdog was the first beast he had contracted since arriving in this world and becoming a beast master. Every beast master regards their contracted beast as a partner, a family member, and an entity of utmost importance. How could Su-Mo possibly neglect his thunderdog? "Congratulations, Beastmaster." At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated around Su-Mo, declaring, "Congratulations to Beastmaster Su-Mo for successfully clearing the 13th level of the mysterious tower. Current battle score, 130,000. The Beast Master has equaled the record set a century ago by the SSS-ranked Beast Master Long Songhai in the Academy's freshman assessment. Will you continue to ascend or concede? Please make your choice. A smile graced Su Mo's lips. He had finally triumphed. What he sought was to continuously amplify his renown, to draw the attention of many to his name, thus enabling him to gather the resources necessary for avenging the Su family and his brother. Lightning, let us proceed. You rest now, while I go and meet someone. With those words, Su Mo and the Thunderdog rushed toward the staircase leading to the 14th level. Meanwhile, outside the mysterious tower, everyone stood agape, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a tomato whole. All eyes were fixated ahead. On the virtual screen before the mysterious tower, Su Mo's score of 130,000 appeared. Did Su Mo truly achieve this? Good heavens, what a genius! It was said that Su Mo possessed an SSS-ranked talent, but it was a cursed talent, was it not? How could he amass 130,000 points with a cursed talent? Isn't that on par with our General Long? Could it be that Su Mo is indeed set to shatter a century-old record that has remained unchallenged? I recall the last record was set over a decade ago by the head of our Huaxiao Military Bureau, Xiong Yu, who scored 110,000, still 20,000 points shy of General Long's record. Is it possible that Su Mo's achievements will surpass both of these individuals? Oh, did someone not say that if Su Mo broke the record, he would have to wash his hair upside down? Where is he? Has he already fled? Sensing the situation was dire, let us not dwell on him. Instead, let us focus on what Su Mo can achieve today. How exciting! As the crowd continued to chatter, the expressions of Su Feng and Su Zongxing turned ashen. Both were at a loss for words, their hearts heavy with unease. Su Zongxing's gaze sharpened. Disbelief etched upon his face. In his mind, Su Mo was merely a cultivation failure, whose talent paled in comparison to his second son, Su Feng, an unbridgeable chasm. He had never believed, nor considered, that Su Mo could achieve such remarkable results. Yet now, he was witnessing the score of 130,000. A mere step away from breaking the century-old record belonging to Long Songhai. Who is Long Songhai? How could Su Zongxing, a fellow member of the demon-subduing army, not know? He is revered as a deity among the people of Huaxia, a spiritual totem and one of the guardians of the nation. The thought that Su Mo's score could soon surpass this record was unbearable for Su Zongxing. He pondered, have I truly erred? Have I underestimated Su Mo from the very beginning? What has he endured during these 3 years? Su Zongxing longed to uncover the truth behind Su Mo's actions over the past 3 years, but he refrained. Wouldn't that imply he, as Su Mo's father, had shown no interest in his child? Moreover, in the information he had publicly disseminated, it was Su Feng who had ventured to the southern border to enlist in the military against the beasts. Nearby, the officers exchanged bewildered glances. General Su, what is happening? How is it that your eldest son, Su Mo, has become so formidable? Was he not said to possess a cursed talent? How can he demonstrate such prowess? General Su, you haven't been nurturing Su Mo alongside your beloved for the past 3 years, have you? Today, Su Mo truly opened our eyes. With both your sons soaring together, the future is undoubtedly bright. The surrounding comments dripped with sarcasm, piercing Su Feng's ears like daggers, each word stabbing deeply into his heart. Su Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you, Su Mo? Why? Why are you so strong? Why can you break a century-old record? All this glory and attention should belong to me, Su Feng. Why have you snatched it from my grasp? Why must you contend for these honors? Chapter 15. The dim-witted younger brother. Just as Su Feng struggled to bear the weight of this reality, a voice rang out. Look, Su Mo is coming out. Instantly, everyone looked up. Indeed, as expected, at the entrance of the mysterious tower, Su Mo emerged. Simultaneously, announcements were being issued from all the mysterious towers across the nation. Congratulations to the city of Linen in Huaxia. In the entrance examination for new students, Beastmaster Su Mo has triumphantly shattered the century-old record for passing the Enigma Tower, achieving an astounding final combat score of 130,001 points. Boom. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves, and the entire venue erupted in astonishment. What? Su Mo surpassed General Long's score by a single point. My goodness, is Su Mo even human? He has truly broken the record established by General Long that stood for a century. Goodness gracious. I can't shake the feeling that one day, General Long will be outshone by Su Mo. How is that even possible? Let's not forget that Su Mo possesses a cursed talent, a perilous existence. Even if he sacrifices his life daily to strengthen his beasts, let us not mention that his beast is of an ordinary tier. How many lives can Su Mo afford to invest in it? I estimate that Su Mo will only bask in glory for about half a year before he hastily departs from this world. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, Su Mo has truly astonished us today. He hardly resembles the frail patient who stayed home for 3 years. He is nothing less than a war god. He is undoubtedly a prodigy among beast masters. With this, Sumo has completely risen to fame. Linen has also become a sensation, as discussions swirled around him. A hurried voice called out from outside. Make way, everyone step aside. Everyone looked up to see Principal Tang Weigua of Linen No. 2 High School riding in on an enormous squirrel. Once the squirrel shrank in size, Tang Weigua landed and rushed forward. Before Sumo could take a step, he seized Sumo's hand and exclaimed, Sumo, you are truly magnificent. Absolutely remarkable. I knew from the start that you were destined for greatness. Today, you have certainly exceeded my expectations. Sumo scratched his head and replied, Principal, didn't you previously advise me not to be disheartened? That there would still be opportunities for development in the future? It seems that your words don't quite align with the present situation, do they? Tang Weigua scratched his head. That's unimportant. How could you possibly know what I'm thinking? This is what I call heartfelt advice. Congratulations, Sumo, for achieving first place in the new student assessment and breaking a century-old record. By the way, I have a matter to discuss. Would it be possible for the school to promote your remarkable score? Sumo chuckled softly, fully aware of the principal's intentions. This was clearly an opportunity for him to gain recognition, not just locally, but nationwide. As the principal of Linen No. 2 High School, Tang Weigua had witnessed the school's lack of prominence over the years. Now, with the emergence of such a prodigy, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Sumo smiled and said, Sure, Principal, it's no problem if you wish to. Before he could finish, he watched as the principal joyfully danced away. Sumo couldn't help but smirk, thinking, how opportunistic. However, he harbored no ill feelings, as he realized that the principal's actions could further amplify his own publicity. Although many say that fame can be a double-edged sword, Sumo needed recognition. He needed countless people to acknowledge him. Only then could he gain leverage in his forthcoming confrontation with the Su family, securing a dominant position in public opinion. Sumo, brother, a voice rang out. Sumo turned to see Jiangya bounding toward him. Upon reaching him, Jiangya instinctively grabbed his sleeve but quickly withdrew her hand, feeling it was an inappropriate gesture. Sumo chuckled and absent-mindedly patted Jiangya's head. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Congratulations, Sumo. You've broken General Long's century-old record. This year, you will likely be the top scorer in the Huaxia Academy assessments. Sumo scratched his head. However, Jiangya soon inquired with curiosity, Sumo, why is your score only 1 point higher than General Long's? Hearing this, Sumo felt a bit awkward. This wasn't exactly what he had anticipated. It stemmed from his encounter with a second-stage flame bird on the 14th level. The difference in realms between the Thunderhound and the flame bird was significant, even if it was just a minor tier. Despite Sumo's vitality now reaching 562. In terms of levels, he was merely at the 5th stage of the juvenile realm compared to the flame bird. How could he possibly inflict more damage? Even in the 13th level, he only managed to hinder the actions of the first-stage flame bird thanks to his extensive combat experience, with the Thunderhound ultimately delivering the finishing blow. Faced with the second-stage flame bird on the 14th level, Sumo simply lacked the means to inflict damage quickly or defeat it. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to prove that Sumo had successfully broken a century-old record and earned his qualification for entry into the Fuyao Academy. That was enough for him. His goal was to outshine Su Fong, preventing such an arrogant individual from entering the Fuyao Academy, even if he was his own brother. Su Jejia crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Congratulations, little brother. It seems that your admission to Fuyao Academy is a done deal. Sumo chuckled. You know why I am so driven to achieve such a high score? Su Jejia nodded in agreement, refraining from saying more. On the other hand, Jiang Haining smiled and remarked, Congratulations. I was truly surprised to see you achieve such great results. When shall we celebrate? Perhaps a meal just for me? Upon hearing Jiang Haining's words, Sumo shook his head in exasperation, while Jiangya glanced at Jiang Haining and then down at herself. In that instant, Jiangya felt an unprecedented sense of disparity. Was this too much of a difference? Did Sumo prefer this type? She recalled Jiang Haining mentioning that she had no romantic feelings for Sumo. So, what was the reason for her proximity to him? Why was she so close to Sumo? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and upon hearing it, Sumo immediately recognized it as Su Fong. He suddenly thought of something and turned to Jiangya, curiously asking, Did my brainless brother do anything unreasonable while I was in the Enigma Tower? I'm sure he must have. Chapter 16. Only those who are useless. Jiangya awkwardly nodded. Yes, Su Fong had been insistent on denying Sumo's achievements, continuously claiming that he had cheated. He even told Su Jejia that Sumo must have forcefully used his own lifespan to achieve such results, insisting that the Fuyao Academy should not accept a beast master like him. Sumo curled his lips in disdain, remarking to himself, Su Feng, as expected, only revels in frivolous antics and delights in questioning others, never pausing to reflect on why he remained so ineffectual. The crowd fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Yet, Su Feng, with a swift and determined stride, approached Su Mo, pointing an accusatory finger. He exclaimed, Su Mo, I strongly advise you to confess how you managed to cheat in order to achieve such scores. Don't wait until the Academy investigates your underhanded tricks and strips you of your qualifications, bringing shame upon our Su family. Sumo chuckled, oh, isn't this my inept younger brother, who failed his entrance into Fuyao Academy? What, can't bear to see me improve? What do you mean by cheating and tricks? You, who have only amassed 56,000 points and been eliminated, are here seeking excuses. Is this how you conduct yourself regularly? Sumo, you are intolerable. Su Feng's furious shout was accompanied by a sudden burst of white light emanating from the ironclad brown bear beside him, a unique manifestation of the beast master of the physics department. The onlookers could see the bear's muscles tense as it raised its massive paw, ready to strike Sumo. Sumo narrowed his eyes, contemplating the potential harm he might incur from such a blow. However, he chose not to evade, knowing that there were forces that would not permit Su Feng to proceed with his aggression. Enough. Indeed, a commanding voice rang out as Su Tsangxing stepped forward with alacrity. A beast soared from his side, sending the ironclad brown bear flying. Father, what are you doing? He is obstructing my entrance into Fuyao Academy, severing my future. And you dare speak up for him? Before Su Tsangxing could respond, Sumo struck his brother across the face. Stunned, Su Feng clutched his cheek, gazing at his brother in disbelief as Sumo coldly remarked, Su Feng, oh Su Feng, you have not changed at all over the past 3 years. 3 years ago, you were a stubborn fool, indifferent to the reasons behind your actions, always claiming the achievements of others as your own. Has the pampered life at home clouded your judgment, making you blind to the fact that there are always greater talents beyond your own? Su Feng seethed with barely contained rage. Sumo continued with a mocking tone. Do you wonder why I scored 130,000 in battle ratings? Why I shattered the record set by General Long? It is because I am superior to you. Do you believe that being raised in a bubble of privilege makes you a true genius? Do you think one can achieve greatness without facing the trials of life and death? Su Feng, what is not yours will never be yours. I will kill you. Su Feng growled in a low voice, their exchange only audible to the three of them. As Su Feng prepared to retaliate, Su Tsangxing seized him, whispering, Su Feng, do you not feel ashamed for the humiliation you have brought upon us today? Back to the rear now? Startled by his father's displeasure and the palpable aura of menace surrounding him, Su Feng shot Sumo a venomous glance before retreating to the back of the crowd. Behind him, numerous beastmasters fervently discussed the unfolding drama, each word piercing Su Feng's pride, leaving him at a loss. Meanwhile, Su Tsangxing raised his gaze to his eldest son. Sumo, how did you achieve this? With your cursed talent? With that merely mediocre beast? It is impossible to break through to the 13th level and attain such a high battle score. Sumo chuckled, curious to know. Allow me to enlighten you. There are no worthless talents in this world, nor are there worthless beasts, only worthless people. Before you pose such a question, perhaps you should reflect on who is truly worthless, having scored merely over 50,000 points and being surpassed by others. What did you say? Su Tsangxing's expression darkened. Sumo's scornful remarks implied that everything he and his wife had done for Su Feng over the years had been in vain. Unfazed by the ire he had incited, Sumo continued, you genuinely believe that casually allowing Su Feng to achieve something would afford him any leverage over me? Do you think he can truly shoulder that merit? Today is merely a minor interest I reclaim from you. You wish to transfer all my accolades to Su Feng without considering if he can bear the weight? This is just a lesson for Su Feng. One day, I will ensure that you return everything you have unjustly taken from me. Su Tsangxing's eyes narrowed as he coldly retorted, Sumo, do not forget that you are my son, and I am your father. Do you dare to defy me? Sumo laughed heartily, leaving many around them bewildered. The two had been speaking in hushed tones, and no one could discern the substance of their conversation. Sumo then turned to Su Tsangxing, smirking, from the moment you submitted my name and forced me to bear the burden of Su Feng's reputation in battle. Did you ever consider that I am your son? Now, you presume to intimidate me with your authority? You think you have the right? Su Tsangxing's fury surged as he raised his hand to strike Sumo, only to have it caught midair. What? Su Tsangxing was astonished by Sumo's strength. What? Are you so enraged that you wish to strike me? Consider your current standing. Although you wield little real power now, your reputation still matters, does it not? Be cautious, lest others gossip about you behind your back. Or shall I expose your disgraceful actions before everyone? Sumo, you seek death. Sumo chuckled. Whether I seek death depends on what you all choose to do. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Do not disturb my peace. Seeing Su Songxing remain silent, Su Imo nudged his shoulder and walked away, with Jiang Hanying and Jiang Ya hurrying to follow. Surrounding Beastmasters continued to speculate about the nature of the exchange. What is going on? What were Su Imo and his father discussing? I have no idea, but it seems there are some tensions brewing between them. Look at the fury in their eyes. Could it be that Su Imo has usurped Su Feng's chance to enter Fuyao Academy? But I cannot fathom it. Haven't the brothers communicated before? Or did they simply never consider the possibility of both being eliminated? The crowd buzzed with speculation, but no one could ascertain the truth behind the unfolding events. Brother Su Imo, Jiang Ya called out, hastening to catch up with him. Jiang Ya lowered her head. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she fidgeted with the hem of her garment. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, Brother Su Imo, congratulations once again on securing first place. I am genuinely thrilled for you, but I wonder if I could. Beside them, Jiang Hanying chuckled, Brother Su Imo. In celebration of your achievement, how about I treat you to a meal? I recently discovered a sauna that offers a delightful buffet. Let me take you there to savor the delicacies. After a bath and steam, we can indulge in a feast together. It would be such a pleasure. Su Imo furrowed his brow slightly. Even now, he remained perplexed as to why Jiang Hanying placed such importance on him, even going so far as to abandon her responsibilities at the Tiandao Pavilion to accompany him for the freshman assessment. However, he soon shook his head. No, thank you. I'm not interested. As he spoke, Su Imo glanced at Jiang Ya, offering a faint smile. Yar, would you like to accompany me to stroll around and grab a bite? Chapter 17. The Bloodsucking Trio. Is this truly permissible? Jiang Ya lifted her gaze, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at Su Imo, her eyes filled with anxiety. Su Imo chuckled lightly. Of course, it's perfectly fine. Shall we go? He then politely declined Jiang Hanying's offer, allowing her to return alone. Su Imo remained uncertain about Jiang Hanying's true identity and background. To this day, he had no clarity regarding her origins, but her recurrent presence in his life, coupled with her persistent attempts to uncover his story, instilled a sense of caution within him. In light of this lack of trust, Su Imo was reluctant to deepen their acquaintance. Thus, he found himself casually wandering the nearby pedestrian street with Jiang Ya. They enjoyed street food from vendors along the way. Throughout, Jiang Ya wore a radiant smile, frequently glancing at Su Imo, occasionally stifling giggles. Noticing this, Su Imo chuckled and playfully ruffled her hair, asking, Silly girl, what are you grinning about? Jiang Ya's face turned crimson as she quickly shook her head. Nothing. I just think Brother Su Imo is truly impressive today. Hee. I am genuinely happy for you. Su Imo did not elaborate further, nor did he dwell on it. Soon after, Jiang Ya curiously inquired, By the way, Brother Su Imo, what exactly transpired between you and Su Feng? It seems as if there is some deep-seated animosity between you two, despite being twin brothers. How could such a significant rift exist? Su Imo hesitated for a moment, then sighed. This is something I can't fully explain to you right now. You needn't speculate. When the time is right, I will certainly let you know. Jiang Ya was not one to meddle unnecessarily, and upon hearing Su Mo's words, she nodded in understanding, sparing him considerable trouble. No matter how one looked at it, today was a relatively joyous occasion for Su Imo. So he treated Jiang Ya to a plethora of delectable dishes. Take your time. Whenever you have the chance, come back here for a meal, he said. Within the Su family villa, Su Songxing bid farewell to a group of officers from the linen battle zone. With a resounding thud, he slammed the door shut and stormed back into the living room. There, Su Feng was seated on the sofa, his mother, Dong Fanya, beside him, offering comfort. For Su Feng, gaining admission to the Fuyao Academy was a foregone conclusion. There was no way anyone could interfere with that. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Imo had intruded like a bolt from the blue, completely severing his future. Even now, Su Feng was seething with indignation. Dong Fanya continued to console her son. But when Su Songxing approached, he barked, Why are you coddling him? What merit does he have to be coddled? As he spoke, Su Songxing stepped forward and slapped Su Feng across the face, exclaiming, Did I not tell you that during the Xuanji Tower assessment, you must give it your all? Even if it means exerting yourself to the last drop of blood, you must strive for the highest score. That place is merely virtual. It only affects your neural judgment. It will not cause you real harm. Yet, I hear you emerged from the Xuanji Tower in such a state of disarray. Did you not retreat prematurely? Su Feng hurriedly defended himself. What wrong have I done? I was nearly stung by a Mo Shui bee on the 6th floor of the Xuanji Tower. I would have been poisoned, and while I would recover after leaving, it still hurts. Were you going to stand by and watch me suffer? Smack. Su Songxing struck him again. Do you not realize that it is precisely your cowardice that caused you to lose your chance at entering Fuyao Academy? Do you know how many connections I leveraged for you? Su Feng, agitated, retorted, You are my father. How can you blame me? Why do you not hold Su Imo accountable? He was the one who appeared at the Academy's assessment. He was the one who snatched my admission. This is all his fault. Why must I bear the brunt of it? Su Feng glared at Su Sangxing, incredulous. With a pitiful expression, he implored. Did you not say I was your favorite son? Among your 2 sons, I am the most talented. I am destined to be a beast master, to excel in Huaxia. And now you begin to doubt me? Are you saying I am inferior to that waste of space, Su Mo, the one cursed with a useless talent? Seeing Su Feng's escalating fury, Dongfang quickly stood to grasp his hand, only to be roughly pushed away. Do not touch me. I see it clearly now. You all favor Su Mo. You all believe he surpasses me. He is the only one deemed worthy of entering Fuyo Academy. Is that it? I understand now. You all have shifted the accolades meant for Su Mo onto me, merely to compensate for my failure today. It appears I was mistaken. None of you truly care about me. Dongfang rubbed her aching shoulder, anxious as she said, Xiaofeng, what are you saying? When have your father and I ever not cared about you? If we did not care, why would we have devoted all our resources to you over the years? Su Feng snapped, enough. I do not wish to hear this. Su Feng, you ungrateful wretch. From this moment on, return to your room. You are not to set foot outside without my command. Su Sangxing sighed. The fact that you did not gain admission to Fuyo Academy is now a reality. No matter how much power I wield, I cannot contravene the Academy's regulations. However, I have arranged matters for you in Fuyo City. There is another prestigious institution called Sangtian Academy. I have already facilitated connections for you. In a month's time, you will officially report to Sangtian Academy. Though it may not be Fuyo Academy, the 2 schools are interconnected, and the resources will not be lacking, ensuring a promising future for you. Su Feng wanted to say more, but feeling the weight of his father's authority left him breathless. After a furious scoff, he kicked over a nearby chair and stormed up to his bedroom. In that moment, Su Feng appeared as a powerless, enraged fool. Beside him, Dongfang pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh. Old Su, do not be angry. Xiaofeng is merely struggling to cope with this sudden blow. Su Sangxing shouted angrily, nonsense. Do you have any idea how he caused a ruckus in front of the Xuanji Tower today? In front of everyone. He directly named me and questioned why I did not arrange for him to enter the Fuyao Academy directly, even accusing Su Mo of cheating. No matter what happens at home, Su Mo will always be my brother Su Feng in the outside world. Such audacity to question others. Where does that leave my dignity? Dongfang laughed lightly. I understand. All right, do not be so angry. However, what is the situation with Su Mo? Isn't he just an ordinary warrior? The merits he has earned are collective, right? How has he suddenly become so formidable? Su Sangxing shook his head. I don't know, but based on my estimation, he must have forcibly exhausted his own vitality and, along with some genetic potions that can replenish it, repeatedly hurt himself at the fundamental level to enhance his beast-taming abilities and achieve his current results. This kid is a lunatic. I merely took a little merit from him, yet he treats himself so recklessly to snatch away the qualification for the Fuyao Academy from Su Feng? Dongfang inquired. What do you plan to do then? Su Sangxing fell silent for a moment, extinguishing his cigarette with his fingers. His gaze sharpened as he spoke. In the next few days, I will find a way to locate Su Mo and first ease our relationship. Every beast tamer who is able to enter the Fuyao Academy will receive substantial resources before the school year begins. These are crucial for beast tamers. Now that he has squeezed his brother out of the opportunity to enter the Fuyao Academy, I will have him apologize to his brother and bring some compensation for Su Feng. He should agree to that, right? Chapter 18. The Attention of the Beautiful Curator. Now, I shall announce the list of candidates for the Academy assessment. Su Mo and Jiang Ye strolled along the streets of Linen City, the voice from the Xuanji Tower resonating in everyone's ears. This was the annual process of announcing the results of the new students' entrance examination for the Academy. The 2 paused, listening in silence. The mechanical voice of the Xuanji Tower echoed once more. The first selected candidate for the Fuyao Academy is Su Mo, with a score of 130,001 points, breaking the century-old record for the highest score in the new student assessment established by Long Songhai. The second individual entering the Fuyao Academy is Jiang Ye, from the Tai Su Academy. After that, Jiang Ye and Su Mo did not continue listening. Jiang Ye excitedly turned to Su Mo, grabbing his hand and bouncing with joy. Brother Su Mo, congratulations to you, and congratulations to myself. We have both succeeded. From now on, we can attend the same school again. I am so happy. Su Mo stood there in a daze, silent, his face turning red. Before enlisting, had he ever shared such intimate contact with Jiang Ye? They were actually holding hands. Even prior to his crossing over, Su Mo had been perpetually single. At this moment, feeling the softness of Jiang Ye's palm and the warmth that made his heart race, Su Mo completely lost his train of thought. However, it was Jiang Ye who quickly reacted, looking down and hastily retracting her hand. Her face as red as a monkey's bottom. Brother Suemo, she stammered. Suemo finally came to his senses and chuckled. Oh right. Didn't you just say you wanted to eat noodles? Come on, there's a noodle shop nearby that I've been going to for years. It's delicious. Let me treat you. All right. Hee hee, then I'll definitely eat you poor today, Brother Suemo. Suemo laughed heartily. You, if you can eat me poor, I'll be impressed. The two slowly made their way into a restaurant, ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and happily began to eat. Not long after finishing, Jianya patted her slightly bulging belly, giggling, but soon she asked, Brother Suemo, I feel like there is some conflict between you and Su Feng. Even though you don't want to tell me why, I still want to ask, will it really be fine? Will Uncle Su bear a grudge against you? Suemo shook his head. Don't worry, I have it all under control. Oh, all right then. What do you plan to do next, Brother Suemo? Jianya asked. Suemo pondered for a moment. His thoughts were quite simple. Before leaving Linen City and heading to Fuyao Academy, he intended to make Su Feng return all that rightfully belonged to him, piece by piece. Su Feng did not deserve any of it. Everything was earned by Suemo with his life on the battlefield. What right did Su Feng have to claim them as his own? Before Suemo could respond, Jianya spoke up. My parents told me that if I get into Fuyao Academy, they would reward me with a trip, and then let me go to Fuyao City. I actually want you to accompany me, Brother Suemo, so we can experience the local customs together. Suemo shook his head. I know you really want me to go with you, but I'm afraid I can't. I have more important matters to attend to. What are these more important matters? Jianya asked, curiosity filling her expression. Suemo replied slowly. You should know that within the Xuanji Tower, there are many records that have been broken by one extraordinary genius after another. Before entering the Fuyao Academy, there is one record I can still break. Are you referring to the highest clearance record of the Xuanji Tower during the month following the student assessment? Jianya inquired. Precisely. Suemo nodded. There existed such a record in the Xuanji Tower, the highest clearance record for all newly promoted Beast Tamers before entering the Academy. The clearance record achieved during the Academy assessment was set by General Long at 13 levels, while the record before entering the Academy was also his own. At 23 levels with a battle score of 230,000. I wish to attempt a breakthrough. But, Brother Suemo, Jianya's expression turned anxious. You're playing with your life here. I don't know how you accomplished all of this, or how you surpassed the 13th level to seize a new record from General Long by a single point. But I suspect it must be related to your cursed talent, right? Do you know that overusing your cursed talent can harm your foundation and significantly shorten your lifespan? Suemo smiled gently. All right, silly girl, how could I not be aware of that? Rest assured, my rapid advancement is due to other reasons. I have the assistance of a remarkable individual, which is why I have achieved this. You needn't worry any further. Really? Jianya asked with concern. Seeing Suemo nod seriously, she momentarily found herself at a loss for words, finally sighing. All right, I'll trust you for now, but Brother Suemo, I hope you understand that you must prioritize your life. Do not treat this as a joke, because... As she spoke, Jianya's voice trailed off, and she lowered her head, fiddling with her chopsticks. Suemo curiously asked, because what? Jianya pouted, saying nothing more. Noticing that it was getting late, Suemo took his leave first. Watching his departing figure, Jianya mumbled softly. Do you know that someone cares deeply about your safety? Today was a joyful day for Suemo. All the way home, he hummed a tune, his spirits soaring high. Before long, he finally returned to the Tiandao Pavilion. He was informed by the front desk that Suemo had become a lifetime member of this establishment. Henceforth, he would not have to spend another penny to train or consume within the dojo. Suemo furrowed his brow and inquired, why? Who is behind this? The receptionist smiled faintly and replied, of course, it is the proprietress, Mr. Su. It would be best if you did not probe further. I am merely an ordinary employee. And the more I say, the more I risk saying something inappropriate. Jiang Haining? As Suemo gazed at the receptionist, he pondered internally, what exactly does Jiang Haining intend to achieve? He even learned from her that Jiang Haining had specifically arranged for him to have access to the most luxurious training room. Ascending to the top floor, he pushed open the door and beheld the layout within. The dojo spanned over 20 levels, and on the top floor, large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire Linen City. In the center, aside from the training platform, there were various high-end facilities meticulously arranged. Sumo's gaze sharpened, and beside him, his thunder dog barked twice. There, on a nearby sofa, sat Jiang Haining, clad in form-fitting yoga pants and a white t-shirt, savoring the tea before her. Upon noticing Sumo's entrance, she preempted him, saying, Suemo, it seems you've been having quite the fun with your little lover outside. Did you know that your sister has been waiting for you here for a long time? You certainly have kept her in suspense. Suemo stepped closer, unceremoniously taking a cup of tea and drinking it down. Jiang Haining chuckled beside him. What's the matter? Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned it? Suemo smirked. Whoever harbors affection for me would never harm me. Now, tell me, who exactly are you, and what are your intentions? As he spoke, Suemo summoned the heavy sword. The Dark King, beside him. Silence enveloped the room. Jiang Haniing's expression remained inscrutable, her eyes betraying no emotion. She glanced at the dark iron heavy sword, and then back at Suemo. Jiang Haniing let out a soft laugh, her chest rising and falling with her mirth. Yet Suemo paid little heed to such distractions. His gaze remained fixed on her. After a pause, Jiang Haniing finally spoke. Does it truly matter who I am? Of course, Suemo replied without hesitation. You are aware of my past. I have no secrets before you. Even as a mere level 22 Beastmaster, you can effortlessly wield a heavy sword weighing 100 jin. Such a person must be extraordinary. If you already know everything about me, why not be forthright and share your history with me? As he finished speaking, Suemo noticed a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in Jiang Haniing's eyes, intensifying his curiosity about her background. Soon, she chuckled lightly. Suemo, my dear brother, do not be so curious about my identity. The time for you to learn all this has not yet come. I cannot divulge it now. It is for your own good. Just know that I harbor no ill will towards you. So why press me further? Look, you're making me a bit anxious. Observing Jiang Haniing's feigned demeanor, Suemo smirked slightly. She smiled playfully. All right, I want to say more. You must have realized that you have become a lifetime member of our dojo. And from now on, you can enter any training room at your leisure. Now that you are back, I can rest easy. I was worried that some ill-intentioned individuals might take you away this evening. Had you not returned to the dojo tonight, I would have had to report you as missing. With that, Jiang Haniing stood up. Wait. At that moment, the tight yoga pants showcased her toned muscles and curves to full effect. Suemo felt a rush of warmth to his throat and quickly lowered his gaze to the teacup before him, too embarrassed to look further. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Haniing had observed his every reaction, giggling as she swayed her hips and exited the room. Once the sound of her footsteps faded, Suemo lifted his head, gazing at the closed door, murmuring to himself, Jiang Haniing, who exactly are you? What are your true intentions? At that moment, he felt as though a shroud of fog was slowly enveloping his vision. In the capital city, within the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army, a man sat in his office. He appeared particularly robust, with a square jaw and a thick beard that accentuated his maturity. At that moment, he was puffing on a cigarette while shaking his leg and playing a game on his phone. Before long, the door swung open and a female officer strode in. Placing a document before him, the man lazily remarked, All right, I see. Leave it there. I'll look at it when I have time. If there is nothing else, you may go. Upon hearing this, the female officer hesitated, instinctively responding, General Long, it's about another matter. The man raised his head, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. What could possibly be more important than my game? After much hesitation, the officer finally spoke. The record for passing the mystical tower in the newborn academy that you established a century ago has been broken. His hand paused momentarily, even the game forgotten. He looked at the officer with keen interest. Who did this? Who has managed to break my record after 100 years? The female officer pushed the document forward, and the man examined it, frowning. Suemo? The Su family? Does he have any relation to Su Feng, who was recently hailed as the god of warriors in the southern border? The female officer shook her head. I'm not sure at the moment. The man nodded. Understood. You may leave now. As the female officer exited, the man chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Suemo? How intriguing. It has been a long time since I encountered someone capable of surprising me. Breaking my record? Young man, you truly are extraordinary. But alas, with the cycle of blood rebirth, you ultimately do not possess much time left. I, Long Songhai, would very much like to meet you. Meanwhile, within the dojo, Suemo sat cross-legged in the heavenly training room. Once again, through his blood and rebirth talent, he successfully nourished the Thunder Dog. Observing that the Thunder Dog had once more reached its limit, Suemo sighed, contemplating. If he continued feeding it daily, it would only eat a little before feeling full. He wondered when he could elevate it to the level he desired. Suemo had always aspired to attract the attention of the higher-ups, hoping that someone capable of overshadowing Su Zongxing would appear. If they understood the connection between him and Su Zongxing, they would believe his words and comprehend his past. At that time, everything he wished to accomplish might finally come to fruition. However, he never anticipated that he would catch the eye of Long Songhai. Later, Suemo also reminisced about this event. His initial thoughts were quite straightforward. The mere fact that he could surpass Long Songhai by even a fraction would undoubtedly draw his attention. However, at this moment, Long Songhai had little regard for Suemo, for whom among those who had undergone bloodline reincarnation could claim longevity. As the days passed, the 7-day period swiftly elapsed. During this time, Suemo had successfully broken through his mental capacity once more, elevating it from 797 points to 890 points. His vitality also surged from 562 points to 622 points. Sumo had successfully ascended in rank, joining the ranks of the 8th level Beast Tamers. As for the Thunderhound, over the past 7 days, it had successfully advanced 2 stages, now standing at the 3rd stage of the Youth Realm, with its basic attack Claw Strike also upgraded to level 5. The active skill, Thunder Flash, had further enhanced its efficacy. Meanwhile, Sumo was enveloped by a profound sense of resonance with the Thunderhound's soul. He had an inkling that the Thunderhound was on the verge of acquiring another skill. Today marked the conclusion of the 3 revivals through Bloodline Reincarnation. The Thunderhound let out a satisfied burp, reclining on the ground, lazily wagging its tail. Sumo chuckled, "Lightning, you rest here. I shall take a stroll outside." Lightning whimpered twice, exuding an exceptional laziness. With that, Sumo stepped away from the area. Upon exiting the heavenly level training room, Sumo descended via the elevator. However, as he emerged on the 1st floor, he was immediately met with the unfriendly sounds of a heated argument outside. Chapter 20. Jiangya in trouble. Danger. As soon as Sumo heard the quarrel, he instantly recognized it to be the voices of a man and 2 women. He quickly deduced the identities of the 3 individuals involved. It was none other than his father, Su Songxing, his mother, Dongfangya, and Jiang Hanying, the proprietress of the Tiandao Pavilion. Sumo narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall, listening intently to the exchange between the 3. His father's voice broke the silence. "Jiang Hanying, do not presume that because of your modest connections, you can speak to me in such a manner. Remember, this is Linen City, not your home. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you?" Jiang Hanying let out a cold laugh. "Major Su, that is precisely what I believe. If you have any grievances against me, feel free to act on them. I would rather show you whether I am truly fearless or merely here to threaten you. If Major Su lacks the courage, I advise you to cease this futile verbal sparring, which only makes you appear foolish. If you lack the audacity, do not engage in such theatrics before me." Su Songxing felt the sting of Jiang Hanying's words and snorted coldly. "Jiang Hanying, what benefit is there in your excessive protection of my son? What makes him worthy of your guardianship?" Jiang Hanying chuckled derisively. "It seems Major Su knows far too little." "What do you mean?" Su Songxing furrowed his brow, instinctively inquiring. Yet, Jiang Hanying did not engage in that line of conversation. Instead, Dongfangya gently interjected, "Boss Jiang, we merely wish to see our child. After all, he has been training in your Tiandao Pavilion for over 10 days now, without returning home to see us. As his parents, we must check on his well-being." Jiang Hanying scoffed. "Oh please, you 2 are not seeing him for the first time. During your last ruckus at my Tiandao Pavilion, you were the ones shouting and causing a scene. I have not yet sought retribution for that. Even later, at the Xuanji Tower, when Sumo received 1st place, it seemed Major Su was quite displeased with his performance. What purpose does it serve to come here and discuss this now?" Su Songxing's brows knitted tightly. He had never anticipated being spoken to in such a manner by Jiang Hanying. Moments later, Jiang Hanying continued, "My stance is quite clear. If you wish to see Sumo, you must contact him directly." Dongfangya sighed. "Alas, Sumo has grown too temperamental. We do not know what provocation he has endured to have blocked our numbers entirely. We wish to reach out to him, but we cannot. Otherwise, we would not have come to the Tiandao Pavilion in search of him." Jiang Hanying sneered. "Why would Sumo reject you? I believe you both know full well what you have done and are merely feigning ignorance. Do not attempt to put on a facade with me. I, Jiang Hanying, am not one to be easily deceived." The 2 parents' expressions darkened, and ultimately it was Su Songxing who, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the coffee table and rose to his feet. He fixed Jiang Hanying with a cold stare, stating, "Jiang Hanying, you had best not let me uncover any incriminating evidence against you. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay the price for it." Jiang Hanying laughed lightly. "Oh, I find myself rather looking forward to that. Major Su, please do not disappoint me." With that, Jiang Hanying watched as Su Songxing and Dongfangya departed. Upon hearing their footsteps fade away, Sumo's brow furrowed, yet he stepped out at that moment. Instantly, his gaze collided with Jiang Hanying's. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile and approached him, saying, "Ah, is this not my dear Sumo? What brings you down from your training? Seeking a breath of fresh air?" Sumo's expression was notably cold as he slowly approached Jiang Hanying, pressing her with the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Hanying narrowed her eyes, a smile playing on her lips. "Sumo, why are you so curious about this? Understanding who I am does not confer any significant advantage to you. Have I not already told you? Such curiosity will ultimately bring you no gain." She paused briefly before adding, "I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Cannot that illustrate my sincerity?" Sumo shook his head, unwavering in his gaze upon Jiang Hanying. "What were you and my father discussing just now?" Jiang Hanying smiled. "Oh, you mean Su Songxing? He merely wished to see you." In fact, when I inquired about his intentions, he was rather evasive and did not divulge a single detail. I thought to myself that you likely did not wish to see your parents, so I took the liberty of refusing them on your behalf. No need to thank me. It is merely what I ought to do. Suemo pressed on. Jiang Hanying, I overheard what you and the others were saying. You even disregarded my father, who is a major general in the demon suppression army of Linen City. He remarked on your rather extraordinary background. Surely, you must possess some hidden secrets. If you do not intend to clarify the reasons behind this encounter today, nor reveal your identity and your intentions, I fear I will take my leave. I have no desire to engage with someone who cannot be forthright with me. Jiang Hanying fell silent. In that moment, a tumult of conflicting emotions flickered within her gaze. She discovered that Suemo was far more mature than she had initially imagined, consistently exhibiting a sense of vigilance in the face of various circumstances. Jiang Hanying's mind was ablaze with thoughts. After a moment, she chuckled softly and said, "All right, since you, Suemo, are so curious, I find myself compelled to share with you. Although it saddens me somewhat, I have decided to divulge a few details." Sumo's gaze sharpened as he settled across from Jiang Hanying. He had always harbored a profound curiosity about her and longed to hear her story. Now that the moment had finally arrived, he was determined to learn more. Yet, just then his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Jiangya. After a brief hesitation, he answered, saying, "Hello, Yer, what is the matter? Brother Suemo, please help me. Someone is trying to bully me." "What?" A surge of anger erupted within Suemo. He urgently inquired, "Yer, where are you?" "I'm at." Chapter 21. The Oppression of the Young Master of Fuyo City. Upon hearing the address Jiangya provided, Suemo left her with a promise. "Yer, wait for me. I'll be there shortly." He hastily ended the call and rushed out. Jiang Hanying noticed the disquiet in Sumo's demeanor, although she didn't know the cause. She unhesitatingly followed him. "Where are you going?" "Let me drive you. I have a car that will get us there faster." Suemo hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded and climbed into Jiang Hanying's vehicle. She drove swiftly toward their destination. As they traveled, Jiang Hanying cautiously asked, "What exactly happened?" Suemo shook his head. "I don't know. Yer called me, saying she was in danger, and I must hurry to see her." Suemo glanced at Jiang Hanying, who seemed to sense his unspoken thoughts. With a soft chuckle, she said, "I know you are eager to uncover my true identity. Fear not, since I've resolved to share it, I shall indeed tell you. I am not one to make empty promises, but for now, we should prioritize Jiangya's situation. You wouldn't want to see her come to harm, would you?" Suemo fell silent. Aware that this was not the time to pry into Jiang Hanying's story and background, it would serve no purpose. Furthermore, his mind was wholly occupied with concern for Jiangya, leaving no room for other thoughts. Minutes later, they arrived at a park, the location Jiangya had indicated. Though Suemo was uncertain why she had chosen this place, he felt no hesitation. After exiting the vehicle, he wasted no time and hurried into the park. At the center, a group of men surrounded various fantastical beasts. The leader, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in luxurious attire, regarded Jiangya with a smirk. Jiangya furrowed her brow, her expression displeased. "What do you want? I've already told you I have no interest in you. I suggest you cease your unwarranted advances." The man chuckled. "My dear, you are mistaken. I simply fell for you at first sight and wish to invite you to dinner. Is that such an unreasonable request? Surely it cannot embarrass you that much, or do you find my sincerity lacking?" With a cold huff, Jiangya assessed the numerous henchmen and the beasts beside them, each of which was at least of rare caliber. She was no fool. She could discern that this man held a position of considerable influence. Yet, this was not a reason for her to submit, nor would she allow herself to be intimidated. Straightening her posture, she began to walk away, coldly stating, "Please step aside. I'm leaving." Seeing her attempt to depart, the man swiftly reached out, grinning. "Miss, I, Lin Fei, have never encountered anyone who could refuse my invitation. I advise you to reconsider. Do not bring discomfort upon yourself." Jiangya retorted, "This is Linen City. I have never heard of a Lin Fei. You must be quite inconsequential." One of Lin Fei's companions chimed in, "Little girl, you really haven't heard of the second young master of the Lin family from Fuyo City? Our young master is not someone you can insult." Jiangya's brow knitted at the mention of Lin Fei. Just then, a cold voice pierced the air. "Humph, people from Fuyo City? Since when do you need to come to Linen City to assert your dominance? How arrogant." Everyone turned toward the voice, and Jiangya felt as though she had grasped a lifeline as she looked over. Indeed, Suemo had arrived. Before departing from Tiandao Pavilion, he had summoned the Thunderhound with his thoughts. Now, it accompanied him as he approached. Before long, Jiang Hanying also arrived just in time. Spotting Lin Fei, she quietly warned Suemo, "Suemo, do not blame me for failing to caution you. The Lin family group in Fuyo City is the largest conglomerate, a veritable powerhouse. Aside from the Demon Suppression Army and the two prominent academic factions, the Lin family stands as the third major force. After you and Jiangya join Fuyo Academy, you will inevitably have dealings with them. I advise you to engage in calm dialogue today. Reconciliation is preferable. Otherwise, it may not bode well for you. Suemo scoffed, casting a cold glance at Jiang Hanying. Jiang Hanying, are you afraid? She shook her head and smiled. Afraid? There is nothing in this life that I, Jiang Hanying, fear. Suemo narrowed his eyes. Coincidentally, I feel the same. Surrender is the last thing I would ever do. With that, he stepped forward, grasping Jiangya's hand without a second thought, his eyes scanning her anxiously. Are you all right? Jiangya let out a breath of relief, smiling. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. She shook her head, saying, Brother Suemo, I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Only then did Suemo relax, inquiring, what exactly happened? Jiangya sighed, explaining, after dinner today, I came here for a stroll and encountered this man claiming to be Lin Fei, who insisted on inviting me to dinner, wanting to share some romantic moments. I clearly rejected him, but he persisted, following me here with his lackeys, surrounding me. In desperation, I reached out to you for help. It's all my fault. Suemo shook his head and said, Silly girl, how could I possibly blame you? The fact that you thought of me in the face of danger brings me immense joy. Hey, kid, who do you think you are? Before Suemo could say anything further, Lin Fei, across from him, wore an irritated expression. He curled his lips, glancing at Suemo and then at the Thunderhound beside him, and scoffed, Humph, what's this? You think you can come here to show off with a mere ordinary tier beast? Listen, buddy, if you want to show off, you need to read the situation. Can't you see that even the weakest beast among us is of rare tier? You, an ordinary beast master, still harboring dreams of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. You'd best abandon that foolish notion. With Lin Fei's words, laughter erupted from those around them. Indeed, who would have thought? Hero rescuing a beauty? Kid, do you truly understand the situation? Our Lin Fei dares to provoke. This is rather presumptuous. Listen, pal, I advise you to leave while you still can. Don't think you can gain any advantage here. Finally, Suemo turned to Lin Fei, a cold smirk creeping across his face as he said, Humph. The second son of the Lin family, the foremost conglomerate of Lingen City, right? Lin Fei replied with a smile. That is correct, I am Lin Fei. Suemo scoffed. Nothing more than that. I had thought that as the heir of the Lin family, you would possess some intellect. Yet it seems you are merely arrogant and blind to the world around you. This is Lingen City. Do you truly believe you are on your home turf here? Feeling the sting of mockery, Lin Fei's face flushed with anger as he retorted, Buddy, you're being rather disrespectful. Suemo sneered. What is the value of face? I only know that there are those who are utterly clueless and shamelessly arrogant. Our Yor has clearly rejected you. Are you brainless or deaf? Can't you hear? Before Lin Fei could respond, one of his lackeys, infuriated, stepped forward and raised his hand to slap Suemo, only to find Suemo swiftly countering with a decisive motion, resulting in the man crying out in pain as his wrist was broken. Suemo was resolute. Anyone who dared to bully him would not receive mercy, regardless of their status. At the same time, Suemo felt a hint of exasperation. Ever since returning from the south, he had encountered one brainless individual after another attempting to provoke him. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, watching his pained lackey crumple to the ground, clutching his broken wrist, his brow furrowed in frustration. Suemo coldly remarked, Is that all? You dare to provoke me? You think you're worthy? Buddy, even when beating a dog, one must consider its owner. Lin Fei squinted. State your name. I never bully nameless individuals. Suemo narrowed his gaze and replied, I believe you are unworthy of knowing my name, but what harm is there in letting you know? I am Suemo. What? Suemo? Lin Fei's eyes widened as he exclaimed, You are the one who achieved first place in the recent entrance examination at Lingen City, even breaking the century-old record set by General Long Songhai with a score of 130,000 in battle ratings. Suemo smiled faintly. I didn't expect someone to recognize my name. It is indeed surprising. Humph, so what if it's you? Lin Fei's eyes brimmed with disdain. Nothing has ever slipped from my grasp when I set my sights on something. Hearing Lin Fei's brazen words, Suemo chuckled softly and said, And what of it? Today, I intend to leave with your, who dares to stop me? Do not forget, there are regulations in Huaxia prohibiting battles among beasts in commercial districts. Do you dare to defy this rule? As Suemo spoke, he prepared to leave with Jiangya. However, Lin Fei interjected with a cold scoff, Buddy, you can't just walk away. That is rather disrespectful. Suemo retorted without hesitation, What is the value of your respect? Lin Fei's eyes glinted with anger. Yet he suppressed it and said, Very well, how about we make a wager? It's clear you care for this girl, and I am equally fond of her. Why don't we compete in the beast arena to see who is stronger, and then decide her fate? Suemo narrowed his eyes. Looking at Lin Fei as he slowly replied, "You would stake a woman as a wager? Is this what the Lin family teaches you about honor?" Lin Fei remained silent. Having grown up in such a family, he had never been insulted in this manner. Today, he found himself oppressed by Su Mo, which filled him with dissatisfaction. After a moment, he spoke, "Su Mo, you are the first to dare insult me so. However, you may not have the luxury of refusal. Our Lin family is a stakeholder in Fuyao Academy. Should you refuse this wager, I assure you that within 10 minutes, both of you will receive expulsion notices from Fuyao Academy." As Su Mo was about to step away, he halted and turned to glare at Lin Fei, coldly asking, "Are you threatening me?" Lin Fei smirked, "Indeed, I am threatening you. This is the power and privilege that wealth affords, no matter how much discontent you harbor. Do you have the right to resist?" Besides Su Mo, Jiangya finally realized they had provoked someone they should not have, and the situation had escalated. She instinctively grasped Su Mo's hand and urgently said, "Brother Su Mo, perhaps you should leave. I wouldn't want you to lose your chance at Fuyao Academy because of me. You must understand, Fuyao Academy is the dream institution for countless beast masters in Huaxia. Among the 4 great academies, Fuyao Academy is the most formidable. Seeing you gain entry is a rare opportunity. If you forsake it over this matter, I would feel immeasurable regret. I do not wish to be the reason you harbor resentment for a lifetime." At that moment, Jiang Haining approached Su Mo and quietly said, "Su Mo, I didn't come to pressure you, but I must tell you that Lin Fei speaks the truth. He is currently a second-year beast master at Fuyao Academy, hailed as a genius of Fuyao City, and is recognized as the Lin family's prodigy with limitless potential. The Academy's dean favors him greatly. His words are not mere bluster. If you choose to refuse today, he may indeed ensure you lose your chance at Fuyao Academy. I advise you to consider it carefully. Regardless of the conflicts between you and your father, even without them, your father, with his position as a deputy general of the Demon Suppression Army, cannot confront the Lin family, not to mention the current discord between you. Even if you have countless stories from the south, they may hold little weight against the Lin family." Chapter 23, A Battle to Determine Fate. At this moment, Su Mo felt a flicker of discontent in his heart. The individuals he detested most in this life were those who wielded power and influence, abusing their status with reckless abandon. Indeed, Su Mo had witnessed countless such figures at the border, oppressing ordinary soldiers by virtue of their lofty positions. He held an innate aversion to such people. Although his words could be construed as a reproach towards Su Mo's family, he had never engaged in any oppressive acts against others. Listening to Jiang Haining's words, Su Mo furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Fei, noticing the smugness gleaming in his eyes. Lin Fei let out a derisive snort and said, "Humph, what is this? Are you afraid? If so, why not simply admit your fault and let this young lady accompany me for dinner? I shall refrain from further remarks. How does that sound?" Su Mo could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, fixing a cold gaze upon Lin Fei. "So, Lin Fei, I accept your challenge. However, wagering on a woman is something I shall never do. Let us find another means of competition." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and replied with a mocking smile, "Oh? And what do you propose? I am all ears." Su Mo spoke slowly. "Let us settle this at the Beast Arena, a single match to determine the victor. If I win, you shall vacate Linen City henceforth, and cease to interfere with my life and yours, even after we enter Fuyao Academy. Should you encounter us, show us some courtesy." Lin Fei scoffed. "You truly have a lofty opinion of yourself. Do you genuinely believe you can win?" Su Mo retorted nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Afraid?" Lin Fei arrogantly laughed. "Afraid? Not in the slightest. While I may not know the level of your beast mastery, I presume you have only recently awakened as a beast master, and it has only been 2 weeks since. How strong could you possibly be? Meanwhile, I possess a dominator-level young beast at the 6th stage, the Ice Tiger. Su Mo, what do you have to compete with me, since you insist on a wager?" "I shall oblige," Lin Fei said, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Should you win, I, Lin Fei, will honor your wager and refrain from troubling you and this young lady from now on, treating you both with utmost respect. However, if I win, you must forfeit your place at Fuyao Academy. Dare you?" "Why would I not dare?" Lin Fei replied without hesitation. Beside him, Jiang Ye's expression changed dramatically. "Brother Su Mo, how can you agree to this? He possesses a dominator-level beast. If you lose, you will have to relinquish your chance to enter Fuyao Academy, the very school you have long desired to attend. How can you simply abandon that opportunity?" Jiang Ye struggled to comprehend. For entering Fuyao Academy was the ultimate aspiration for all beast masters. Seeing Su Mo on the verge of agreeing, she could not bear to witness him forsake his future for her sake. Su Mo chuckled softly, sensing Jiang Ye's concern and affection for him. He gently ruffled her hair and smiled. "Silly girl, I know you are worried. Trust me, I have everything under control, for reasons unknown. Jiangya always found herself reassured by Su Mo's words and the confidence reflected in his eyes, yet she was repeatedly troubled by his actions. Little did she know, Su Mo was not oblivious. He felt her care deeply. Although he had traveled through time 3 years ago, he had inherited the memories of his predecessor, along with the lingering feelings for Jiangya. Throughout their lives, Jiangya had always been by Su Mo's side, like a devoted shadow, receiving his protection. Now, witnessing her being bullied, how could Su Mo possibly allow it to continue? Su Mo's beast, the Thunderhound, had already reached the 3rd stage of youth, serving as his ultimate trump card and the foundation of his confidence. At such a moment, how could Su Mo choose to retreat? He glanced down at the Thunderhound, which barked twice, its eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction, seemingly resonating with Su Mo's emotions. With a confident smile, Su Mo lifted his gaze to Lin Fei and declared, "Since our agreement is established, let us proceed to the nearest beast arena. One match to determine our fates." "Excellent. I, Lin Fei, appreciate your straightforwardness. Were it not for the conflict between us today, I would have quite liked to be your friend," Lin Fei remarked, a glimmer of surprise flitting across his features at Su Mo's mockery. The nearest beast arena was approximately a 10-minute journey away. Su Mo and Jiangya sat in Jiang Heining's vehicle, heading toward their destination. As Jiang Heining drove, she leaned forward and said, "Su Mo, it is not that I look down upon you, nor do I wish to undermine your confidence. While I recognize that your Thunderhound is formidable, Lin Fei is notorious in Fuyao City for being petty, and he may resort to underhanded tactics against you. Although he may leave Linen City today, Fuyao City is his territory, and with the military and the academy as rivals, you have already begun to make enemies even before officially reporting to Fuyao Academy. This is hardly an auspicious start." Su Mo shrugged and replied, "So what? Am I to stand idly by while he bullies you? Today, Lin Fei will pay the price for his actions. Besides, there are still 3 weeks until we head to Fuyao City. Everything is not yet set in stone. How can you be so certain that Lin Fei will dominate me there?" Jiang Heining's eyes narrowed as she glanced at Su Mo through the rearview mirror, a smile playing on her lips. "Well said. You truly are the little brother I have taken a liking to. You surprise me. I shall look forward to your performance." Meanwhile, Jiangya was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do next, completely oblivious to the exchange between Su Mo and Jiang Heining. Before long, they arrived at the beast arena. In China, there exists a regulation stating that no beast battles are to occur in bustling urban areas, a measure instituted to protect innocent bystanders from harm. However, conflicts among beast masters still arise, hence the establishment of beast arenas. These arenas provide a venue for fair confrontations, where judges and spectators can witness the events unfold and determine the outcome. Chapter 24. A packed arena, the focused battle. The beast arena resembled a grand coliseum, with throngs of spectators filling the stands. For many beast masters, attending the arena daily to witness various battles offered them valuable insights and experiences. Many individuals are drawn to this place, eager to witness the battles and absorb the nuances of beast mastery, hoping to refine their skills through such experiences. However, amidst the throng of onlookers, Jiang Ya's face betrayed a hint of anxiety. Clutching Su Mo's garment tightly, her expression was fraught with concern as she slowly uttered, "Brother Su Mo, are you truly going to engage in combat with Lin Fei? This brings no advantage to you. Besides, Lin Fei merely wishes for my company at dinner. I could easily oblige him instead. Brother Su Mo, I genuinely do not want to see you continue down this path. If you find yourself in danger, I would feel immense guilt, and it could jeopardize your eligibility for entering Fuyao Academy." As Jiang Ya's emotions heightened, tears finally spilled from the corners of her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Su Mo felt a pang of sorrow. In that moment, he truly grasped Jiang Ya's deep concern for him. Who could claim to be so fortunate as to receive such tender care from a delicate maiden? With a gentle smile, Su Mo reached up to pat her head, softly saying, "It's all right, you need not worry. You should have complete faith in me." A trace of helplessness flickered in Jiang Ya's eyes as she quickly responded, "Brother Su Mo, do you not see the gravity of the situation? You jest at a time like this. Boss Jiang has already indicated that Lin Fei is a second-year senior at Fuyao Academy, having undergone a year of rigorous training. Currently, he commands a beast at the 6th stage of the juvenile realm, and it is a dominant-tier beast. What do you possess to challenge him?" Su Mo chuckled lightly, replying, "Rest assured, soon you will witness my prowess." In light of Su Mo's unwavering confidence, Jiangya found herself at a loss for words. Despite Su Mo's repeated displays of self-assurance, a sense of apprehension lingered within him as he approached this pivotal moment. Beside them, Jiang Heining's demeanor was devoid of her usual playful banter as she solemnly inquired, "Su Mo, are you truly prepared? I do not wish to undermine your confidence, but I must reiterate that today's contest is exceedingly arduous for you. Even if you possess blood resurrection, which allows you to continuously restore your Thunderhound. It will inevitably deplete your vitality significantly. You may find it takes quite some time to recuperate, potentially impacting your future cultivation. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Suemo confidently smiled and responded, "Why not? This is my path of cultivation." While each of you expresses concern over the potential consequences I might face, have you considered what would happen if I were to falter today? Should I retreat, how would my mindset ever evolve? For a Beastmaster, the cultivation of one's mindset is paramount. Jiang Haining sighed silently at this. The audience surrounding them began to murmur amongst themselves. Look, isn't that Suemo, the hidden talent from Linen City? Indeed it is. I wonder how he has transformed since acquiring the hidden talent of blood resurrection. What brings him here today? It appears he's clashed with someone. That person across from him looks like Lin Fei, the second son of the Lin family in Fuyao City. What is he doing here? You may not know, but Lin Fei traveled here upon hearing about a genius girl from Linen City with an SS level talent. He insisted on meeting her. And now he has. The genius girl, Jiangya? Isn't she right beside Suemo? What is their relationship? They seem quite close. Look at Jiang Ya's worried expression. She clearly cares for Suemo. Who knows? But given their current predicament, I suspect something significant is about to unfold. Though Suemo is the eldest son of General Su, provoking Lin Fei from the Lin family could prove troublesome. Indeed, the Lin family stands on equal footing with both the military and the academy in Fuyao City. The Su family pales in comparison. Does this imply that Suemo is truly courting disaster today? As the spectators continued their discourse, an air of scorn enveloped their gazes, revealing a collective skepticism towards Suemo. Meanwhile, in the far corner of the stands, a figure cloaked in black attire and a mask sat quietly, eyes narrowed. Should Suemo be present, he would recognize this person as his father, Su Songxing. Observing the impending clash between Suemo and Lin Fei, Su Songxing's eyes glinted with cold amusement. Ah, Suemo, you are truly unaware of the peril you face. I dare not express discontent against any faction of the Lin family in Fuyao City, yet you boldly provoke them today. I shall be keen to observe how you intend to contend with them. Once you realize the severity of your misstep, you will inevitably find yourself before me, pleading for my assistance. Finally, Suemo and Lin Fei stepped onto the arena. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Fei smirked and said, "Hey, you must be Suemo, correct? I trust One Haven T misremembered. Do you hear that? It seems none of the spectators stand in your favor. Everyone understands my status in Fuyao City, and no one dares to oppose me or seek trouble. Yet you truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation by challenging me today." Suemo scoffed, retorting, "Oh, is it permissible for the son of the Lin family to act with impunity, oppressing the common folk at will? Jiangya has no interest in you. It seems you are the only one oblivious to your own folly. Am I not entitled to stand up against injustice?" Chapter 25. The battle concludes in 30 seconds. Lin Fei laughed arrogantly. The hero saving the beauty trope? I have seen it many times. It holds no value for me. Suemo, you are ultimately unqualified to compete with me. What do you possess? Even if you are the scion of General Su's family, you are still insignificant in my presence. Moreover, Lin Fei gestured to his equally formidable beast, a frost tiger. I have attained the rank of an 8th level beast master, and my frost tiger has reached the 6th stage of the juvenile realm. Suemo, as an ordinary beast master who has only just awakened your talent, what do you have to challenge me? I advise you to use your intellect. If you kneel now and admit your mistake, calling me Lin Dage 3 times, perhaps I might let you go. Huh. Suemo spat, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Fei, you are indeed just as I imagined all aristocratic scions to be, merely spoiled brats. You expect me to apologize to you? You might as well contemplate how you will exit Linen City after your impending defeat. Lin Fei scoffed. Your arrogance is truly astounding. Very well. Since you hold such a belief, I shall allow you to witness the disparity between us. At last, as their conversation unfolded, the official referee of the arena slowly made his way onto the stage. This referee, specially hired at a generous salary from the Huaxia region, possessed strength far surpassing that of the combatants participating within the arena. Furthermore, nearly every referee was bound by a contract with a defensive-type beast. With the referee's mental prowess, a barrier materialized around the arena, shimmering with a faint luminescence. This ensured that the battle would not impact the surrounding spectators or their beasts, safeguarding the entire arena while allowing everyone to enjoy the view. The referee approached, casting a cold glance at the two, and slowly inquired, "Have both of you signed the waiver?" Upon receiving their nods, he continued, "Good evening to all the spectators present. It is a pleasure to welcome you to our arena for the duel between Beastmaster Suemo and Beastmaster Lin Fei. I need not elaborate on their identities. I believe their recent prominence is well known to all. Without further ado, he declared, let the duel between Suemo and Lin Fei commence." As soon as the words left his lips, The referee leaped back. Simultaneously, the dominant beast, the ice tiger, let out a roar. In an instant, Suemo sensed a shift in the mood of his thunderhound beside him. Frowning slightly, he understood that the thunderhound was feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the ice tiger, which surpassed it in bloodline rank. This instinctive reaction was a consequence of the bloodline suppression that had been established since the dawn of the beast era a century ago. However, Suemo brushed aside these thoughts, knowing that despite the bloodline disparity, the thunderhound's level was significantly higher than that of the ice tiger. This would mitigate the effects of the pressure between them. Suemo affectionately patted the thunderhound's head and smiled. "Lightning, I know you can do this. You won't let me down, will you?" The thunderhound barked affirmatively, taking its battle stance. At the third stage of youth, its size was comparable to that of the ice tiger. Lin Fei observed the thunderhound's posture and chuckled. "You certainly put on a show. I presume your beast is too intimidated by my ice tiger's bloodline suppression to move, yet you still pretend to be fierce?" Before Lin Fei could finish his taunt, the thunderhound crouched slightly and charged forward. Suemo smirked coldly. "I despise those who love to boast before a match. Do you not find it foolish?" He commanded. "Lightning, teach him a lesson." With 2 barks, the thunderhound dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the ice tiger. Lin Fei's brow furrowed as he instinctively took 2 steps back, attempting to evade the potential harm from the clash of the 2 beasts. He then connected mentally with his beast, issuing commands through their bond. The ice tiger roared and charged at the thunderhound, a layer of frost enveloping its body. This beast was not only powerful but also possessed defensive attributes, making it a formidable opponent in battle. It was precisely due to this strength that Lin Fei had dominated the academy, hailed as a prodigy by his family. In that moment, neither the ice tiger, Lin Fei, nor the audience anticipated what would transpire next. The ice tiger, trained for defense and attack, lacked agility. As the thunderhound manifested bluish-purple lightning, it transformed into a blur. Rushing towards the ice tiger clumsily attempted to dodge, struggling to match the thunderhound's speed. Yet, the thunderhound was relentless. As Suemo guided it with precision, launching repeated claw strikes, each strike landed on the ice tiger, which began to emit muffled groans. Within mere moments of combat, the ice tiger bore numerous wounds, blood oozing from its body. "Damn it!" Lin Fei gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. "Do not falter. Press on and win this battle." However, it was too late. Just as Lin Fei finished speaking, the thunderhound struck the ice tiger on the head with a mighty paw. With a resounding thud, the ice tiger collapsed, its breath shallow. Chapter 26. The frustration of young Master Lin. The unexpected turn of events left the audience in stunned silence. They gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. What was happening? Had they truly witnessed the ice tiger, a dominant beast, succumb to the ordinary thunderhound? Was this not a farce? Heavens! Is this truly the second young master of the Lin family? Celebrated as a genius and touted as the future pillar of the Lin Corporation? This is an eye-opener. He has lost so decisively. It is simply unbelievable. How did the thunderhound achieve this? Was it merely its speed? It was quite likely, as the thunderhound had always been renowned for its swiftness, relentlessly attacking the ice tiger until it succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. But this was preposterous. The ice tiger had not even managed a single counterattack before it fell, and the battle lasted barely half a minute. Did you all notice? The thunderhound was enveloped in bluish-purple lightning. Does this not indicate that only those who have advanced to the latter half of the youth stage possess such awakened passive abilities? Could it be that this thunderhound has already reached the youth stage? It is no wonder it could repeatedly injure the ice tiger, ultimately bringing it to the ground. Everything now makes sense. The surrounding beast masters and spectators buzzed with speculation, all astonished by the swift conclusion of the battle. The anticipated clash had been overshadowed by Lin Fei's defeat. Lin Fei gazed at the ice tiger lying on the ground, desperately urging it to rise, calling out to it. Yet, the ice tiger showed no intention of responding. In that moment, Lin Fei felt a tightening in his chest and shouted, "Ice tiger, what are you doing? Get up." The ice tiger whimpered, its eyes filled with guilt and pain. How it wished to rise, but its body was riddled with injuries, utterly spent, unable to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Suemo chuckled softly. "Lin Fei, do you still expect your ice tiger to stand? Forget it, it can no longer rise. Now, your defeat is inevitable. I advise you to surrender promptly. Our wager is merely to ensure you vacate Linen City, and from this point forward, a semblance of politeness when encountering me will cost you nothing, nor will it require any recompense on your part. What? Are you the esteemed second heir of the Lin Group, too cowardly to acknowledge such a trivial bet?" Lin Fei seethed with indignation. Since his inception into the Lin Group, he had never encountered such humiliation. How could he have been so insulted? Yet today, the ordinary grade beast led by Suemo had decisively vanquished his dominion-level beast. The stark contrast filled Lin Fei with dread, not only would he be forced to leave Linen City, but soon the entire Fuyo City would echo with tales of how Lin Fei, a paragon of excellence, was defeated by a mere lowly beast and fled in disgrace. The thought of this left Lin Fei utterly humiliated. Behind him, his followers murmured in disbelief. Did I just witness that correctly? Lin Xiao lost. Good heavens. That was an ice tiger, a dominion-level beast. How could Lin Xiao lose to a mere ordinary grade thunderdog? This is unfathomable. They were not alone in their astonishment. Even Zhang Ye and Zhang Haining, standing behind Su Mo, were equally astonished. The battle concluded in less than half a minute, leaving them both utterly shaken. Zhang Haining leaped up with joy, exclaiming, Su Mo, you did it. You finally won this duel, and I'm bursting with pride for you. Keep going, you can do it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye narrowed her eyes, redirecting her gaze towards Su Mo. She observed his resolute silhouette and mused, how fascinating, truly fascinating. Su Mo, I realize I've underestimated your strength once again. You consistently surprise me with your remarkable prowess. Clearly, placing my faith in you for the future was a wise choice. I wonder what unexpected feats you will unveil today. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Fei stood opposite Su Mo, his mind racing, muttering incoherently. He abruptly lifted his gaze to confront Su Mo, exclaiming, you must have used some trick. This is a dominion-level beast. How could it possibly lose to your trivial, ordinary-grade beast? Tell me, what have you done? I genuinely feel pity for you. Using such petty tricks? Do you not feel a sense of shame or disgrace? Su Mo chuckled lightly and replied, oh dear, second heir of the Lin family. Have you lived in that well of ignorance for so long that you have never encountered the concept of beyond the heavens? There are heavens? Losing once today? And you already struggle to accept it, quaking in disbelief? You truly are foolish. If your father were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly feel a deep sorrow. Silence. Lin Fei felt insulted and bellowed, charging forward with his fists raised. He was utterly enraged, yet he still underestimated Su Mo. Su Mo effortlessly raised his hand and seized Lin Fei's fist. Lin Fei felt as if he were striking solid steel, unable to advance any further. Observing Lin Fei's clenched teeth and furious expression, Su Mo chuckled softly and remarked, "What's the matter, Lin Xiao? Are you truly in such a fit of rage? Surely you are not so dim-witted as to fail to realize that if you continue to provoke me without reason, you will only incite the resentment of those around you. Everyone will be whispering about whether Lin Xiao can accept defeat. I advise you to acknowledge this contest gracefully, otherwise, you can forget about mingling among the Beast Tamers in the future. You wouldn't want to be the subject of ridicule, would you? You, Su Mo, you are crossing the line." Lin Fei roared in anger. Su Mo laughed in response. "Am I the one being unreasonable, or is it you, Lin Fei, who has taken advantage of your status?" Su Mo would never admit to being a bully, but Lin Fei's repeated oppression of Jiang Ye had pushed him to intervene, resulting in today's events. Su Mo appeared to strip Lin Fei of his dignity entirely, denying him any chance of retaliation. As he tightened his grip on Lin Fei's hand, the latter broke into a cold sweat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Mo, utterly bewildered by how this seemingly ordinary individual could possess such immense strength. While it is true that in this world, some pursue physical enhancement and martial arts outside of being beast tamers, such paths are ultimately considered inferior. Lin Fei could not fathom that Su Mo would choose the way of martial cultivation. Yet, how could Su Mo exhibit such formidable prowess? Lin Fei's brow furrowed, instinctively attempting to withdraw his hand, only to find Su Mo's grip akin to a vice, firmly holding his fist. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Fei ground out through clenched teeth. Su Mo chuckled. "What do I intend to do? Lin Xiao, should you not contemplate your own actions? Who made the wager with me, and who has failed to honor the agreement?" Lin Fei gritted his teeth. "Su Mo, killing is but a mere act. Do you truly wish to take this to such extremes?" Su Mo replied with a smirk. "Oh, am I the one forcing you? Or is it you, Lin Xiao, who refuses to repent and continues to bully my friends? You should know better than I who is in the right here. Or shall I make this public and let everyone judge?" Lin Fei hesitated, feeling the weight of Su Mo's pressure upon him. Finally, he deflated like a punctured balloon, exclaiming, "I concede." As Lin Fei's words echoed, Su Mo released his grip. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Although Lin Fei was not a native of Linen City, the reputation of the Lin group resonated throughout other cities, leading everyone to have some awareness of him. No one expected Lin Fei to truly admit defeat. Su Mo shrugged at Lin Fei, stating, "Very well, Lin Xiao, since you have conceded, there is no need to continue this contest. I hope you remember our wager. Farewell." With that, Su Mo swiftly descended from the arena with the Thunder Dog. Zhang Ye approached him, and he nodded in acknowledgement before heading towards the rest area of the beast fighting arena. Once inside the rest area, Su Mo closed the door and sat cross-legged on the floor. Before him, The blood vitality rebirth array manifested. The Thunder Dog finally staggered into the center of the array. As Su-Mo transferred nearly half of his vitality into the Thunder Dog, it began to restore its physical condition. Everyone observed the recent contest and unanimously concluded that the Thunder Hound emerged victorious. Yet, only Su-Mo truly comprehended the trials that the Thunder Hound had endured. The icy defense enveloping the Ice Tiger posed a formidable challenge for the Thunder Hound to penetrate. It fought with reckless abandon, inflicting substantial harm upon itself in order to breach the opponent's defenses, ultimately delivering a devastating blow. Of course, the Ice Tiger would naturally recover after a period of rest, perhaps 10 days to 2 weeks. Su-Mo had always maintained a certain restraint. He would never stoop to the level of slaying Lin Fei's beast within the arena, as that would surely invite military scrutiny. At last, through the process of blood regeneration, Su-Mo restored his full vitality, experiencing a slight increase in both his health and mental fortitude. He now stood on the precipice of a breakthrough, with only a fraction of mental strength needed to reach 900, thereby ascending to the ranks of a level 9 Beastmaster. Subsequently, the door to the lounge swung open, and Su-Mo spoke slowly. I'm fine, you need not worry. He chuckled softly. I have finally lived up to your expectations and triumphed in this match. From this day forth, we need not fear that Lin Fei will trouble us again. But wait, what brings you here? Su-Mo turned to gaze at the figure appearing in the doorway, his brow furrowing in confusion. Standing before him was none other than his father, Su Songxing. Just over an hour ago, Su-Mo had witnessed Su Songxing at the Tiandao Pavilion, where he had an intense argument with Jiang Haining. At this moment, Su-Mo was puzzled as to why Su Songxing had come here and sought him out. Noticing the displeasure etched on Su-Mo's face, Su Songxing finally removed his mask, revealing a smile that was more grotesque than one wrought by sorrow. Approaching, he remarked, "Son, congratulations on your successful victory over young Master Lin." "Humph. Spare me the feigned sincerity," Su-Mo retorted coldly, dismissing his father with a disdainful twist of his lips. "Surely, your purpose here extends beyond mere congratulations. Do not presume I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. Speak plainly, what do you want?" Su Songxing hesitated, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Yet he forced a smile as he responded, "Alas, what can I do? I have come to realize my errors, understanding that my previous actions have indeed caused you some harm. I merely wish to apologize." "Apologize?" Su-Mo burst into laughter, incredulous. "Did I hear you correctly? You, of all people, coming to me to offer an apology? Su Songxing, do you not find this utterly laughable? Have you forgotten the wrongs you have committed against me?" Su-Mo's gaze burned fiercely into his father, showing no inclination to grant him even an ounce of leniency. His words dripped with disdain as he addressed him by his full name. "You have transferred all my hard-earned merits and honors to that worthless Su Feng. You have always regarded him as the favored son, the future hope of the Su family. While I can acknowledge your beliefs, you should never have the audacity to return here and apologize. Do you not feel foolish for this? What? Do you think I, Su-Mo, am but a child, easily swayed by a few sweet words? Or do you have some hidden agenda?" Chapter 28. I overestimated your character. Su-Mo's words struck Su Songxing like a dagger, catching him off guard as he realized he had been unmasked. Yet, all he could do was force a smile, feeling an inexplicable bitterness rise within him. Su-Mo narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Su Songxing indeed harbored ulterior motives. A moment later, he chuckled and said, "It appears I have guessed correctly. You have come here under the guise of benevolence, but your intentions are anything but pure. Let me surmise, what is it you desire? Do you wish for me to forfeit my entry into the Fuyo Academy, or perhaps to provide resources for your so-called genius, the second young master?" "Oh, I see now." Su-Mo suddenly realized, speaking coldly. "It seems that all who enter the Fuyo Academy subsequently gain eligibility for the Beastmaster gift packages being distributed to new students. You must be hoping I will relinquish this package for the sake of young Master Su Feng, whom you hold in such high regard." Sure enough, upon uttering these words, Su-Mo noticed a distinct change in Su Songxing's demeanor. His gaze sharpened as he declared, "Indeed, Su Songxing, your affection for your favored son knows no bounds. As you attempt to siphon away my accomplishments once more, do you not find this utterly shameless?" Su Songxing, exposed, felt his pride crumble. With a cold huff, he glared at Su-Mo and asserted, "Su-Mo, do not forget that I am your father. If I wish to take something from you, what is wrong with that? It is simply what you owe me." "What a farce!" Su-Mo retorted without mercy. "When have you ever given me what I desired? Have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a father?" Su Songxing, spare me the pretense. Before I left Linen for the frontier at the age of 15, did you ever show any concern for me? I am your son, yet I have never felt an ounce of your affection. All your love was bestowed upon Su Feng. Every time a stable genetic serum was developed at the research facility, all resources were funneled to him. Meanwhile, I did not even receive a single drop, a mere taste. How dare you claim to be my father? Sumo's expression was filled with fury, and at his side, the Thunder Hound barked in solidarity, echoing his discontent. Su Songxing found himself at a loss for words. Sumo continued, 3 years. Do you know what I was thinking 3 years ago? I believed you sent me to the frontier, hoping I would bring glory to the Su family. I thought that upon my triumphant return, laden with honors and achievements, you would greet me with a smile, congratulating me and acknowledging my place within the family. How naive I was. I had overestimated your character, Su Songxing, and my standing within the Su family. None of you acknowledged my worth. None of you believed I deserved a place in this family. You only knew how to strip me of my accomplishments and honor time and again. And now, Su Songxing, you dare seek something from me? You wish to drain me dry? Do you not find that utterly hypocritical? Enough. Su Songxing stormed forward, raising his hand as if to strike Sumo. But Sumo effortlessly intercepted the blow. Despite Su Songxing's status as a major general in the Demon Suppression Army, his physical prowess was merely 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Sumo had surpassed ordinary capabilities by 5 to 6 times. He was not someone Su Songxing could easily harm. As a tremor of surprise coursed through Su Songxing, he found himself at a loss for words. He found it hard to believe that Sumo possessed such immense power, to the extent that he himself could not even budge him in the slightest. Su Songxing's mind was inevitably occupied with thoughts about what Sumo had experienced. In that moment, he felt a flicker of doubt within himself, realizing that he had scarcely paid attention to Sumo's growth over the years. This moment led him to a gradual and somewhat unexpected understanding of Sumo. After a brief pause, Sumo chuckled. What is this? Having realized you cannot outtalk me nor overpower me, you resort to such tactics? Is there anything else? If not, I kindly ask you to leave, Su Shaojiang. There is nothing of substance for us to discuss, and there is no need for you to suffer here. I maintain my stance. If Su Feng wishes to take everything from me, he must first possess the qualification to do so. One day, you and Su Feng will have to relinquish everything. Su Songxing fixed his gaze on Sumo, his expression betraying no emotion, before finally snorting coldly. Humph, Sumo. You dare to demand that Su Feng relinquish everything? I see you are nothing but arrogant. Let me tell you, since I have decided to cultivate Su Feng, he shall inevitably receive all the resources I provide. You are unwilling to offer up your novice gift pack, are you? Well, I assure you, there will come a day when you will voluntarily present it with both hands. You, a mere waste, are still a waste. Sumo responded with a chilling smile. Is that so? If that is the case, let us wait and see. I intend to demonstrate whether I, Sumo, am stronger, or if your brother, whom you have nurtured with all your resources, is. Humph. As Sumo released his grip, Su Songxing shook his fists, forcibly suppressing the discomfort in his hands, before letting out a cold snort and striding away. Pushing the door open, Su Songxing's figure departed. Moments later, Jiang Ye and Jiang Haining finally arrived. The two had hurriedly searched for quite some time before locating this place, and they rushed forward without hesitation. Jiang Ye grasped Sumo's hand, her voice laced with concern. Sumo Gij, are you all right? You rushed back so urgently. Did something happen? Please don't scare me. Sensing Jiang Ye's genuine worry, Sumo chuckled softly, ruffling her hair as he reassured her. It's fine. There's no need to worry. I merely had a stomach ache and hurried back to use the restroom. Really? Upon seeing Sumo nod sincerely, Jiang Ye finally exhaled in relief and smiled. I see. By the way, what brought Uncle Su here? Did he seek you for something? Sumo remained silent, while Jiang Haining, wishing to speak, reconsidered as it seemed Sumo was deliberately avoiding the topic, thus refraining from voicing her thoughts. Chapter 29. The Invitation of the Elegant Boss Lady. Regardless of the circumstances, today, the conflict between Jiang Ye and Lin Fei had finally reached resolution. Jiang Haining added, Lin Fei has just taken a car to the airport, preparing to leave Linen City. He indeed fulfilled the agreement between you two and has no intention of staying here any longer. Sumo nodded. Indeed. Those are actions Lin Fei ought to take. Even if he failed to uphold the agreement, I would inevitably make this matter known to the world, and naturally, there would be those who would mock him, judging who was right and who was wrong between us. Jiang Haining furrowed her brow. But if you proceed with that, the conflict between you and Lin Fei will only become irreparably strained. Sumo smiled. Do you believe that our actions today, with a wager in play, could ease this relationship? Absolutely not. Lin Fei has been thoroughly defeated by me, bested by an ordinary individual, by a so-called waste of talent that everyone disregarded. It is only to be expected that he would find it unbearable. I anticipated this outcome. Beside him, Jiang Ye spoke with a hint of guilt. Sumo Gij. I truly apologize. I did not foresee that I would cause you such trouble. Sumo patted her head. It's nothing. I understand why Lin Fei came here. It is precisely because you, Sister Yer, are so exceptional, so outstanding, that he sought to witness your brilliance. This only proves how remarkable you are, and you should take pride in that. Jiangya was taken aback by Sumo's twisted reasoning, offering a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. Sumo continued, All right, no need to be sad or upset. It's getting late. You should return to rest, or else Uncle Jiang might become upset. Upon hearing this, Jiangya finally comprehended. After a brief conversation with Sumo, she nodded and prepared to leave. However, before departing, Jiangya looked at Sumo earnestly and said, Sumo Gij, I plan to dedicate the next 3 weeks entirely to my training. I will not go anywhere. I only wish to diligently cultivate and elevate my beast master level, as well as the level of my contracted beasts. The incident with Lin Fei has made me realize that there are always those more powerful than oneself. And only by becoming stronger can I protect myself and those around me, just like you did today. With determination, she declared, in these next 3 weeks, I will strive to improve myself, ensuring that more and more people recognize and respect me. Sumo had not anticipated Jiangya would harbor such thoughts. Yet he smiled and nodded. Good. I am pleased to see you have such aspirations. I believe you will indeed make others wary of you, earn their respect, and instill fear. Keep at it. I look forward to your emergence after 3 weeks. Jiangya nodded resolutely before taking her leave. After bidding farewell to Jiangya, Sumo sighed deeply. Moments later, he turned to Zhang Hanying and said slowly, Thank you. In any case, today you refrained from taking advantage of my situation and did not cause me any further trouble. I happen to be hungry now and intend to go out for a meal. Would you care to join me? Zhang Hanying hesitated for a moment before replying with a smile. Sure. For my brother to invite me to dinner, I could not ask for more. After enjoying a meal together, they returned to the Tiandao pavilion with a dog in tow. Inside the pavilion, Sumo poured a cup of tea for Zhang Hanying and finally remarked with a smile. All right, Boss Jiang, shall we speak candidly now? What is it that you truly seek? A flicker of resignation crossed Zhang Hanying's eyes, and after shedding her earlier sorrow, she offered a bittersweet smile. Honestly, I never expected to reveal everything to you this soon. However, Sumo, I must remind you, are you truly prepared to hear my story? Sumo scoffed. Enough of that. I have never been one to shy away from crisis or seek retreat. You had better not hold anything back from me. Zhang Hanying nodded earnestly. Before I recount this story, however, I hope you can assist me with something. What do you mean? Sumo's brow furrowed. He was uncertain of Zhang Hanying's intentions. Zhang Hanying chuckled. It's nothing serious, merely a simple matter. However, dear sister, I possess little combat prowess myself, and there exists scant intersection between the Beast Tamers of Linen City and my own affairs. Thus, I find myself in need of your assistance, dear Sumo. If you would accompany me to a certain location to retrieve an item, I assure you that upon securing it, I shall confide in you completely, divulging all my matters. Moreover, I shall bestow upon you a reward of 500,000, along with granting you 3 requests, provided they do not breach moral boundaries. I shall endeavor with all my might to fulfill them, even if it requires traversing perilous paths. Sumo fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Hanying. Pondering her true intentions, a nagging feeling suggested that there were undisclosed secrets lurking within her heart. Furthermore, why had she suddenly chosen this pivotal moment to solicit his aid? After much hesitation, Sumo finally inquired, Where are we going? Zhang Hanying responded slowly, To the abyss of beasts. What? Sumo raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The abyss of beasts? Is that not the very region forged from the cataclysmic battles between human beast tamers and magical beasts a century ago? That place was fraught with turmoil, where endless days and nights of conflict culminated in its being cleaved apart, becoming the abyss it is today. What purpose do you have in venturing there? Since the calamity a century ago, it has been long abandoned, with only some low-level magical beasts lingering within. While it poses little danger to high-ranking beast tamers, surely it harbors nothing worth your affection? Zhang Hanying chuckled softly. You need not concern yourself with that, dear Sumo. I merely require your answer. Will you accompany me or not? Should you choose not to, I shall still share my story with you. However, the reward of 500,000 and the 3 requests shall vanish. Chapter 30, A Breakthrough. Level 9. Sumo's expression hardened, his demeanor cool as he regarded Zhang Hanying. He was uncertain of her true motives and attempted to glean some insight from her gaze, yet he found himself unsuccessful. Her emotional state remained inscrutable. This realization caused his brow to furrow deeply, but soon Zhang Hanying stood, stretching languidly. Today, she was clad in form-fitting jeans that accentuated her alluring curves, stirring thoughts within Sumo's mind. He even caught a glimpse of the black lace peeking above her jeans, along with a hint of her flat abdomen revealed beneath the hem of her top. After a moment, Zhang Hanying smiled. Dear Sumo, I shall not pressure you for an immediate answer. I will grant you time to ponder. I shall return tomorrow. Should you agree, we will promptly journey to the abyss of beasts, and all will be revealed to you then. Furthermore, you shall receive my reward. A most fortunate opportunity that I believe you would not wish to decline. With that, Jiang Hanying departed, her swaying hips and enticing silhouette fading from his view. Suemo, after finishing his tea, reclined against the sofa, turning his gaze to the panoramic view of Linen City. Squinting slightly, he contemplated, Jiang Hanying, you have piqued my curiosity. Aware of my identity and past, you now present such propositions. What secrets do you conceal, and what are your true intentions regarding me? Though the abyss of beasts has lain desolate for a century and harbors low-level winged magical beasts, it is not a territory I fear to tread. As he mused, Suemo glanced at his faithful companion, the Thunder Hound, resting at his feet, and chuckled, how about we accompany her on this venture together? Thus, Suemo and the Thunder Hound prepared to embrace the conclusion of the day. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in the capital, a man in his 40s, with a square face and donned in military attire, bearing the insignia of a major general, approached Long Songhai's office. After a brief knock, he heard Long Songhai's response. The major general entered, and upon seeing him, Long Songhai greeted with a smile. Ah, you've arrived, old Zhao. Yes, General Long. Is there something you require of me? Zhao Yunfei, the chief of staff of the Huaxia Demon Suppression Army, inquired. Long Songhai, lazily smiling, set down his phone, lit a cigarette with practiced ease, and began, I called you here because I need your assistance with a matter. You recall the new student from Linen City, who recently broke a record I set years ago? Of course, Zhao Yunfei replied. Such a prodigious talent naturally draws our attention. It is said he achieved this feat using an ordinary grade beast, an accursed talent deemed worthless by many. Zhao Yunfei, slightly puzzled, asked, General Long, what is your interest in him? Although he has performed commendably, he remains a cursed talent, and his future seems bleak. Long Songhai chuckled. But have you observed him these past few days? He shows no signs of diminished vitality. On the contrary, he appears more vibrant than ever. Look, these are recent photos taken by my subordinates. Curious, Zhao Yunfei approached to examine the images of Suemo, who appeared unremarkable, devoid of the frailty typically associated with diminished vitality. Zhao Yunfei, still perplexed, asked, General Long, what do you imply? Long Songhai replied with a grin, it's simple. I find this young man intriguing. I plan to send you to have a conversation with him, to signify that I, Long Songhai, am keeping an eye on him. Additionally, I wish to encourage him to perform well. Should he excel, he may one day catch our attention in the Demon Suppression Army, and I shall personally take him under my wing. Are you certain, General? Zhao Yunfei inquired. Long Songhai nodded. Of course, why would I not be? Seeing Long Songhai's firm resolve, Zhao Yunfei acquiesced with a nod and a salute, taking the documents with him as he prepared to leave. Oh, and one more thing. Long Songhai called out to Zhao Yunfei. Zhao Yunfei halted. General Long, do you have further instructions? Long Songhai smiled. Please close the door. I don't wish to be disturbed while I play my game. Zhao Yunfei smirked slightly, unable to find words, and complied with the request. Before long, the dawn of the next day arrived. Suemo rose early and activated the Blood Vitality Rebirth Array. After 3 cycles, the Thunderhound successfully ascended to the 4th tier of the Youth Realm, its power significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, Sumo's unique attributes gained from his transmigration led to a remarkable increase in both his spiritual energy and vitality. The former reached 935 points, allowing Suemo to successfully break through and become a level 9 Beast Master, establishing himself as a paragon among his peers. Simultaneously, his vitality surged to 695 points, merely 5 points shy of achieving a physique 7 times that of an ordinary person. Suemo opened his eyes, a brilliant glimmer emanating from his gaze. In that instant, he felt invigorated. With a chuckle, he affectionately patted the head of his thunder dog, exclaiming, Lightning, today marks yet another day of advancement. I believe that together, we shall grow ever stronger. The thunder dog barked joyfully, its expression brimming with delight. Suddenly, the door of the celestial training room swung open. Looking up, Suemo beheld Jiang Hanying, who entered with several breakfast dishes in hand. Today, Jiang Hanying donned a short skirt that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, revealing a pair of long, straight legs before Suemo's eyes. As she moved, glimpses of enticing scenery flashed before him. Suemo mused silently, pondering how Jiang Hanying was indeed a bewitching enchantress, luring him time and again. He wondered if she treated others in a similar manner. Undeniably, Jiang Hanying possessed a captivating allure. Just a glance was enough to provoke an unusual reaction within him. Yet, Jiang Hanying suddenly remarked, Congratulations, dear Suemo. You have successfully broken through once again. Not only have you become a level 9 Beastmaster, but your Thunderdog has also reached the 4th tier of the youth realm. How splendid indeed. Suemo furrowed his brow. Chapter 31. You truly are a turtle. With a furrowed brow, Suemo scrutinized Jiang Hanying. Previously, she had confided in him that her ability, known as beast perception, enabled her to sense the information of all beast masters, which Suemo was aware of. However, how could Jiang Hanying discern that he had attained the status of a level 9 Beastmaster? It was known that the levels among beast masters could not be perceived. Even with formidable mental strength, such perception was limited to contracted beasts. While some talents might assist beast masters in sensing other elements, it was inconceivable that Jiang Hanying could possess such an ability, as she lacked the capacity to perceive the talents of others. Unless before he could ponder further, Jiang Hanying, noticing the confusion in his eyes, chuckled and said, "Oh, dear brother, there's no need to be so astonished. Just before I entered, I sensed a powerful aura emanating from you at the door, leading me to this conclusion. To my surprise, I was correct. What an unexpected delight." Suemo regarded Jiang Hanying in silence. Despite her nonchalant delivery of the conjecture, it resonated with a different meaning in Suemo's ears. He felt an unsettling conviction that Jiang Hanying was still deceiving him, harboring secrets unknown to him. Jiang Hanying stepped closer, placing the breakfast on the coffee table, inviting Suemo to partake. Curiously, she inquired, "By the way, what are your thoughts regarding our conversation last night?" Suemo pondered for a moment, then unhesitatingly took a piece of breakfast and consumed it. After a couple of bites, he nodded and said, "It's acceptable. I promise to accompany you to the abyss of beasts to help you obtain what you desire. However, I hope this time you will honor your word and refrain from attempting to deceive me further. I lack the patience for such childish games. Nor do I possess the time. Do you understand?" Jiang Hanying nodded resolutely, assuring him, "Rest assured, this will be the final agreement between us. Once you assist me, I will reveal everything. Did I not mention before that even if you refuse, I would still disclose all my secrets to you? Our relationship will merely evolve into a cooperative one." Seeing Jiang Hanying's casual demeanor, Suemo chose not to elaborate further and simply nodded, resuming his breakfast. It must be said that Jiang Hanying was indeed meticulous, even preparing a meal for the Thunderdog. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, enjoyed their meal heartily. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Hanying informed Suemo that she would hasten her preparations. They were to depart for the abyss of beasts at 9 a.m. the following morning. The journey would require at least 4 to 5 hours of travel. It was indeed prudent to plan ahead, otherwise, they would find themselves entering the abyss of beasts at night, when it transformed into a haven for all beasts, fraught with unpredictable dangers. After agreeing to the arrangement, Suemo spent an ordinary day within the celestial training room. He attempted to call Jiangya, but her mother answered, informing him that Jiangya was currently in seclusion and would not be able to converse with him for at least 3 weeks. After much hesitation, Suemo decided to refrain from further discussion. Before long, the morning of the next day arrived. After breakfast, Suemo and Jiang Hanying tidied up. Accompanying them were Jiang Hanying's beasts, a rare treasure ferret and an ordinary earth bear, all preparing to embark on their journey to the abyss of beasts. However, as they reached the first floor and turned a corner towards the hall's entrance, they encountered Suemo's parents standing before them, alongside someone Suemo least wished to see, his twin brother, Su Feng. In front of the trio, a receptionist at the front desk of the Tiandao Pavilion barred their entry. "Major Su, Madame Dongfang, and young Master Su, we have strict regulations at Tiandao Pavilion. You truly cannot enter. If you proceed, the boss will undoubtedly hold me accountable. I'm merely a humble worker. Why must you make things difficult for me?" Upon hearing this, Su Tsangxing's expression soured as he coldly retorted, "Humph. What? Is my reputation not sufficient? Or do you not recognize me?" The receptionist quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Major Su, you are the esteemed major of the Demon Suppression Army in Linen City. Who does not know you?" Su Tsangxing scoffed again. "If you are aware of my stature, why do you still impede my entry? Step aside and let me through. This matter does not concern you. Do not seek trouble for yourself. It won't benefit you in any way." The receptionist remained steadfast in her position. Su Feng, standing aside, sneered, "Can't you hear properly? Do you not know who my father is? Did you not hear? My father has instructed you to let us in. Don't make this difficult for yourself. Here, even the owner of Tiandao Pavilion must treat my father with courtesy. Do you truly believe a mere receptionist can dictate matters here?" A flicker of displeasure flashed in the receptionist's eyes, yet her face remained adorned with a smile throughout. "Hello, young Master Su. Have you also begun to make things difficult for us?" Su Feng retorted, "Step aside. I have no time to discuss this with you." He stepped forward, intending to push past the receptionist. At that moment, Jiang Hanying could no longer contain herself. Her cold voice slowly emerged, Su Major General, what an admirable temperament you possess. Since when did the Tiandao Pavilion come under the jurisdiction of your demon suppression army? We are an independent group within the nation, and it seems you're overstepping your bounds. Major General Su. Hearing her voice, Su Zongxing hurriedly turned around, only to instantly spot Su Mo standing beside Jiang Hanying. Before he could utter a word, Su Feng, unable to restrain himself, strode up to Su Mo and coldly remarked, Su Mo, you truly enjoy playing the coward, don't you? Today, I finally caught you red-handed. Chapter 32. Promotion from Major to Captain? Perhaps it was the arrogance born from power, or perhaps he genuinely looked down upon Su Mo. At that moment, Chun Fei wore a mocking expression, his demeanor icy as he glanced at Su Mo, slowly stating, Humph, Su Mo. I heard from Dad that he asked you to give me the beginner's gift pack you would receive upon entering the Fuyao Academy. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to part with such a trivial thing? As your elder brother, can't you even do this for your younger sibling? How selfish of you. You've merely acquired a worthless cursed talent. What else do you have? Before Su Feng could finish his words, Su Mo, without hesitation and in front of the gathered crowd, struck Su Feng hard across the face. Today, Su Zongxing had brought people here, causing quite a stir, which drew many onlookers. They were momentarily taken aback by the scene. What was happening? They were baffled about why Su Zongxing was so insistent on entering the Tiandao Pavilion to find Su Mo. Now, with Su Mo's appearance and Su Feng's taunts met with a slap, shock rippled through the crowd. Heavens, what is going on? How did the young masters of the Su family, the eldest and the second son, end up in such a situation? It seemed they harbored some form of conflict. Shouldn't that be impossible? After all, they were twin brothers, and it was unlikely for them to harbor any deep-seated enmity. But how does one explain this? Just moments ago, what had Su Feng said to provoke Su Mo into delivering that slap? Who knows? We are just as perplexed about why Major General Su brought Su Feng here today. The murmurs of the crowd reached Su Zongxing's ears. Frowning deeply, he quickly approached his wife. As he saw Su Feng raising his hand to strike Su Mo in a fit of rage, he swiftly intervened to stop him. This was no jest. If things escalated here, Su Zongxing's standing in Linen City would be irrevocably tarnished. The Beast Tamers surrounding them could easily tear him apart with a few scathing remarks. Dad, why are you stopping me? Su Feng shouted, his voice filled with fury. Su Zongxing growled softly, behave yourself. As he spoke, he turned to Su Mo, his eyes clouded with discontent. Su Mo, are you deliberately disregarding my authority? Su Mo shrugged. Authority? What is your authority worth? Is it because I have been too lenient with all of you? Or have you simply disregarded everything I said before? Su Zongxing was left speechless. This was his own flesh and blood, and now he was confronted with such insolence. As a major general in Linen District, his status was not to be underestimated. Beside him, Su Mo's mother, Dongfangya, furrowed her brow and finally spoke. Su Mo, what are you saying? He is your father. How dare you address him so directly? And to think you struck your brother. What kind of behavior is that for an elder sibling? Su Mo glanced at Dongfangya, who was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly sensed a hint of bloodthirst in his gaze, an emotion she had seldom encountered over the years. It felt as if Su Mo harbored some secrets unknown to her. After a long pause, Su Mo coldly snorted, enough with the facade of righteousness and moral superiority. Over the years, what have you done to me, Su Mo? Should I recount each grievance? You all engage in these sanctimonious acts while wielding familial ties to coerce and morally bind me. Do you think I would yield? It is truly nauseating. Su Zongxing raised his hand, intending to slap Su Mo, but suddenly hesitated. His previous encounters with Su Mo had brought him no advantage, and his hands still ached from their last encounter. After considerable deliberation, Su Zongxing lowered his hand and coldly stated, Su Mo, I have no desire to engage in a war of words with you. Today, your mother, your brother, and I have come to discuss something important with you. Su Mo narrowed his eyes. Oh, discuss or inform? Hasn't Major General Su always preferred to unilaterally dictate fates? To hear the word discuss is quite a surprise. Su Zongxing never anticipated that Su Mo would be so eloquent, leaving him momentarily speechless. Beside them, despite having been slapped and restrained by his father, Su Feng's feelings of resentment and dissatisfaction surged within him. Before he could voice his thoughts, Dongfangya stepped forward, sighing as she addressed Su Mo. Su Mo, I understand you may feel aggrieved or dissatisfied, but we are here to have a calm conversation with you. After all, you are our child, and we recognize that some of our previous actions may have been hard for you to comprehend. Today, we wish to clarify everything fully. Su Mo regarded Dongfangya with an air of mockery, awaiting her response. She continued, previously, your father and I were perhaps too hasty in arranging matters for you, leading to experiences that may have been difficult for you to accept. Hence, we are here to offer you compensation. Huh? Su Mo chuckled, a sense of sorrow welling up within him. Compensation? Surely, this was akin to a weasel paying a New Year's visit. No good intentions behind it. Su Songxing's expression hardened, his displeasure evident. Dongfangya managed a bittersweet smile and continued, "Indeed, your father is aware of your dissatisfaction. Therefore, he plans to arrange for you to join the Demon Suppression Army camp in Linen District. With your father's connections and reputation, you could be promoted directly to captain, sparing you the need to toil endlessly to elevate your status. This is a direct path to success." Ha ha ha. Suemo could no longer restrain his laughter, a twinge of sorrow welling up within him. Lieutenant, Su Songxing and Dongfangya were utterly oblivious to the trials and tribulations Suemo had endured. Had they been aware, they would never have uttered such condescending words of compensation. It must be known that in the southern frontier, Suemo held the rank of major. He was revered, akin to a war god, in the eyes and hearts of all mortal warriors. And now, they dared to tempt him with the title of lieutenant? Chapter 33, Severing My Ties? To please you. In the southern frontier, Suemo was a major. How could Su Songxing dare to bestow upon him the title of lieutenant? Listening to Dongfangya's tone, it seemed as if she was imparting a benevolent gift to Suemo, cautioning him against being ungrateful. Suddenly, another thought crossed Sumo's mind. Was Su Songxing so eager to place him in the Demon Suppression Army to obtain the rank of lieutenant, implying that he would forfeit his chance to enter Fuyo Academy? Suemo glanced at Dongfangya and chuckled. What a clever scheme you have devised, sending me to the Demon Suppression Army to serve as a lieutenant in the Linen Battle Zone. From henceforth, I would be a structured officer in the Demon Suppression Army. Does this mean I would have to abandon my aspirations for Fuyo Academy? You are still hoping I will forsake Fuyo Academy. All perhaps for the sake of my brother Su Feng, who is hailed as a genius. Su Feng, upon hearing this, instantly wore an expression of displeasure. He raised his hand and pointed at Suemo, exclaiming, "Suemo, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Our parents have humbly come before you, granting you such a grand favor. You had better know when to accept it. Don't think that just because you've achieved something, you can." Before he could finish, Suemo vanished from his spot. Su Feng stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock as Suemo appeared before him in an instant. In that moment, Su Feng instinctively froze, watching as Suemo advanced, seizing his collar with a firm grip. Suemo cast a cold glance at Su Feng, his eyes narrowing as he slowly spoke. "Su Feng, do not presume that being my brother grants you the license to act recklessly and speak foolishly. I, Suemo, detest it when anyone shows such contempt, even if it is you." As Suemo exerted pressure, Su Feng found it increasingly difficult to breathe, his face reddening within mere moments. He raised his hand, summoning all his strength to push Suemo away, only to find it utterly futile. Sumo's strength was indeed formidable, something Su Feng was not experiencing for the first time. At that moment, Su Songxing rushed forward, pushing Suemo aside to check on Su Feng. Seeing him finally regain his composure, Su Songxing raised his head sharply, his expression stormy as he shouted, "Suemo, have you lost your mind? He is your brother. Do you intend to provide others with the opportunity to mock our family? Mock the Su family?" Suemo laughed heartily. "General Su, perhaps you should first contemplate how others will mock you. You have nurtured a so-called genius using all the resources of our family since childhood. And now he faces the prospect of being rejected by Fuyo Academy. Who knows which academy will accept him next? This news will surely spread through the military and other cities soon enough. What will you, Major Su, face then? How can you still afford to concern yourself with me?" Su Songxing gritted his teeth. "Suemo, you truly are asking for trouble. Do you believe I want to leverage my connections to Fuyo Academy to have you expelled?" "Expelled me?" Suemo laughed again. "Major Su, do you possess such authority? Do not forget, I am currently the top scorer in the National Freshman Assessment. Who gives you the right to expel me? Do you think Fuyo Academy would recognize you, Major Su, or acknowledge me, the future genius?" Su Feng retorted angrily. "Suemo, what you possess is merely the cursed talent of a wastrel. Furthermore, it is a life-threatening talent. How long do you believe you can survive? Do you truly think everyone considers you a genius?" Su Songxing added disapprovingly, "Suemo, do not think that your recent accomplishments grant you the liberty to act with impunity and oppress others. I assure you, one day you will pay the price for this. Now, hurry over and apologize to your brother, or I will sever our father-son relationship." "How splendid." Upon hearing Su Songxing's words, Suemo momentarily froze. Then his expression shifted entirely. He was filled with joy. This reaction left Su Songxing bewildered. "What do you mean?" Suemo chuckled. "I simply did not expect you to propose severing our father-son bond. It is indeed a welcome gift. For the past 3 years in the frontier, I initially harbored some paternal affection for Su Songxing. However, upon my victorious return, I found myself devoid of any emotional attachment to him. This man, who professes to regard me as his son, has not only failed to respect the glory I have earned, but has consistently stripped me of everything. Having traversed here from another world, had it not been for the lingering desire of my former self for this family, I would have long severed all ties. Now, Suemo feels no emotional connection to this family whatsoever. Observing the knowing expression in Su Feng's eyes, Suemo suddenly smiled. Well, since Major Su intends to dissolve our father-son relationship, I need not hold back any longer. A foreboding sense of dread surged within Su Songxing. At the same moment, Dongfangya furrowed her brow. Surrounding beast masters began to murmur amongst themselves, "Good heavens. It seems as though Master Su Mo and General Su have fallen into an irreconcilable conflict. Indeed, they seem on the brink of severing their familial ties. What could have transpired? Has he committed some transgression that has displeased Major Su's family? Alas, Master Su Mo, regardless of the circumstances, is still the eldest son of the Su family. Without Major Su's guidance, how could he have attained all that he possesses today? I believe this is merely a reflection of Master Su Mo's youth and his failure to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I genuinely feel for Major Su's plight. Who can argue otherwise? Su Songxing is renowned for his kindness towards his children. I even recall listening to his parenting experiences during a speech. Never did they anticipate such a significant rift between him and Su Mo. Oblivious to the reality, they continued to judge Su Mo's experiences through a distorted lens. Su Mo scoffed, having resolved not to extend any further courtesy to such hypocrites. While he had previously harbored concerns that Su Songxing might act rashly, akin to a cornered rabbit, now those worries had dissipated. Su Mo had firmly established his reputation and had grown increasingly powerful. As long as everything proceeded smoothly, he would inevitably achieve his aspirations within the next 3 weeks. Su Mo then surveyed the onlookers, slowly articulating, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you genuinely believe that Su Songxing is a hypocrite? Have any of you pondered why I harbor such profound dissatisfaction with him? Surely, none of you truly believe that all of this is a result of Su Mo's countless accolades earned at the frontier, do you? I feel a deep sense of pity for you all. Allow me to clarify. The one who ventured to the borders was I, Su Mo, not my brother Su Feng, who has been nurtured like a medicinal concoction since childhood." What? The surrounding crowd was instantly aghast. Chapter 34. Remember my words, Su Feng. What? At that moment, all the beast tamers present were struck with astonishment. They gazed incredulously at Su Mo and then at Su Songxing and the others standing before him. Previously, Su Songxing had been publicly proclaiming that Su Feng had returned from the frontier after the war, laden with countless honors, even attaining an S-rank talent, with a future brimming with potential. Indeed, Su Feng had, as Su Songxing asserted, exchanged his numerous merits for the formidable iron-armored brown bear as his companion. Everyone believed that Su Feng would indeed shine bright as Su Songxing described, potentially rising to the pinnacle of all beast tamers, becoming an object of envy for many. In stark contrast, Su Mo had vanished for 3 years, a shadow of illness, and became the subject of ridicule and gossip. No one anticipated any achievements from Su Mo, nor did they envision a future where he could attain any significant accomplishments. This encapsulated their lack of faith in Su Mo, perpetuating a cycle of mockery and disdain towards him. And then what happened? On the day of awakening, Su Mo unexpectedly acquired the derided cursed talent, Blood Rebirth. It was through a series of such events that Su Mo's reputation sank lower, while the attention and expectations surrounding Su Feng soared. Little did anyone anticipate that, amidst the ongoing speculation, Su Songxing would repeatedly clash with Su Mo, intensifying the public's curiosity. And now, to hear such a bombshell revelation? The Su Feng who supposedly returned from the frontier, adorned with countless honors, was nothing but a fabrication? It was Su Mo who had accomplished all of this in his stead? But why? A number of beast tamers began to murmur amongst themselves. Good heavens! Did I hear that correctly? Young Master Su Mo actually substituted for young Master Su Feng to fight at the frontier, safeguarding the peace of the people? This is truly astonishing news. Moreover, how can he claim that young Master Su Feng was raised like a medicinal concoction, when it was previously said that young Master Su Mo was ill, consuming medicine at home every day? Wait, think about this. Could it be that young Master Su Feng, to conceal the truth, has been hiding at home ever since young Master Su Mo enlisted, fearing exposure? You know, that does seem plausible. But then why? Upon returning after 3 years of battle at the frontier, does it appear as if all the accolades and honors belong to young Master Su Feng? Why does all the glory seem to have shifted into his hands? As more people began to express their confusion, they realized that numerous inconsistencies existed within the narrative, leading to an intricate web of speculation that was utterly perplexing. On the other hand, Su Songxing, upon hearing Su Mo's declaration, stood dumbfounded, his eyes bulging with disbelief as he glared at Su Mo, his voice low yet fierce. Su Mo, shut your mouth. Do you even comprehend what you are doing? You are tarnishing our family's name, ruining my reputation. Upon hearing this, Suemo let out a cold laugh. Oh? Now you speak of the Su family before me? Are you truly concerned about your face now, Su Songxing? When you committed those acts, did you ever consider me, Suemo? Did you ever think about how today's revelations would come to light? Did you ever ponder if I, Suemo, am your son? Did you ever contemplate the depth of my resentment and dissatisfaction after enduring all of this? Su Songxing, I fear you have never considered any of this. Su Songxing was left speechless. Their mother, Dongfangya, hurriedly stepped forward, looking at Suemo, attempting to intervene. Child, yes, your father and I made mistakes in the past. But you cannot disgrace us here. You must understand, your father is a major general in the linen district, and I am the owner of a company. By speaking such words now, do you not invite ridicule from those around us? You are being exceedingly selfish. Suemo scoffed. Selfish? Ha, ha, ha. His laughter echoed loudly, piercing the ears of those nearby. After laughing, Suemo lowered his head, his gaze icy, akin to that of one staring at the lifeless corpse of a magical beast. Gradually, the air around them grew noticeably colder, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered Beast Tamers. Some felt the formidable aura emanating from Suemo, leading them to genuinely believe that he had indeed fought at the border. Such an aura was unattainable by ordinary individuals. Continuing, Suemo spoke. Now, what use is it to speak of face? Who was it moments ago that declared to sever ties with me, Suemo? And now you suddenly care about these matters? What were you thinking earlier? Suemo turned to face the crowd, speaking slowly. I know many of you are perplexed, pondering how things have come to this. Allow me to clarify. All of this is merely Su Songxing's external narrative. Long ago, when I enlisted 3 years past, I had hoped to finally receive the recognition I had long awaited from the Su family, believing that I, Suemo, could finally carve out my own path and ascend to greatness. Yet, little did I know, from the very day I enlisted, the name inscribed on the enlistment roster was Su Feng, and upon my return, laden with countless achievements, the name on my merit book was also Su Feng. Everyone believes Su Feng was the one who served for 3 years at the frontier, earning honors upon his return. They all see him as the pride of the Su family, their most cherished child. But no one knows that I, Suemo, have silently borne this burden. Suemo's words ignited a tempest of reactions, leaving everyone in utter shock. The truth finally dawned upon them. Su Songxing raised his hand, trembling, pointing at Suemo. Yet after a moment, he could utter nothing, rolling his eyes back before fainting. As chaos erupted around them, Suemo turned his cold gaze toward his brother, Su Feng, and suddenly chuckled. Su Feng, do you remember what I told you? I can offer my merits. Are you brave enough to accept them? But fear not. This is merely the first interest I claim from you. Next, I shall gradually strip away your veil of modesty, compelling you to relinquish everything that once belonged to me. Suemo Chapter 35. Why ask when you already know the answer? At long last, with Su Songxing's fainting, it became evident to all that the situation unfolded precisely as Suemo had articulated. It appeared that the last vestige of dignity that Su Songxing possessed was irretrievably lost at that very moment. Su Songxing offered no response throughout the ordeal. Does this imply that he tacitly acknowledged everything Suemo had claimed? Does it suggest that Su Songxing has come to accept that all of Su Feng's achievements are but illusions? Could it be that Su Songxing truly engaged in such inhumane and utterly revolting deeds in the past? Witnessing her husband collapse, Dongfangya turned to Suemo, her eyes suffused with crimson threads of fury. Her teeth ground together with a sound that echoed. Suemo, are you truly intent on taking this to such an extreme? What benefit does this bring you? Have you completely forsaken your childhood? Do you not regard your father as your own? Suemo laughed heartily. Huh, my father? You ceased to regard me as your child 3 years ago, did you not? Surely, from the moment of my birth, upon realizing Su Feng's superior talents, you never saw me as your own. In your eyes, I am merely a pawn in Su Feng's ascent to glory within the Su family. Did you ever truly consider me your son? Even when we ventured to the borderlands, you all treated me solely as a means to Su Feng's accolades. Did you ever contemplate my life or death at that time? Sumo's voice rang out, each word a piercing arrow to Dongfangya's heart. She hastily replied, but your father and I have come to realize our mistakes. Why must you voice these grievances today? Is this not merely inviting shame upon the Su family? With a sardonic twist of his lips, Suemo retorted, now you acknowledge your errors? You do not truly regret. You merely see the truth laid bare and, unable to salvage the situation, resort to self-deceiving lies. Do you think I, Suemo, would heed your words? I stated before, everything done today is merely interest on a debt. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Sumo's demeanor was cold and detached, seemingly unfazed by Su Songxing's collapse. Throughout this unfolding drama, Jiang Haining observed keenly, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Suemo moments later. A smile crept across her face. She mused. It appears that the situation diverges from my expectations. Suemo, you seem far more resolute and decisive than I had presumed. You show no inclination to grant anyone an opportunity in any circumstance. A slight smile touched Jiang Heining's lips as she continued. Suemo, I did not anticipate your character and cunning would surpass my understanding. Yet, this is fortuitous. Such a version of you could herald a brighter future for me. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Heining addressed the attendant at the front desk, instructing, arrange for someone to escort Major Su and his family back to their residence. I wish to avoid our Tiandao pavilion being marred by scandalous notoriety. Make certain they do not return until Major Su is safely inside his villa. The attendant nodded eagerly, having felt quite displeased by Su Songxing's earlier bullying. Now, witnessing Su Songxing faint under Su Mo's sharp words, she found a sense of joy in this turn of events and hurried to make the arrangements. Subsequently, amidst the murmurs and speculations of those around, Su Mo gradually rose and departed alongside Jiang Heining. As they traveled toward the abyss of beasts, Jiang Heining inquired, do you not fear that today's actions may provoke Major Su's ire? Might he seek to retaliate against you? Do you not find your conduct somewhat juvenile? Su Mo smiled faintly, merely a small tactic. You have yet to witness Su Songxing's true face. Moreover, are you not well acquainted with my past? Are you not clever enough? Jiang, why must you feign ignorance at this moment? My prior actions aim to amplify my renown. As long as people know of me and engage in discussions about me, Su Songxing will not dare to act against me recklessly. Thus, I can gradually usher in my moment of glory, and today marks the first step. Having achieved the top score in the National Newcomer Assessment, Su Songxing will certainly think twice before making any rash moves against me. Furthermore, with today's revelations, many will likely reassess their opinions of him. By then, he will be preoccupied with clearing his name, leaving him little time to concern himself with me. And by the time he realizes the implications, it may well be too late. Oh, Jiang Heining's eyes narrowed. It seems you have no intention of acknowledging Su Songxing as your father any longer. Suemo shook his head, resigned. He mused that since returning laden with accolades and uncovering the truth, Su Songxing had ceased to be his father in any meaningful sense. Upon returning from the southern frontier, Suemo had harbored hopes that Su Songxing might regard him as a son and guide him to success. However, upon discovering that the honor roll bore Su Feng's name, the truth of it all extinguished any lingering affection he held for Su Songxing. Moreover, as Suemo traversed through this world, he felt a profound sense of injustice regarding the original body's experiences. His current actions were but a quest for vengeance on behalf of that self. Jiang Heining chuckled lightly. Well, it is evident that you are indeed resolute. I shall say no more. Rest assured, my thoughts align with yours. By the time Su Songxing comprehends the situation, it will be too late. And as for Su Feng, even should he wish to claim your achievements, he will never be able to bear the title of the Southern Frontier's Guardian of the Common People. Sooner or later, he shall pay the price for this. Su Mo turned to gaze at Jiang Heining, his expression placid, his eyes reflecting a distant contemplation. The title of Southern Frontier's Guardian of the Common People belonged to no one but himself, he mused. Yet, Jiang Heining had always been aware of these subtleties, further piquing Su Mo's curiosity regarding her true identity. Moments later, sensing Su Mo's gaze upon her, Jiang Heining quipped, "What is it? Have I suddenly become so striking that you are enamored with me?" Su Mo's lips twitched, and he replied, "I am merely curious about the extent of your knowledge regarding my secrets." Jiang Heining, although I have now resolved to aid you in your quest within the abyss of beasts, I hope you will spare me any concealments when you confide in me. I, Su Mo, have never shown mercy to those who covet or scheme against me, regardless of whether they are women. Jiang Heining laughed brightly. Very well, Su Mo. You may say whatever you wish. How could I ever wish to harm you? I am far too concerned for your well-being to entertain such thoughts. Su Mo remained silent, uttering not a single word, as he felt an inexplicable sense of extraordinary depth in Jiang Heining. Chapter 36. That Lord did not perish? Huaxia. Ever since a mysterious upheaval a century ago, the nation has faced the relentless onslaught of monstrous creatures alongside the rest of the world. In a remarkably brief span, Huaxia established countless safe zones, which gradually evolved into bustling cities where ordinary citizens could resume their lives that were once on the brink of being lost. Among these cities lies Fuyo City, a place that countless individuals across Huaxia yearn to enter. For it is home to one of the 4 great academies of Huaxia, along with a prestigious higher education institution. Here, one can receive the highest quality of education and ultimately aspire to become a prodigious beast master in the future. Within the confines of Fuyo City, 3 major organizations reign supreme: the Demon Suppression Army, the Academic Faction, and the Lin Group, which wields unparalleled power over the commercial lifeblood of the city. The Lin Group dominates approximately 90% of Fuyo City's business dealings, establishing itself as the wealthiest and most influential conglomerate in the region. At this moment, within the Lin estate, Lin Fei sat in the parlor. With a sudden crack, he crushed the cup in his hand, the rim slicing into his skin, causing blood to trickle down in droplets. "Young master." The butler rushed forward, eager to attend to Lin Fei's wound, but he was brusquely shoved aside. The butler stood bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. Lin Fei looked up to see his father, Lin Jingyu, elegantly dressed in a suit, adorned with a monocle, and carrying a hefty tome as he descended the stairs at a measured pace. Upon the sight of his father, Lin Fei hastily rose to his feet. Despite the tumult of emotions within him, he could only respond with utmost deference. "Father, why are you down so early?" "Humph." Lin Jingyu scoffed coldly. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to come down?" "Of course not." Lin Fei quickly replied. "I merely thought you were resting today. I didn't expect you to be up so soon." Lin Jingyu let out a disdainful grunt and made his way to the sofa, taking a seat. He raised his hand, and the butler promptly presented a cigar, which was lit with a flicker of flame. After taking a drag, Lin Jingyu fixed a frigid gaze upon Lin Fei and slowly articulated, "I hear you've been honing your skills recently, venturing to Linen City during the summer break. All for a girl, is that so?" Lin Fei's face fell, and he lowered his gaze, hesitating for a lengthy moment, unable to muster a response. Observing his son's demeanor, Lin Jingyu let out another cold huff. "Humph. My son, Lin Fei, is now renowned in both Linen City and Fuyo City. All the business associates in Fuyo City are gossiping, claiming that I, Lin Jingyu's son, fought for a woman and ended up in a brawl. In the beast arena, you, wielding a dominant tier beast, were ultimately bested by an ordinary tier beast. Oh dear, Lin Fei, you are truly becoming more remarkable by the day." With a thud, Lin Fei knelt on the ground, bowing his head and murmuring, "Father, I was in the wrong. I acted impulsively without investigating the opponent, and I foolishly engaged in a fight. I never anticipated his beast would possess such formidable strength. Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses." Lin Jingyu waved his hand dismissively. "Have the young master's hand bandaged." Relieved by this command, the butler hurriedly retrieved the first aid kit and meticulously tended to Lin Fei's wound. Once bandaged, Lin Jingyu, observing Lin Fei still kneeling, coldly instructed, "Rise." At these words, Lin Fei felt as though he had been pardoned and stood up. Lin Jingyu continued with an icy demeanor, "I do not care what you were thinking at the time, nor do I concern myself with your current thoughts. I am telling you now, do not attempt to provoke Suemo any further." "Why?" Lin Fei exclaimed in astonishment. "Father, why must I abandon my schemes against Suemo? I had even planned to find ways to undermine him at school once he arrived in Fuyo City, aiming to expel him from Fuyo Academy. Father, do you not realize how my classmates perceive me? Many have begun to mock me behind my back, even whispering that I, Lin Fei, the heir of the Lin Group, have lost face. Do you not care for your own reputation? Enough." Lin Jingyu's voice thundered, silencing Lin Fei instantly. He continued, his tone unyielding, "So, you are disregarding my words now? I tell you, this matter has reached the ears of a significant figure above. He is preparing to make his move. I advise you, from now on, do not seek trouble with Suemo, otherwise it will spell disaster for you, for me, and for our entire Lin family." Lin Fei stared wide-eyed at his father, his face a canvas of shock. "Father, who are you speaking of? Which significant figure? Could it be?" He could not finish his thought, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. Lin Jingyu noticed his son's reaction, and a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "Indeed, it is the person you suspect. That lord has emerged from seclusion, and until now, only a few are aware of this development. However, I hope you remember, do not speak of this matter recklessly. It will not yield favorable outcomes for either of us." Lin Fei nodded fervently, leaning closer to Lin Jingyu, his face painted with astonishment as he inquired, "Father, why has he returned? Did he not vanish years ago? Everyone doubts he could still be alive." Seeing Lin Fei nodding, hesitant to probe further, Lin Jingyu sighed. "Am I not equally curious? I have wondered the same. Yet, he has returned, reportedly having transcended his previous limitations, now a 93-level beast master, surpassing even our nation's foremost war god, Long Songhai, by 2 tiers. With his prowess, in the future, none shall dare to underestimate him. Moreover, his first inquiry upon returning concerns Suemo, as if he holds a particular interest in him, regardless of past events. Suemo has now drawn the attention of that significant figure, and even Long Songhai has privately dispatched individuals to Linen City in search of him, seeking to keep a watchful eye. You would do well to refrain from provoking him any further." Upon hearing this, a tremor coursed through Lin Fei at the thought of the formidable influence wielded by that significant figure and all his past actions. He nodded rapidly, like a chick pecking at rice, Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I will not seek trouble with Sumo again. However, what he has done truly tarnishes our family's reputation. Lin Jingyu nodded. I am well aware of his actions. Therefore, once he enrolls, any minor skirmishes between you two, I shall not interfere. But Lin Fei, I implore you, do not escalate this matter into the public eye. At that moment, the situation had escalated to a point where no one could save face. One should be wary of my impending wrath. Upon hearing these words, the traces of discontent that had previously flickered in Lin Fei's eyes vanished entirely. A glimmer of cunning danced in his gaze as he silently scoffed. So, my father has summoned me today merely to caution me to tread carefully, without any intention of thwarting my endeavors. With this thought, Lin Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him. Sumo, it seems that we are inescapably bound for a confrontation. Chapter 37, Arrival. Delving into the Abyss. A century ago, humanity awakened its extraordinary abilities, becoming beast tamers who commanded countless contracted beast companions to battle for the preservation of their land, striving to rekindle the luminous spirit of humanity and establish one sanctuary after another. During that tumultuous period, the wars were fiercely brutal. The legendary war god of Huaxia, Long Songhai, led his squad against the mightiest of magical beasts. The battle raged with fervor, and ultimately, it was Long Songhai who, in a moment of life and death, transcended his own limits, elevating his beast-taming prowess and wielding unmatched combat strength to turn the tide in favor of humanity. This pivotal clash occurred several hundred kilometers near Linen City, and legends suggest that a strike from Long Songhai's beast shattered the earth, creating a chasm several kilometers long and 100 meters deep. Some claimed it was divine retribution from the heavens, safeguarding the citizens of Huaxia. As the thunderous power cleaved the ground to preserve the peace of countless souls, countless tales emerged, and no one could ascertain the veracity of these accounts. Yet the existence of the Beast Abyss serves as a testament to the sacrifices and perseverance of humanity during those days. Now, standing at the precipice of the Beast Abyss, Sumo felt a surge of ambition. A century prior, it was from this very battle that humanity truly ascended, offering hope to all beast tamers and citizens alike. This abyss, rather than merely a remnant of battle, stands as a spiritual totem symbolizing humanity's hope for the future. Gazing down into the obscured depths, the biting wind howled around him, and even at the summit of the abyss, Sumo could hear the chilling gusts and sense a lurking danger. Fortunately, over the past century, magical beasts within the abyss had become notably scarce. The creatures that remained were of relatively low rank, posing little threat to a beast tamer like Sumo, who possessed a fourth-tier thunderhound. Conversely, Jiang Haniing's two beasts, a treasure-hunting ferret and an earth bear, were of defensive and auxiliary nature, respectively, offering little promise in terms of combat performance. This, perhaps, was the primary reason Jiang Haniing had invited Sumo to assist her. Beside him, Jiang Haniing patted his shoulder and said, Sumo, let us proceed. I am aware of a narrow path nearby that leads directly to the bottom of the Beast Abyss. She gazed upward at the sky and continued, Time is of the essence. Should we traverse the abyss and return, it could very well be 3 or 4 in the afternoon. We must not delay further. If we wait until nightfall, even low-level beasts lurking in the shadows could inflict grave harm upon us. The night is a paradise for all magical beasts. Sumo nodded, a sense of curiosity stirring within him about why Jiang Haniing was so familiar with the Beast Abyss. Was this her first visit here? What could possibly draw her attention so keenly? Moreover, who had accompanied her on her previous visits? Pondering these questions, Sumo found no answers and ultimately decided to follow Jiang Haniing as they descended. After navigating a mountainous path for over an hour, they finally reached the abyss's depths. Standing there, feeling the howling wind around him, Sumo too sensed a chill in the air. Yet Jiang Haniing appeared unaffected. Sumo's expression changed as he noted her unusual demeanor. Inhaling deeply, he caught a whiff of a strong, metallic scent mingled with decay. Frowning, he remarked, It seems there are still many magical beasts within the abyss, engaged in fierce battles, given the intensity of this bloodshed. Jiang Haniing nodded. However, you need not worry. The beasts here are of low rank, and I believe they will pose little challenge for you. Sumo resources are scarce, and high-tier beasts seldom venture into this realm. I called you here because I have confidence in your abilities to protect both yourself and me. Sumo nodded, then smirked slightly. Enough with the pleasantries. Where exactly is the item you seek? Let us find it swiftly and leave before night falls and brings more complications. Jiang Haniing shook her head in exasperation. Sumo, you truly lack a sense of romance. Never mind, I shan't dwell on it. She then retrieved a detection device from her storage ring. As the device activated and scanned the area, it eventually pinpointed their location. The two then stepped forward. As they walked, Sumo and his Thunderhound remained vigilant, the latter occasionally letting out a low growl. Sumo gently patted its head and said, "Lightning, you sense it too, don't you?" The Thunderhound emitted a soft whimper. Sumo's heart raced. Indeed, both he and his companion felt a palpable sense of danger in the atmosphere, an unprecedented foreboding enveloping him. Yet why would such perilous energy linger in the beast abyss? Wasn't it said that the abyss had lain dormant for a century, with scarce resources preventing any beasts from maturing? Having fought on the borders for 3 years, Sumo's instincts for danger were acute. He had always trusted his intuition. But in that moment, he wished to dismiss it. The worry gnawed at him, prompting him to glance at Jiang Hanying. Her apparent lack of concern only deepened his confusion. What hidden strength did she possess to remain so unfazed? The pair continued along the rugged path of the beast abyss, the trail growing increasingly narrow as they ventured deeper. Sunlight barely penetrated the gloom, casting their surroundings into shadow. Weeds flourished, obstructing their vision and progress. As they pressed on, Jiang Hanying suddenly halted. Sumo turned to her, and she parted the dense foliage, revealing a narrow cave, 2 meters high and widening to 1 meter at its entrance. "This is it," Jiang Hanying declared. "Sumo, the item I seek lies within. Wait for me outside. I shall return shortly." Chapter 38. The Sign of Powerful Mental Fortitude. Hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Sumo hesitated momentarily. However, after some contemplation, he sensed that there seemed to be no particularly dangerous presence within. Sumo had always trusted his intuition. From the beginning to the end, he had never felt the slightest hint of danger emanating from within. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and gestured for Jiang Hanying to stroll inside. Jiang Hanying retrieved a flashlight from her storage ring, illuminating the various surroundings before her. As she stepped further in, Sumo remained seated at the entrance of the cave, vigilantly waiting. In Huaxia, in the southern frontier, there lay a desolate plain scattered with small hills. Yet, those with discerning eyes could observe a long wall, resembling an eastern dragon, standing at the border between Huaxia and its neighboring country. Within this wall lay countless military encampments. At this moment, within all the camps, throngs of soldiers were engaged in their meals. The atmosphere was notably grave, and one soldier sighed heavily, lamenting, "Alas, the southern front is once again facing a resurgence of magical beasts. What shall we do next?" Indeed, those high-ranking beast tamers had already gone to confront the leaders of the magical beasts and various high-tier creatures, while we, the common foot soldiers, were left to contend with the relentless waves of juvenile magical beasts. With ammunition running low and food supplies interrupted, it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold our ground. Sumo's departure left us feeling as though we had lost our backbone, devoid of the protection of our war god who once charged at the forefront. We couldn't help but feel somewhat overwhelmed by the circumstances. We wondered how Sumo was faring back in Linen City. Sadness flickered in the eyes of every soldier. It had been some time since they had seen Sumo, whom they revered. They had hoped that the conflict in the southern frontier would soon transition into a period of tranquility. But the resurgence of the magical beasts had brought unprecedented pressure upon them, wreaking havoc upon their walls and encampments. What could they do now? They could only pray for the swift return of the high-ranking beast tamers fighting at the front, as their safety depended on it. Yet, whether this hope would be realized remained an enigma, a future shrouded in uncertainty. Within a tent nearby, a general with a square jaw, bearing the rank of Major General, sat contemplatively before a sand table dotted with flags representing various regions. He felt a pang of distress as he surveyed the scene. Shortly, an officer entered and saluted, reporting, "General, the high-ranking beast tamer squads at the front are currently engaged with high-tier magical beasts. The front line may be stretched indefinitely, and we have no idea when they will return. Meanwhile, our rear supply lines are on the brink of collapse. I have attempted to contact our demon suppression army, but given the current strain on resources at the front, they may struggle to sustain our operations." The officer's anger was palpable as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "If it weren't for this global crisis, how could we be facing such dire straits?" The general furrowed his brow, finally speaking slowly. "Immediately arrange for someone to deliver my letter to General Long in the capital of Huaxia. Inform him that we need to enlist someone new to join the fight." The officer, intrigued, asked, "Are you referring to Sumo?" The major general nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is Sumo. My intention is to bring him back. He alone possesses the ability to alter the current situation. He is a war god among our mortal soldiers. With his presence, the soldiers will regain their faith and purpose. It is his existence that has invigorated their spirits and morale. He has single-handedly slain thousands of juvenile magical beasts in the past 3 years. His prowess is beyond question. With him aiding us, we can withstand this sudden onslaught." However, the officer hesitated. "General, hasn't Sumo already retired?" He mentioned he intended to return to school to become a beast tamer. The general replied, I will contact the Demon Suppression Army to coordinate with the academy he is about to attend. When Sumo arrives, I will make all necessary arrangements. You must hurry. We cannot afford delays. If the southern frontier falls, countless cities and civilians will face the wrath of the magical beasts, resulting in untold casualties. I trust that Sumo understands the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, the officer swiftly nodded, grabbing the letter from the table and departing with haste. The general looked at the documents before him, his brow furrowing in confusion. How is it possible that Sumo's name is not among those retired this year? And what connection does this Su Feng have with him? Meanwhile, Sumo stood at the entrance of the cave with his thunder dog, both vigilant and alert. At that moment, his earlier ominous premonition intensified, for reasons unknown. Despite the widespread belief that the magical beast abyss had seen a significant decline in its inhabitants due to resource scarcity over the years, Sumo felt an insidious danger approaching, though he could not pinpoint its source. He yearned for Jiang Hanying to hasten her actions within. At last, Jiang Hanying emerged, holding a plaque that radiated an ancient, heavy golden light, evoking a sense of reverence. Yet, Sumo's brow furrowed as he, being a beast tamer with heightened sensitivity, detected a potent wave of spiritual energy emanating from the palm-sized artifact. Uncertain of its nature, he instinctively turned to Jiang Hanying and inquired, What is this? Jiang Hanying shook her head, laughing softly. Sumo, this is something I have newly acquired. It does not belong to my past, nor to my story. It is not mine. Before she could finish, Sumo abruptly pulled her close to him. Chapter 39. Shall we face death together? In an instant, Jiang Hanying felt Sumo's touch. He gripped her tightly, and the warmth and strength radiating from his palm left her momentarily speechless. She gazed up at him, astonished. Jiang Hanying's eyes narrowed, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. How long had it been since a man had touched her hand? Especially in such close proximity to Sumo, she could detect a blend of sweat and the unmistakable scent of masculinity emanating from him. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of urgency began to seep into her breath as she inhaled deeply. At that moment, Sumo, with a furrowed brow, was oblivious to Jiang Hanying's words. Completely unaware of her reaction, his gaze was fixed intently on the path ahead, and instinctively he uttered, There is danger. Jiang Hanying finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly glanced forward, only to find the grass thicket ahead was utterly still, exuding an eerie calmness. Aside from the cold wind rustling through the grass, where was the threat? Sumo, however, shook his head and replied, It appears you have not sensed it. I trust my instincts, honed by 3 years of life and death trials in the southern wilderness. He then inquired, Is there a path behind us that can lead us out of the beast abyss? At this, Jiang Hanying hesitated, her mind racing before she awkwardly admitted, I am not certain. I have only visited here twice before, and I came alone. On both occasions, I encountered some beasts, albeit of a lower rank. But as a non-combat beast master, I had no choice but to return empty-handed. This is my first time here, and I only know the way back we came. As for other routes, I cannot say. Sumo turned to her, astonished, and instinctively questioned, Boss Jiang, is this your idea of confidence? You haven't even surveyed the terrain or identified any potential escape routes, yet you dare to lead me into this perilous situation? You truly do not regard our lives as valuable. Jiang Hanying replied awkwardly, I didn't anticipate this. Moreover, according to the records and feedback from previous beastmasters, there shouldn't be any dangerous beasts here, which is why Sumo abruptly interrupted her, covering her mouth with one hand and fixing his piercing gaze ahead. Run. Without hesitation, he seized Jiang Hanying's hand and sprinted down the overgrown path deeper into the beast abyss. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves and the hissing of a serpent's tongue echoed behind them. In an instant, Sumo was drenched in cold sweat, glancing back. His eyes widened in alarm. Dragon scale python. Jiang Hanying also turned to look, and with a flick of her mind, she activated her innate skill, beast perception. In that moment, beads of sweat began to trickle down her forehead, yet she did not relent in her pace, urgently stating, three juvenile stage 5 dragon scale pythons. How can this be? Wasn't it said that no beasts above juvenile stage ever resided in the abyss? Why are there 3 juvenile stage 5s? Sumo had no time to address her queries. He continued to sprint forward, grasping Jiang Hanying's hand tightly. The treasure-seeking ferret clung to her, while behind them, the thunderhound and earth bear raced alongside. At this moment, such concerns are irrelevant. If there is no escape route ahead, we both could perish here, Sumo declared. Jiang Hanying managed a wry smile, saying, You wouldn't be unhappy to die alongside me, would you? Isn't it a noble fate for us both? At a time like this, you're still cracking jokes? Sumo shot her an incredulous glance. Suddenly, They had been running for an unknown stretch of time when Jiang Heining's grip slipped from Sumo's hand, and she let out a piercing scream. Sumo halted, turning to see the 3 dragon scale pythons swiftly approaching, now only 30 meters away. His gaze fell to Jiang Heining, who had collapsed on the ground. Her palm bloodied from a wound, while she cradled her ankle, clearly having just twisted it. Despite being a level 20 beastmaster, her physical constitution was no different from that of an ordinary person. Only those like Sumo, endowed with the gifts of reincarnation, or others who had undergone rigorous training, possessed enhanced vitality. As the beasts drew nearer, Jiang Heining urged, "Brother, you must go on without me." At that moment, the earth bear positioned itself between her and the approaching beasts. With a mighty thud, it summoned a wall of earth from the ground, producing a series of resounding crashes as the dragon scale pythons collided against it. Sumo hesitated for just a heartbeat before decisively scooping Jiang Heining into his arms, cradling her like a princess as he dashed down the increasingly narrow, uncharted path. The earth bear, having erected the earthen barrier, continued to chase after them at a steady pace. With the need to accommodate Jiang Heining's speed no longer a concern, Sumo accelerated. But only a few dozen meters later, he heard the wall behind them shatter. Glancing back during a sharp turn, he saw the 3 dragon scale pythons gaining ground, prompting him to curse under his breath. Damn it, how did these 3 dragon scale pythons end up in the beast abyss? This is truly troublesome. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Heining had not registered his words, her focus solely on the sensation of Sumo's chest rising and falling, the warmth of his breath brushing against her cheek, and the reality of his arms pressing against her body, igniting a flush that crept across her face. Chapter 40. Trouble. Thunderhound injured. Sumo remained oblivious to Jiang Heining's reaction, his mind consumed by the singular task of running with relentless determination. If only. His thoughts were clouded with frustration. Had there been just one juvenile stage 5 dragon scale python, he could have leveraged his contracted Thunderhound, which was also of juvenile stage, to engage in battle. With his rich combat experience, defeating a single one would not have posed a significant challenge. However, with 3 suddenly confronting him, how could he possibly cope? As they continued to sprint, the path ahead constricted further, instilling a sense of panic in Sumo. It was becoming increasingly difficult to proceed. He was unaware of what lay ahead, what unknown environment awaited them, yet he pressed on, steeling himself against the uncertainty. Moments later, Jiang Heining emerged from her earlier days, her expression sharpening as she exclaimed, "Sumo, there is a cave to the right ahead. We can take refuge inside." Sumo glanced toward the right, and indeed, spotted a cave in the rock wall just ahead, wide enough for a single person to pass through. Assessing the earth bear beside them, he surmised that entering would not pose a significant issue. Without hesitation, he nodded. Continuing to run was now futile, and they needed to find a place to hide. According to Sumo's estimation, the entrance of this cave could likely accommodate only a single dragon scale python at a time. He planned to exploit this characteristic, utilizing the Thunderhound to battle the dragon scale python, systematically defeating it, and perhaps thereby resolving this crisis. Without hesitation, he approached the cave's mouth, lifting Jiang Heining and positioning her on his back, his hands supporting her posterior as he swiftly ventured inside. Behind him, the Thunderhound and the earth bear followed closely behind. Jiang Heining let out a soft whimper, her face flushed. The sensation at her rear made her momentarily speechless, a tingling warmth enveloping her entire being. Suddenly, Sumo halted his steps. Realizing this, Jiang Heining curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" Sumo shot her an exasperated glance and replied, "What are you doing? It's so dark. Turn on the flashlight. I have no hands to spare." Only then did Jiang Heining comprehend what Sumo was doing, and as he adjusted her position due to her sliding down, he lifted her up again, his hands exerting a firm grip. A squeeze. Another squeeze. Jiang Heining let out a delicate protest, the sound quickening Sumo's heartbeat. However, she soon activated the flashlight, revealing a narrow passage ahead, prompting her to continue jogging forward. Behind them, the hissing of the dragon scale python echoed ominously. Sumo, disregarding the noise, pressed on and, after traversing several meters, finally spotted a small platform ahead. He set Jiang Heining down on the ground, leaning her against the stone wall. Turning abruptly, he saw, indeed, a dragon scale python rapidly approaching from the narrow passageway. Hiss hiss hiss. After much deliberation, Sumo shouted decisively and charged forward. Observing the dragon scale python darting onto the platform beneath them, Sumo did not hesitate. In his hand, the heavy sword, the Underworld King, which had accompanied him for 2.5 years, appeared in unison. "Thunder, let us go." Following this, Sumo and the Thunderhound leaped into the air. Sumo soared high, descending with the heavy sword striking the dragon scale python's head. Although the python's head was exceptionally tough, It was nonetheless dazed by the sheer force of Sumo's blow. Subsequently, the Thunderhound dashed swiftly toward the distance, its body crackling with blue-purple lightning, its claws striking fiercely at the creature's vulnerable spot. With a hiss, the dragon-scale python let out a cry, thrashing its body wildly, causing the entire cave to tremble. Sumo even noticed stones falling from the cave walls around them. Jiang Hanying, quickly move to the open space in the middle, and be careful not to get hit by falling rocks. Sumo, too preoccupied with the immediate danger, could only warn her as he raised his heavy sword again, delivering another powerful blow to the python's head. The dragon-scale python occupied a third of the small platform, yet it disregarded its surroundings, fixating on Sumo and the Thunderhound, which was relentlessly attacking its weak point. Hissing menacingly, the python's eyes turned bloodshot, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, as if something from the abyss were watching Sumo, causing an unsettling feeling to creep over him. What terrifying eyes! This was the first time since joining the military that Sumo faced a beast of the young realm, and at that moment, he truly felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the creature, along with the fierce aura radiating from its gaze. Fortunately, Sumo and the Thunderhound had undergone a trial in the Mystic Tower and had battled a dragon-scale python before, knowing that its ability was the python's constriction. Sure enough, sensing Sumo's anxiety, the python swiftly moved to ensnare him within its coils. Without hesitation, Sumo commanded the Thunderhound, and both he and his companion charged toward the vulnerable spot of the python. Sumo leaped high, delivering a downward strike with the Underworld King, shaking the very ground beneath them. He exerted every ounce of strength, fully aware that failing to do so would result in death should the young realm dragon-scale python ensnare him. Even though his vitality was currently high, he knew he had no substantial means of resistance. The heavy sword struck true, coupled with the Thunderhound's attack, its claws shimmering with blue-purple lightning piercing into the python, which immediately felt intense pain, thrashing wildly. With a resounding thud, the python's tail struck the Thunderhound, causing it to yelp in agony, crashing against the stone wall. Spitting out blood, its eyes glazed over. Not good. It was evident that the Thunderhound had sustained severe injuries. Chapter 41. The Jade Pendant on Jiang Hanying's chest. Not good. Sumo's heart tightened, and he shouted, "Thunder, are you all right?" The Thunderhound lifted its eyes, weakly gazing at Sumo, and slowly shook its head. Sumo, through their bond, sensed that Thunder was indeed in poor condition. However, there was no time for Sumo to ponder other matters. Seeing the dragon-scale python before him, its life force gradually waning, he continued to swing his heavy sword, landing blow after blow upon it. Under the relentless assault, the dragon-scale python finally succumbed. Sumo, feeling utterly drained, exhaled deeply, storing the python's corpse within his storage ring. The remains of all magical beasts could be sold to various institutions upon his return. Their bones, skins, and flesh could serve as valuable materials for medicine, sustenance, or research for genetic companies. All of these held significant value. Sumo estimated that a dragon-scale python of the young realm, stage 5, could fetch at least 100,000, meaning 3 would yield 300,000, plus the 500,000 Jiang Hanying had promised him, totaling 800,000, a considerable profit. Yet, Sumo had no time to indulge in such thoughts, as he soon heard more hissing from outside the cave, accompanied by the sound of a dragon-scale python moving on the ground. Sumo lifted his head and shone the flashlight, spotting yet another dragon-scale python approaching. A sense of dread washed over him. He was feeling weak, and his bonded beast, the Thunderhound, was gravely injured. What could he do to help the Thunderhound recover? Suddenly, he glanced at Jiang Hanying, who had just shifted to the center. After much hesitation, he approached her and inquired, "Boss Jiang, how are you?" Jiang Hanying struggled to stand, shaking her head. "It's nothing. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." Before she could finish her sentence, Sumo swiftly raised his hand and struck her on the nape of her neck, rendering her unconscious. The nearby treasure ferret and earth bear, witnessing Sumo's action, prepared to retaliate. However, Sumo shot them a glance, and the two beasts obediently fell silent. Subsequently, Sumo settled cross-legged on the ground, summoning the grand formation of blood rebirth. The Thunderhound unhesitatingly nestled within the circle. Sumo poured forth all his vitality, restoring the formidable spirit of the Thunderhound. With a mere thought, his body swayed momentarily on the ground, a brilliant light emanating from him as his form rejuvenated, and both his vitality and mental acuity surged anew. Sumo felt his vitality had reached an impressive 701 points, and he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he had elevated his vitality to 7 times that of an ordinary person, a potent surge of strength coursing through him, instilling confidence and joy. He firmly believed that, With the synergy between him and the Thunderhound, he would triumph against the approaching dragon-scale python time and again. Moreover, with each resurrection, his physical prowess would only grow stronger. If necessary, he resolved to rely on resurrection to combat the dragon-scale python, convinced that it could not possibly resurrect indefinitely. After a few deaths, the dragon-scale python would ultimately meet its demise before him. As the dragon-scale python slithered toward him, Suemo gripped his heavy sword. The Dark King, bracing for battle. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Jiang Hanying, who had previously fainted, harbored a jade pendant concealed beneath her t-shirt, radiating a gentle glow that merged with her being. Slowly, Jiang Hanying opened her eyes, lying on the ground as she observed Suemo, once frail, now restored to his former self with a radiant aura. With wide eyes, she stifled any sound, even mentally urging her two beasts to remain silent. Her mind raced. Suemo, just how many secrets do you possess that I am unaware of? You have truly exceeded my expectations today, revealing a hidden facet of yourself. While she yearned to rise and fight alongside Suemo, she hesitated, knowing that revealing her awareness of his secret would compromise him. Jiang Hanying understood perfectly why Suemo had struck her earlier. It was to conceal this very secret. After much contemplation, she realized that speaking out would only alert Suemo, potentially placing her at his mercy. A resolute thought emerged in her heart. She harbored no ill will towards Suemo. In fact, she intended to assist him in his growth. Yet, for the time being, she could only endure in silence. As the dragon-scale python charged forward, Suemo and the Thunderhound regained their optimal state. Rushing forth to engage the beast once more, the surrounding cave trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, Suemo paid little heed to this, determined to dispatch the dragon-scale python swiftly. After vanquishing the beast and reviving himself, he tended to the Thunderhound's wounds, stowing the creature's corpse within his storage ring. Suemo exchanged a glance with the Thunderhound before racing down the dark passageway toward the exit. He pondered the urgency of their retreat. The cave could cave in at any moment. He feared that, should the cave collapse, even his formidable abilities would be insufficient to withstand the weight of the 100-meter-high mountain, potentially crushing both him and Jiang Hanying, along with her three beasts. As the footsteps receded into the distance, Jiang Hanying finally sat up, inhaling deeply and instinctively reaching for her swollen ankle. With a grimace, she noted the swelling in that area rather than elsewhere. Her gaze shifted to the narrow passage ahead, and she murmured, Suemo, I find myself increasingly curious about you. What stories await us in the future? Jiang Hanying had awakened, yet Suemo remained oblivious. He was confident in his ability to render Jiang Hanying unconscious with a simple strike, a skill he had honed over 3 years in the southern wilderness, always succeeding without fail. Little did he know of the jade pendant's concealed power resting against Jiang Hanying's chest. Chapter 42. A sister's heartache. Jiang Hanying dared not follow Suemo closely. Instead, she sat upon a platform within the cave, silently listening to the sounds from outside. After a brief half-minute, the clamor subsided, and Jiang Hanying exhaled in relief. She knew Suemo had successfully defeated the last of the dragon-scale pythons. Even she found it perplexing why such formidable beasts, particularly those of the 5th tier of youth, appeared in the abyss of beasts, and why 3 had surfaced in succession. Such occurrences had been unheard of in the past century. Jiang Hanying sensed a troubling trend. The beasts around Linen City and beyond seemed more potent and ferocious than ever. It felt as if an unseen hand orchestrated these events. Contemplating this, anxiety and discomfort swelled within her. Would they truly have to face such chaos in the days to come? Jiang Hanying was uncertain of the world's fate and what ending humanity might ultimately encounter. Yet she resolved to take action. Particularly, recalling the token she had discovered in her storage ring, her conviction strengthened. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, Suemo had finally dealt with the last dragon-scale python. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he felt rejuvenated. Damn, the dragon-scale python's defenses are formidable. Its skin is as tough as steel. Fortunately, I can resurrect, and I don't even feel pain. Otherwise, I might have met my end here today, just moments earlier. In collaboration with the Thunderhound, Suemo had avoided taking a third blow, but he had stumbled, allowing the dragon-scale python to strike him with its tail, nearly sending him reeling into the afterlife. Thankfully, his resurrection ability restored him completely. As he spoke, Suemo collected the dragon-scale python's carcass into his storage ring, which had ample space to accommodate 3 of the beasts. He turned to pat the Thunderhound on the head, grinning as he remarked, Lightning, excellent work. Today, we've taken down 3 5th-tier youth dragon-scale pythons. We'll be able to exchange this for at least 300,000 coins. With that sum, along with the 500,000 coins Jiang Hanying had promised, they stood to gain a total of 800,000, far exceeding the rewards he had received upon his discharge from the military. The Thunderhound barked excitedly beside him. "Oh wait," Suemo exclaimed, slapping his forehead as the realization struck him. He had completely forgotten about Jiang Hanying still inside. "Let us hurry back." With that, he stepped into the passage, flashlight in hand, venturing deeper. Upon hearing Suemo's voice, Jiang Hanying cautiously laid back down, continuing to feign unconsciousness. Suemo approached with an air of awkwardness, scratching his head and murmuring softly, "I sincerely apologize, Boss Jiang. I found myself in a rather unavoidable predicament. Up until this moment, I am still uncertain of your true identity and your intentions, thus there are certain matters I cannot reveal to you. In fact, no one in the world is privy to the secrets that lie within me, Suemo." As he spoke, Suemo crouched down and gently patted Jiang Hanying, calling her name several times until she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment. He retrieved a charging lamp from his storage ring and set it aside, instantly illuminating the surroundings. The walls, previously battered by the impact of the dragon-scale python, appeared dilapidated, with chunks of stone scattered upon the ground, creating a scene of desolation. After taking in the sight, Jiang Hanying turned her head to Suemo, her expression filled with confusion as she inquired, "Suemo, what has happened to me? Also, why does my neck hurt so much?" Suemo chuckled softly, saying, "Alas, it was my fault for not safeguarding you properly. A stone fell from above and struck your neck, unfortunately knocking you unconscious. I was preoccupied with battling those 3 dragon-scale pythons, which is why I only just managed to wake you." Jiang Hanying nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Though internally she thought, "You little rascal, it was you who knocked me out in the first place. How can you lie without batting an eye?" Quickly, she expressed her concern, "Suemo, what about the 3 dragon-scale pythons?" Suemo replied with a smile, "They've all been dealt with. However, I do feel somewhat weakened. After consuming a gene potion, I feel a bit better. But, Boss Jiang, considering the perilous situation we faced together, nearly costing me my life, don't you think 500,000 seems rather insufficient?" Observing Suemo's infuriating demeanor, Jiang Hanying inwardly cursed his family, for she held no fondness for them, and felt no remorse in doing so. Yet, she quickly donned a smile, and said playfully, "Very well. When we return, I shall give you an additional 100,000. Finally, Suemo grinned broadly. In an instant, Jiang Hanying instinctively let out a cry of pain, hastily clutching her injured ankle. Suemo quickly realized the situation, sitting cross-legged on the ground and softly advising, "Do not move around. Your ankle is sprained. Timely treatment is essential. If neglected, you may end up limping for quite a while." Hearing his words, Jiang Hanying paused, asking in disbelief, "Really?" Upon seeing Suemo nod, she felt a surge of anxiety. Despite her position as the owner of the Tiandao Pavilion, she was still under 30 and had encountered little danger since arriving in Linen City, rendering her unaware of such practical knowledge. However, Jiang Hanying was taken aback when Suemo reached out and removed her shoe, revealing her delicate foot before him. With little regard for her reaction, he instinctively touched the arch of her foot. In that moment, an overwhelming sensation struck Jiang Hanying, leaving her stunned as if struck by lightning. Chapter 43. Brother, you truly are a rascal. Jiang Hanying let out a soft, playful sound, imbued with a hint of something else, causing Suemo to freeze momentarily in surprise. When he looked up, he was taken aback to see her face flushed as if it might drip with water. As a man, Suemo was acutely aware of what he had done to elicit such a response from Jiang Hanying. Yet, he quickly scratched his head and stammered, My apologies. I may have been a bit unsteady due to exhaustion from battle, which led to accidentally brushing your foot. You're not that sensitive, are you?" Jiang Hanying's cheeks were flushed, and she shot him a glare, then with a playful smile, replied, "What do you think? As a local of Linen City, you should know. My husband passed away a decade ago, so for the past 10 years, she hesitated, her shyness making it difficult to continue." Upon hearing this, Suemo reflected on the passage of a decade, 10 years that could bring significant change to a woman. He realized he had never heard of Jiang Hanying seeking another partner within the local discourse. It seemed she had indeed remained solitary, managing the Tiandao Pavilion all on her own during this time. This realization struck Suemo as quite reasonable. However, he sighed, "Nevertheless, your ankle needs to be addressed. I learned emergency treatment in the south. Would you like to handle it yourself?" Jiang Hanying hesitated and shook her head. "Forget it. I wouldn't know what to do. And if I mess it up, it could affect my recovery." Suemo sighed once more, retrieving ointments and sprays for treating sprains, along with some wooden boards and gauze from his storage ring. Having lived in the south for many years, he was well aware of the importance of having emergency supplies on hand. It had become a habit. Thus, he carefully attended to the swelling on Jiang Hanying's ankle. Sitting on the ground, she watched Suemo's serious demeanor, finding him incredibly handsome in this moment, causing her gaze to linger on him. Jiang Hanying was indeed correct. 10 years prior, her husband had perished in the war against the otherworldly beasts, dying in defense of their homeland. Since then, she had been a widow. Beyond honoring her husband's memory, she had never sought the company of another man, nor had she engaged in any intimate contact with anyone else. Today, Suemo was the first to hold her hand, embrace her, and even carry her on his back, touching her in ways she had never experienced since her husband's death. Suemo too was not unaffected. This woman, under 30, radiated an allure that drove men to madness, stirring emotions within him he found difficult to suppress. He kept reminding himself that he was merely tending to Jiang Hanying's injury and must not allow his thoughts to wander astray. After a period of careful treatment, Suemo finally secured her ankle with a wooden splint and produced a cane from his storage ring, handing it to her as he said, "There. Your ankle is set for now. Use this cane to move about. If you encounter difficult terrain," he hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly, "I'll carry you." Jiang Hanying, blushing at his words, shyly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper, "All right." Suemo, an 18-year-old filled with youthful vigor, couldn't he help but think inwardly. Could it be? Boss Jiang might have feelings for me, but I am still just a child. Suemo awkwardly scratched his head, hastily brushing away the thoughts that lingered in his mind, and slowly spoke, "Now that everything seems resolved, I also took a moment outside and sensed no lingering threats around us. Perhaps we should return." Jiang Hanying pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right. Let us head back." Despite the warmth of the moments shared with Suemo today, Jiang Hanying felt a deep sense of nostalgia and reluctance. She longed to linger a while longer with Suemo, but what reason could she possibly offer? None seemed particularly reasonable. Thus, Jiang Hanying resolved to depart alongside Suemo. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound emerged from behind them. Suemo abruptly halted and turned to look back. A wall was clearly present behind them. From where did that sound originate? Jiang Hanying, slightly puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" Suemo replied, "Did you not hear it? Just now. A cracking sound came from behind us, as if something subtle appeared." "Huh." Jiang Hanying scratched her head and retorted, "No, I mean Suemo. Do you have dog ears or something?" At that moment, the thunder dog barked twice, seemingly responding to Jiang Hanying's remark. Suemo glanced at the thunder dog and asked, "Lightning, did you hear that too?" The thunder dog barked again, affirming Suemo's observation. It too had heard the sound. Jiang Hanying, bewildered, remarked, "It seems you truly do have dog ears. Suemo, how could you hear that?" Suemo shot her an exasperated look and replied, "What do you mean by dog ears?" He had no intention of explaining himself to Jiang Hanying. After all, his keen hearing was a result of enhanced vitality, which elevated all his faculties, from smell to hearing to strength, far beyond that of an ordinary person. With that, the heavy sword, the Dark King, reappeared in Suemo's grasp as he slowly stepped toward the source of the sound. The cracking sound had faded, and the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of Suemo's footsteps. Upon reaching the edge of the small space, Suemo extended his hand to touch the wall before him. Sensing a slight temperature variance in the air, he knocked on the surface, and finally, a hollow sound resonated from ahead. Jiang Hanying, limping closer with her cane, exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, could it be that there lies another realm within this cave?" She turned to Suemo and asked, "Suemo, should we venture inside?" Chapter 44. A space formed over a century? Upon hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Suemo turned to her, contemplating what might lie beyond the hollow stone wall. Would it harbor threats or opportunities? The path before Suemo resembled a fork in the road, each route bearing a 50% chance of peril or fortune. After much deliberation, Suemo decided it would be prudent to investigate, if anything were to go awry. He could always rely on his ability to respawn and confront the situation repeatedly. However, he glanced back at Jiang Hanying. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Hanying shuddered and instinctively exclaimed, "What are you planning to do?" "I must remind you, I am a virtuous lady," she continued. "You mustn't do anything improper to me here, or I shall be quite angry," though she could not fathom the reason behind her words. An unexpected anticipation began to swell within her, quickly followed by a sense of resignation. Suemo was momentarily taken aback. What did she mean by improper actions? Would knocking you out be considered improper? He thought, shaking his head as he gently replied, "All right, step back a couple of paces. I will attempt to break through this." Jiang Hanying, limping backward, watched as Suemo gathered his strength and swung the Dark King with all his might. With a resounding bang, the heavy sword collided with the stone wall, which was approximately 20 centimeters thick, shattering it into pieces that tumbled to the ground. Stepping over the debris, Suemo shone his flashlight into the opening, revealing a narrow cave, and at the far end, he could faintly discern what seemed to be a vast expanse. The sound of water droplets falling onto the stone surface echoed, creating ripples. Suemo listened intently, and after a moment, remarked, I hear no other sounds of beasts moving within, only the sound of dripping water. Furthermore, I can feel the air flowing around us. It appears there is indeed a realm beyond, and we should be able to exit from there. I will go in to take a look. Will you accompany me? Jiang Hanying pondered for a moment before nodding. Of course, if I do not follow you in, and something were to happen, who would be responsible for my safety? You must take responsibility for me. Suemo was taken aback, saying, Jiang boss, what do you mean by that? What responsibility do I have for you? You injured yourself. Which has nothing to do with me. He continued, you must be accountable for your own actions. If this were to get out, who knows how others might perceive me. Jiang Hanying stuck her tongue out playfully and gave Suemo a charming glare. All right, I was just teasing you. You go ahead, I will follow slowly behind. Suemo glanced at Jiang Hanying's injured foot, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. He thought it would be wise to enter first, if any danger arose. He could easily retreat and bring Jiang Hanying to safety. Finally, Suemo, accompanied by the Thunder Dog, ventured into the pitch-black passage, guided by the beam of his flashlight. Step by step, as he moved closer, Suemo felt the air flowing with increasing intensity, and the sound of the droplets grew sharper. His brow furrowed. This was his first encounter with such a mysterious area, and the discovery of a hidden realm within it intrigued him. He had no idea what awaited him inside. The sound of Suemo's footsteps echoed against the stone walls, each step disrupting the silence like a relentless specter. After traversing a narrow passage of several dozen meters, Suemo beheld a vast space ahead, measuring about 100 meters wide. He raised his gaze, observing a slanted passageway leading upward, its destination unknown. Suemo's brow furrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. This place did not appear to be naturally formed. It seemed as though some formidable beast had forcibly ravaged the area, leaving the walls in a dilapidated state. Water droplets coalesced at the peak of the stone walls, cascading down to create small depressions in the ground below. Suemo speculated with intrigue. Surely, this must have formed over a century, otherwise. How could one explain the small pits created by the falling droplets? At long last, Jiang Hanying slowly approached this side. She arrived beside Suemo, surveying her surroundings with awe, exclaiming, this place seems to have existed for centuries. What exactly is this location? How did such a space come into being? Suemo shook his head, remaining silent. Look! With Jiang Hanying's shout, the thunderous hound barked twice before dashing forward. Suemo, too, noticed ahead. In a dimly lit corner illuminated by the flashlight, a vast, dried-out grass mat. Upon this mat lay an enormous egg. What kind of egg is this? Suemo instinctively remarked, stepping closer. Jiang Hanying glared at him, annoyance flickering in her eyes as she thought, Humph, this little brother truly lacks charm. After all my efforts to come here, he doesn't even bother to show concern for me. Is it that my appearance fails to entice him? Despite her internal musings, she had no choice but to lean on her cane and follow Suemo. Upon nearing the colossal, azure egg, Suemo scratched his head in bewilderment. In this world, many beasts materialized through hatching. However, he found himself devoid of any knowledge regarding this azure egg, unable to fathom what might lie within. Soon, Suemo glanced around, observing the utter devastation of the space surrounding the egg, quickly deducing that it was likely crafted by the egg's parents. Such destructive power could only imply that the parents of this egg possessed formidable strength. Ordinary beasts could hardly unleash such havoc. Before long, Jiang Hanying approached Suemo, prompting him to inquire, do you recognize what kind of beast this egg belongs to? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanying shot him an exasperated look. Do you take me for an expert on hatching? My talent lies merely in beast perception, not in egg expertise. Suemo, feeling awkward, scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. I forgot. After surveying the area, he leaped up onto the stone wall ahead, reaching a hole over 2 meters high. The opening appeared to be at least 10 meters in diameter. Beneath such a spacious entrance, Suemo illuminated the path with his flashlight, but found it winding and limited, barely revealing a distance of a few dozen meters beyond which visibility faded. Simultaneously, Suemo's keen observational skills, honed during 3 years of combat in the southern frontier, revealed the surrounding walls to be exceptionally smooth, as if the egg's parents had forcibly carved a path within the mountains, with no stones in sight. Lowering his gaze to the ground, he noted a thick layer of dust, suggesting that this place had been untouched for a long time, perhaps indicating the absence of any creature here for ages. The dust was a solid 20 to 30 centimeters thick. As Suemo stirred up the surrounding dust, he jumped back, performing a flip before landing gracefully on the ground. Curiously, Jiang Hanying asked, what did you see? Suemo shook his head, replying, I saw an exceptionally smooth, aperture-like passage, but its destination remains unknown. Furthermore, The base of this passage is covered in a hefty layer of dust. I suspect no creatures have set foot here in a considerable time. Jiang Haining gazed at the egg before her, a smirk forming as she continued. This egg is truly immense. How did it come to be here? With no creatures treading here for so long, it should not exist. Su Mo awkwardly nodded, shrugging as he said, how would I know? Perhaps this egg has lain here for many years, waiting to hatch, or it might already be lifeless. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as a fine fissure appeared on the egg's surface, just as Su Mo finished his sentence. Chapter 45. The Bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Su Mo stood frozen in place, turning to Jiang Haining and pointing at the egg, instinctively saying, could this egg be responding to my earlier comment about it being dead? Jiang Haining burst into laughter, replying, perhaps. Regardless, according to your assessment, it has indeed been here for a long time. It seems its parents left it here and never returned to guard it. And today might just be the day of its hatching. I wonder what sort of creature lies within. Jiang Haining searched her memories, shaking her head after a moment. Since I began studying the knowledge and history of beasts, I have yet to hear of any beast associated with an egg of this size, which appears to be 50 or 60 centimeters in diameter and nearly a meter tall. It might be an entirely new species. Su Mo remained silent as another faint crack echoed from the egg. Suddenly realizing the time, he checked his phone. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. He sighed, pondering aloud. I wonder how long it will take for this egg to hatch. Should we stay here or take it with us? Jiang Haining shook her head, saying, I understand the hatching process of beast eggs requires utmost care. Moving it could harm the delicate creature inside. This place is quite secluded, and for the time being, it should be safe from any monstrous threats. Besides, didn't you just say there is no danger around? Let us remain here to accompany it until it hatches and discover what sort of beast emerges. If fate allows, we might even take it with us. Listening to Jiang Haining's words, Su Mo nodded. In this world, there are myriad ways to acquire beasts. However, the reproductive methods of beasts are not vastly different from those of most living beings. Some are hatched, while others are born directly. Furthermore, some are cultivated through genetic manipulation. The ways in which beast masters obtain their beasts typically involve either purchasing them from beast shops with money or exchanging merit points at military bases, or perhaps venturing into the wild in hopes of serendipity. Should one encounter high-tier beasts and successfully form a contract with them, their future prospects would undoubtedly be boundless. Of course, there is also a crucial consideration. If a beast can develop a strong affinity for its master, actively seeking them out to forge a contract, the resulting bond between the two would be significantly stronger, influencing not only their cooperation and compatibility, but also the efficiency of the beast's growth thereafter. Jiang Haining's words clearly conveyed to Su Mo that if the creature emerging from the enormous egg were to establish an affinity with either of them, it would be akin to striking gold. By that time, it is highly likely that the two of them will possess a familiar with an unparalleled bond of intimacy. In the future, whether it be for the familiar's advancement or in battle, they will be able to command it at will. Jiang Haining continued to chuckle softly and remarked, moreover, look at this enormous egg before us. It stands to reason that the beast nurturing within must be exceptionally powerful. For some reason, despite the protective shell, I could sense the formidable strength of the creature inside. Su Mo nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment as Jiang Haining. Although the shell merely bore a few minute cracks at present, Su Mo could still perceive the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within. After a moment of contemplation, a profound sense of anticipation welled up within him. Of course, he held no preconceived expectations. Regardless of whether the familiar gravitated towards Su Mo or Jiang Haining, it would ultimately seek a home. If all else failed, it could be sold for some monetary gain. Yet, this was contingent upon the familiar's compatibility with Su Mo and Jiang Haining, or lack thereof, which would determine its future path. In a moment of exasperation, Su Mo retrieved 2 pieces of meat from his storage ring, tossing one directly to the thunder dog while biting into the other. Observing this scene, Jiang Haining's stomach audibly growled. Instinctively swallowing, she inhaled deeply, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Finally noticing her reaction, Su Mo turned to Jiang Haining and curiously asked, what? You want some too? Jiang Haining shot him an annoyed glance and replied, of course. Am I made of stone? Do you think I can go my whole life without eating or drinking? Su Mo scratched his head, saying, aren't you girls supposed to maintain your figure? You're already quite ample. Do you really need to eat more? What? Ample? Jiang Haining blushed, stepping forward to snatch the meat from Su Mo's hand and devouring it without hesitation. Su Mo could only shake his head in resignation. However, at that very moment, a series of cracking sounds echoed around them. Su Mo stood up and turned to look ahead. Before him, the entirely azure eggshell shattered, releasing a dazzling golden light that radiated in all directions. The brilliance was so intense that Sumo instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. After half a minute, as the luminosity gradually waned, Sumo lowered his hand to gaze forward. He saw that the broken shell had spilled its contents across the ground, soaking the surrounding grass mats in a viscous liquid. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a familiar surged forth from the egg liquid, crashing onto the grass mat. Huh. Sumo scratched his head awkwardly, finally getting a clear view of the little creature that had emerged. It was a round, green-feathered familiar resembling a watermelon, with a pointed head and tiny wings that were smaller than his palm. It looked up with a bewildered expression, its eyes the size of green grapes, scanning the world around it. At last, upon spotting Sumo, it opened its mouth and emitted a sound that was entirely unrecognizable, before flapping its little wings and flying toward him. Thud! Sumo conceded that the little creature struggled to fly. It was sticky all over, yet it hopped toward him, continuously rubbing against his pant leg. Jiang Hanying, witnessing this scene, felt her heart melt and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this little one is utterly adorable." She continued, "Such a charming creature. Since I learned about familiars, I've heard tales of such peculiar forms. It appears to be a plump little bird. Yet I have never encountered a bird of this shape. However, its eyes are deep and commanding. What creature is this?" Sumo, feeling awkward, shook his head. "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" As the little one rubbed against his trousers, a considerable amount of egg liquid smeared onto him. Sumo awkwardly shook his head and quickly retrieved several bottles of water from his storage ring. Sighing as he looked at the little creature, he began to wash off its sticky body, and then took out a towel to dry it off. After a while, the little creature shook itself, now clean and dry, and suddenly took flight, landing on Sumo's shoulder while chattering away in an incomprehensible manner. Sumo was taken aback and thought, could it be that this little one wishes to form a bond with me? Am I truly that charismatic? Jiang Hanying, observing from the side, replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Ah, it seems I am not destined for this one. It probably sees you as a parental figure since it has just been born. Thus, its affection for you is quite understandable. Of course, if a contract is successful in the future, the two of you will undoubtedly achieve an unparalleled bond and synergy. Afterward, its upgrades will be a matter of no concern. But what manner of creature could this little one be? I have never encountered such a species. Let me investigate." Jiang Hanying possessed the talent of familiar perception, allowing her to sense all information regarding familiars in the world. She extended her hand, emanating a gentle light from her palm, which instantly penetrated the little creature's body resting on Sumo's shoulder. However, merely a dozen seconds later, when Jiang Hanying opened her eyes, she staggered back 2 steps, stunned into silence. Sumo, confused, inquired, "Jiang boss, what is going on? You seem incredibly surprised. Is this little one weak?" Jiang Hanying exclaimed, "Weak? It is extraordinarily powerful." "Sumo, do you have any idea what kind of familiar this is?" Seeing Sumo shake his head, Jiang Hanying slowly elaborated. "It is the sole descendant of the ancient lineage of the Azure Dragon." Chapter 46, a name that ensures survival. The revelation sent shockwaves through Sumo, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. He stared agog at Jiang Hanying, incredulously asking, "Jiang boss, are you certain you're not joking? A descendant of the Azure Dragon lineage? Are you aware of how it has been chronicled in the annals of our Huaxia?" Jiang Hanying nodded, her expression solemn. "Sumo, I am fully aware of the significance of the Azure Dragon lineage. It is said that a century ago, during the Great Calamity, the 4 divine beasts of Huaxia, Azure Dragon, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Baihu, guarded the land's ley lines. Yet, throughout history, no one has ever witnessed their appearance. Thus, the 4 divine beasts have become the spiritual totems in the hearts of all the people and beast masters of Huaxia. I have even heard that our nation's greatest master, General Long Songhai, has never had the opportunity to meet any of the 4 divine beasts. Otherwise, he would surely be accompanied by their protection now. I never expected this." Jiang Hanying gazed at Sumo's shoulder, where a creature that resembled a delicate little bird perched. A bittersweet smile crept across her lips as she thought to herself, who would have imagined that this little being was, in fact, the last scion of the Azure Dragon lineage? Just moments ago, I sensed all its information, and a fragment of memory surfaced in my mind. Its parents have irrevocably departed from this world, leaving it as the sole heir of the Azure Dragon clan. In the future, it seems there will be no other beast from the Azure Dragon lineage to appear apart from it. As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently caressed the little creature's head. Sumo even noticed a flicker of sadness in its sparkling eyes. Soon after, the little one emitted sounds of enjoyment, as if basking in affection. Sumo chuckled, "You little rascal certainly knows how to indulge. Does that mean I'll have to pamper you every day, much like petting a cat?" The little creature flapped its wings excitedly. However, Sumo suddenly pondered a pressing question and turned to Jiang Hanying, saying, "Boss Jiang, What shall we do with this little one? Jiang Haining shrugged her shoulders. Didn't I just mention that everything hinges on fate? Since it adores you so much, why not keep it by your side? Now that you have reached the level of a rank 9 beast master, when you eventually break through to rank 11, you will naturally be able to form a contract with a second beast. By then, considering the bond that has already formed between you two, it seems only fitting to contract it. Once the contract is successful, your closeness will reach 100%. Following that, with your nurturing, its growth rate will undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Moreover, it possesses 3 remarkable traits: transformation, flight, and bloodline pressure. Once you contract it, you will come to understand these attributes. But how can that be? Upon hearing Jiang Haining's words, Su Mo exclaimed with urgency, Boss Jiang, I did agree to assist you earlier, but I never anticipated that this unassuming, unseen egg would yield an ancient-grade beast, one that could even be considered a divine creature. How could I possibly claim it all for myself? It would be too embarrassing. Jiang Haining laughed lightly, her gaze revealing her satisfaction with Su Mo. Oh, come now. Su Mo, there's no need to resist any longer. I understand that the Azure Dragon, being a divine beast, is indeed quite precious. However, everything in this world is governed by fate. It has chosen you and desires to be with you, so why not just acquiesce to its wishes? With a smile, Jiang Haining continued, I have already received the only keepsake left by my husband, which is of greater importance to me than anything else, even more than my own life. That is sufficient for me. Furthermore, if it weren't for your selfless bravery in confronting the 3 5th-tier dragon scale pythons, I might have perished in the abyss of demons long ago. You are, in a sense, my savior, and thus, I bequeath this little azure dragon to you. Listening to Jiang Haining's words, Su Mo hesitated, torn between emotions, before ultimately conceding. In truth, he yearned to possess a powerful beast, which would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset in his future endeavors. Yet was it not too valuable? Seeing Jiang Haining so readily offer the azure dragon to him left Su Mo at a loss for words, his heart swelling with gratitude. Yet, at the same time, he could not help but wonder what ulterior motives Jiang Haining might harbor. He simply could not believe that she would genuinely part with the little azure dragon so easily. The memories of her repeatedly appearing by his side during this time, probing into his affairs, resurfaced in his mind. Could it be that she had been scheming for something of his all along? Was it perhaps his very being? The thought sent a shiver down Su Mo's spine, and he cast a wary glance at Jiang Haining. Suddenly, the little azure dragon on his shoulder let out a soft whimper and gently patted Su Mo's head with its tiny wings. Su Mo, exasperated, looked at it with annoyance. What was that for? Why are you hitting me, little one? The creature puffed up its cheeks, appearing even more adorable in its roundness. Jiang Haining chimed in with a laugh. You haven't even named it yet. Although your level is still insufficient to contract it, you should at least give it a name. Su Mo then realized and promptly declared, All right, let us call it Little Fatty. The little azure dragon responded with an indignant ah, and flapped its wings even faster, leaping onto Su Mo's head and playfully trampling his hair, causing him to cry out in protest. Su Mo quickly grabbed the little creature, holding it before him, and lamented over the strands of hair that had fallen. Little Fatty, do you even realize how troubling hair loss is for young people nowadays? And you've taken so much of my hair. Besides, the name I gave you is quite charming. There's an old saying, a name can bring fortune or misfortune, you know? I'm doing this for your own good. After a prolonged bout of squawking, the little azure dragon finally acquiesced with a sigh, accepting the name Su Mo had bestowed upon it. Jiang Haining chuckled helplessly from the side. You truly have a knack for naming. What kind of name is Little Fatty for a beast? How does it differ from Fortune? Su Mo grinned. A catchy name is enjoyable. Little Fatty rolls off the tongue nicely. Besides, look at it, so plump and round. The name perfectly suits its current state. Doesn't it, Little Fatty? The little azure dragon sighed once more. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the earth quaked beneath them. Chapter 47. The Burial Grounds of the Azure Dragon. The ground shook violently, causing both Su Mo and Jiang Haining to sway unsteadily. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as countless stones tumbled down. They turned to see that the path they had traversed moments before was now completely obstructed by debris. Jiang Haining felt a pang of anxiety and hastily remarked, It seems that the battle between you and the dragon-scale pythons has damaged the surrounding mountains. Thankfully, we have successfully escaped from there. Otherwise, we would have been crushed into a pulp, truly a tragic fate. Su Mo sighed and shook his head. However, he felt a glimmer of relief as he looked up at the 2-meter-high cave entrance ahead and said, At least there's another path to escape. If Little Fatty's parents were able to bring it here, then this route must surely lead out as well. Boss Jiang, shall we proceed through here? Jiang Haining nodded in agreement. With determination, Su Mo propelled himself forward, leaping into the cave entrance. The Earth Bear followed closely behind, helping Jiang Hanying up, and Su Mo then embraced her, placing her beside him. Soon, both the Earth Bear and the Thunder Hound leapt into the entrance as well. Su Mo, flashlight in hand, navigated the winding cave, finally emerging after more than half an hour, just as the clock struck 4:30. Upon witnessing the scenery before them, both Su Mo and Jiang Hanying stood frozen in awe. Before them lay a vast chasm, a gaping abyss with a fissure scarcely wide enough for a single person, through which feeble rays of sunlight filtered down. By a stroke of fate, beneath this illumination, they beheld an enormous pit, several dozen meters deep and 100 meters in diameter. What astonished Su Mo and his companions most was the presence within this immense pit. A skeletal remained stretching several hundred meters in length. With a sorrowful whimper, the little azure dragon perched upon Su Mo's shoulder unfurled its wings and soared into the depths of the pit, where it began to mourn incessantly over the remains. Su Mo furrowed his brow and remarked slowly, "It appears that this skeleton must belong to its father or mother, likely the azure dragon divine beast from a century ago." He soon noticed the rear half of the skeleton was riddled with numerous fractures. It seems that 100 years ago, the azure dragon sustained grave injuries in battle. Just look at the many broken bones, and even some that are shattered. This might explain why it was unable to continue fighting for long. Or perhaps it could not recover in time, ultimately succumbing to its fate. Subsequently, the azure dragon had entrusted the little dragon's egg to a previously mentioned vast space, which, unbeknownst to them, had ended up in their possession. Jiang Hanying nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps this is our fortune. Perhaps it is your destined chance, dear Su Mo. It seems that the little azure dragon is meant to be yours. Congratulations, Su Mo. However, dear brother, I think you should strive to elevate your rank to an 11th level beast master swiftly, so that you may contract the little azure dragon as soon as possible. Firstly, to strengthen your future prowess. Secondly, once the contract is complete, the little azure dragon will become your greatest ally, capable of warding off those who covet it." Su Mo nodded in agreement. Ancient tier beast masters were exceedingly rare in this world. Whenever an ancient tier beast descended, it would incite frenzied competition among countless beast masters, various factions, and even military and academic institutions. Su Mo was not naive. If he did not contract the azure dragon promptly, it could lead to significant troubles ahead. Conversely, once contracted, the bond and synergy between him and the little azure dragon, combined with its abilities, would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits for him. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mo declared, "Upon our return, I shall devote myself to training, striving to break through to 11th level beast master as swiftly as possible, so that I may contract the little azure dragon." Jiang Hanying nodded alongside him, her eyes narrowing as she pondered. "Su Mo, I am genuinely curious about how you manage to emit such radiance and ensure that, even in your weakened state, you can recover instantaneously after each rebirth of your vitality. My curiosity about you knows no bounds." Thus, Su Mo and Jiang Hanying stood at the edge of the pit, silently observing. Though nightfall approached, they understood that the little azure dragon was reluctant to part from its parent, likely lingering for a while longer. After an indeterminate time, the little azure dragon ascended once more, returning to Su Mo's side. Noticing its tearful eyes, Su Mo gently stroked its head and said, "Little one, do not be disheartened. Though I know not whether that was your father or mother, it sent you to that platform for your safety and happiness. Please trust me. Since you have chosen to acknowledge me and accompany me, I shall take good care of you and ensure you suffer no harm." The little azure dragon emitted a couple of soft whimpers in response. Su Mo then turned to the giant skeletal remains within the pit, bowing deeply as he spoke. "Esteemed ancestor, I know not what trials you faced in your time or why you entrusted your child to that platform. Yet now that it has been born into this world and has chosen me, I vow to treat it with kindness. Rest assured, I shall nurture it, ensuring it grows and thrives, and I will not betray the hopes you held for it." Just as Su Mo's words faded, a profound dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, shaking the very fabric of the world. Looking up, they beheld the massive azure dragon remains disintegrating into dust, scattering into the winds of the universe. Chapter 48, Jiang Hanying's Serious Request. As this extraordinary phenomenon unfolded, a single tear fell from the corner of the little azure dragon's eye, landing upon Su Mo's shoulder. A thread of sorrow tugged at Su Mo's heart, and he reached up to stroke the little dragon's head, feeling the soft fur evoke a deep sense of melancholy within him. With a reassuring tone, he promised, "Little one, do not worry. I shall never treat you unfairly. As long as you are by my side, as long as I, Su Mo, exist in this world, I will ensure that you face no grievances. Together, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of beast masters alongside the Thunder Hound. Trust me, I will restore the glory held by your ancestors." The little azure dragon nodded resolutely and nuzzled against Su Mo's head affectionately. Su Mo smiled at the display. Jiang Hanying, observing this tender moment, could not help but smile in satisfaction, pleased that Su Mo had found a kind-hearted master for the little azure dragon, ensuring it would not suffer in the future. All right, Jiang Hanying remarked. Su Mo, it is already 6 p.m., we must hurry back. If we delay any longer, the monster abyss may very well become our final resting place. Su Mo nodded in agreement. It was not that night would incite the beasts into a frenzy, but rather that darkness would serve as a natural shroud for their movements, making them difficult to detect and posing unprecedented threats to all beast masters and even the common folk. Determined to navigate their way back, Su Mo and Jiang Hanying discerned that retracing their steps was no longer feasible. Fortunately, they spotted a narrow fissure nearby, likely the route through which they had entered, and they ventured forth, step by step. Before long, 2 7th-stage juvenile magical beasts suddenly leapt into their path. Sumo's heart raced with alarm. 2 7th-stage beasts. Previously, he had struggled against 3 5th-stage dragon-scale pythons, defeating them one by one, with both he and the Thunderhound sustaining serious injuries in each bout. Now, facing 2 7th-stage beasts at once, how could he and Jiang Hanying contend with them? A sudden roar reverberated in Su Mo's ears. The dragon's roar was so weighty that he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. To their astonishment, the 2 magical beasts before them immediately dropped to the ground, trembling and refusing to lift their heads. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Mo understood the situation. Jiang Hanying, beside him, chuckled. It seems this little one possesses an innate bloodline suppression that manifests regardless of whether a contract is formed. Today, the two of us found the prospect of departing from the abyss of beasts to be rather uncomplicated. Su Mo smiled in return, his thoughts drifting back to his knowledge of the azure dragon. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of roasted meat from his storage ring and tossed it before the little azure dragon. The creature opened its mouth wide and instantly inhaled the meat, swallowing it whole. Observing that its physique showed no discernible change, especially considering that the morsel was considerably larger than the little dragon itself, Su Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "You little rascal, you truly deserve the name Little Chubby for your insatiable appetite." The little azure dragon shot him an irritable glance before leaning against his shoulder and promptly dozing off. Jiang Hanying, struggling to suppress a chuckle, looked at Su Mo and remarked, "Let it rest. I fear that roar from earlier must have drained a significant amount of its energy. We need not worry about anything for now." The two of them cautiously made their way past 2 7th-tier beasts, where Su Mo could still feel the aura of fear emanating from them. Jiang Hanying, intrigued, mused. 7th-tier beasts? If we were to slay them and bring them back, we could likely earn a handsome profit. Su Mo, however, shook his head. Let it be. A cornered dog will jump over the wall, and a frightened rabbit may bite. Should we force them into a desperate situation, they might retaliate fiercely, leaving us with nothing. Jiang Hanying shrugged in agreement. With the little azure dragon paving their path and its earlier roar echoing in their minds, the two felt reassured. Not long after, Jiang Hanying suddenly had a revelation and slowly articulated, "I finally understand why the abyss of beasts has been so agitated lately, even giving rise to 7th-tier beasts. They must sense that the little azure dragon is on the verge of hatching, prompting them to seek out this fortuitous opportunity. Despite their monstrous nature, beasts possess an instinctual sensitivity to bloodlines that surpasses our own. Furthermore, they have always refrained from approaching the deepest recesses of the abyss of beasts, nor dared venture near the platform where the azure dragon resides, likely due to the oppressive aura emanating from its parents, which has deterred all beasts from making a move. Who would have thought we would benefit so greatly from this situation?" Su Mo chuckled. Regardless, this is ultimately a fortunate turn of events. Jiang Hanying nodded in agreement. As they traversed the depths of the abyss of beasts beneath the starlit sky, danger seemed to be a distant concern. Along the way, they encountered various beasts of differing ranks. Yet, upon spotting the little azure dragon resting upon Su Mo's shoulder, all the creatures instinctively prostrated themselves, trembling and too intimidated to raise their heads or utter a sound. This spared Su Mo and Jiang Hanying considerable trouble. Finally, at 8 in the evening, they ascended to the periphery of the abyss of beasts. Jiang Hanying drove towards Linen City. Throughout the journey, Su Mo continually observed their newfound companion, the little azure dragon. Watching it sprawled across his lap, belly up, mouth slightly agape, and emitting faint snores, Su Mo chuckled. "You little fellow, you seem to trust me completely. Aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" Perhaps having heard his words, the little azure dragon rolled over on his lap. Jiang Hanying, witnessing this, giggled. "Su Mo, it seems this little azure dragon has truly taken a liking to you. I suspect there will be quite a few stories between you two in the future." After a moment, she added, "All right, we should hurry back now." Su Mo nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived back in Linen City. The sky was speckled with stars, and a gentle breeze offered Su Mo a refreshing respite. Exiting the vehicle, they made their way into the Tiandao Pavilion. Ascending to the top floor where the Tianji Training Hall's entrance awaited, Jiang Hanying paused, glancing at Su Mo with a smile. Su Mo, you should get some rest. I had promised that once you completed this task, I would divulge everything to you. However, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Today, I discovered my husband's relics, which contain vital information regarding my future, my life, and something profoundly significant to many. I must devote myself to studying it. Su Mo, I know I have repeatedly piqued your curiosity without full disclosure, and for that, I apologize. But I sincerely hope for your understanding. Could you grant me some time? Once I unravel the secrets of the relics, I will hasten to share everything with you. Chapter 49. Taking Advantage Without Acknowledgement? Upon hearing Jiang Hanying's earnest words and observing her serious expression, Su Mo found himself at a loss. Throughout their interactions, he had sensed that Jiang Hanying harbored numerous secrets. She possessed many untold stories that eluded his comprehension. Su Mo yearned to uncover her mysteries and hoped for a candid exchange between them. However, today, from that ancient and weighty token, he had felt a formidable surge of spiritual energy. It was as Jiang Hanying had indicated. Her husband was indeed a beast master, and it was understandable that he would leave behind such relics. Yet, the extent of the relic's impact on Jiang Hanying remained uncertain. Judging by her serious demeanor, it was likely no trivial matter, as memories of their day together flooded back. Particularly the moment Jiang Hanying had willingly decided to bestow the little azure dragon upon him right after its hatching. Su Mo realized the rarity of ancient tier beasts in this world. Each beast of such caliber was an extraordinary rarity, likely fetching exorbitant prices at auction. Su Mo's family could scarcely afford even a single one, and selling the Tiandao Pavilion might not suffice either. Yet, Jiang Hanying had gifted it to him without hesitation, demonstrating no intent to contest his claim over the little azure dragon. This revelation deepened Su Mo's understanding of Jiang Hanying. He began to sense that she harbored no ill intentions towards him and perhaps genuinely had important matters to attend to. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mo nodded. Very well, Boss Jiang, I choose to trust you this time. It is precisely because of your actions today and your decision not to fight me for little Chubby that I feel your regard for me. And I sense you harbor no malice. I will extend my trust to you once more, but let this be the last time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanying suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her charm captivating. All right, Su Mo, I knew you would come through for me. You have truly helped me solve a significant dilemma today, and I have also bestowed upon you 2 great gifts. Su Mo furrowed his brows, glancing at the little azure dragon that had already nestled into its cozy bed, soundly asleep. With a hint of curiosity, he turned to Jiang Hanying and inquired, You didn't just bestow upon me this little azure dragon as a grand gift, did you? What, pray tell, is the other present? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hanying's face flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the hem of her garment, and softly replied, The other gift is none other than myself. Dear little brother, have you not taken enough advantage of me today in the abyss of beasts? This marks the first time in a decade that I have allowed another man to touch me. What is this? Are you now denying our acquaintance after having raised your trousers? Su Mo found himself at a loss for words. Moments later, Jiang Hanying erupted into a fit of giggles, swaying her hips playfully as she leaned on her cane, disappearing from Su Mo's sight. Watching her depart, Su Mo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He sighed deeply and returned to his bed. Turning his gaze toward the distant little azure dragon, he reflected on the myriad feelings stirring within him. Little one, I never anticipated that today would grant me the fortune of encountering you, an ancient tier beast of mastery. Since this is a chance bestowed upon me, rest assured, I shall treat you with utmost care from this day forth. Starting tomorrow, I will diligently strive to elevate my level, aiming to reach level 11 as swiftly as possible. At that point, I shall have the privilege of forging a contract with you. Su Mo eagerly anticipated the deeper bond that would develop between him and the little azure dragon, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Nevertheless, for Su Mo, today was undeniably a fortuitous occasion. Just then, his phone chimed, revealing a message about a deposit of 600,000 yuan. Su Mo instantly understood. This was undoubtedly a transfer from Jiang Hanying. It seemed she still remembered his situation and the reward she had promised him. For Su Mo, acquiring a little azure dragon, a coveted ancient tier beast sought after by countless individuals, was already a tremendous opportunity, far outweighing the compensation Jiang Hanying had pledged. How could he dare to ask for more? Yet, with the money now transferred, Su Mo felt he had no choice but to accept it, regardless of his initial intentions. With a sigh, he prepared to drift into slumber. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Tiandao Pavilion, Jiang Hanying had returned to her chamber, shedding her garments and indulging in a refreshing bath. Water droplets clung to her skin as she limped back to her bed. Gazing at her slightly swollen ankle, she chuckled softly. Little Suemo, you truly are gentle and quite the charming young man. I wonder how many more stories we will share in the future? Rest assured, I have noticed that the young girl Jiang seems quite fond of you. I am not one to relish being a third party or competing for another's affection. However, our tale has only just begun. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Suemo awoke early, unable to resist the persistent flapping of the little azure dragon's wings, which repeatedly brushed against his face, rousing him from his slumber. What a nuisance! Suemo opened his eyes, gazing at the dragon with exasperation, and remarked, "What is it?" The little azure dragon pointed its wing at its belly. Unfortunately, its wings were too small to reach its own stomach, so it could only gesture. Suemo quickly grasped that the dragon was hungry. He sighed in resignation. "I say, little one, you've only just been born for 2 days. And you already have such a hearty appetite? I fed you a substantial piece of meat yesterday. Was that not sufficient?" However, considering that this was a scion of a divine beast lineage, it was not surprising that it possessed extraordinary traits, including a large appetite. Subsequently, Suemo retrieved several pieces of meat from his storage ring, distributing the larger portion to the little azure dragon and reserving a smaller portion for the nearby thunderhound. The dragon and dog feasted joyously, leaving Suemo somewhat bemused. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. After responding, Suemo opened the door to reveal a young woman who entered, carrying breakfast. She looked at Suemo, bowed slightly, and with a respectful demeanor said, "Mr. Suemo, greetings. Ms. Jiang has instructed me to deliver your 3 daily meals from today onwards. She has pressing matters to attend to and may not return for some time." Suemo nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. Ms. Jiang informed me of this yesterday. Please place the breakfast here. Thank you for your efforts." The girl promptly set down the meal, offered a faint smile, and retreated from the room. Chapter 50. An unexpected guest at the Su residence? In the Su family's villa in Linen City, as breakfast was being served, Su Tsangxing suddenly heard a knock at the door. He had been engaged in conversation with his wife, Dongfangya, discussing the recent happenings concerning Suemo. Suemo had successfully gained admission to the Fuyao Academy. Su Tsangxing was even contemplating ways to establish connections with individuals at Fuyao Academy, aiming to secure Su Feng's enrollment there while subsequently finding a means to have Suemo expelled. At that point, Suemo would surely come seeking his forgiveness, pleading for clemency. In such a scenario, Su Tsangxing could easily impose his will upon Suemo. In recent encounters with Suemo, Su Tsangxing had suffered multiple humiliations. Each incident left him feeling utterly disgraced. As Sumo's father, he could hardly bear such indignities. Gradually, Su Tsangxing found himself losing his rationality, consumed by a desire to see Suemo pay for his perceived transgressions. Just then, another series of knocks resounded at the door. Su Tsangxing furrowed his brow, glancing at Dongfangya, and asked, "Did you arrange for someone to come to our home?" Dongfangya shook her head. "How could I? Why would I invite someone over during such tumultuous times? That would only complicate matters." Su Tsangxing frowned, then gestured for her to check. Dongfangya stood up and approached the door. However, upon opening it, she froze in place. Standing at the threshold was a group of individuals, one of whom bore the insignia of a major general, flanked by numerous officers. In that instant, Dongfangya was so startled that the bowl in her hands clattered to the ground. "What do you want?" she stammered. The leading figure paused briefly, then smiled warmly. "Greetings. You must be Mrs. Dongfangya, beloved of Major Su. I apologize for startling you. Are you well?" He then turned to his accompanying officers, gesturing for them to assist Dongfangya in tidying the mess on the floor. 2 officers promptly stepped forward, swiftly cleaning up the remnants of the fallen food. Meanwhile, Su Tsangxing, alerted by the commotion at the door, hurriedly approached, his steps echoing as he came closer. Upon encountering the assembly of individuals before him, Su Tsangxing's gaze was drawn to the central figure, a lieutenant general. In an instant, he hastily exclaimed, "General Zhao, what brings you here?" Indeed, the person who had appeared at the entrance was none other than the chief of staff of the Demon Suppression Army. Although Su Tsangxing had not been closely involved in military affairs over the years and had rarely kept abreast of current events, he possessed a profound understanding of the ranks and leaders at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army, thus easily recognizing the esteemed Zhao Yunfei, an aide to General Long Songhai. Zhao Yunfei chuckled lightly as he approached, first offering a respectful salute before extending his hand with a smile, saying, "General Su, I sincerely apologize for arriving unannounced. I hope I haven't intruded upon your time?" "Not at all, not at all. How could that be?" Su Tsangxing responded, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, maintaining a cordial smile. He then turned to his wife, introducing her, "Darling, allow me to present General Zhao Yunfei." the chief of staff of our demon suppression army. Dongfangya, realizing the situation, promptly greeted Zhao. The couple then hurriedly invited Zhao Yunfei and his entourage to take a seat in their home. Observing the two enjoying breakfast, Zhao Yunfei awkwardly remarked, I hadn't anticipated that my sudden arrival would disrupt your breakfast, General Su. Su Songxing quickly waved his hand, saying, not at all, General Zhao. Your presence is always welcome. Even if you were to knock on my door in the dead of night, I would be at your service immediately, wouldn't I? Su Songxing's flattery was abundant, though it felt somewhat incongruous coming from a man in his 40s or 50s. Meanwhile, upstairs in the villa, Su Feng quietly opened the door to his bedroom. Intently listening to the conversation outside, Su Songxing finally inquired of Zhao Yunfei, General Zhao, is there a specific matter that necessitated your visit today? Is there an issue of conduct in linen, or perhaps a need for temporary personnel reassignment in the combat zone? Whatever it is, please let me know. I am prepared to assist in any way I can. His expression was earnest, and he even patted his chest to assure Zhao. Zhao Yunfei chuckled. Shaking off Su Songxing's concerns, General Su, there's no need for alarm. There are no issues regarding conduct within our ranks. All the senior officials of the Demon Suppression Army are dedicated to the well-being of the populace. My visit today, however, pertains to a matter of significant relevance to you. He gestured towards Su Songxing with admiration. Congratulations, General Su. From this day forth, you are destined for great advancement. Su Songxing was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward his wife, who mirrored his confusion. He too was perplexed and quickly turned back to Zhao Yunfei, scratching his head as he asked, General Zhao, what do you mean by that? As you can see, I am already in my 40s, serving as a major general in the linen combat zone. It's unlikely I have much further to ascend in my career. General Su, you are mistaken, Zhao Yunfei interjected, leaning closer and clapping a hand on Su Songxing's shoulder in a friendly manner. Surely you are aware of the events that have transpired in your household recently. Are you truly unwilling to acknowledge them? What do you mean? Su Songxing's heart sank, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Zhao Yunfei continued, Old Su, are you still trying to play coy? Your eldest son, Su Mo, has achieved the title of top scholar in the national assessments across various academies, even breaking the century-old record set by General Long. Surely, you cannot have forgotten this momentous occasion? Chapter 51, Su Songxing's dilemma in that moment. Su Songxing felt a chill run down his spine. A sense of dread enveloped him. Since the revelation of Su Mo's achievements the previous day, Su Songxing had fainted at the Tiandao Pavilion and had been sent home by Jiang Heining's arrangement. From that afternoon until now, he had been consumed by discomfort and fury. He was angry over Su Mo's actions being laid bare and distressed by the impending scrutiny and criticism he would face, fearing it would lead to discontent among many. Su Songxing had always been a man concerned with his reputation. The last thing he wanted was to have his dignity undermined. Such a turn of events could render him unable to face others in the future. Moreover, he worried about Su Mo's burgeoning fame and the attention it would attract. If Su Mo continued to disregard his father's reputation and exposed all that had transpired, it could potentially jeopardize Su Songxing's position as a major general. This dilemma could be perceived as a familial rift, a failure in parenting, or, on a larger scale, an abuse of power, leveraging his position to favor his son in military affairs, even going so far as to erase the accomplishments of others. Now, with Zhao Yunfei's arrival, explicitly seeking to meet Su Mo, Su Songxing's anxiety reached new heights. What now? Zhao Yunfei patted his shoulder, noticing his disquiet. Why the long face, Old Su? This is good news. Your son, though possessing what some might view as a cursed talent, has garnered the attention of General Long, and his future is boundless. General Long has even expressed a desire to personally mentor Su Mo. You need not worry about his development. As long as he continues to perform well, he will undoubtedly ascend the ranks, and you shall bask in his glory. Su Songxing forced a smile, utterly at a loss for words. How could he possibly articulate the implications of such revelations, which could cost him his position? Just then, Zhao Yunfei stood up, surveying the surroundings. Su Mo should be at home at this hour. Why not take me to see him, even if he is still asleep? It's common for young people to rise late and miss breakfast. I'd like to get a glimpse of his living environment to discuss it with General Long upon my return. With that, Zhao Yunfei made his way toward the staircase. Su Songxing hurriedly clapped his hands and rose to his feet, intercepting him. Zhao Yunfei was taken aback for a moment, looking at Su Songxing with curiosity. What is the matter, Old Su? Why are you stopping me? Our young master Su Mo has achieved such remarkable success. Could it be that he is reclusive and unwilling to meet anyone? Zhao Yunfei patted Su Songxing's shoulder and continued, Old Su, I have come at the behest of General Long henceforth. You must frequently mention me in front of General Long. If I could be promoted or receive a military rank, I would consider my life complete. Hee hee, I shall be relying on you in the future. With that, Zhao Yunfei attempted to depart, moving upward. Not so fast. Su Songxing exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. The sudden outburst startled Zhao Yunfei momentarily. Even a clay figure has some spirit, he thought, furrowing his brow at Su Songxing. What are you doing, old Su? Do you intend to deny me the chance to see young Master Su Mo's current living conditions? Or do you not wish for me to meet him at all? I must inform you. I am here on General Long's orders. I must meet young Master Su Mo. Otherwise, I cannot report back satisfactorily. Upon hearing this, Su Songxing felt a wave of panic wash over him. Zhao Yunfei repeatedly invoked Long Songhai's name to pressure him, rendering refusal impossible. Yet, how could Su Songxing permit Zhao Yunfei to ascend and inspect Su Mo's quarters? It was well known that Su Mo's room had long since transformed into a storeroom, shrouded in dust and neglected over the years. The last time Su Mo returned, he had not even stepped into his own room, opting instead to storm out in frustration. If Zhao Yunfei were to see the disarray, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Songxing, and he quickly feigned a chuckle, saying, General Zhao, it is not that I am unwilling to let you see him. Rather, since the conclusion of the new student assessment at the academy, Su Mo has been in a state of frailty. You remember the competition with the second son of the Lin family from Fuyo City, do you not? After that contest, he has been languishing in bed, and his spirits seem quite shattered. Even his mother and I are met with his ire when we attempt to enter his room. I am not obstructing your visit. I merely worry that if my child were to unleash his frustrations upon you, how would you maintain your dignity? Zhao Yunfei was indeed taken aback by Su Songxing's words. Exclaiming in astonishment, Su Mo is ill? Su Songxing nodded solemnly. What is happening? What ailment does he have? Has he been examined? Zhao Yunfei pressed urgently. Su Songxing sighed. Alas, he refuses to see anyone. Each day, we merely rush in to leave his meals at his bedside and hastily depart. How could we possibly arrange for a doctor to examine him? This child has become so unpredictable, and both his mother and I are quite distressed. Su Songxing continued. General Zhao, it is not that I wish to deny you entry, but truly for the sake of his health. I fear that if he were to become agitated, it could lead to further complications. As parents, what would we do then? Zhao Yunfei nodded in understanding. Indeed, you are correct. A patient's emotional fluctuations must be carefully managed. However, I never imagined young Master Su Mo would deteriorate to this extent. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Zhao Yunfei had a thought and exclaimed, Old Su. I happen to know a renowned doctor in the capital, specializing in treating beast masters. He is also a healing-type beast master. I will immediately contact him to hasten his arrival here to Linen City. I will bring him along to examine young Master Su Mo. Perhaps he has sustained internal injuries compounded by emotional trauma. I am certain that with the assistance of that esteemed physician, Su Mo will make a full recovery. This might not be appropriate. Su Songxing forced a smile. If Zhao Yunfei were to summon that doctor and discover that Su Mo was not present, or that he was not ill at all, it would leave him in a precarious position. Chapter 52, Su Feng's Scheme. Finally, Zhao Yunfei resolved the matter. He looked at Su Songxing with earnestness and declared, Old Su. It is imperative to understand that young Master Su Mo is the most formidable individual among this year's new student assessments in Huaxia. Should any misfortune befall him, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule and gossip. Zhao Yunfei continued, It is settled then. I must return and arrange this matter post-haste. I will head back to the capital immediately to contact my esteemed physician within the Demon Suppression Army. If all goes well, I shall have him here within a week. Rest assured, I will ensure young Master Su Mo regains his health. With that, Zhao Yunfei hastened away, leaving no time for farewells. Watching Zhao Yunfei's retreating figure, Su Songxing raised his head, opening his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He was bewildered and apprehensive. He had never anticipated that a mere excuse would garner such attention from Zhao Yunfei, potentially complicating many subsequent matters. He rushed to the door, peering outside to see Zhao Yunfei and his companions wave goodbye before departing in their vehicle. Su Songxing closed the door, the smile on his face fading instantly. He quickly returned to the living room, lighting a cigarette, having lost his appetite for breakfast. At that moment, Dong Fangyo approached Su Songxing and sat beside him, asking, What shall we do? Old Su, how did we suddenly find ourselves in this predicament? Su Songxing sighed in response. Damn it, how should I know? I merely wished to prevent him from seeing Su Mo, that little rascal's room. As you know, it has become a storeroom, covered in dust. If Zhao Yunfei were to see it, our family would be utterly humiliated. Thankfully, he came straight to our home without passing through the city center. Nor has he inquired about the recent happenings in our Su family, unaware of the issues between Su Mo and me. At least we have a solution at hand. A way to navigate this situation. Dong Fangya furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Old Su, should we not seek out Su Mo? Have a proper conversation with him and apologize? Perhaps we can persuade him to return home and devise a way to gloss over this matter? Otherwise, your position may be at risk. Su Songxing retorted, do you not know what kind of person I have been all these years? Are you suggesting I humiliate myself by seeking out Suemo? Furthermore, are you not aware of how he has treated me? Time and again, he has slapped me in the face. Now you want me to approach him? Where would I have the face to do so? Dongfang hesitated, then sighed, alas. But if we do not take action now, what can we do? In a week, when Zhao Yunfei arrives with the doctor, whom will we have him examine? A ghost? The heir? By that time, everything will be exposed, will it not? Do you still harbor the hope of coercing and enticing Suemo? Do you truly believe he would heed your words? Su Songxing fell silent, his mind adrift as he sat on the sofa, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Deep down, he understood that Dongfang was right. If he failed to seek Suemo's forgiveness or offer him some form of benefit to win his pardon, he would likely face dire consequences. Su Songxing even contemplated that, even if he did apologize, Suemo might not be inclined to listen. Given that boy's temperament and the trials he had endured, who could withstand such burdens? Moreover, Su Songxing found it difficult to humble himself to seek out someone else. Did it not clearly tarnish his pride? At that moment, the sound of footsteps drew their attention, and both husband and wife looked up to see Su Feng slowly descending the stairs. Upon seeing Su Feng, Su Songxing's expression darkened as he snapped. What the hell are you doing coming down? Did I not instruct you to stay put? I commanded you to reflect in solitude at home. Why do you disobey me? Su Feng opened his mouth, but refrained from speaking. After taking a seat opposite Su Songxing, he slowly declared, I have come to realize my mistakes. During this time, I have engaged in profound self-reflection and recognized that I have been excessively ostentatious and have lost sight of my true self. I have constantly sought to showcase myself before others and have even attempted to harm my brother repeatedly. My past actions were indeed misguided. Su Songxing had been on the verge of unleashing further insults at Su Feng, but he abruptly swallowed his words. Su Feng continued, I have come down because I believe there may still be a chance for the chief of the Demon Suppression Army to visit Suemo. This could be a turning point. Su Songxing was taken aback, hastily inquiring, what do you mean by that? Do you possess a way to assist me in overcoming this predicament? I assure you, if you can help me navigate this challenge, I will grant you anything you desire. I will go to great lengths to secure all resources for you. At that moment, Su Songxing felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. The prospect of his child potentially having a solution to the pressing dilemma filled him with immense joy. Su Feng smiled bitterly and replied, never mind, Dad. What does it matter how many resources I have? Despite receiving so much throughout my life, I have not surpassed Suemo, have I? I remain overshadowed by him. Dongfang sighed from her seat across the table, stating, Su Feng, your brother has achieved a rebirth through vitality and blood. He has gained these abilities through his own lifespan, and they bear no relation to you. You are already exceptionally talented. To many, you are a paragon. Your parents are proud of you, and there is no need for you to feel inferior. Su Feng chuckled softly and continued, let us set that aside for now. Mom and Dad, weren't you just discussing how difficult it is for Suemo to return? Why not let me impersonate him? Upon hearing this, Su Songxing instinctively reacted, asking, you mean you would feign illness, masquerading as Suemo, and then let the doctor examine you? Su Feng nodded, affirming, yes, after all, we are identical twins. And our resemblance is striking. I could simply pretend to be Suemo and wait in the room for the doctor to check on me. I could use the pretense of a heart condition to deceive them repeatedly. They wouldn't suspect a thing. This way, your reputation would be preserved, and I could recover quickly to assist you in discussions with them. Su Songxing slapped his thigh in admiration, exclaiming, Su Feng, this plan is brilliant. If you can pull this off and deceive everyone, I will have nothing to worry about. Excellent. Then it's settled. We shall proceed as you suggest. Hearing this, Su Feng finally smiled joyfully. Dongfang stood and said, come, dear, let us head over for breakfast together. This time, your mother wants to express gratitude to your father for you. Su Feng laughed lightly, a tear finally escaping the corner of his eye. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his heart harbored dark thoughts. Suemo, from this day forward, the Su family no longer requires you. I can live your life, deceive everyone in your stead, and you? Just await your repeated deaths through the cycle of vitality and blood rebirth. Su Songxing, watching Su Feng enjoy his meal, felt an overwhelming sorrow as he thought, alas. It's a pity that all beast masters have specific wristbands linked to their DNA information. There is no way for Su Feng to completely impersonate Suemo, otherwise, I would surely find a way to make it happen. But fret not, my child, I will ensure you receive everything you desire, and I will provide you a life of comfort and the lifestyle you wish for. Chapter 53, Breakthrough, Level 11. Unbeknownst to Suemo, he remained entirely unaware of the events transpiring within the Su family or the presence of the Demon Suppression Army's personnel who had come to visit him. Had he known, Suemo would have undoubtedly rushed to expose everything to the Su family, accelerating his plans to reclaim everything from Su Feng far more swiftly than he had previously anticipated. Yet, such an occurrence never transpired. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With a resounding boom, within the celestial level training chamber, a radiant beam of light erupted from Suemo, surrounding him in a whirlwind of energy, causing his garments to billow dramatically. Simultaneously, a protective barrier formed around Suemo, successfully absorbing the energy waves and safeguarding the surroundings from destruction. This was the automatic defense system of the Beastmaster Academy, developed by defensive Beastmasters to ensure that the energy surges generated during breakthroughs would not wreak havoc on their environment. Suddenly, Suemo opened his eyes, and a golden light radiated from them. A confident smile graced his lips. Finally, after 3 days of relentless effort, he had successfully ascended to the 11th level of Beastmaster through repeated revivals. At this moment, Suemo brimmed with self-assurance. He had emerged as the most formidable Beastmaster among his peers. In all of China, no one had managed to ascend multiple levels before turning 18, let alone achieve the 11th level as Suemo had. Accompanying this newfound prowess, Suemo sensed 2 distinctly different voices in his mind. One voice informed him that he was now capable of contracting a second beast. The other, a mechanical tone, congratulated him on his successful breakthrough and indicated that he could awaken a second talent. Sumo's brow furrowed in confusion. The system's voice had not resonated for 3 years. Since the day he first died and revived, the system had appeared, informing him of his 3 great talents: immortality, indestructibility, and unfathomability, but it had not spoken since. Now it had resurfaced. Furthermore, the system hinted at the possibility of awakening a second talent. What could this mean? It was rare for a Beastmaster in this world to possess dual talents. Such individuals were akin to a phoenix among the masses. At the pinnacle of the Huaxia's top 10 masters stands Long Songhai, who awakened his second talent at the tender age of 20. He is reputed to be one of the rare 3 individuals globally endowed with 3 talents. It is said that during a mission arranged by the Academy, Long Songhai discovered his second talent, known as Rage Power, an SS level gift. Subsequently, through a fortunate turn of events, he awakened a 3rd talent, placing him among the world's elite trio of 3 talent bearers. While there are indeed more Beast Tamers who have awakened dual talents, their numbers remain scarce. Sumo's expression was one of joy and astonishment. He pondered, why did the system notify him of his second talent's awakening precisely at the moment he advanced to an 11th level Beast Tamer? Could it be that with every 10-level increase, he would be able to contract the next beast and simultaneously awaken a new talent? If that were the case, would he not transcend the limitations of dual and triple talents, ultimately becoming a singular multi-talented entity in the world? No, wait. Even now, Suemo was. Woof. Woof. As Suemo was deep in thought, the thunder dog hurried over, barking twice before nuzzling against his leg. Meanwhile, a rounder little azure dragon fluttered onto Sumo's shoulder. For the past 3 days, the little dragon had either been sleeping or consuming food, nearly depleting the provisions in Sumo's storage ring. He had originally intended to venture out for supplies, but unexpectedly, he had successfully advanced to an 11th level Beast Tamer today. All right, Lightning, Chubby, you 2 step back. I may be awakening my second talent, he instructed. The 2 beasts, one displaying confusion and the other delight, retreated to a distance. Suemo then sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously attuning himself to the flow of his vital energy. At this moment, he had successfully accumulated 910 points of vitality, with his mental strength reaching 1201 points. He finally comprehended that after entering the 10th level, a Beast Tamer required 200 points of mental strength to advance a single level. Yet these challenges posed little concern for him. With a thunderous boom, a surge of energy erupted from Sumo's surroundings as he sensed it. Following closely, a burst of blood energy explosively emanated from within him, enveloping him in a radiant sphere of crimson light. Suemo found himself suspended in midair, brow furrowed tight, acutely aware of the cataclysmic transformations occurring within his body. He mused that had he not possessed the ability to remain impervious to pain and dizziness, he might have already coughed up blood from the torment. Glancing down, Suemo noted that his skin was fracturing in numerous places, with droplets of blood continuously oozing outward. As anticipated, he was perilously close to the brink of destruction, akin to the tales of Long Songhai awakening his second talent. However, following the awakening, Long Songhai had fully recovered. Suemo observed that as the fissures appeared, they were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Although he felt no pain, he could sense an inexhaustible flow of power surging forth from within. With another explosive release, this force shattered the protective barriers surrounding him before gradually subsiding. Thud! Suemo landed on the ground. Before he could utter a word, a rapid knocking echoed from outside. "Mr. Suemo, are you all right? We just received an alert that the protective barrier in your room has shattered. Are you unharmed?" Embarrassed, Suemo scratched his head, replying, "No, no problem. I just accidentally broke through. I sincerely apologize for alarming you." "Oh, I see. As long as Mr. Suemo is fine, that's all that matters. After all, Boss Jiang specifically instructed us to ensure your safety at all costs. We'll take our leave now. Mr. Suemo, the protective barrier in your room should be repaired in about half an hour. We hope you can exercise caution in the meantime." "All right, thank you." As the footsteps outside gradually faded, Sumo's brow furrowed again. What had he just heard from the attendant? Jiang Haining had specifically instructed them to ensure he suffered no harm? A warm current surged through his heart, touched by Jiang Haining's exceptional care. Suemo bitterly smirked. "Jiang Haining, what are you plotting against me? You repeatedly inform others to safeguard my well-being, leaving me at a loss for words." Chapter 54, Contracting the Divine Beast. Azure Dragon. However, Suemo quickly pushed aside his musings and began to explore the nature of his newly acquired second talent. In an instant, as he sensed the essence of his second talent, he was astounded to discover Vitality, Healing, and Curse Talent, classified as SSS level. Beast Tamers can consume their vitality to heal all beings within the healing array, with the healing range increasing alongside the Beast Tamers level. Even creatures on the brink of death, whether or not they are his contracted beasts, would be healed, including humans. The more vitality infused, the greater the healing effect. Gasping in awe, Sumo's eyes widened. He had never anticipated that among all recorded SSS level talents, only one cursed talent, Vitality Rebirth, existed. Yet now, there was a second SSS level cursed talent? Why had this information never been documented in the knowledge and literature he had previously encountered? After a moment of contemplation, Suemo reached a conclusion. He must be the inaugural possessor of the Vitality Healing SSS level cursed talent. Goodness, Suemo suddenly laughed. Fortunately, I am indestructible, otherwise. Acquiring another cursed talent might have driven me to despair. I could have become the first beast tamer in the world to perish from despair. Just then, the little azure dragon leapt onto his shoulder once more. The dragon had grown slightly larger since their first encounter and was now emitting soft whimpers while flapping its wings against its face. "Chubby, you're not hungry again, are you?" Suemo asked. The little dragon shook its head and eagerly pointed at the thunder dog, then at itself. Its tiny wings fluttered adorably. At that moment, Suemo finally understood. "You mean I can contract you now, right?" Seeing the little dragon nod enthusiastically, Suemo smiled wryly. "All right then, let us proceed with the contract." In truth, Suemo had longed to elevate his status for the sole purpose of contracting the little azure dragon. Simultaneously, a question lingered in his mind. Why did the little dragon, as a descendant of the azure dragon lineage, resemble an angry little bird and possess feathers? However, due to the scant understanding of the azure dragon lineage in this world, Suemo could only surmise that it was the azure dragon. Likely a manifestation of the little azure dragon, employing a method to conceal and protect itself from others until it gained formidable strength. At last, the little azure dragon soared before Suemo and alighted gracefully onto the ground. Suemo slowly extended his hand, reciting incantations in silence. A gentle radiance materialized in the palm of his hand, coalescing into a formation the size of his hand before him. He retrieved a needle from his storage ring and pricked his finger. Instantly, blood surged forth towards the formation, emanating a dazzling brilliance before merging into the little azure dragon's brow. Well, Suemo conceded, locating the little azure dragon's brow proved to be quite the challenge. Ultimately, the luminous imprint enveloped the little creature, integrating into its being. Witnessing the little azure dragon ascend into the air, a beam of light erupted from within it, connecting to Suemo's brow. Suemo felt a bridge of connection materialize between himself and the little azure dragon. Unhindered by any barriers, a manifestation of the absolute rapport and bond fostered by their perfect intimacy. In less than half a minute, Suemo successfully forged a contract with the little azure dragon before him. Yet, as he raised his wrist to inspect the information displayed on the Beastmaster ring, he was astonished to find no information regarding the little azure dragon appeared. After a moment of contemplation, Suemo realized the gravity of the situation. After all, no individual in the world had ever managed to form a contract with the azure dragon lineage. This must be the reason for the absence of any corresponding information on the Beastmaster ring. Subsequently, Suemo diligently edited the information to include details about the little azure dragon. Following this, he perused the entirety of the information displayed on the Beastmaster ring. Suemo. Level, 11th rank Beastmaster. Mental power, 1201. Vitality, 910. Talent, blood rebirth. The Beastmaster utilizes blood as a medium, integrating into the blood formation to nourish the beasts. Depending on the amount of blood infused, the beast's levels are enhanced. Blood healing. The Beastmaster expends their own vitality to heal all beings within the healing formation. The range of the healing formation increases with the Beastmaster's level. Even creatures on the brink of death, regardless of whether they are one's own beasts, including humans, will be healed. The more vitality infused, the greater the healing effect. Beasts, Thunderhound, Lightning, ordinary rank. Level, Young stage, 6th tier. Skills, basic attack claw strike level 6. Imbued with lightning attributes, Thunderbolt dash, enhances own speed. Traits, ordinary upgrade efficiency 50, efficiency 30 when feeding on vitality. Azure Dragon, Little Fatty, ancient rank. Level, infancy stage. 1st tier. Skills, Bloodline Roar level 1, basic attack, releases pressure. Dragon Breath of 1,000 miles level 1. Unleashes the Azure Dragon Breath within a 100-meter radius at will, scorching all in its path. Traits, Transformation, capable of transforming into an Azure Dragon, enhancing all attributes while simultaneously unleashing skills like Dragon Breath of 1,000 miles. Flight, after transforming into an Azure Dragon, can carry people and objects aloft. Instantaneous travel of thousands of meters. Bloodline Pressure, even creatures of the same rank will be subjected to pressure exceeding one major realm above the Azure Dragon. Gazing at the array of information displayed on the Beastmaster ring, Suemo finally exhaled a sigh of relief. For him, today marked a streak of fortuitous events. Not only had he successfully ascended to the rank of 11th level Beastmaster, but his vitality and mental power had also surged significantly, elevating his physical attributes to an astonishing 9 times that of an average person. Moreover, he had successfully awakened his second talent, Blood Healing. This SSS grade curse talent, in the hands of any other individual, would likely incite exasperation amongst Beastmasters. Yet, Suemo remained unfazed, even anticipating the acquisition of more vitality-consuming abilities. With each resurrection, he would experience substantial enhancements in both attributes. This, for him, was undoubtedly a boon with no downsides. Furthermore, he had successfully bonded with the Azure Dragon, Little Fatty. This small Azure Dragon, reminiscent of an enraged bird, now possessed its own abilities, Bloodline Roar and Dragon Breath of 1,000 miles. As it leveled up, it would likely acquire even more formidable powers, including the ability to transform. Suemo looked at the little Azure Dragon and chuckled. Little Fatty, show me your transformation. The little Azure Dragon nodded, soaring before Suemo, emitting a low dragon's roar before instantaneously transforming. Before Suemo stood a magnificent Azure Dragon, measuring about 20 to 30 meters in length, gracefully coiling around him. The dragon's scales shimmered with a cold light, and its formidable claws exuded a powerful might. The razor-sharp claws appeared incredibly lethal, and the Azure Dragon's eyes radiated an intimidating pressure, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Chapter 55, for the benefit of the nation. Life or death. Excellent. Splendid. Suemo laughed heartily. This was his first encounter in this world. No. In his 2 lifetimes since his transmigration, seeing the true form of the Azure Dragon lineage. Although he had glimpsed the skeletal remains of a divine beast from the Azure Dragon lineage within the abyss of beasts that had ultimately been mere bones. The manifestation of the little Azure Dragon, despite its modest size, exuded a divine aura and pressure that Suemo had rarely encountered thus far. His spirits soared with delight. This marked his first successful contract with a higher-tier divine beast possessing an ancient bloodline. He firmly believed that it would bestow numerous benefits upon him in the future. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, applause resonated through the air. Suemo abruptly turned to see Jiang Hanying standing at the entrance of the training room. The little Azure Dragon reverted to its previous form, landing on Suemo's shoulder as he stepped forward. Approaching Jiang Hanying, he scrutinized her from head to toe and instinctively inquired, "How is your foot injury?" Upon hearing Suemo's words, Jiang Hanying's mouth parted slightly. Her intended response instantly stifled. A warm current coursed through her heart, leading her to ponder. "Oh, Suemo, how tender you are. If I weren't aware that Sister Jiang has feelings for you, I might have thrown myself into your arms right now. Alas, how could I ever covet another's affection?" After a moment of reflection, Jiang Hanying smiled gently. "Rest assured, I've fully recovered. Congratulations, Suemo. You've successfully reached the 11th level Beastmaster rank. This little Azure Dragon, with its ancient bloodline, seems to have fully unlocked its abilities. In the future, as it continues to level up, it will learn even more skills. Make sure you don't neglect it." Suemo chuckled in response, "Of course. However, I must express my gratitude to Boss Jiang. If it weren't for your generosity in gifting me the little Azure Dragon, we might not have formed such a bond." Jiang Hanying shook her head with a smile. No need to flatter me here. Let us not engage in mutual praise. To me, I am merely a beastmaster with supportive capabilities. A combat-oriented beast like the little azure dragon holds little significance for me. It would be far better to bestow it upon those who are in greater need, such as yourself, who possesses an indomitable form. In that fleeting moment, Su Mo's brows furrowed deeply as he retreated 2 steps, summoning the heavy sword, the king of Hades. At this juncture, Su Mo could no longer contain himself. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon Jiang Hanying and coldly inquired, "Who are you really?" "Jiang Hanying, if you do not elucidate the truth today, even if you have once aided me, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death." Possessing the trait of immortality, Su Mo had kept this secret from everyone throughout his existence, which served as both his foundation and his trump card in this world. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hanying had articulated this truth, causing Su Mo's heart to race and an intense sense of peril to envelop him. Looking at Jiang Hanying, who maintained her composure despite the imminent threat posed by the king of Hades, she chuckled lightly. "Oh, Su Mo, do not be so astonished. Did I not already mention? Once I have fully grasped an important matter, I shall come to find you. My purpose in seeking you today is twofold. First, to lay bare everything about myself. Second, to present you with a gift. Furthermore, I am aware that you harbor some trepidation towards me." Suddenly, Jiang Hanying's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as she gazed intently at Su Mo, articulating each word with precision, for the benefit of the nation. "Life and death are of no concern. Even if I were to be reduced to ashes, I would never look back." In an instant, Su Mo was taken aback, his gaze fixed on Jiang Hanying, oblivious to the king of Hades clattering to the ground. Soon after, frowning deeply, he instinctively asked, "Who exactly are you? What is your connection to Zhou? Su Mo's pupils constricted sharply. The phrase he had quoted was but the first half of a couplet, while the latter part was something seldom uttered by ordinary individuals. Together, they formed a statement of utmost significance to Su Mo. This was something he had only ever heard from one person, who would often speak it privately to him, never once hearing it echoed by others. Su Mo scrutinized Jiang Hanying with a gaze full of confusion. Zhou was none other than Su Mo's master. From the moment Su Mo had entered the southern wilderness, Zhou had been the first to guide him, despite being over 50 at the time. Remarkably, this seasoned warrior had never tread the path of Beast Tamers, yet he had withstood countless assaults from demonic beasts solely through his sheer physical prowess and vitality. It was by Zhou side that Su Mo learned the arts of combat, mastering the means to vanquish demons and safeguard the countless homes behind him. It was Zhou who led Su Mo onto the battlefield, imparting countless techniques for self-preservation, enduring Su Mo's numerous trials in the southern wilderness. Zhou had consistently provided him with support and sustenance. Su Mo had never imagined that the words Zhou often shared with him in private could be uttered by Jiang Hanying as well. Observing Jiang Hanying, he noticed her smile fade, replaced by a bittersweet expression as she spoke slowly. Indeed, just as the old man said. He claimed that mentioning this would surely win your trust. Su Mo finally sheathed the king of Hades, taking another 2 steps back, his brow furrowed as he inquired. "You refer to him as the old man? What is your true relationship with him?" Jiang Hanying's countenance dimmed as she replied, "He is my adoptive father." With a tender tone, she continued, "Brother Su Mo, I have now taken the first step in opening my heart to you. Will you not invite me in? Must I confess everything at the threshold of this training room? You truly lack sensitivity towards women." Realizing that Jiang Hanying had reverted to her previous playful demeanor, Su Mo nodded and gestured for her to enter the room. They settled on opposite sides of the tea table. After sipping her tea, Jiang Hanying sighed and began. "I am Zhou adopted daughter. 28 years ago, at my birth, I was frail and on the brink of death, likely to survive only a few days, which would have burdened my family with exorbitant medical expenses. In despair, my parents abandoned me in a trash bin. Shortly thereafter, they met their demise at the hands of demonic beasts. During that dark time, Zhou found me and brought me into his home. Since then, I have lived with him, becoming his adopted daughter and sharing a life with his biological son, Zhou Xingtou." "Who?" Su Mo interjected, curiosity piqued. Chapter 56. The old man should not have died. Su Mo believed that after 3 years of tempering himself in the borderlands, his temperament had become sufficiently tranquil and composed. He prided himself on not being easily startled by events, unlike most of his peers. Yet, at that moment, he found himself astonished. The names and stories he had just heard were inextricably linked to his own existence. Zhou had been a father figure to Su Mo during his first 2.5 years in the southern wilderness. Without Zhou, Su Mo could not have navigated those trials with such ease. He would have faced far more deaths than he had. Though frequent brush with death had made him more resilient, it was evident that Zhou Nantian had sacrificed everything for him. Zhou Nantian once claimed that he had imparted all his knowledge and techniques to Su Mo. He even confided that he had withheld some teachings from his own children, yet had shared everything with Su Mo. From that moment, Su Mo felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Zhou Nantian. However, an event transpired that caused Su Mo immense sorrow for a long time, a memory that still brought him profound grief. Yet quickly, Su Mo dismissed those thoughts and turned to Jiang Hanying, asking, "Are you saying Zhou Xingtong is your brother?" Jiang Hanying chuckled softly. "Yes, he is indeed my brother. Though we share no blood relation. Nevertheless, that does not diminish the affection I hold for him. Ever since Zhou Nantian took me in, from the moment I became aware of the world, Zhou Xingtong has treated me as his own sister, caring for me with unparalleled tenderness. It has been 28 years now, and he has been gone from this world for 3 years." Su Mo's expression turned somber as he offered, "I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my condolences." "I did not intend to bring this up," Jiang Hanying replied, shaking her head. "It is nothing. I have grown accustomed to this reality," she continued. Su Mo remained silent, his mind drifting back to the legendary life of Zhou Xingtong. From the moment of his birth, Zhou Xingtong had awakened a unique talent known as the Eye of All Things. His eyes, distinctively colored, allowed him to perceive the world in ways others could not. It was said that he could discern the levels and abilities of any individual or beast. His extraordinary vision had led him to be recruited by the Demon Suppression Army at a tender age. Since then, Zhou Xingtong frequently undertook various missions alongside the Demon Suppression Army. In every battle, he proved to be invincible, becoming the focal point for all within the army. His remarkable eyes provided countless individuals with strategic insights prior to combat, ensuring their safety. However, 3 years ago, at the tender age of 25, Zhou Xingtong met with a tragic and inexplicable accident, resulting in his untimely demise in a desolate wilderness. Had it not been for a passing team discovering his lifeless body, he would have likely been devoured by the ravenous beasts within days. Thus, the true cause of his death remained an unsolved mystery. Reflecting upon such a legendary figure, one who once possessed dual talents in Huaxia, Su Mo felt a profound sense of regret. What astonished him further was the revelation that Zhou Xingtong's father was none other than that old man, Zhou Nantian, who had imparted skills and survival techniques to Su Mo, treating him like a biological son. Jiang Hanying continued, "Since my brother's death 3 years ago, I have been investigating alongside that old man. Together, we have uncovered some information. It appears that Zhou Xingtong was last seen in the southern frontier before his return and subsequent demise. The old man suspects that Zhou Xingtong's death is linked to the front line against the Beast Tide in the southern frontier. Consequently, he resolutely enlisted in the military to go there, and it was during that time that he encountered you. The old man frequently wrote to me, expressing his high hopes for you, suggesting that you possess extraordinary abilities. Should fate allow, and if you were to return from the southern frontier alive, he wished for me to keep a close eye on you. Coincidentally, my business is based in Linen, affording me the opportunity for a meaningful conversation with you. He even mentioned your name and described your appearance, sending me a photograph of the two of you together." As she spoke, Jiang Hanying retrieved a photograph from her storage ring and handed it to Su Mo. With trembling hands, Su Mo accepted it. Gazing at the image of himself in military attire alongside the old man, he caressed the photograph, and tears began to fall. With a bittersweet smile, Su Mo murmured, "Old man, I never anticipated that you had been gone for half a year, orchestrating such a grand scheme to arrange a meeting between your adopted daughter and me." After a moment, he returned the photograph to Jiang Hanying and continued, "So, it was indeed because the old man provided you with this photograph that you began to pay attention to me, correct?" "Exactly," Jiang Hanying nodded. "It was because of this that I have been following your journey. Not long after your discharge, I discovered that you single-handedly battled thousands of beast hordes in the military, earning unparalleled accolades. Yet, all the commendations were recorded under your brother Su Feng's name. Had it not been for the old man's letters, I might have remained oblivious. He explicitly stated that your name is Su Mo, yet the honor rolls bear the name Su Feng. This compelled me to investigate your family, leading me to uncover these truths. The old man mentioned that since both my brother and I lacked combat-oriented beast-taming talents, he never considered imparting battle strategies to us. This ultimately resulted in our divergent fates. My brother perished due to his capabilities, while I established this beast-taming academy through my own talents. Do you know the reason behind the old man's death?" Su Mo responded earnestly. It was indeed due to that fateful beast tide. His mind drifted back to that memory, half a year prior, when the most significant beast tide erupted, with hordes of juvenile magical beasts assaulting the walls of Huaxia's southern frontier. That night, Su Mo and the old man led countless warriors into battle, fighting fiercely. However, The old man selflessly positioned himself behind Su-mo to protect him from a beast attack, ultimately sacrificing himself in the process. Su-mo pounded the coffee table in anguish, shattering it with a resounding crash. Jiang Haining remained silent, observing him intently as he seethed with rage. Curse me, curse me. Su-mo spat through gritted teeth. It's all my fault. If I hadn't hesitated, the old man wouldn't have died. If I had been swifter and stronger, perhaps he would have survived to meet you. Sighing deeply, he lamented, it is precisely because of this that I have resolved to inherit his legacy and achieve countless feats. Yet, upon my return to Linen, I found that all my accolades had been usurped by that old scoundrel Su Songxing, transferring them to the worthless Su Feng. Those honors were earned through the old man's sacrifice. Su Feng is undeserving. One day, I shall ensure that Su Feng pays the price for this. That day is not far off. Chapter 57. Damn it. This is merely a glimpse into Su-mo's experiences in the southern frontier. After recounting this tale, he suddenly lifted his gaze to Jiang Haining, stating, I am uncertain of your perspective on the accolades I have garnered, but I want to convey that I will make Su Songxing and Su Feng pay for this. Those honors were bestowed upon me by the old man, and I shall not allow anyone to strip them from me. Jiang Haining nodded earnestly. Actually, I later learned about this matter and harbor no other thoughts. The old man once confided in me that he had imparted all his knowledge to you, and he remarked that you possess an energy that even he found somewhat daunting. He also recounted an incident where he sought you amidst the beast tide and discovered you gravely injured, on the brink of death. Yet you suddenly revived and charged back into the fray. From that moment onward, he recognized the secret within you, prompting me to pay you closer attention. Su-mo nodded and inquired, so, it was through the messages from the old man that you confirmed my possession of an immortal ability? Jiang Haining chuckled lightly. In a manner of speaking, yes and no, for I have just witnessed the full extent of your abilities. Su-mo furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do you mean? With a flick of his thought, Jiang Haining produced a plaque that he had previously discovered in the depths of the beast realm. Presenting it before Su-mo, he slowly remarked, do you recall this plaque, which you accompanied me to retrieve from the beast realm? Su-mo nodded, vividly recalling the events tied to that plaque, which had led to so many entangled stories between him and Jiang Haining. Even to this day, the sensations in his hands were still fresh in his memory. It was indeed this plaque that allowed him to acquire the little azure dragon and forge a contract with it. Jiang Haining continued. This plaque was the final clue my brother left for me before his demise. He entrusted me with a letter, instructing me to open it only after he had departed from this world. I am uncertain as to why he left this letter at that time. Upon learning of his demise, I endeavored to reach the depths of the abyss of beasts, yet unfortunately, I have only now arrived at this moment. Over the past 3 days, I have finally uncovered the truth regarding my brother's death through this wooden plaque. Alas, the circumstances surrounding my brother Zhou Xingtong's passing are shrouded in mystery. He died unjustly, his life extinguished without purpose. Su-mo, seated opposite me, furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively inquired, what was the cause of his death? Jiang Haining shook her head, gazing at Su-mo, and replied slowly, Sister cannot divulge this to you, or rather, you are not yet worthy of knowing. Do you recall what I just mentioned? Some knowledge is detrimental to you, including the truth about the old man's death, which mirrors my brother's. Both met their ends for the same reasons. Su-mo hastily rose, looking at Jiang Haining with urgency. Are you implying that the old man's death was not to protect me, but rather a result of treachery? Jiang Haining nodded, affirming, indeed. Just a week prior to his demise, the old man wrote to me, stating he had been poisoned, his health deteriorating, and he feared his time was short. Ultimately, he likely perished during that fateful battle, fortuitously shielding you as he departed this world. For him, it could be considered a death of significance. Su-mo felt as though his mind was detonating, overwhelmed by disbelief as he stared at Jiang Haining. His hands trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. No one comprehended how profoundly important Zhou Nantian was to Su-mo. Now, the truth of the old man's death revealed to him a hidden narrative. Without hesitation, he earnestly stated, Jiang boss, I implore you to fully disclose the circumstances to me. Who is responsible? Who has conspired against your brother? And who has wronged my master? What are their motives? Jiang Haining resolutely shook her head. No, you must remain calm. I understand your desire to uncover the reasons behind your master's death, but I hope you can grasp that I have my own burdens. Since these past 3 days, having gleaned secrets from my brother's legacy, my heart has been heavier than yours. Do you know my thoughts? I yearn to find those responsible and exact vengeance upon them. Yet, I find myself powerless. The forces behind the conspiracy against my brother and my adoptive father, your master, are far too formidable. Strong enough that even the demon suppression army's Long Tsong Hai must tread carefully. Su-mo, disheartened, sank back into his seat. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and after 3 puffs, spat angrily. Damn it, I won't rest until I discover who they are. Otherwise, I shall ensure they pay with their lives. Jiang Haining nodded in understanding. I empathize with your feelings. In truth, the old man who raised and cared for me for so many years has passed, and my heart aches as yours does. However, I am more acutely aware that we are not in a position to confront them. Therefore, Suemo, you must strive to grow stronger. Jiang Haining regarded Suemo intently. From what I have gleaned about your abilities and the old man's repeated commendations of you, I feared that one day, our paths would intertwine. Little did I know that your arrival would come to bear the weight of my entire being. Presently, I possess no one else worthy of my trust, save for you, Suemo, whose bond with the old man has been solidified through his praise. It is to you that I reveal all. How can I assist you? Suemo inquired. Jiang Haining replied, Suemo, over these past 3 days, I have contemplated much. I believe that aside from your unique, indestructible talents, and your dual mastery over martial arts and beast taming, no one else can fulfill my wishes. I hope you can grow strong swiftly, help me uncover the mastermind, and avenge our losses. She continued, Oh, by the way, initially, I was unaware of your talents. My curiosity about you was piqued. It was only after acquiring my second ability, the Eye of All Things, that I realized you possessed such a gift. Suemo could no longer remain composed. Your second ability? The Eye of All Things? Chapter 58. The Possessor of 7 Abilities. He gazed at Jiang Haining, frowning. Are you saying you have acquired your brother Zhou Xingtong's Eye of All Things? How did you achieve this? Jiang Haining smiled bitterly. It lies before you. Amidst the ruins of the coffee table, that plaque. It contains all of my brother's life essence. He was aware that he was being schemed against by a powerful force and chose to embrace death willingly. Before his passing, he utilized a replication ability he had once comprehended to transfer all his powers, including the Eye of All Things, onto this plaque. In his final moments, he managed to escape the abyss of beasts, staggering 100 miles before collapsing. This plaque had remained hidden in a cave until I finally discovered it. Now, I entrust it to you. Observing Jiang Haining's earnest demeanor, Suemo felt puzzled. What do you mean, entrust this plaque to me? Jiang Haining stated with unwavering conviction. This plaque contains all the abilities of my brother's Eye of All Things, and it can be absorbed by 2 individuals. I have already assimilated one portion, and I wish to bestow the other upon you, Suemo. This is absolutely unacceptable. Suemo interjected without hesitation. How can this be? This is your brother's legacy. His powers. Why would you give it to me? We are not related. Jiang Haining responded gently. Neither my brother nor I share blood ties. Yet he entrusted it to me because he believed in my goodness, in my character. And I believe in you. You have spent 2.5 years by the old man's side, during which he imparted all his skills to you, even the heavy sword, the Reaper. Do you know why I recognized you so quickly? Because the Reaper was the very sword the old man had us wield daily to cultivate our physical strength. That is why you were astonished by my ability to wield it effortlessly. It is far too familiar to me. The old man entrusted the Reaper to you, which signifies his absolute trust in you. And since I have learned about your experiences in the southern frontier over these past few days, your selflessness for the people of Huaxia, and the old man's faith in your character, I too have come to trust you completely. Looking at Suemo, Jiang Haining continued. I understand that my words may seem a form of moral coercion, but I genuinely hope you will accept it. Only with the Eye of All Things can you grow more rapidly in the future. The forces behind this conspiracy have left us with little time. And now, apart from you, I have no one else to rely on. In the future, I believe you are our greatest hope to confront them. You possess the unique talent of indestructibility, coupled with the so-called cursed abilities that others deem worthless. These will undoubtedly become your trump cards in the battle against this formidable force in the future. Jiang Haining rose to her feet and bowed deeply, her expression earnest as she spoke. Brother Suemo, I do not wish to impose upon you. You may choose to accept this responsibility and strive to grow swiftly, seeking vengeance for the old man, for my brother. Alternatively, you may opt to relinquish it and continue living your own life from this moment on. Rest assured I, Jiang Haining, shall keep your secret strictly confidential and will never disclose it. Henceforth, we shall each tread our own paths, and I shall not intrude upon your life again. Observing Jiang Haining rise once more, Suemo furrowed his brow. He discerned the sincerity in her gaze, as well as the plea hidden within. Jiang Haining did not pressure him into making a decision. Suemo remained silent, taking out a cigarette to light and inhaling deeply. At that moment, clarity began to seep into his mind. He had thought that his immortality was the only card he held in this world. Yet he was astonished to learn that Jiang Haining had uncovered this truth through the Eye of All Things. Moreover, he had never anticipated that she would possess such a connection with his invaluable mentor, a figure he regarded as a second father. Su Mo felt an overwhelming sense of anguish, especially upon discovering that his mentor's demise was the result of a calculated plot. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Su Mo picked up the token before him and declared earnestly, "I accept your proposal. However, Jiang Hanying, I wish for you to reveal all your secrets to me once I attain the rank of a level 50 Beastmaster. While I grasp the immense power of the faction you spoke of, I desire for us to confront it together. He was your adoptive father, yet he was also my revered mentor." Jiang Hanying nodded resolutely, appearing utterly drained as she slumped onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh, relief flickering in her eyes. Watching Su Mo infuse the token with his spiritual energy, he soon discovered the power of the Eye of all things manifesting within. This ability surged into his being like a torrent of memories, dramatically altering his perception. Su Mo felt a wave of coolness wash over his eyes, and with a mere thought, he could discern the information hovering above Jiang Hanying's head. In that instant, he realized that Jiang Hanying had become a dual talent, while he had ascended to the status of a 7-talented individual. 7 talents. The ability to reincarnate one's vitality, to heal, the eye of all things, immortality, invincibility, unyielding determination. At this moment, Su Mo recognized the extraordinary capabilities he possessed, capabilities that seemed far beyond what a mere transmigrator should wield. Jiang Hanying suddenly smiled at him. 7 talents. In this world, possessing 3 talents is already a rarity, let alone 4, something unheard of and unseen. Brother Su Mo, I am genuinely eager to see what astonishing gifts you will unveil in the future. Perhaps it is not merely a possibility. Brother Su Mo, you are destined to become the one who confronts the forces lurking behind us, the savior of this world. Su Mo gazed at Jiang Hanying with an air of indifference, remaining silent for a prolonged period. After what felt like an eternity, he sat down once more and pointed at the coffee table before him. This coffee table 1T need to be compensated for, will it? Jiang Hanying scratched her head, exclaiming, I truly did not expect this, brother. Your thought process continues to surprise me. Oh well, how could you be liable for that? It hardly costs much. As she spoke, Jiang Hanying took out her phone and sent a message. Before long, 2 individuals entered the room, replacing the coffee table with a brand new one. Jiang Hanying carefully stored away the token that held all of Zhou Xingtong's memories and powers, intending to keep it close at hand, perhaps as a token of remembrance for her brother. As noon approached, while dining in the room, Jiang Hanying leisurely remarked, I know you wish to leverage your abilities to garner more attention, ultimately exposing Su Zongxing and his previous misdeeds against you. I must admit, you have succeeded. 3 days ago, the chief of staff of the demon-subduing army, Zhao Yunfei, arrived in Linen City the morning after our return from the Abyss of Beasts. Su Mo was taken aback. How come I was unaware of this? He abruptly turned to look at Jiang Hanying, his expression filled with confusion. After all, during this time, Su Mo had yearned to expand his reputation, to see more capable individuals capable of overshadowing Su Zongxing arrive in Linen City. Then, upon meeting them, he could elucidate the injustices he had endured and the oppression he had faced. Only then could he truly expose everything, compelling Su Zongxing and Su Feng to relinquish all that they held. Su Mo's thoughts were straightforward. Nothing that did not belong to them should be theirs to possess. Furthermore, could Su Feng possibly bear the weight of such merits? Su Mo was adamant in his disbelief. However, the chief of staff Zhao Yunfei personally coming here perplexed him. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, Jiang Hanying smiled wryly. You've been so engrossed in your training at the Tiandao Pavilion, continuously honing your strength and that of your beasts. How could you possibly be aware of all this? But do not fret. In 4 days, Zhao Yunfei will return. As they spoke, Jiang Hanying chuckled softly and began to recount the purpose of Zhao Yunfei's visit to Linen City, which was to seek out Su Mo. It was rumored that General Long Songhai had taken notice of you after you broke the record in the Academy's freshman assessment at the Mystery Tower, sparking his curiosity. He had thus dispatched Zhao Yunfei to engage with you and expressed General Long Songhai's intent to nurture your talents, wishing for you to grow swiftly and eventually join him under his guidance. Su Mo scratched his head, genuinely wishing to attract the attention of significant figures. Yet he never anticipated that he would catch the eye of General Long Songhai. After a moment of contemplation, he bitterly smiled. Isn't this a bit too much over a trivial matter? It was merely a record broken, after all. Why should it warrant such attention from General Long Songhai? Besides, do they not all know that I possess the tainted talent of blood curse, which is often ridiculed? Surely, I am not someone worthy of cultivation and attention? Jiang Hanying shook her head. Do you think everyone is a fool? Even I can sense that you carry secrets. How could General Long not see them? It is plausible that General Long has conducted a covert investigation into your affairs, discovering that despite your formidable strength, you exhibit no significant abnormalities, nor any signs of diminished vitality. Therefore, he must have surmised that you possess some undisclosed trump card. Upon hearing this, Su Mo immediately grasped the implications, and a sense of unease settled within him as he realized he had neglected to consider this aspect previously. His sole focus had been on continually surpassing his limits and achieving remarkable results within the Xuanji Tower, oblivious to the extent of attention his transformations had garnered from others. Upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. Thus far, Su Mo had appeared vigorous and full of energy, likely a stark contrast to the debilitating effects of the blood-cursed talent. It was only natural for Long Tsang Hai to harbor suspicions. Su Mo then inquired further, what happened next? Why do you say he will return to Linen City in 4 days? Jiang Hanian continued. Zhao Yunfei visited the Su family and, after meeting your father, sought to find you. However, Su Tsangxing persistently blocked his way, preventing him from ascending the stairs. It was only after Zhao Yunfei applied pressure and inquired that he learned of your illness. Su Tsangxing claimed you had fallen ill at home, confined to your room, and had not been seen by anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunfei became alarmed and decided to return to the capital's Demon Suppression Army headquarters without delay. He intended to invite a powerful beastmaster with a remarkable healing gift, one that transcends the boundaries between beasts and humans, to expedite your treatment in hopes of facilitating your recovery. According to his information, he would arrive in Linen City on the morning of the 4th day, at the Su family estate. Su Mo nodded slowly, finally processing the information Jiang Hanian had imparted. He contemplated that an opportunity had finally presented itself. The chief of staff of the Demon Suppression Army, Zhao Yunfei, with his rank and prowess, he far surpassed Su Tsangxing in both authority and capability. At that moment, Su Tsangxing would undoubtedly be unable to gain any advantage over him. Su Mo mused that he might indeed find a way to meet Zhao Yunfei before that time. However, his expression shifted as a new thought crossed his mind. Jiang Hanian, observing his reaction, curiously asked, what is it? Su Mo, I detect a hint of scheming in your gaze. Based on my understanding of you, I suspect you intend to meet Zhao Yunfei before the morning of the 4th day. Am I correct? Unexpectedly, Su Mo shook his head and replied slowly, Boss Jiang, I have an even better idea. By then, I will not only be able to reveal my identity to Zhao Yunfei, but also cultivate his trust, leading him to ultimately lose faith in Su Tsangxing. Oh, what is this plan? Jiang Hanian leaned in closer. At that moment, Su Mo glanced down and was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, is this what other people's wives look like? After a brief pause, he quietly revealed his plan to Jiang Hanian. Upon hearing it, Jiang Hanian gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, excellent. Su Mo, I never imagined you had such a cunning scheme. It seems that the 3 years of combat in the southern frontier have not only honed your skills, but also sharpened your wits. Su Mo chuckled in response. If I hadn't been a bit cunning, I might have already met my end at the jaws of those magical beasts. However, Boss Jiang, there is something else I am quite curious about. How did you come to know of Zhao Yunfei's arrival here? And previously, when you faced Su Tsangxing, why did his eyes betray such apprehension towards you? It seems he is aware that your background is extraordinary and dares not act against you. Would you be willing to share this with me? Chapter 60. The unfairness of heaven's design. Su Mo finally voiced the lingering questions that had plagued him. He had long sensed that Jiang Hanian harbored numerous secrets. Even her status and identity had piqued his curiosity. After all, during the past 3 years in the southern frontier, Su Mo had remained largely oblivious to many happenings in Linen City. Prior to enlisting, he was merely an ordinary student, disregarded at home, with no one to recount such unrelated tales to him. Thus, he sought to glean knowledge from Jiang Hanian's lips. Of course, Su Mo smiled and added, if Boss Jiang prefers not to disclose this, if it falls outside what you are willing to share, I won't press you. This is your personal privacy. Now that you have confirmed your connection with my master, Zhou Nantian, and selflessly imparted the eye of all things to me, I harbor no suspicions towards you. I trust you completely. Even if you choose to remain silent on these matters, it would be of no consequence. To his surprise, Jiang Hanian shook her head earnestly. She gazed at Su Mo with a profound sorrow and spoke softly, Su Mo, I can reveal everything to you. Observing the profound melancholy in her eyes, Su Mo felt a wave of empathy wash over him, and he furrowed his brow. He sensed that Jiang Hanian was concealing something deeper, a past that likely brought her immense sorrow. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mo contemplated persuading Jiang Hanian, realizing that he no longer wished to pry into her background. However, at that moment, Jiang Hanian sighed and extended her hand, saying, could you lend me a cigarette? Su Mo hesitated for a moment, but nodded silently, handing her a cigarette. After lighting it and taking a puff, Jiang Hanian coughed a couple of times before slowly continuing. My husband is well known among many in Linen City. 10 years ago, he left me. In fact, the day before I arrived in Linen City was our wedding day. With that, Jiang Hanian retrieved a photograph from her storage ring. The image depicted a man in military uniform, adorned with the insignia of a major general, alongside a woman in a wedding dress, none other than Jiang Haining herself. Both wore expressions of joy and indescribable happiness. Sumo's brow furrowed as he recognized the man's face. Why does he seem so familiar? Could he be Xia Hai, the war god? The one renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship and mastery of both martial arts and beast taming? Jiang Haining looked up, somewhat surprised at Sumo's recognition, and after a moment, she nodded with a sigh. Indeed, that is Xia Hai, the preeminent talent of the dual cultivation school of martial arts and beast taming, and a major general in the demon suppression army a decade ago. He was regarded by General Long as a god of war within the army. Although his strength was 20 levels below General Long, his prowess in dual cultivation rendered him formidable. They have sparred countless times, with their bouts invariably ending in a draw. Unable to determine a victor, and he is my husband. What? Sumo's brow furrowed in disbelief as he instinctively questioned, how could you two possibly know each other? Jiang Haining chuckled, casting him a sidelong glance before retorting, what? Can't you see my charm? Is it so surprising that someone as captivating as I would attract Xia Hai's affection? Jiang Haining caressed the photograph before her, her gaze slipping into reverie as she spoke softly. It was when I was 15 that I ventured outside Linen City to gather a rare herb. On my journey, I was suddenly beset by a monstrous beast. Fortunately, Xia Hai, returning from a mission, discovered me and rescued me from peril. From that moment on, we found ourselves drawn to one another, our hearts entwined. For 3 full years, Xia Hai assured me that once I came of age, he would return, adorned with honors, to wed me. Yet, due to the influence of unseen forces, he could not publicly celebrate our union. He could only extend invitations to friends and family, unable to allow them to witness our vows in person. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced. Finally, on my 18th birthday, after countless nights of yearning, Xia Hai appeared. We captured this photograph in the emptiness of our wedding venue, and from that instant, we became husband and wife. However, Jiang Haining's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. I had believed I had found my Prince Charming, my heroic savior, my destined beloved, who would be the object of my lifelong pursuit of love. With a sigh, she finished her cigarette, continuing, but on the night of our wedding, as we returned to our new home, Xia Hai received an urgent mission. It was imperative he depart. Even though it was our wedding night, clad in his combat attire, he left without delay. That night, I waited for him in our home for what felt like an eternity. He had promised me it would only take a few hours. Yet by 4 a.m. the following morning, I received a call from a stranger, Long Songhai, who delivered the shattering news that Xia Hai had perished, his remains lost. The squad accompanying Xia Hai, comprised of 3 beast masters of level 60 or above, had all met the same fate. With no survivors and not a single body to be found, I was rendered speechless upon hearing this. At that moment, I turned on the television and was confronted with an urgent news report detailing a catastrophic explosion in the northern region of my city, which had razed everything within a radius of several dozen miles to the ground. Long Songhai revealed to me that the location of Xia Hai's mission was precisely where the devastation occurred. Sumo listened to this account, unsure of how to respond. His expression tinged with sorrow. He was not unfamiliar with Xia Hai's story. He had learned of it before enlisting, having often heard his comrades recount tales of Xia Hai's exploits during their time in the Southern Front. Since joining the demon-subduing army, Xia Hai had been revered for his dual mastery of martial arts and beast taming, earning the title of Blade Sovereign. Recognized as the foremost warrior beneath the banner of Huaxia's Long Songhai, he had successfully completed every mission without fail, always returning victorious. If Sumo was regarded as a god of war among ordinary soldiers, then Xia Hai was the supreme figure in the hearts of all beast tamers and martial artists. Yet fate was cruel. In that fateful mission, amidst the chaos of the explosion, he vanished from the world forever. Chapter 61, The Youngest, Level 14. Sumo lifted his gaze to Jiang Haining, apologetically stating, I am truly sorry, Miss Jiang. I did not anticipate that I would once again touch upon your painful past. Sumo genuinely felt a deep sorrow for Jiang Haining. Her adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, her brother, Zhou Xingtong, and her husband, Xia Hai, each had departed from her life. One after another, he pondered how each loss must have dealt a heavy and devastating blow to her spirit. Yet, here she was, recounting these memories, demonstrating an extraordinary resilience. I have endured countless farewells and separations over the years, and have long since grown accustomed to such heartache, Jiang Haining replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Sumo, you need not comfort me so. I am truly capable of bearing this. Without uttering a word, Sumo listened as Jiang Haining continued. After that day, I left that city and returned to Linen, to the side of my adoptive father and brother. I found no one left to whom I could bare my soul, no one worthy of my affection. Thus, We established our home in Linen City. Later, Long Songhai contacted me, expressing that my talents were exceptional, and he arranged for me to join the headquarters of the demon-subduing army. He hoped I would assist him in unearthing potential talents within Linen. It was through this affiliation, and due to my husband's legacy, that I was able to secure my footing in Linen. Your father, of course, is aware of my identity. Hence, when he confronted me, he could only suppress his anger, refraining from any outrageous actions. This is why I have been privy to so many matters, including your own performance, which I reported to Long Songhai. Suemo began to understand, realizing that it was Jiang Hanying who had facilitated his swift rise to attention. No wonder she had established this beast-taming academy. All practitioners were required to register their information with her, ensuring that such resources remained within her purview. Suemo chuckled. I must thank you, Miss Jiang, for relaying my circumstances to Long Songhai. Otherwise, I would have been left wondering how long it would take to advance my plans. Not at all. Jiang Hanying shook her head. Even had I not informed General Long of your situation, he would have discovered it soon enough. The gloomy towers in every city across the nation will announce this matter. He will surely grasp it before he even begins to investigate, as it is a foregone conclusion. I merely lent a helping hand in your favor. However, you have aided me immensely, fulfilling my requests. I fear I will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Suemo replied with a wry smile. Do you not recall the 3 opportunities you received? Suemo, are you denying the considerable advantage you took from me? Jiang Hanying teased, and I still feel the lingering sensation from that day. It seems as though you pinched me quite vividly. Before she could finish, Suemo hastily covered her mouth. Jiang Hanying gazed at Suemo's flushed face, reminiscent of a ripe fruit, as she finally managed to wriggle free from his grasp, bursting into giggles. All right, I shall cease my teasing, she said gravely. Suemo, I reiterate my hope that you will grow rapidly. The time remaining for us, for the demon-subduing army, and for the people of Huaxia is alarmingly short. I truly wish for you to turn the tide. With that, Jiang Hanying concluded her playful banter, gracefully swaying her hips as she departed. After a prolonged silence, during which time seemed to stretch indefinitely, Suemo suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Regardless of the circumstances, today had unveiled a plethora of revelations for him, and he found himself formulating alternative plans for the events that lay ahead. Suemo recognized the imperative need to fortify himself. Before him stood not only Su Songxing but also the entire Su Feng family, who treated him merely as a tool, seizing everything he possessed. This situation demanded retribution from Suemo, but it also presented a series of enigmas, the death of his master, as well as the demise of Jiang Hanying's brother. All required Suemo's meticulous investigation. He was reluctant to wade into this quagmire, yet he prided himself on being a person who repays kindness. Although Jiang Hanying had previously exploited him to some extent, her intentions were not malign. She had even gifted him the last remaining azure dragon beast of the Qinglong lineage and the unique eye of all things, a talent possessed by only 2 individuals in the world. Out of gratitude, Suemo felt compelled to act on Jiang Hanying's behalf. Moreover, with his immortality, what could truly frighten him? At that moment, a soft whimper broke the silence beside him. Suemo turned to see the little azure dragon, nuzzling against his ankle while flapping its wings and playfully patting at his pant leg. Suemo chuckled, petting its head before saying, Little chubby, let us carve out our own domain in this world together. Today, having successfully forged a contract, he would formally utilize the blood rebirth array to enhance the little dragon's abilities for the day. The little azure dragon chirped joyfully in response. Thus, Suemo delved into his cultivation journey within the Tiandao Pavilion. Each day, he fervently trained, awakening the powers of the Thunder Dog and the little azure dragon while repeatedly resurrecting himself to augment his capabilities. In the remaining time, he diligently practiced various combat techniques imparted to him by his master, Zhou Nantian. Over the past few days, Suemo's combat prowess had become increasingly refined, and his personal strength had grown remarkably. Before he knew it, the 4th day arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed incessantly. Suemo opened his eyes to find the room around him in ruins, reduced to mere fragments. Yet, an unexpected smile graced his lips. Indeed, over these 4 days, Suemo had made significant progress. The Thunder Dog had reached the 7th tier of the Youth Realm, and its claw attack skills had advanced to level 7. While the Thunder Flash ability had also improved, the little azure dragon, Little Chubby, had attained the 8th tier of the Infant Realm, with its Bloodline Roar skill elevated to level 3 and Dragon Breath extending to level 2. As for Suemo, his mental energy had surged to 1980 points, and his vitality had reached 1230 points. In just 4 days, bolstered by his 2 summoned beasts and the absorption of vitality, Suemo had successfully ascended to the rank of a 14th level Beast Master. The threshold to 15th level? Merely a fleeting thought away. Chapter 62. Jiang Haining becomes even more enchanting. Sensing the formidable power emanating from within himself, as well as the equally potent energies radiating from his two summoned beasts, Suemo couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of strength and realized that he could finally set his forthcoming plans into motion. He glanced down at the thunder dog, which had grown to nearly the height of his chest, standing about 1.5 meters tall on all fours. Suemo chuckled, recognizing that, despite the thunder dog being a common-grade summoned beast, its unique attributes made it an uncommon choice among beast masters. Yet, by pure happenstance, it perfectly complemented Suemo's own qualities of immortality and vitality rebirth, forging a remarkable bond between them. Through this period of growth, Suemo had gained insights akin to those Jiang Haining had previously shared with him. She had sensed something extraordinary within the thunder dog, and he too felt it, a burgeoning awakening within its bloodline, an increasingly intense sensation, though he remained uncertain of when this awakening would fully manifest. He then turned his gaze to the little azure dragon perched on his shoulder. Initially, the little dragon consumed voraciously, expanding in size, but as Suemo's abilities progressed, its growth began to stabilize. It nestled against his shoulder, exuding an adorable charm. Yet, Suemo alone comprehended that once the little azure dragon revealed its true form, it could stretch an astonishing 50 meters long. He envisioned the scene when the dragon would eventually reach several thousand meters in length, appearing before all manner of magical beasts. Just then, a round of applause broke the moment. Suemo looked up to find Jiang Haining entering, followed closely by two attendants who swiftly set the breakfast on the coffee table before bowing and retreating. Dressed in a fitted qipao with a high slit, Jiang Haining approached Suemo, her graceful movements revealing glimpses of her alluringly fair legs. Suemo, a young man filled with vigor, couldn't help but react, and Jiang Haining, noticing his response, chuckled as she took a seat across from him. Oblivious to the subtle spectacle, she spoke, "Suemo, congratulations. You've successfully broken through to the 14th level of beast mastery, with only a step remaining to reach the 15th level. And congratulations to Little Chubby and the Thunderdog for their dual ascensions. But fret not, you shall not bear the burden of the damages here. I shall take responsibility for that." As Jiang Haining's teasing reverberated, Suemo finally snapped back to reality, rolling his eyes at her before retorting. "I didn't anticipate that my strength would surge so dramatically, nor did I foresee the overwhelming pressure from my beast's advancements, especially the bloodline power of Little Chubby. With each resurrection, its body and strength continue to escalate, demanding ever more energy. I can only wonder how far it will grow alongside me in the future." Suemo felt fortunate that each resurrection had incrementally enhanced his vitality, now reaching an impressive 1,200 points, 12 times that of an ordinary person. He could now leap dozens of meters with ease, his strength surpassing 1,000 pounds. Yet, despite his elevated vitality, the Thunder Dog could still achieve satiety within a day after just 2 resurrections, while the little azure dragon required 4 to 5. Suemo mused that if not for his own continuous growth, he couldn't fathom how many resurrections would be necessary to satiate the little azure dragon. Nevertheless, he felt no discontent, for each death and rebirth presented him with immense advantages. Jiang Haining, catching on to his thoughts, laughed softly. All right. How can one possess such extraordinary talents and still indulge in self-pity? I came to inform you that in half an hour, Zhao Yunfei will be landing in Linen City." Upon disembarking from the plane, he hurriedly made his way to the Su residence. "Is it not time for your plan to commence?" Suemo pondered for a moment before nodding and responding. "Let's have a meal first. Once we are well fed, we shall hasten our actions." Jiang Haining remained silent, observing as the two indulged in their meal. As Suemo stood up, Jiang Haining suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh right, I have these 2 significant gifts for you." No sooner had she spoken than Suemo noticed Jiang Haining retrieving 2 books from her storage ring. Suemo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are these?" Jiang Haining elaborated, "This one contains the profound sword techniques comprehended by my adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, over the past 60 to 70 years. It is called the Great Harmony Sword Technique. In his last letter to me before he passed, he mentioned that what he imparted to you was merely 1/3 of the Great Harmony Sword Technique, with the remainder contained within this book. It is penned in his own handwriting, a singular artifact in this world. He expressed his hope that you would one day grasp all the intricacies of the Great Harmony Sword Technique. I recently dispatched someone to various cities and finally retrieved the Great Harmony Sword Technique I had hidden away, wishing to return it to you." Upon hearing this, Suemo was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the sword techniques imparted to him by Zhou Nantian were already so formidable, and that he had only received a mere fraction. More astonishingly, he was moved to realize that even in his dying moments, Zhou Nantian still thought of him and sought to do something for his sake. Tears welled in Sumo's eyes as he extended his hand to accept the book. Subsequently, with a serious expression, he declared, "Master, your disciple has been unfilial, having never fully understood your essence until now. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you in the future. I shall ensure your spirit rests in peace." Chapter 63. Will I die? Splendid. However, Sumo's focus soon shifted to the other book in Zhang Heining's hand. Upon seeing the title inscribed on it, Demon-Slaying Blade Technique, Sumo instantly comprehended its significance. He hastily turned to Zhang Heining and asked, "Is this demon-slaying blade technique possessed by your husband, Xiahai?" Zhang Heining nodded, replying, "Indeed, it is the demon-slaying blade technique. My husband, having devoted his life to the dual cultivation of martial arts and demon control, has become an unparalleled genius in this world. Yet, many are unaware that his pride and means of survival lie within this very technique. He gifted it to me long ago, expressing that should he fall on the battlefield, he hoped it would be passed on to one more worthy and capable. The demon-slaying blade technique demands a vigorous vitality and a robust physique. Only through relentless practice can one begin to see results. For many years, I have failed to find a suitable person, and today, I finally encountered one." Zhang Heining gazed at Sumo earnestly and stated, "Sumo, I am uncertain of your thoughts, but I believe you are well suited for it. Your strength, your hidden talents, and your unwavering resolve to protect your home and country align perfectly with the essence of this demon-slaying blade technique. Moreover, this is the second gift I present to you." As she spoke, a formidable blade materialized in Zhang Heining's hand. The blade, over a meter in length, gleamed ominously as it was revealed, merely being drawn forth. Sumo felt the surrounding air thicken with a menacing aura, the temperature seemingly plummeting. The Thunder Hound and the little Azure Dragon, his summoned beasts, instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with trepidation. Sumo instinctively remarked, "What a formidable demonic aura." Zhang Heining nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Naturally, my husband, Xiahai, has slain countless demonic beasts with this blade, and due to his achievements, he is revered as a war god among the demon suppression army. The souls claimed by this blade are innumerable. Sumo, I must ask you if you dare to accept this demon-slaying blade and the accompanying technique. I must forewarn you that those who cultivate the demon-slaying blade technique risk being backlashed to death." Sumo paused momentarily and responded, "Zhang boss. While I may fear other things, fear of death does not concern me." With that, he stepped forward and grasped the demon-slaying blade. With a resonant hum, the blade emitted a sound akin to a war cry, and Sumo found himself momentarily frozen in place. His mind flooded with visions of blades flashing, mountains of corpses, rivers of blood, and the anguished cries of beast masters and the demon suppression army. Suddenly, Xiahai appeared, wielding the imposing blade as he charged into the fray of demonic beasts. With his adept and graceful execution of the demon-slaying blade technique, he dispatched countless foes, saving countless cities and families in the process. With a sudden jolt, Sumo returned to the present. Lowering his gaze, he lifted the demon-slaying blade, caressing its formidable surface, and remarked, "What an impressive weapon." Accompanying Xiahai in countless battles, ultimately achieving such remarkable feats, I relish this aura of slaughter. Sumo's lips curled into a confident smile as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, Senior, your wife has entrusted me with the demon-slaying blade and the demon-slaying blade technique. I, Sumo, shall undoubtedly become the second genius of dual cultivation in martial arts and beast control, instilling fear in all demonic beasts across China and the world." Yet, there was something Sumo did not voice. "I shall take good care of your sister." As Zhang Heining witnessed Sumo accept the 2 tomes and the demon-slaying blade, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Sumo, I have now divulged all my secrets to you. The demon-slaying blade and the 2 techniques represent the last of my mysteries, now entirely in your possession. I hope you will not betray my trust or my intentions. You must fulfill my wishes and avenge my adoptive father and your master." Sumo nodded resolutely, his expression imbued with solemnity as he assured, "Zhang boss, fear not. I will succeed." Zhang Heining smiled softly and said, "Sumo, please refrain from calling me Zhang boss from now on." Sumo hesitated for a moment, scratching his head awkwardly. "Then what shall I call you?" Zhang Heining replied with a grin, "You may call me Heining or dear." Sumo's lips twitched. "Dear?" The more he heard it, the more awkward it felt, and even as he spoke, Zhang Heining's face flushed slightly. However, Sumo soon recognized that it was indeed inappropriate to continue addressing her as Zhang boss. Given all she had done for him and the trust she had placed in him, it would seem rather distant. Thus, with a chuckle, Sumo proposed, "How about I call you Sister Heining?" Zhang Heining nodded in agreement. "That works." Sumo continued, "Sister Heining, Thank you for revealing everything to me and for accompanying me through so much. I assure you, I will not let you down. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Hanying's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile, saying, Sumo, it brings me great joy to hear you call me Sister Hanying. Now that we have adequately dined and quenched our thirst, ought we not to depart from this place? Sumo's brow furrowed momentarily, for he understood that the plan was about to unfold. Thus, the two of them, accompanied by Sumo's two spirit beasts, left the spirit beast pavilion, boarded Jiang Hanying's vehicle, and set off towards the distant Suanyat Tower. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, 10 minutes later, Su Tsangxing and Dongfang had already finished their breakfast. The two sat in the living room, anxiously awaiting developments. At that moment, the sound of a revving engine echoed from outside. Su Tsangxing turned to glance out, and upon seeing a multitude of vehicles designated for the demon suppression army arriving, he rose without hesitation. He suddenly looked at his wife, Dongfang, and they exchanged a knowing smile, silently nodding before hastening to the villa's entrance to open the door. As expected, they witnessed Zhao Yunfei and a cadre of officers from the capital's demon suppression army disembarking from their vehicles. Alongside Zhao Yunfei was a venerable elder, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, with a head of white hair yet eyes that sparkled with vitality, striding with an air of authority. Su Tsangxing's eyes gleamed with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. He thought to himself, at last, they have arrived. The fate of my very existence hinges upon today's events. Pondering this, he quickly donned a smile and approached with obsequiousness. Chapter 64, The Scheme of Substitution? Swiftly reaching Zhao Yunfei and the others, Su Tsangxing and Dongfang offered slight nods. Su Tsangxing greeted, Welcome, Major General Zhao, and esteemed leaders from headquarters. You could have informed me of your arrival in advance, allowing me to arrange for your reception. At the very least, I should have extended a warm welcome to you all. Zhao Yunfei chuckled lightly, responding, No need for that. Old Su, you are aware of the purpose of our visit. Young Master Su Mo's situation is urgent. We must expedite his treatment. He is due to arrive at Fuyao Academy for the start of the term, and we cannot afford any mishaps at this critical juncture. After I hastily relayed this matter to General Long, he promptly arranged for this esteemed healer, Elder Sun Jixian, who is a level 55 healing spirit beast master. Elder Sun possesses the rare ability to heal others and is accompanied by the Tianshan Snow Toad, which can extract any toxins from a patient's body, effectively ensuring a swift recovery. Throughout numerous battles faced by our demon suppression army, he has been a beacon of hope for many of our commanders and soldiers. Upon hearing this, Su Tsangxing was momentarily taken aback, cursing under his breath, Damn it. I never anticipated that young Master Su Mo's predicament would reach Long Songhai's ears at this juncture. For days, Su Tsangxing had been on edge, repeatedly simulating possible scenarios with Su Feng to ensure that Su Feng would reveal no flaws, devising every conceivable contingency solely for the purpose of allowing Su Feng to navigate this situation undetected. Yet, to his dismay, the news had indeed reached Long Songhai, prompting the arrival of someone named Sun Jixian to Linen City. Oh, Su Feng, you must not falter today. Su Tsangxing lamented internally, dreading the potential fallout should Long Songhai discover the truth about Su Feng being Su Mo. If that were to come to light, Su Tsangxing would undoubtedly pay the ultimate price. However, after a brief moment of reflection, Su Tsangxing quickly resumed his affable demeanor, confident that Su Feng would assist him in this endeavor and believing in his own ability to deceive. Thus, he gestured for them to proceed, exclaiming, Welcome, welcome. I never expected Elder Sun to also be present. You are regarded as a deity among all our demon suppression army's commanders and soldiers. Your esteemed presence here today assures me that my eldest son, Su Mo, will triumph over his ailment and return to health, granting us, as his parents, the peace of mind we so desperately seek. Elder Sun Jixian chuckled, stroking his beard, and replied, You flatter me. The heart of a healer is to save all living beings, and it is our duty to do so. Furthermore, I have heard of young Master Su Mo's situation. He is a favored one of General Long, and he possesses the potential to become a prodigy among spirit beast masters. I will ensure he receives the utmost care and protection. Su Tsangxing nodded vigorously, stating, That is reassuring. Let us proceed promptly. Turning, he extended an invitation to Zhao Yunfei and the others to follow him into the villa. During this moment, he subconsciously glanced towards a window on the second floor, where he noticed the curtains slightly fluttering. This observation eased his anxiety somewhat. Before long, Zhao Yunfei, along with Su Tsangxing and his wife, led Elder Sun Jixian up to the second floor, arriving at the door of Su Mo's room. Over the past week, Su Mo's chamber had been meticulously cleaned, adorned with all manner of furnishings, spotless and pristine. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Su Feng lying on the bed. Su Feng bore an almost identical resemblance to Su Mo, unless one were intimately acquainted, they would hardly discern any difference. Raising his head, Su Feng glared at the four newcomers and shouted with palpable agitation, "Get out! Who are you? I don't want to see any of you. Leave at once." As he spoke, he feigned distress, coughing painfully a couple of times. Witnessing Su Feng's woeful state, Dongfang Yu's eyes reddened, and clutching her clothing, she sorrowfully remarked, "I sincerely apologize, Major General Zhao, Dr. Sun, for the scene you witness. Our child is like this now, often yelling at us. His condition has also deteriorated significantly. As his parents, we fear he may not endure much longer." Elder Sun Jixin sighed, saying, "Do not despair, dear couple. I have gathered some information on my way here. It appears that young Master Su Mo has been depleting his own vitality through the curse, leading to his current frail state. While he may appear as any ordinary person, the cumulative strain on his body has become insurmountable. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to restore young Master Su Mo to health today." Su Tsongxing nodded earnestly, affirming, "Thank you, Mr. Sunday. We are in your debt." As they spoke, Elder Sun Jixin nodded and slowly approached Su Feng. Despite Su Feng's continued outbursts and his throwing objects from the bedside table, Elder Sun Jixin merely smiled, sitting beside him and gently grasping his wrist, saying, "Fear not, child. I am here to save you. The Tianshan snow toad I possess can extract the toxins from your body, ensuring your safety today." Simultaneously, at Zuanyat Tower, an essential component of the Academy's new student assessment, the venue is also open to all spirit beast masters. They come to hone their combat skills or train against individual magical beasts. Many also seek to measure their progress through the efforts of their recent training. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop at this location, and Su Mo and Jiang Haining alighted from the car. However, just as he alighted from the vehicle, a familiar voice swiftly reached his ears. "Oh, brother, what brings you here?" Chapter 65. The meeting of two women sparks tension. Upon hearing this voice, Su Mo was taken aback. It was exceedingly familiar, and he knew all too well who it belonged to. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Su Jiejia approaching leisurely from a distance. Today, Su Jiejia was clad in an audacious outfit, resembling a spirited young woman, provocatively swaying her hips. As she drew near, she glanced at Su Mo, then cast a sidelong look at Jiang Haining, saying, "Boss Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Haining offered a slight smile, but refrained from elaborating. Su Mo then inquired, "Su Jiejia, what are you doing here?" Jiang Haining chimed in, "I accompanied Su Mo to this place, intending to assist him in ascending the Xinyuan Tower. What about you?" Su Jiejia retorted somewhat indignantly, "Is that a problem? Does my whereabouts need to be reported to you, Boss Jiang?" Turning her gaze to Su Mo, she questioned, "Su Mo, what on earth are you planning to do? You haven't resorted to using your blood energy to forcibly enhance your strength again, have you? I've warned you before that blood reincarnation is perilous. You lack the requisite experience and the gene potions necessary to sustain your vital signs. Each time you employ blood reincarnation to hastily augment your beast control abilities, you are recklessly courting your own demise. Do you wish to perish?" Despite Su Jiejia's fierce tone, Su Mo could distinctly perceive the concern woven into her words. A smile graced his lips as he replied, "All right, sister, please refrain from scolding me. I am well aware of my circumstances, and besides, Sister Haining has been immensely helpful to me. Recently, during my training, she has provided me with numerous resources to ensure my well-being. As you can see, I am perfectly fine, am I not?" Su Mo could never divulge the secrets he harbored, and Jiang Haining's awareness of these matters was merely a circumstance beyond his control. As for others, he preferred not to reveal too much. It was wise to be cautious, for even the closest kin could not be wholly trusted, as walls have ears. And Su Mo's apprehension was entirely valid. Su Jiejia turned to glance at Jiang Haining, instinctively remarking, "Boss Jiang, my dear brother has even taken to calling you Sister Haining? I must inquire, what are your intentions concerning my brother? I, Su Jiejia, have always believed that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and I have never trusted that you would do these things for my brother without ulterior motives." Su Mo felt a jolt of surprise at her words, not having anticipated such a reaction from Su Jiejia. Observing Jiang Haining chuckling lightly, she responded, "You misunderstand, Teacher Su. I treat every member of our Beast Control Guild with equal regard. Su Mo has secured the exclusive use of our guild's top-tier training room for an extended period. Given his status and financial capability, I would be remiss not to seize such an opportunity. Do you think my guild operates as a charitable institution?" Su Mo silently applauded Jiang Haining's quick wit. Su Jiejia found her reasoning somewhat plausible, yet still humphed, "Regardless of your motives, Boss Jiang, heed my warning. From this day forth, do not even think of harming my brother, Su Mo. If you so much as lay a finger on him, I shall hold you accountable. He is the brother I cherish most dearly, and I will not tolerate any harm befalling him." As these two vital women in his life stood poised for confrontation, Suemo found himself utterly bewildered. Typically, he would have been apathetic, but this time was different. He had numerous matters to attend to and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. As he watched them inch closer, sensing an imminent clash, he hastily intervened, pushing both women apart. Glancing left and right, he helplessly declared, "Could you both please calm down? Also, Su Jiejia, Sister Haining has been of great assistance to me during this time. There are certain matters I cannot disclose, but rest assured, she bears no ill intent towards me." Suemo then turned to Jiang Haining, stating, "Su Jiejia is my cousin. Her family has treated me like their own since childhood. They are not involved in my family's recent affairs, and Su Jiejia is well aware of everything, having even joined me in expressing our disdain for Su Songxing and Su Feng. So, please do not harbor any resentment towards her." Upon hearing Su Mo's explanation, both women exhaled in relief. Su Jiejia then asked, "Suemo, are you genuinely feeling no discomfort?" Seeing the earnest nod from Suemo, she continued, "Then what brings you to the Xinyuan Tower?" Suemo countered, "What about you?" Su Jiejia shrugged. "I merely intend to assess the results of my training over the past half-month and bid farewell to this place. I will soon return to Fuyo City, as new students are about to enroll, and I have many tasks ahead." Suemo nodded. "I too have come here to evaluate my progress, and if time permits, you might as well observe as well." Su Jiejia unhesitatingly replied, "Of course, there's no rush. I won't be leaving Linen City until this afternoon. Since you're here, I shall stay and accompany you for a while." Suemo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Moments ago, he had seen Su Jiejia bustling about, likely with pressing matters to attend to, yet she chose to remain with him. He understood that she wished to stay behind to gauge Jiang Haining's true intentions, or perhaps to keep a watchful eye on him. Such a caring cousin, who had cherished him like a treasure throughout their lives, filled Suemo with gratitude. After some contemplation, he stepped forward towards the entrance of the Xinyuan Tower. He extended his beast control wristband, and the tower automatically scanned Sumo's information. However, it only registered his name, nothing more. This is a regulation across the continent, aimed at preventing the storage of excessive information about beastmasters, thereby safeguarding their identities from exposure. This provision serves as a guarantee for beastmasters. Chapter 66, Instant Kill. 15th floor. Just as Suemo stepped into the passage, he was teleported into the Xinyuan Tower. Outside, Su Jiejia turned to Jiang Haining, her brow furrowed, and warily asked, "Boss Jiang, what are your true intentions towards my brother? I advise you to refrain from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. I, Su Jiejia, am not to be trifled with. Anyone who harms my brother will face dire consequences. Even if you are a member of the Demon Suppression Army's headquarters, I will not let you off lightly." Upon hearing Su Jiejia's words, Jiang Haining's expression sharpened as she turned to look at her, then chuckled softly. "I never imagined, Teacher Su, that you would be so concerned about me and even deduce my identity from it. What a delightful surprise." Su Jiejia let out a cold snort, asserting, "Humph. Spare me the trivialities. Allow me to clarify. Suemo has been nurtured and cared for under my watchful eye since childhood. I have regarded him as my own brother. I will not permit anyone to harm him in my presence. Despite my imminent return to Fuyao City, rest assured, I will arrange for constant surveillance over him. Should I discover any harm befalling him, I will not hesitate to rush back and make you pay dearly for it." Jiang Haining smiled faintly, responding with an air of composure, "Very well, then. Teacher Su, let us await the outcome. Furthermore, Suemo has come here today to challenge the tower record. I would prefer we focus our attention on him rather than engage in further quarrels." What did you say? Challenge the tower record? Is there even a record to break now?" Su Jiejia suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Haining as she inquired, "Are you implying that Suemo intends to challenge the record that has stood for a century within the Xuanji Tower? The record for newcomers before entering the academy?" With each revelation, Su Jiejia's anxiety deepened. Jiang Haining maintained an expression of serene indifference, responding with a slight smile. She turned to dash toward the Xuanji Tower, only to freeze in her tracks. Behind her, Jiang Haining remarked, "Indeed, you have guessed correctly. However, it is now too late for you to prevent him. Once he enters the Xuanji Tower, he cannot exit unless he himself chooses to withdraw with a strong will." "You must be mad," Su Jiejia exclaimed, rushing to confront Jiang Haining, her voice rising. "Jiang Haining, are you aware of Su Mo's immense talent? His cursed gift comes at the cost of his lifespan. Within the Xuanji Tower, although it cannot inflict tangible harm on beastmasters or their beasts, should he fail, he will undoubtedly utilize his blood essence to repeatedly enhance the strength of his contracted beasts, restoring their conditions. At that point, the physical toll he endures will be all too real. He cannot afford to risk his life." Jiang Haining chuckled lightly. "Enough, Teacher Su. I understand your concern for Suemo. Yet this is entirely his own decision. Moreover, Su-mo possesses a resolute determination and sufficient means to ensure his safety, so you need not fret. What do you mean? Su-Jejia's brow furrowed in confusion. Jiang Hanian continued, have you not noticed? Su-mo has recently appeared more composed, and his strength has notably increased. His physical condition does not seem as frail as before. Su-mo is far more formidable than we both realize, so please refrain from worrying unnecessarily. Su-Jejia glared at Jiang Hanian with gritted teeth, letting out a sigh. She was acutely aware of Su-mo's stubborn nature, especially after his 3-year military stint. She had observed a significant transformation in him. He was no longer the little brother who relied on her protection. Su-mo had indeed changed profoundly. And had it not been for his appearance and their shared past, Su-Jejia might have doubted whether he was still the same person. Yet, none of this diminished her concern for him. As she had previously discussed with Jiang Hanian, once a Beastmaster enters the Xuanji Tower, there is no force that can extract them unless they choose to leave. For ordinary Beastmasters, Su-Jejia held no worries, as the experiences within the Xuanji Tower were primarily psychological, inflicting no substantive harm on their bodies. However, Su-mo was different. He bore a cursed gift that drained his blood essence. Should he encounter peril within the tower, the necessity to invoke the blood essence rebirth array to forcefully enhance his strength would result in very real injuries. Su-Jejia was unwilling to witness Su-mo suffer such a fate, but the die was cast, and she could do nothing but wait. Looking up at the shimmering screen ahead, where Su-mo's name had yet to appear, she felt a surge of anxiety. Little brother, you must not come to harm. If something were to happen today, I would not let Jiang Hanian escape unscathed. Jiang Hanian had not anticipated that merely accompanying Su-mo would lead to such unforeseen tribulations. Meanwhile, a number of Beastmasters began to gather around. The Xuanji Tower was a frequent meeting place for them, where they would continually challenge the tower to refresh their scores and assess their growth over time. As Su-mo made his appearance, many recognized him. Isn't he the top scorer from the national assessment? What brings him here today? Surely he must be here to evaluate his training progress? Perhaps. I have a feeling Su-mo might attempt to break a record again. What? Is there even a record left to break? Surely. He cannot surpass General Long's record for the highest clearance before entering the academy. Could he truly achieve such a feat? If news of Su-mo breaking records spread, it would surely ignite excitement and astonishment across the nation. Look, Su-mo has instantaneously cleared the 15th floor. A shout rang out, and the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes drawn to the screen. There it was. Su-mo's name surged to the top of the leaderboard, accompanied by a battle score of 150,000. In the brief half-minute of their chatter, Su-mo had swiftly dispatched foes and ascended to the 15th floor. Chapter 67. Confronting the 16th floor's golden tortoise. Before the Xuanji Tower, the Beastmasters buzzed with excitement. Could it be that Su-mo is truly on the verge of breaking that record? Unbelievable. Is he about to create a new legend for our Linen City? He had already claimed the title of top scorer in the new student assessment. Was that not enough? But wait, everyone. Su-mo possesses the cursed gift of blood essence rebirth. How could he have strengthened himself so remarkably in such a short time? Is he truly depleting his blood essence repeatedly? Is he reckless with his life? Even if he could shatter records repeatedly, what significance would that hold? Ultimately, the depletion of his blood essence would surely shorten his lifespan. As more and more people began to notice Su-mo's alarming condition, speculation and concern filled the air. If Su-mo continued to expend his blood essence in such a manner, the eventual consequences would be far from favorable. Everyone could not help but sigh in sympathy for Su-mo. Even if he can surpass records and astound all, what does it matter? A genius whose life is cut short cannot truly be deemed a genius. At that moment, Jiang Hanian and Su-Jejia listened intently to the unfolding discourse. Jiang Hanian furrowed her brow slightly before allowing it to relax. A smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. It appears, dear Su-mo, that today you truly have the ability to astonish your sister. Perhaps today, the accomplishments you wish to showcase and the attention you seek will ultimately unfold just as you desire. Go for it, Su-mo. I believe you shall indeed leave everyone in awe. In stark contrast, Su-Jejia's brow was tightly knitted, her delicate hands clenched with anxiety. She was exceedingly worried that Su-mo might encounter difficulties. After all, she was oblivious to the extent of Su-mo's capabilities and the support he had behind him. All she knew was that Su-mo possessed the ability to transmute his vitality, repeatedly sacrificing his lifespan to augment his strength, but beyond that, she was entirely in the dark. At this moment, she observed that Su-mo had improved by a staggering 20,000 combat points since the initial assessment. This meant he had successfully surpassed the 15th level, a feat that countless new Beastmasters found insurmountable. The subsequent 8 levels, however, loomed before him like an ascent to the heavens. Noticing Su-Jejia's evident distress, Jiang Hanian chuckled softly, Come now, Miss Su. Regardless of the circumstance, Su-mo is not only my chosen younger brother, but also your cousin. I shan't create any tension between us. I merely wish to convey that you needn't be overly anxious. Sumo's prowess far exceeds our expectations. 100 years ago, Long Songhai established an unprecedented record of 23 layers and a combat score of 230,000 during the entrance examination. His extraordinary talent, combined with his early recruitment into the Demon Suppression Army after awakening his Beastmaster abilities, allowed him to engage in numerous perilous missions, honing his strength through relentless battles while also forming a contract with a second beast. This is what made him a figure of great renown. Su-mo is no different. Did you not notice that he has summoned his second contracted beast? Upon hearing this, Su-jeja's mind clicked into place. Indeed, she had momentarily forgotten that Su-mo had contracted a second beast. However, she abruptly turned to Jiang Hanying. But how did he acquire that beast? Did he purchase it? Even with his military discharge benefits and various bonuses, he couldn't possibly afford a high-tier beast. Jiang Hanying chuckled softly and leaned closer to Su-jeja, whispering, "That beast was fortuitously obtained during our time in the abyss of beasts. It is of ancient lineage." "What?" Su-jeja gasped, stepping back in astonishment, her pupils dilating as she stared at Jiang Hanying. She instinctively opened her mouth to inquire further, but Jiang Hanying raised a hand to halt her. "Miss Su, some matters are best left unspoken. I only shared this with you because of your apparent concern for Su-mo." Su-jeja nodded vigorously, refraining from uttering another word. A wave of elation washed over her as she gazed at the rankings displayed on the luminous screen before her, thinking, perhaps today, Su-mo truly will create another miracle. He may shatter a record that has stood for a century. Moreover, let us not forget that Su-mo still has half a month until the entrance examination. This means he is already ahead of Long Songhai by 2 weeks in breaking the record. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Inside the arcane tower, Su-mo shrugged his shoulders and finally ascended the last step, arriving at the 16th level. Before him lay a golden turtle, its entire form gleaming with a resplendent hue. Su-mo chuckled. "Ah, a golden turtle, a defensive type. However, today, the higher your defenses, the more apparent your vulnerabilities elsewhere." Earlier, Su-mo had swiftly climbed with his 2 beasts, the Thunder Hound and the Azure Dragon. From the moment he entered the first level, he faced the Blood Moon Wolf, charging unhesitatingly towards the staircase without any pause, ascending rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 15th level. Gazing around at the multitude of beasts that had once posed a significant challenge to him, a collection of Blood Moon Wolves, blood-sucking bees, dragon-scale pythons, and flame birds, Su-mo felt no fear. His strength had evolved tremendously, and the Thunder Hound and Azure Dragon had become his most formidable allies. With a slight smile, Su-mo looked at the throng of beasts before him, affectionately patting the Thunder Hound's head as he declared, "Lightning, it's your turn." In an instant, the Thunder Hound vanished, having reached the 7th tier of youth, and despite its ordinary rank, it possessed an overwhelming advantage against these beasts. As the surrounding area erupted in a storm of lightning, within a mere breath, all the beasts collapsed. The arcane tower's voice then resonated. "Congratulations to Beastmaster Su-mo for successfully clearing the 15th level, achieving a combat score of 150,000. Su-mo noted the small screen displaying the remaining 8 levels to surpass Long Songhai's record. Determined, Su-mo ascended once more, finally arriving at the 16th level. Before him stood a massive golden turtle, over a meter in length, its considerable weight causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. Su-mo chuckled, addressing the Thunder Hound. "Well, Lightning, what do you think? Facing this golden turtle of the 4th tier in youth should be no challenge for you, right?" The Thunder Hound barked joyfully twice before instantly vanishing from sight. After half a month of training, today would finally be its moment to shine. Chapter 68. Why is this child not sick? Within the Su family villa, Su Tsangxing and his wife stood together at the doorway of Sumo's bedroom. They observed as Sun Jixian employed traditional Chinese medicine techniques to examine Su Feng's various ailments. Su Feng, meanwhile, was feigning Sumo's demeanor, appearing notably agitated, even attempting to push Sun Jixian away repeatedly. Yet, he was astonished to find that Sun Jixian's grip was like a vice, firmly restraining his arm, rendering him immobile. A pang of dread surged through Su Feng. He knew that today his main task was to feign illness convincingly, to portray symptoms of agitation while ensuring that Sun Jixian could not deduce that he was perfectly healthy. If he succeeded, he would have nothing further to fear. However, if Sun Jixian caught even a hint of suspicion, Su Feng would have to concoct various excuses and elaborate narratives to deceive everyone present. Yet, at that moment, he found himself utterly incapable of moving. Just then, Sun Jixian's brow furrowed as he raised a finger and pressed it against a specific acupoint on Su Feng's body. In an instant, Su Feng was rendered speechless. He lay upon the sickbed like a mere wooden puppet, discovering that he was utterly immobile. Beside him, Zhao Yunfei, in the company of Su Zongxing, chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, Master Sun is impressive. With his extraordinary acupoint sealing technique, he has successfully subdued young Master Su Feng." As he spoke, Zhao Yunfei glanced at Su Zongxing and added with a smile, "Fear not, old Su. With Master Sun Jixin present, any issue young Master Su Mo faces shall surely be resolved, so we need not harbor any concerns." Su Zongxing stood frozen in place, utterly taken aback by the realization that Su Feng had been restrained through acupoint sealing. A wave of distress washed over him. After all, the last thing he wished to witness was the exposure of Su Feng's masquerade as Su Mo. Should that come to light, it would spell disaster. And now, with Su Feng under acupoint control, did that not render him a mere lamb awaiting slaughter? Contemplating his next move, Su Zongxing pondered whether he should intervene to thwart Sun Jixin's actions. Just then, Dongfang grasped his hand, offering him a reassuring glance. Seeing such an expression, Su Zongxing felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart, yet he managed to steady himself. He forced a smile and said, "Haha, of course. As long as Dr. Sun is here, I firmly believe that today, young Master Su Mo will encounter no problems whatsoever." Zhao Yunfei nodded in agreement, affirming, "Naturally. We have faith in Master Sun's prowess. Moreover, we have come with orders. It is imperative that we witness young Master Su Mo's recovery. For failing to do so would lead to unsatisfactory explanations. We certainly do not wish to bear the responsibility should young Master Su Mo remain untreated and unable to enter the Fuyo Academy. In the future, General Long had even contemplated nurturing young Master Su Mo personally. Additionally, he had brought some gifts for him. Once young Master Su Mo regains his strength, I shall present these gifts to him personally." Su Zongxing's expression brightened at the mention of gifts, especially those bestowed by Long Songhai, filling him with unparalleled joy. For quite some time, Su Zongxing had been troubled over how to bestow upon Su Feng the new student packages that Su Mo would receive before entering the Fuyo Academy, ensuring Su Feng could access additional resources. Throughout their lives, he had consistently done so, even transferring the merits and accomplishments Su Mo earned in the Southern Wilderness conflict onto Su Feng, with this opportunity to further enhance Su Mo and Su Feng's resources. How could he possibly resist? However, it was not long before Sun Jixin furrowed his brow and emitted a soft grunt. Everyone present paused, lifting their heads in unison. Sun Jixin scratched his head and spoke, "I never anticipated that the ailment afflicting young Master Su Mo would remain undiagnosed. Could this be what one encounters under the phenomena of qi and blood transformation?" Su Zongxing hurriedly interjected, "Master Sun, is it possible that Su Feng, this child, harbors other ailments, or perhaps something you have never encountered before?" Sun Jixin nodded, "That is a possibility. However, I suspect there may be hidden toxins within his body. There is no need for concern." With a confident smile, Sun Jixin then focused his thoughts, and a completely white toad emerged from his pocket. The toad extended its tongue, excitedly observing young Master Su Feng before Sun Jixin declared, "This is my Tianshan snow toad. Throughout my life, I have contracted this toad 3 times, with 2 opportunities still remaining. With its presence, any toxins within young Master Su Mo's body shall be alleviated." With that, Sun Jixin directed his thoughts, guiding the Tianshan snow toad to young Master Su Feng's forehead. The toad, unfazed by Su Feng's immobility, settled upon his brow and extended its tongue, adhering to Su Feng's skin, beginning to absorb. Su Zongxing and Dongfang watched anxiously, their hands clasped tightly together, deeply concerned whether Su Feng might reveal any vulnerabilities. Zhao Yunfei, observing the scene, chuckled, mistakenly believing the couple was overly concerned for their child's health, and quickly reassured them. All right, old Su, Mrs. Dongfang. Do not fret so. With Master Sun here, young Master Su Mo will undoubtedly recover." Su Zongxing sighed bitterly. It was not Master Sun's presence he was worried about, but rather whether Su Feng would be exposed. The Thunderhound vanished in an instant, charging toward the Golden Tortoise. Sensing the Thunderhound's approach, the Golden Tortoise retracted its neck, retreating into its shell. The Golden Tortoise relied on its formidable defenses to withstand the onslaught of enemies time and again. The Thunderhound shimmered with blue and purple light, unleashing bolts of lightning that struck the Golden Tortoise's shell like numerous blades. Initially, the Golden Tortoise could endure the attacks, but it soon felt the Thunderhound's electrical power penetrating its shell and striking its very essence. Chapter 69, Breakthrough. Level 15. Boom, boom, boom. The ground of the 16th floor of the Xuanji Tower trembled violently. The Golden Tortoise finally emerged, its head raised in fury as it glared at the Thunderhound. Its eyes were filled with rage. For it, today was a day of utter humiliation. Its once proud defenses proved utterly ineffective. The Thunderhound barked triumphantly, its demeanor brimming with pride. Yet, in an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. The golden tortoise stomped its foot fiercely, radiating a golden glow. Its shell transformed into a weapon, hurtling toward the Thunderhound. Sumo shouted anxiously from the side, "Lightning, be careful." The Thunderhound barked twice, effortlessly evading the golden tortoise's charge. Sumo let out a sigh of relief, recognizing that despite its lower level, the golden tortoise possessed tremendous destructive power. Any beast of a similar level would surely sustain injuries from its golden shell. Fortunately, the Thunderhound excelled in speed, its entire being crackling with electricity, making it swifter than any beast of comparable level, whether it be magical or otherwise. This was its proud ability, having easily dodged the golden tortoise's attack. The Thunderhound extended its claws, unleashing electrical energy and relentlessly assaulting the golden tortoise. The golden tortoise, repeatedly peeking its head out, finally provided the Thunderhound with an opening. Without hesitation, the Thunderhound struck down, severing the golden tortoise's neck. This battle, which had lasted approximately half a minute, concluded with the golden tortoise utterly defeated, its body lifeless. Woof, woof. The Thunderhound barked twice, swiftly approaching Sumo and rubbing against his waist. Observing the Thunderhound, now towering over him, Sumo smiled, his heart filled with satisfaction. This was the companion that had stood by him through countless trials, and now, the Thunderhound had achieved such remarkable strength, a testament to their arduous journey together. Sumo firmly believed that the Thunderdog would not disappoint him in the upcoming challenges. He gently stroked the Thunderdog's head and then retrieved a piece of meat from his storage ring, directly offering it to the creature. Consuming meat would restore the Thunderdog's stamina, akin to the effects of blood rebirth and the healing array he had just comprehended. After swallowing the morsel whole, the Thunderdog felt a significant revival within, joyfully wagging its tail. Sumo patted its head and continued, "All right, Lightning, let us ascend further." The Thunderdog barked twice in response. Meanwhile, perched on Sumo's shoulder, the little azure dragon yawned, exhibiting a rather languid demeanor. Sumo, with a resigned chuckle, patted its fluffy head, saying, "Come now, little one, no need to look so lethargic and even yawn. There will be a time for you to shine." The little azure dragon whimpered twice, and together with Sumo, they directed their gaze forward and raced towards the staircase leading to the 17th floor. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the 17th floor, where they encountered yet another golden tortoise, albeit this one was of the 6th tier in the youth realm. Sumo smiled confidently, but before he could utter a word, the Thunderdog, boasting a rank higher than the golden tortoise, dashed forward in an instant. Under the relentless assault from the Thunderdog, the golden tortoise was finally subdued after over 40 seconds of fierce combat. Sumo turned to glance at the small screen of the mystery tower beside him, which now displayed his combat score for the day at an impressive 170,000. Yet, for Sumo, this was merely a stepping stone. His ultimate goal was to surpass the combat record of 230,000 set by Longsong Hai a century prior. He still had 6 floors to conquer to reach this aspiration. Once again, Sumo tossed a piece of meat to the Thunderdog and continued his ascent towards the 18th floor. Rapidly, they reached the 18th floor, only to find themselves facing a diamond leopard of the 7th segment in the youth realm. Seeing an opponent of the same rank as his Thunderdog, who was also known for its swiftness, Sumo furrowed his brow in concern. He began to worry whether the Thunderdog could hold its own against the diamond leopard. As if sensing Sumo's anxiety, the Thunderdog barked twice, its expression brimming with confidence, and then vanished from sight in an instant. Sumo and the little azure dragon watched intently. The diamond leopard, equally adept in speed, left behind a series of afterimages as it darted across the ground. For an ordinary person, comprehending its velocity was nearly impossible. Moreover, it possessed the skilled diamond bite, with teeth as sharp as blades, boasting formidable biting power. Simultaneously, the Thunderdog, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of attacks, its blue lightning flickering as it engaged the diamond leopard. In the ensuing clash between the beast and the magical creature, Sumo's heart tightened as he heard the Thunderdog emit a whimper. Upon closer inspection, he saw the Thunderdog retreating, its form staggering. A massive wound marred its abdomen, inflicted by the diamond leopard's fierce bite. Alarmed, Sumo's heart sank, and he quickly inquired, "Lightning, are you all right?" Fortunately, at that moment, Lightning turned its head, baring its teeth, which were stained with blood, yet it wore a triumphant smile. Sumo then observed that the diamond leopard had collapsed to the ground, having sustained significantly more grievous injuries than the Thunderdog. Rushing forward, Sumo's heart raced as he examined the Thunderdog's wounds. He could feel that the creature was on the brink of collapse. Filled with guilt, Sumo wasted no time in sitting cross-legged on the ground, summoning the blood rebirth array before him. The Thunder Dog quickly lay within the formation. Su-mo poured forth his essence, ultimately succeeding in healing all of the Thunder Dog's injuries. Feeling his own strength waning, Su-mo focused his intent, and suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from him. Time passed, and finally, Su-mo opened his eyes, a brilliant glimmer igniting within them. His mental power had reached 2,001 points, with vitality at 1,258 points. Indeed, through this latest revival, Su-mo had successfully ascended to the 15th level of Beast Tamer. He had once again set a new record for the highest level among his peers. However, it was rare for anyone to document such achievements. Chapter 70, equaling the record. Outside the Mystery Tower, Su-jia and numerous fellow Beast Tamers anxiously observed the changes displayed on the luminous screen. Su-jia was particularly troubled. Despite having gained some understanding of Su-mo's formidable strength during her conversation with Jiang Hanying, she remained perplexed by the source of his astonishing abilities, fearing that he might encounter unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, the surrounding Beast Tamers, exhibiting a more detached curiosity, watched the events unfold on the screen. Have you noticed? Su-mo has successfully conquered the 17th and 18th floors. I believe the monster he faced was indeed the Diamond Leopard, a 7th-tier entity in the youth realm. Can he truly prevail? I say, this is merely the last gasp of a dying ember. No matter how skilled Su-mo may be, can he possibly rival General Long Songhai from a century ago? The general possessed an SSS level talent, and while both he and Su-mo share the same SSS talent, Su-mo's is a cursed talent. Surely, the general's prowess must be superior. I doubt Su-mo will even manage to reach the 18th floor. After all, the Diamond Leopard is of the 7th tier in the youth realm, known for its speed, much like the Thunder Dog. I have no faith in the Thunder Dog's ability to win. Having awakened just half a month ago, how much progress could Su-mo really have made? Could he possibly elevate the Thunder Dog to the youth realm? It was truly laughable. No one held high hopes for Su-mo's performance today. Yet, at that very moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if to accommodate a tomato. A silence fell over the crowd as they struggled to comprehend that Su-mo's score had once again surged. Previously stagnant at 170,000 for over a minute, it had now skyrocketed to 180,000. Heavens! The arena erupted once more, and Su-jia's heart swelled with exhilaration. You did it, little brother. You truly succeeded. Initially filled with concern over Su-mo's abilities and performance, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, she was acutely aware that he still faced at least 5 more floors of the Mystery Tower. Whether Su-mo could maintain his success through these next 5 layers remained uncertain. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? Around her, countless Beast Tamers were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that Su-mo had indeed triumphed in his ascent to the 18th floor. Some individuals have even begun to anticipate the outcome, while others are issuing their final ultimatums to Su-mo. Some believe that Su-mo might soon surpass Long Songhai's record, yet an increasing number of onlookers are left astonished, contemplating whether Su-mo can even manage to breach the 19th level, a feat that now seems doubtful. As predicted, after approximately 5 minutes of waiting, when everyone observed that there was no discernible change in the battle scores displayed before them, a few Beast Tamers began to chuckle derisively. How amusing. It appears that Su-mo has indeed reached a stumbling block at the 18th level of the Mystery Tower. Indeed, I once thought Su-mo might actually ascend to greater heights today, but now it seems I was overly optimistic. Alas, it is a pity that General Long Songhai's record will remain unbroken. To put it bluntly, Su-mo is merely toying with our expectations. Upon reflection, can his prowess truly allow him to shatter such a record? Absolutely not. He merely possesses blood rebirth, which enhances his beast's abilities at the expense of his own lifespan. How much of his life can he sacrifice to help his beasts break these records? Indeed, it appears that today will ultimately yield a conclusion. Let us disperse. After some deliberation, several individuals shrugged their shoulders, and many Beast Tamers decided to leave and return home. However, in that very instant, someone shouted, "Look, his score is rising." What? At the sound of this exclamation, everyone turned in astonishment. They beheld the score displayed on the screen skyrocketing from an initial 180,000, 190,000, 200,000. It showed no signs of stopping, as the score continued to ascend with each passing moment. In a mere 10 seconds, when Su-mo's score stabilized at 230,000, the entire assembly was left in shock, their perceptions irrevocably altered. How is this possible? Su-mo has managed to surpass 230,000 points? Could this mean? Indeed, one individual trembled with excitement. This signifies that Su-mo has equaled the highest record set by General Long Songhai a century ago. Impossible. There must be an issue with the Mystery Tower. An issue? Have you ever witnessed any problems with the Mystery Tower in the past century? Since the onset of the global apocalypse and the rise of beast taming, has the Mystery Tower ever malfunctioned? Simultaneously, as the crowd marveled, a voice emanated from the Mystery Tower. Attention, all of Huaxia. Congratulations to the Beast Tamer Su Mo from Linen City for equaling the record established by Long Tsang a century ago. The highest record for new students at the Mystery Tower is 23 levels and a battle score of 230,000. The announcement from the Mystery Tower struck the crowd like a thunderous bombshell, utterly shaking their hearts. Despite their reluctance to accept it, the authoritative proclamation left them with no choice but to believe. Meanwhile, Su Jiajia and Zhang Haning both exhaled in relief. Zhang Haning crossed her arms, a confident smile gracing her lips. Ah, Su Mo, you have never failed to live up to my expectations. Su Jiajia chuckled. Well done, little brother. You've matched General Long's record. Now we shall see if you can surpass it. However, as long as you can step onto the 24th level and deliver a powerful blow to the beasts that appear there, even if you earn just a single point, that record will belong to you. In front of the Mystery Tower, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others were dismayed. Many were astonished, their expressions a mix of disbelief and acceptance. Others felt elated at Su Mo's remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, within the Su family villa, Su Tsangsheng and the rest stood in stunned silence. Chapter 71. The Pressure of the Azure Dragon Lineage. 5 minutes earlier, Su Mo gazed at his battle companion, the Thunder Hound, which had just devoured 2 large chunks of meat and was now recuperating. After all, this creature was Su Mo's fighting partner. In the days to come, the Thunder Hound would accompany Su Mo through countless battles and become one of his closest allies. Seeing his companion suffer such harm during this fight made Su Mo's heart ache. He understood that the damage inflicted within the Mystery Tower was merely a psychological effect. What he witnessed was nothing but an illusion. However, if he did not restore the Thunder Hound, it would remain in this false state, unable to rise and fight with full strength in the battles ahead. Thus, it was imperative for Su Mo to utilize Blood Rebirth to aid the Thunder Hound. Thankfully, under the influence of Blood Rebirth, the Thunder Hound swiftly returned to its original state, allowing Su Mo to breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at the staircase leading to the 19th level, Su Mo smirked coldly and remarked, "All right, it's time to get serious. Lightning, your combat experience has accumulated sufficiently. Now it's time for the little one to shine." At that moment, the small azure dragon perched on Su Mo's shoulder yawned adorably, radiating cuteness. Su Mo chuckled and swiftly made his way towards the staircase leading to the 19th level. Before long, the trio arrived at the 19th level of the Mystery Tower, where they encountered not one, but 2 golden leopards. Su Mo smirked coldly as the golden leopards lay on the ground. Having been roused from their pleasant slumber by the presence of intruders at the staircase, the 2 golden leopards sprang to their feet. Their eyes locked onto Su Mo and his beasts, emitting low growls from their throats. Su Mo snorted dismissively. Meanwhile, the little azure dragon, still perched lazily on his shoulder, showed no inclination to engage with the golden leopards. Noticing the little dragon's indifference, Su Mo sighed. "What is the matter? Are 2 7th-tier young golden leopards beneath your interest?" The chubby dragon flapped its wings irritably, and Su Mo understood its sentiment. He patted the Thunderhound's head and said, "All right, let us ascend." As he spoke, Su Mo crouched slightly, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Despite being an ordinary person, his overall strength far surpassed that of an average individual, 12 times greater, in fact. With over 1,200 points of vitality, he possessed the strength of several thousand pounds, launching himself into the air with a single powerful push of his legs. When he reappeared, he had already reached the opposite staircase. Behind him, the Thunderhound followed closely, while the 2 golden leopards finally reacted, roaring in frustration as they charged towards Su Mo. Yet, Su Mo paid them no mind, continuing his ascent up the staircase. Moments later, he arrived at the next level of the Mystery Tower, where 3 golden leopards awaited him. Undeterred, Su Mo proceeded to execute his strategy, racing up the stairs once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Mo swiftly ascended to the 23rd level of the Xuanji Tower. Finally, he came to a halt, surveying the scene before and behind him. A total of 5 golden leopards, each at the 7th tier of youth, and 6 black frost horses, boasting an 8th tier youth status, surrounded him. The black frost horses, towering at a height of 3 meters, were as imposing as they were terrifying. Their heads were jet black, while their 4 legs gleamed pure white. Their skill, known as Earth Tremor, aptly reflected their name. With each stomp, they cracked the ground beneath them, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to maintain their footing, with the added risk of plummeting into an abyss. This formidable ability underscored the might of the black frost horses. As 11 beasts materialized, the little azure dragon, stirred by a newfound curiosity, lazily ascended into the air. Observing the 11 monsters around him, it let out a slight yawn. Suemo, standing nearby, felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. This was the confidence that ancient tier beasts exuded. The golden leopards and black frost horses unleashed furious roars, charging towards Suemo and his thunderdog. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar filled the air. In that instant, the little azure dragon unleashed its transformation skill, manifesting as a colossal azure dragon stretching 50 to 60 meters in length before the assembled beasts. Its scales shimmered with a chilling radiance, rising without wind and emanating an overwhelming power. This marked the first occasion Suemo beheld the dragon in its true form since the little azure dragon had evolved to the 8th tier of youth. Observing its increased length and girth, Suemo couldn't help but ponder the sheer pressure emanating from the azure dragon, realizing that as its power grew, so too would the awe it inspired. Then, the little azure dragon emitted another deep dragon's roar, even more imposing and terrifying than before. As the sound reverberated, Suemo glanced up to see all 11 beasts, including the towering black frost horses, cowering on the ground, trembling and paralyzed with fear. Following this, the thunderdog barked twice before leaping into action. In response to the dragon's roar, the monsters remained completely immobilized, and the thunderdog launched a relentless assault, utilizing its regular claw strikes. One by one, the black frost horses and golden leopards met their demise. Suemo, observing the scene, mused with a dark sense of irony. Is this not a case of a dog thriving under the dragon's might? In the blink of an eye, all the beasts before him had been vanquished. Concurrently, a mechanical voice from the Xuanji Tower echoed beside Suemo. Congratulations, Beastmaster Suemo of Linen City. You have successfully matched the record set a century ago by Long Songhai, achieving the highest clearance record of the Xuanji Tower before entering the academy. Congratulations, Beastmaster Suemo. You have successfully cleared the 23rd level of the Xuanji Tower, with a current combat score of 230,000. Upon hearing this announcement, Suemo couldn't help but chuckle. This was precisely the purpose behind his actions today. He sought to cement his name in notoriety. Whether through the tower's proclamation or the discussions among others, he aimed for his reputation to resonate far and wide. Zhao Yunfei was currently at the Su residence. Misled by the falsehoods provided by Su Songxing, believing that Su Feng was Suemo, it was likely that Zhao Yunfei would focus all attention and benefits on Su Feng. Suemo, however, was not foolish enough to allow that to happen. Seizing the opportunity of the Xuanji Tower's nationwide announcement while Zhao Yunfei was preoccupied, Suemo resolved to shatter the record belonging to Long Songhai. In truth, even if Zhao Yunfei had not come, Suemo would have aimed to break that record. It was the only way to draw increasing attention toward him. Although he had not originally intended to undertake this feat today, planning to wait until the final day before the new student assessment, circumstances compelled him to act sooner. Fortunately, the little azure dragon did not disappoint. Having successfully broken through to the 8th tier of youth, it utilized the innate suppression of its ancient bloodline, coupled with the pressure of its lineage. Even beasts of the same tier and level would be subjected to the formidable pressure that the azure dragon wielded, a full tier above them. This was the source of Sumo's confidence in his ascent through the Xuanji Tower today. As the azure dragon unleashed its pressure, all the surrounding beasts lay prostrate, too fearful to move, rendering them easy prey. The thunder dog, emboldened by the dragon's might, unleashed its claw strikes, enhanced by the power of lightning, repeatedly bringing the beasts to their silent demise. Suemo had successfully matched and broken Long Songhai's record. As for whether he could surpass it, a confident smile graced Sumo's face. Once he reached the 24th level, even a simple attack would effortlessly shatter the record. However, Suemo chuckled to himself, eager to gauge the limits of the little azure dragon's strength, to explore just how far he could ascend. No longer did he wish to remain low-key. He yearned for all to witness his brilliance and growth, to inspire both awe and trepidation. What were the Beastmasters saying? That he was merely a talentless individual, a failure destined for mediocrity? Suemo was determined to silence their jeers once and for all. Moreover, today marked a significant moment for Suemo. A day when he could finally make Su Songxing, Su Feng, and Dongfang Ye pay for their transgressions against him. Over the past 3 years, he had borne the grievances of his predecessor, and for the 18 years spent within the Su family, the injustices he had suffered would now result in retribution. Suemo looked at his thunder dog and then at the little azure dragon, speaking earnestly. Little fatty, lightning. Let us astonish all of China and draw their gaze upon me, Suemo. The little azure dragon, invigorated, let out 2 excited cries, and the thunder dog barked joyfully. Together, the trio continued onward with determination towards the staircase ahead. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, 5 minutes prior, Sun Jixin was using his beast, the Tianshan snow toad. To heal Su Feng. After establishing a connection with Su Feng's forehead, the toad rapidly absorbed the toxins within his body. However, after 5 minutes had elapsed, Sun Jixian couldn't help but furrow his brow in concern. Under his perception, he discovered that the Tianshan snow toad had not absorbed any toxins that could jeopardize Su Feng's life. Instead, it had ingested some toxins that had accumulated in his body over the years due to an excess of nutrients from continuous gene serums or other forms of waste. Even under Sun Jixian's pulse examination, he could not detect any signs of weakness in Su Feng. It seemed that Su Feng's vital energy was remarkably robust. This revelation momentarily caused Sun Jixian to hesitate. As he furrowed his brow, everyone around him was rendered speechless. Su Zongxing felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. He feared that the truth might soon be exposed. Yet, he reassured himself that the various excuses he had concocted during his conversations with Su Feng over the past few days would surely allow him to navigate through this predicament undetected. Zhao Yunfei, standing nearby, also appeared somewhat hesitant and instinctively inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue, elder son?" Sun Jixian finally sighed and expressed his confusion with a light grunt, slowly articulating, "This doesn't make sense. Why did everyone tell me before you arrived that young Master Su Mo was ill, possibly poisoned, and exhibiting violent emotions? Yet now, I have not felt any of these symptoms. In fact, the toxins that have accumulated in young Master Su Mo over the years appear to stem from various gene serums and supplements rather than any new toxins." Zhao Yunfei glanced at Sun Jixian with uncertainty as the latter continued. "Moreover, it seems that young Master Su Mo has been consuming gene serums daily for the past 3 years to enhance his bodily attributes. However, excessive use of such serums can be counterproductive." Sun Jixian then looked at Zhao Yunfei and Su Zongxing, stating, "Isn't young Master Su Mo supposed to be fighting at the frontier all this time? How could he possibly have taken so many gene serums?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunfei furrowed his brow. Su Zongxing felt a sinking feeling. He realized that despite his meticulous planning and excuses, he had overlooked this critical detail. A wave of distress washed over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Zhao Yunfei, his brow tightly knit, finally spoke up, "Major Su, what is going on? Have you, over the years, been using your position to send gene serums to young Master Su Mo? Do you realize that such actions, unprovoked, to forcibly enhance his abilities, are against the regulations of our demon suppression army?" At this moment, Su Zongxing felt an acute embarrassment wash over him. He rubbed his hands nervously and forced a smile, unsure of how to explain himself. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the Su family villa, heralding an announcement from the Xianyuan Tower. Chapter 73. Do you take me for a fool? Congratulations to Su Mo, Beast Tamer of Linen City. He has successfully matched the record set by Long Songhai a century ago, achieving the highest clearance record at the Xianyuan Tower prior to entering the academy. Congratulations to Beast Tamer Su Mo for successfully clearing the 23rd level of the Xianyuan Tower, with a current battle score of 230,000. What? Upon hearing this announcement, Zhao Yunfei was momentarily stunned. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the ailing Su Feng on the hospital bed and then back at Su Zongxing. He instinctively remarked, "Isn't Su Mo currently lying on the hospital bed? Why has the Xianyuan Tower just reported that he has equaled General Long's record?" Su Zongxing was also taken aback, his heart sinking. For a moment, he was speechless. Meanwhile, Su Feng, lying on the bed, was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open, but due to being immobilized, he was unable to respond in any way. Su Zongxing internally shouted, "What? Su Mo? Again? It's Su Mo?" He found it hard to believe the unfolding events. Why? Why was it Su Mo again? Why did Su Mo once more astonish everyone? Why was all the attention shifting back to him? Had he lost his mind? Forcibly exhausting his vitality to enhance his beast-taming abilities merely to equal Long Songhai's record? And why did this happen at such a crucial moment? In Su Zongxing's mind, he thought that if only Su Mo could wait until Zhao Yunfei was absent for 2 nights. At that point, even if he managed to clear all 100 levels of the Xianyuan Tower and astound everyone, so what? Wouldn't all the fame and attention then rest upon Su Feng's shoulders? Wouldn't all of this become Su Feng's glory? However, the current turn of events was a resounding slap in the face for Su Zongxing. Noticing the turmoil and hesitation in Su Zongxing's expression, Zhao Yunfei pressed on, "General Su, what is happening? I expect an explanation." It was only then that Su Zongxing snapped back to reality, his eyes darting around. After a moment of contemplation, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly said, "General Zhao, haha, you mentioned Su Mo? As you can see, he is lying on the bed, isn't he? There are many people across the nation named Su Mo. I imagine that this individual has little connection to the true Su Mo. However, This other Su MO is indeed impressive for matching General Long's record, which merits the attention of the Demon Suppression Army. Is that so? Zhao Yunfei, however, was in no mood to extend such courtesy to Su Songxing. He coldly responded, "But I did some research before coming here, and I found that there are indeed many individuals named Su Mo across the country." The announcement from the Xinyuan Tower specified that it was the Beast Tamers Su Mo from Linen City. "I happen to know that there are over a dozen individuals named Su Mo in Linen City, but aside from your Su Mo, none possess extraordinary talent. The remaining individuals with the name Su Mo are all of ordinary F-level talent. Do you expect me to believe that they, with their F-level talent, managed to equal General Long's record? Do you take me for a fool?" Su Songxing was taken aback by Zhao Yunfei's direct confrontation, leaving him momentarily speechless and unsure of how to explain himself. Zhao Yunfei continued, "I wondered why, upon arriving at your Su family, I had only encountered one of the twin brothers, Su Mo or Su Feng. I wish to inquire, which of them is the true Su Mo?" Zhao Yunfei turned to Su Feng, his eyes radiating a formidable pressure. Su Feng, though unable to move, felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him, making his breathing labored. Moments later, beads of cold sweat trickled down Su Feng's forehead, and he finally let out a cold snort. Zhao Yunfei declared, "Elder son, restore his physical state. I need to have a serious conversation with him." Sun Jixian, realizing that something was amiss, hurriedly released the immobilization on Su Feng. Feeling the restoration of his body, Su Feng hastily exclaimed, "This is undoubtedly a coincidence. I am truly Su Mo. That Su Mo is merely a person sharing the same name. I am the genuine Su Mo, the one endowed with the curse talent." "Enough," Zhao Yunfei scoffed coldly, then noticed the Beastmaster's ring resting on the windowsill. He approached, seized the ring, and returned to the struggling Su Feng. As Su Feng attempted to flee, Zhao Yunfei promptly secured the ring around his wrist. He then glanced at the ring, which displayed the name Su Feng. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. Turning to the side, he regarded Su Songxing with a disdainful snort. "Ah, General Su, I finally comprehend the situation. I now understand the sequence of events. I never anticipated that you would have Su Feng masquerade as Su Mo to endure the various attentions from our Demon Suppression Army headquarters. What could your motive possibly be?" At a loss for words, Su Songxing found himself unable to explain. A man of pride, he could hardly divulge to Zhao Yunfei that the ruse stemmed from an irreconcilable conflict with Su Mo, to the point of a potential severance of their relationship. After a moment of realization, Sun Jixian instinctively inquired, "General Zhao, what shall we do next?" Zhao Yunfei pondered briefly before bellowing, "Bring them in." A throng of soldiers rushed into the room. Zhao Yunfei sneered, "Subdue everyone and escort them to the Xuanji Tower. I wish to ascertain who this Su Mo is, who has recently achieved a record there, while the one before me, claiming to be Su Mo, yet truly Su Feng, conceals what sort of secret." The soldiers unhesitatingly restrained Su Songxing and his family, none daring to resist, knowing they faced the chief of staff of the Demon Suppression Army, a level 60 Beastmaster. Su Songxing's level 51 prowess was utterly insufficient in Zhao Yunfei's presence. Thus, the soldiers escorted the Su family from the villa, heading towards the Xuanji Tower. As they traveled, Zhao Yunfei's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Long Songhai and promptly answered, speaking with utmost respect, "General Long, this is Zhao Yunfei." On the other end, Long Songhai's voice was cold and unyielding. "Zhao Yunfei, what is going on? Did you not say that the lad named Su Mo was gravely ill and bedridden? How is it that he, according to my calculations, you should have just arrived at the Su residence? How is he already recovered and even managed to break the record I left behind a century ago in the Xuanji Tower? Fascinating, fascinating. This Su Mo is truly intriguing." Listening to Long Songhai's words, Zhao Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Sensing Zhao Yunfei's discomfort, Long Songhai curiously pressed, "What is the matter? Why the hesitation? Are you concealing something from me?" Zhao Yunfei finally spoke, "General Long, the situation is as follows. We have been deceived." "What do you mean?" Long Songhai's tone was laced with displeasure. Zhao Yunfei hastily explained, "It appears that the Su Mo we believe to be bedridden is actually Su Songxing's twin son, Su Feng. The real Su Mo shows no signs of illness and has successfully equaled your century-old record in the Xuanji Tower." "What?" Long Songhai's voice brimmed with skepticism. Chapter 74. The truth gradually unfolds. Astonishment. At that moment, Long Songhai, stationed at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army in the capital, was left aghast. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. Just days prior, he had received news from Zhao Yunfei about Su Mo's grave condition, which had left him feeling profoundly distressed. Without hesitation, he had dispatched Zhao Yunfei and summoned the most skilled physician in the army, Sun Jixian, to ensure Su Mo's swift recovery. Yet now, he learned that the bedridden Su Mo was a fabrication. After a moment, Long Songhai furrowed his brow and slowly demanded, "What is going on? Explain it clearly." Zhao Yunfei sighed, acutely aware of Long Songhai's escalating displeasure. The thought of incurring Long Songhai's wrath filled him with dread, fearing that he might bear the brunt of it. Thus, he recounted the entire saga in detail. After a lengthy pause, Long Songhai spoke slowly. "How can this be? Reflect on this. Does it sound plausible? Su Mo is undoubtedly a member of the Su family, and Su Tsangxing is his biological father. Su Mo's future prospects are ascending, and Su Tsangxing would benefit from that as well. Why would he have any reason to deceive us in such a matter? Could there be some discord between them?" Zhao Yunfei pondered for a moment, but could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Long Songhai then stated, "Zhao Yunfei, regardless of who is at fault, I need you to investigate this matter immediately and report back to me with clarity." Zhao Yunfei quickly replied, "I am currently escorting the Su family to the Xuanji Tower. Once we arrive and witness Su Mo's appearance there, we shall discern the truth of the matter." "Very well," Long Songhai responded curtly before hanging up the phone. Zhao Yunfei felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. At that moment, he remained acutely aware of Long Songhai's formidable presence. Despite not being his first encounter with him, Zhao Yunfei couldn't shake the feeling of trepidation. Long Songhai's overwhelming strength, honed through years of battle, was a force not easily withstood, even by a level 60 beastmaster. Once the call ended, Zhao Yunfei let out a cold chuckle. "Su Tsangxing, I shall see how you plan to deceive me, Zhao Yunfei, from here on." It had been many years since he had encountered anyone quite like him. It was indeed a maiden voyage for a flower maiden. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Xuanji Tower. Su Tsangxing was led by a group of soldiers to the site. All the beastmasters present were taken aback by the sight, murmuring among themselves, "My goodness, what is going on? Why have General Su and his family been captured? Indeed, what could have transpired?" Moreover, they noted a figure nearby shouldering the rank of a major general, whose prowess seemed remarkable. What was the meaning of this? Goodness! General Su's expression appears rather unsettling. Has something gone awry? What could have happened? Given Su Mo's astonishing achievements, equaling General Long's previous record, how could the Su family find themselves in such dire straits? You may not yet be aware, but Master Su Mo has previously exposed himself before General Su, enduring repeated oppression from the general, which ultimately led to his current state. What does this mean? In an instant, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunfei, standing aside, suddenly furrowed his brow. He turned to the beastmaster who had just uttered these words and cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by the events involving Su Mo and the Su family?" The beastmaster, slightly taken aback by the question, replied earnestly, "Well, General, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. All I know is that Master Su Mo mentioned something about General Su's family." Silence. Before the beastmaster could say more, Su Tsangxing interjected sharply, preventing him from continuing. Upon hearing this, the beastmaster hurriedly fell silent, fearing that any misstep might incur Su Tsangxing's wrath. After all, in Linen, as the leader of the demon suppression army, Su Tsangxing's power was indisputable. Zhao Yunfei, witnessing this, let out a cold snort. "Humph. Su Tsangxing, are you abusing your authority?" Su Tsangxing laughed heartily and replied, "How could that be? I merely wish to prevent any potential slander against my name, lest I inadvertently cause you to misunderstand and find myself in irreparable trouble." Zhao Yunfei scoffed. "Do you truly believe there is anything worthy of our acknowledgement? Very well. If you wish to silence him, I propose we allow Master Su Mo to elucidate the matter once he arrives. What do you say?" At this, Su Tsangxing's heart sank. He desperately wanted to thwart Zhao Yunfei's intentions, but found himself at a loss for how to proceed. After much internal conflict, Su Tsangxing's mind screamed in panic. "Think. You fool." Yet, no matter how he pondered, there seemed to be no favorable outcome. Meanwhile, within the Xuanji Tower, Su Mo remained blissfully unaware of the intriguing events unfolding outside. At that moment, he was accompanied by the little azure dragon and the thunder hound. Having ascended to the 24th floor of the tower, he had just successfully broken through the 23rd level, matching Long Songhai's record. This outcome had long been anticipated by Su Mo, who was confident that he would not halt his progress at this pivotal moment. This was merely the beginning. Su Mo yearned to discover just how far he could push his limits. Of course, he understood that for everyone, including himself, if he were to stop at the 24th floor and merely engage with the magical beasts before him, even securing a modest battle score to break Long Songhai's century-old record would be a trivial feat nevertheless. Su Mo felt compelled to continue. Although he had previously believed that fame attracted trouble, he now recognized that popularity was precisely what he needed. Su Mo was convinced that his recent achievement, matching Long Songhai's record, would undoubtedly reach Zhao Yunfei within the Su family villa, and perhaps they were already on their way to him. These were merely Su Mo's conjectures. Yet he was eager to test the limits of his abilities. Thus, Su Mo arrived at the 24th floor, where he encountered the Thunderwind Fire Deer, a magical beast at the 9th stage of the youth realm. Upon seeing the formidable creature, a sense of apprehension began to creep into Su Mo's heart. He was uncertain if he possessed the strength to confront it, despite the little azure dragon having a bloodline suppression. He questioned whether it could truly subdue the Thunderwind Fire Deer. Quickly, he glanced at the little azure dragon perched on his shoulder, now restored to its fluffy form, and cautiously asked, "Little fatty, how do you fare against the Thunderwind Fire Deer? Are you capable of subduing it?" The little azure dragon let out a sharp cry, as if questioning what Su Mo meant by capable. Forget the capable. Seeing the dragon's confidence, Su Mo burst into laughter, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The little azure dragon took to the air once more, transforming into a vibrant green dragon before Su Mo's eyes. The Thunderwind Fire Deer, crouched low to the ground, exhibited a fearful expression. With a smirk, Su Mo patted the Thunderhound's head, which unleashed its own active skills, enveloped in a dazzling display of blue and purple lightning. Charging forward. Upon reaching the Thunderwind Fire Deer, the Thunderhound extended its claws, relentlessly attacking, leaving the beast battered and bruised, seemingly intent on obliterating it. As the Thunderhound attacked, Su Mo observed the battle score displayed beside him rapidly escalating, simultaneously refreshing outside. Increasing numbers of Beastmasters witnessed Su Mo's soaring battle score, exclaiming in astonishment, "My goodness, is Su Mo truly capable of setting yet another record? Wow, I thought matching General Long's record was an incredible feat. But could Su Mo's strength now surpass that of General Long? Is Su Mo still unsatisfied with his achievements? Wait, isn't Su Mo cursed with the blood rebirth talent? Just how powerful is he? What other secrets remain hidden from us? Could it be that today Su Mo will forge yet another legend for Huaxia? For the Beastmasters of Linen? Could he break a record that many across Huaxia might struggle to surpass? I must apologize for my earlier disdain towards Su Mo. I foolishly regarded his talent as worthless, but now it seems to be extraordinary." However, a sense of worry lingered within Su Mo's admirers. They feared that his remarkable accomplishments were merely fleeting, not wishing for them to be ephemeral. They longed to witness Su Mo create one extraordinary tale after another in the future. Among the crowd, Zhao Yunfei furrowed his brow, lost in thought. How could he not share the same sentiments as the other Beastmasters? Initially, upon learning of Su Mo's emergence, he too had underestimated the significance of Su Mo's abilities. Yet now, he realized that his previous assumptions had been misguided. He was aware of another Beastmaster who had once possessed the blood rebirth talent. And although the information was scarce, he knew that the lifespan of that Beastmaster had been tragically short. Even his summoned beasts did not exhibit particularly formidable prowess. Their levels scarcely elevated before they hastily departed from this world. Yet now, everything that Su Mo possesses, the strength of his summoned beasts, and the myriad abilities he has demonstrated, are evidently far more resplendent than those of the previous Beastmaster. This raises the question, does Su Mo possess an exceptionally long life, or does he hold hidden trump cards unknown to all? The mere recollection of Long Songhai's words to him in the office lingers in his mind. Although Su Mo currently wields the power of blood reincarnation, it appears that, based on Long Songhai's recent observations, Su Mo seems to be no different from his usual self. Perhaps Su Mo truly harbors a side unknown to others? However, all of this may only be revealed once Su Mo emerges. At that moment, a convoy of military vehicles approached swiftly behind Su Tsongsheng, halting abruptly beside the crowd. This unexpected sight sparked a wave of confusion among everyone present, leaving them uncertain about what transpired. A group of military officers from the Linen District's Demon Suppression Army disembarked and approached Su Tsongsheng. Upon witnessing his dire condition, they were at a loss for how to respond. It was then that Zhao Yunfei, standing to the side, coldly interjected, "What brings you here? General Su is currently under our control at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters. The Linen District's Demon Suppression Army is under our jurisdiction. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to speak with me. I believe I hold the authority here." After a moment of hesitation, one officer finally spoke. "It is as follows, General. We have received a message from the Southern Borders Demon Suppression Army, specifically requesting to see Master Su Mo." He turned to glance at Su Feng, pondering if this was indeed Master Su Mo. Having previously seen Su Mo's likeness, he quickly addressed Su Feng, "Master Su Mo. The Southern Borders Demon Suppression Army has specifically requested your presence. They are likely already en route." Su Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. Just then, as if on cue, several military vehicles arrived from the distance, and a contingent of fully armed officers and soldiers rushed toward them. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of Su Feng being restrained by other soldiers, which instantly soured the expression of their leader. A military officer with the rank of colonel turned to Zhao Yunfei and coldly questioned, "Zhao Yunfei, what are you doing here? Why are you unlawfully detaining Suimo?" Before Zhao Yunfei could respond, Lu Mingsheng raised his hand decisively, shouting, "Everyone, free Master Suimo." As he spoke, a squad of soldiers charged forward, fully armed, aiming their weapons at Zhao Yunfei and his entourage. This sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Conflict was imminent. Chapter 76, refreshing a century-old record. Seeing Zhao Yunfei remain silent, Lu Mingsheng's squad successfully liberated Su Feng. Rubbing his sore wrist, Su Feng's eyes darted around. Lost in thought, he eagerly declared, "Yes, I am Suimo. You wish to take me to the southern border, correct? Let us depart." In response, Lu Mingsheng nodded at Su Feng, then coldly addressed Zhao Yunfei, "Chief of Staff Zhao, I come bearing orders. We must escort Colonel Suimo back to the southern border today. General Long has undoubtedly been informed of this matter. Do you intend to obstruct us?" "What? Colonel Suimo?" Zhao Yunfei's brow furrowed, confusion evident in his voice. He, too, was taken aback, unaware of Suimo's past actions in the southern border. All he had known was Su Feng. How was it that Suimo was now involved? Su Tsongsheng, hearing this exchange, felt a jolt in his heart. Like Su Feng, he displayed an expression of shock, while Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Finally, Lu Mingsheng gathered his thoughts and nodded, stating, "Indeed, it is Colonel Suimo. He holds the same military rank as I do and has achieved legendary status in the southern border, garnering countless military accolades by vanquishing thousands of juvenile beasts. You should be aware of this, Zhao General. Why pretend to be oblivious now?" Zhao Yunfei's expression tightened. He sensed that matters were becoming increasingly complex, straying from his expectations. Contemplating, he considered that perhaps this was all part of Su Tsongsheng's scheme. Before he could further interrogate Su Tsongsheng, another beast master nearby shouted, "Look! Sumo's score is rising again. Is he about to break through to the 24th level?" "What?" Everyone turned to the source of the proclamation, gazing at the glowing screen where Sumo's combat score was rapidly climbing, nearing a total of 240,000. This suggested that Suimo might indeed surpass the 24th level, continuously refreshing the record set by Long Songhai a century ago. Lu Mingsheng, witnessing this, paused. Realizing the name displayed on the screen was that of Suimo. He had come to find Suimo, but who was this person claiming to be Suimo, who bore such an uncanny resemblance? Turning to Su Feng, he inquired with furrowed brows, "Who are you?" Su Feng was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Zhao Yunfei interjected coldly, "I understand you have many questions, but my mind is equally muddled. This situation is complex. Let us observe for now. Once the real Suimo emerges from the Xuanji Tower, all will become clear." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Mingsheng nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the glowing screen, Suimo had successfully surpassed the 24th level. Under the relentless assault of the Thunder Hound and the pressure from the Little Azure Dragon, the Thunder Windfire Deer lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. The Thunder Hound continued its barrage of attacks. Despite the Thunder Windfire Deer being subdued, it remained a formidable 9th-stage young beast, presenting a 2-stage difference from the Thunder Hound. Even with all its might, the Hound struggled to breach its defenses. Yet, perseverance bore fruit, and the Thunder Hound ultimately triumphed, slaying the Thunder Windfire Deer. Suimo successfully cleared the 24th level of the Xuanji Tower, his combat score reaching a perfect 240,000. Patting the weary Thunder Hound, Suimo offered it a piece of raw meat, which it happily devoured. Together, the trio advanced toward the 25th level. Upon arrival, they were confronted by 2 fully matured Thunder Windfire Deers. At the sight of these formidable beasts, the Little Azure Dragon whimpered. Suimo immediately realized, asking, "What's wrong? Little one, has the maturity of these beasts reached the peak of your bloodline suppression?" Despite the assertion that Sumo's Little Azure Dragon possesses a unique bloodline suppression, its strength remains rather limited. Moreover, under the constraints imposed by the tier and level characteristics, it seems exceedingly arduous for it to suppress magical beasts below the mature realm. The Little Azure Dragon nodded and chattered for a while, and Suimo sensed that it was indicating its current capability to only suppress the Thunderwind Fire Deer at the youthful realm stage 8. Any further suppression was likely beyond its reach. Acknowledging this, Suimo felt that was more than sufficient for him. Subsequently, the Little Azure Dragon, under the impetus of Sumo's mental energy, once again soared into the air, unhesitatingly reverting to its dragon form, unleashing the formidable power of its divine beast bloodline. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the Little Azure Dragon, the Thunderwind Fire Deer, though momentarily stalled, exhibited little change in its speed. The Thunderwind Fire Deer is a rare magical beast within the ordinary tier, distinguished as one of the few possessing 3 elemental attributes: lightning, wind, and fire. Although its skill, known as the Thunderwind Fire Strangulation, is somewhat singular, its potency is undeniably formidable. Under the suppression, the Thunderwind Fire Deer was reduced to the Youthful Realm Stage 8. With the Thunderclap Hound at the Youthful Realm Stage 7, Sumo was confident that, with their combined efforts and the Little Azure Dragon's aerial support, they could inflict some damage upon these 2 Thunderwind Fire Deers. Thus, Sumo directed the Thunderclap Hound to act swiftly, and he vanished from his original position. The Thunderwind Fire Deers, sensing the approach of the Thunderwind Fire Strangulation aimed at Sumo, were taken aback by his sudden disappearance, as was the Thunderclap Hound. The 2 Thunderwind Fire Deers, unable to locate their target, struggled to counterattack. At that moment, the Thunderclap Hound lunged forward, arriving at the side of one Thunderwind Fire Deer and unleashed its ordinary attack, relentlessly raking its sharp claws against the beast. Sumo followed suit. After days of living and battling together, he and the Thunderclap Hound had developed an impressive synergy. Coupled with Sumo's considerable combat experience from battles in the southern frontier, their coordinated assault led to the swift demise of one Thunderwind Fire Deer within a mere 20 seconds. With one down, Sumo instantly felt a significant reduction in pressure. When facing the second Thunderwind Fire Deer, the struggle was markedly less arduous. Another 20 seconds passed, and together, Sumo and the Thunderclap Hound dispatched the final Thunderwind Fire Deer. However, in its dying throes, the Thunderwind Fire Deer retaliated fiercely, resulting in a collision that sent Sumo and the Thunderclap Hound reeling, even suppressed to the Youthful Realm Stage 8. The force of the Thunderwind Fire Deer's charge was no trivial matter. Sumo felt as though his body was falling apart, and as he opened his mouth, blood spilled forth. Observing the luminous screen beside him, which indicated his successful breakthrough to the 25th level, Sumo managed a bitter smile, murmuring, "It appears that with the current strength of the 3 of us, achieving a 25-level clearance and garnering a combat score of 250,000 is indeed our limit. Alas, I had hoped to train a bit longer and return when our strengths were greater, but with Zhao Yunfei arriving ahead of us, I had no choice but to rush. Nevertheless, reaching the 25th level is quite commendable. Let us exit." In the air, the Little Azure Dragon transformed back to its original form and perched upon Sumo's shoulder, while the Thunderclap Hound barked joyfully before settling at Sumo's feet, wagging its tail. With a mere thought, a flash of white light enveloped Sumo, and he vanished from the Mystic Tower. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself amidst a throng gathered before the Mystic Tower. All eyes were fixed upon him, and upon witnessing this spectacle, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. What was transpiring? Concurrently, a voice resounded from the Mystic Tower, reverberating throughout Linen City and across the nation. "Congratulations to Beastmaster Sumo of Linen City. You have successfully shattered the record set a century ago by Long Songhai, the highest tower climbing record prior to the new student assessment, 25 levels. Combat score, 250,000. Chapter 77, When Women Quarrel, Men Suffer. Initially, Sumo was in high spirits. After all, he had successfully cleared the 25th level and obtained a combat score of 250,000. This achievement not only surpassed the century-old record set by Long Songhai, but also represented a shared glory among Sumo and his 2 beast companions. For Sumo, this was the pinnacle that every beast master aspired to surpass or attain. Who wouldn't he wish to be the center of attention? Who wouldn't he desire their accomplishments to be revered? Sumo was no exception. Thus, with such an impressive outcome, his heart brimmed with joy, even prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. However, upon stepping out, he was met with the sight of countless beastmasters standing before him, each with mouths agape, astonished as if they could swallow a light bulb. This spectacle nearly made Sumo chuckle. He relished such a dramatic entrance. Yet, he soon sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. Curiosity piqued, Sumo inquired, "What is the occasion, everyone?" Just as he posed this question, Sumo froze momentarily. His eyes narrowed as he beheld the 2 opposing factions converging before him, his parents and his younger brother Sufeng. Furrowing his brow, Sumo's mind raced with concern. What on earth was happening? What had Su Tsangxing done? Then, Sumo noticed a man bearing the insignia of a major general standing nearby. His heart tightened as he analyzed the situation. Perhaps this was the Zhao Yunfei mentioned by Jiang Hanying. In a swift glance, Sumo's gaze shifted to the other side of Su Tsangxing, where a group of soldiers clad in southern frontier combat uniforms stood alongside a colonel. Upon recognizing this individual, Sumo's expression hardened. Who would have thought he would encounter an acquaintance here? Yet, a sense of dread washed over him as he recognized Lu Mingsheng, the chief of staff of the Southern Frontier's Demon Suppression Army. Why was he here? Could it be that his record-breaking achievement had drawn their attention? That seemed utterly impossible. In the Southern Frontier, The enigmatic tower does not exist. Moreover, I have just recently shattered records today, having traversed mountains and waters to arrive here from the south. Due to the presence of airborne magical beasts, aerial transportation is fraught with peril. Generally speaking, in this era, very few would opt for travel through the skies. This implies that Lu Ming and his companions must have set out from the south at least a week in advance to reach this place. A jolt of unease struck Su Mo's heart. What in the world has happened? Could it be that danger has arisen in the southern region? Yet, as he pondered, he recalled that when he departed from the south, there seemed to be no significant changes. The beast tide had gradually subsided, and numerous high-level beast taming squads were stationed nearby, so there should not be any cause for concern. Little brother, Suemo. At that moment, as Suemo was deep in thought, he happened to see Su Jejia and Jiang Hanying approaching him. Su Jejia stepped forward, grasping Su Mo's hand tightly, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her brow furrowed, and with a worried expression, she inquired, "Are you all right?" Suemo chuckled lightly. "I'm fine, don't worry. With my two most trustworthy companions by my side, how could anything possibly go wrong?" As he spoke, he patted the little azure dragon perched on his shoulder and then the thunderhound at his feet. Both beasts responded with joyful cries, their expressions betraying their delight at Su Mo's attention, which filled them with immense respect and confidence. Su Jejia, however, remained somewhat unconvinced and pressed on, "Really, nothing is wrong? I'm telling you, this is no matter to jest about. You must tell me the truth. If there is anything amiss, I will take you to the Beast Tamer hospital for a checkup immediately." Suemo chuckled again. All right, my dear sister, you can rest easy. What? Do you not wish to see your brother thriving? Look at me. I'm full of vigor, and my beasts are perfectly fine. Isn't that wonderful? You saw that I attained a combat score of 250,000, and I still have the energy to continue battling on the 26th floor. However, I chose not to do so to recuperate and avoid injury. Hearing Sumo's confident words, Su Jejia finally let out a sigh of relief. She then spoke softly. "As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. You have no idea how terrified I was when Boss Jiang told me you were aiming to break the record established by General Long after a century. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much effort that record demands? Have you ever considered how ferocious the beasts beyond the 23rd floor are? I've heard that the beasts on the 25th floor are already in their maturity phase. Do you really think you can contend with them?" Suemo smiled, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. How could he not recognize Su Jejia's concern for him? Furthermore, he had indeed never entered a battle without preparation. His 3 years of combat in the southern frontier had instilled in him an excellent habit of conducting thorough research before any engagement. It was precisely because of his prior knowledge of the enigmatic tower and his understanding of the unique characteristics of each magical beast that he felt confident entering the tower today, believing he could achieve remarkable results. Observing the reproach in Su Jejia's eyes, Suemo felt not a shred of dissatisfaction, but rather an overwhelming sense of warmth. Whether it was Su Jejia or his uncle's family, each individual exhibited profound concern for him, allowing Suemo to feel the rare warmth of family and the mutual care among elders. Contemplating these thoughts, Suemo felt a pang of sorrow. Why had he never experienced such affection in his biological family? Everyone treated him as a mere tool, a garment for his biological twin brother Su Feng. Su Zongxing and his wife were willing to commit countless immoral acts, violating professional ethics, all to secure endless resources for Su Feng, while Su Jejia's family, who had no direct ties to him, showered him with meticulous care. Just the thought of this stark contrast filled Suemo with indignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Hanying chimed in with a laugh. "So, what do you think, Teacher Su? I told you so, didn't I? You are just overly concerned. Why fret so much about Sumo's safety? I've already told you that he possesses his own capital and strength." Su Jejia shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate I haven't been deceived. If anything were to happen to Suemo, I would hold you accountable, Boss Jiang." Jiang Hanying chuckled heartily. Suemo, curious, inquired, "What are you two ladies up to? Are you about to come to blows?" Remembering his master's words about how when women quarrel, men suffer, Suemo felt a wave of concern wash over him, pondering whom he should support if a fight broke out. Chapter 78. Su Feng, the Unmerited. At the side, Jiang Hanying seemed to notice the change in Sumo's expression and smiled knowingly. "Suemo, what are you daydreaming about? I can't shake the feeling that you've misunderstood something. You needn't worry. There's nothing excessive between your sister and me. She is simply concerned for you. Oh, by the way, it seems that today, not only did Zhao Yunfei come looking for you, but there are also people from the Demon Suppression Army from the southern region." Upon hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Suemo finally came to his senses, feeling a twinge of regret for having been preoccupied with Su Jejia and Jiang Hanying, neglecting something of greater importance. He promptly turned around to look back, meeting the gazes of Zhao Yunfei and Lu Ming. He first approached Zhao Yunfei, immediately raising his hand to salute. Zhao Yunfei, witnessing this, chuckled with satisfaction in his eyes, returning Su Mo's salute. With a smile, he said, "You must be Su Mo?" "Indeed. I'm pleased to meet you." Su Mo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, General Zhao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Seeing Su Mo's confirmation, he continued, "I truly apologize for the minor spectacle you witnessed today. I presume you might be a bit displeased with the deception?" Zhao Yunfei laughed heartily. "Huh? I never expected you to be so astute. Indeed, had you not achieved a commendable result today, I might have remained blissfully unaware and harbored quite a bit of dissatisfaction. However, I am genuinely curious about how this came to be. Would you be willing to share your story with me, Master Su Mo?" Su Mo replied with a bittersweet smile, "General Zhao, you flatter me. I am hardly deserving of the title Master. I am but a discarded pawn of the Su family, regarded as worthless and insignificant in Su Songxing's eyes." Silence. As Su Mo was about to continue his discourse, Su Songxing interjected with a sharp rebuke from the sidelines. The latter's heart sank, engulfed in an endless sense of frustration. At last, the very scenario Su Songxing had dreaded most had come to pass. He could not bear to witness Su Mo divulging everything. If that were to happen, it would spell doom for him. Thus, Su Songxing hastily sought to impede Su Mo's revelations. However, Su Mo suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What is it, Su Songxing? Now that problems have arisen, and you're on the brink of exposure, do you find yourself regretting your choices? Back when you orchestrated all these schemes, why did you not voice your concerns?" Zhao Yunfei, who had been listening to their exchange, narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with realizations. It was indeed as he suspected. He had long harbored doubts regarding Su Mo's situation, and it appeared his instincts had been correct. Observing Su Songxing, who now wore a dazed expression and seemed to be grappling with turmoil, Su Mo slowly continued, "It seems, Su Songxing, that your current circumstances are rather dire. I find immense satisfaction in your plight. Are you aware of how long I, Su Mo, have awaited this day?" At this moment, Su Mo had resolved to cease all pretense. He turned to Zhao Yunfei and declared, "General Zhao, I am a member of the Su family, and the soldiers previously assigned to the Southern Front were indeed part of my family's lineage. Regrettably, the record-breaking feat I accomplished today within the Xuanji Tower was entirely my own design." Zhao Yunfei, intrigued, promptly inquired, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that you deliberately lured me here?" Su Mo chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, though I did not anticipate your arrival would be so timely. That was somewhat unexpected. Nevertheless, I cannot deny that this was a scheme I had long devised. I wished to garner more attention. Only in this way could I ensure that more people would become aware of the injustices I endured within the Su family." With each word Su Mo uttered, Su Songxing's anguish intensified. Regret flooded his heart. At that moment, he desperately wished to silence Su Mo to prevent him from speaking further. Yet, how could Su Mo grant him such an opportunity? Noticing the hesitation in Zhao Yunfei's gaze, Su Mo pressed on. "Initially, under Su Songxing's directive, I departed from home to enlist in the Southern Army. Throughout my upbringing in the Su family, I was perpetually overlooked. The family never regarded me as a legitimate child. In their eyes, I was merely a substitute, a stepping stone for Su Feng's ascension. Growing up in such an environment, one day, Su Songxing summoned me, expressing a desire for me to join the military in the South to showcase my abilities. I was elated, feeling as though Su Songxing had finally begun to acknowledge me, finally wishing for me to contribute to the family and earn some honor on their behalf." As he spoke, Su Mo's fists clenched tightly, harboring secrets that had long been buried in his heart. Time and again, he yearned to share these experiences, yet previously, he lacked the recognition and did not know to whom he could confide. Therefore, his relentless pursuit of growth was aimed at ensuring that more individuals would come to know the trials he had faced, seeking someone to champion his cause. Now that the opportunity had arisen, Su Mo was unwilling to let it slip away. Around him, numerous Beast Tamers had gathered. Upon hearing Su Mo's account, they erupted in astonishment. Heavens! So the young Master Su Mo endured such tribulations. I had thought it was young Master Su Feng who went to the battlefield. Who could have imagined it was Su Mo? What could have transpired? Whispers of speculation filled the air regarding General Su's thoughts at the time. Why had he allowed Su Mo to face the battlefield alone, subjecting him to such experiences? Zhao Yunfei's brow furrowed as he turned to face the pained expression of Su Songxing. It dawned upon him that Su Mo was likely speaking the truth. This was indeed orchestrated by Su Songxing. He then pressed on, and what transpired thereafter? Su Mo's smile was tinged with bitterness. The subsequent events are likely known to many. I achieved prominence in the Southern Front through relentless effort, garnering numerous accolades. I had anticipated that upon returning home, I would feel the weight of Su Songxing's regard and acknowledgement. Yet what happened? Su Songxing shamelessly transferred all my hard-earned honors to Su Feng. As he continued, Su Mo's fury grew, his teeth grinding audibly. Su Zongxing could no longer contain himself, interrupting, "You are spouting nonsense. How could it possibly be this way? You are fabricating lies and slandering." Su Mo laughed heartily. "Su Zongxing, at such a juncture, you still dare to accuse me of lying? Allow me to ask you if, as you claim, it was Su Feng who participated in the Southern campaign. Does he even know the bloodshed and turmoil he faced? Is he aware of the accolades he has amassed?" As he spoke, Su Mo turned to Su Feng, his gaze piercing, confident that Su Feng would be unable to answer. Sure enough, Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Su Mo scoffed, "He knows nothing. Su Feng is merely a scoundrel who reaps rewards without effort. What could he possibly understand?"